31 years of the new calendar. A lot of things happened this year. A new son of God came out of the divine religion. 36 golden lotuses bloomed in the Buddhist sect. And a crazy man came out of a rickety, broken Taoist temple. The North Sea churns to swallow the heavens and the earth. A small blade of grass grows on 3,000 miles of bare ground in the Demon Kingdom. In the same year, outside Chang'an City walked in a pair of brother and sister, carrying a folded letter, and stepped into the world's great power. Chapter 1, Snowfall in Chang'an. Holy Dynasty. Chang'an City. In front of the residence of the Duke of Handong County, Butler Han Shan frowned at the hands of the envelope. Although some folds, but still can be seen to be kept extremely well. Your State House, especially in recent years, the sacred dynasty has been favored by one of the most prosperous lintel. Every year, the door to receive the number of letters cannot be counted, or a visit, or a secret letter, or an invitation. But this letter was different, or rather the person who sent it was different. He raised his head and looked at the youth who sent the letter over in front of him, wearing a single coat in the winter. His thin body was shivering in the naked eye, and his bare skin was freezing red. That face was still handsome, only at the moment it was permeated with a pallor. What made Han Shan pay attention to the most was that pair of eyes. Even if he was wearing such a thin coat in such a cold weather, that pair of eyes was still so calm. There wasn't a hint of an extra look. Beside the youth also followed a small girl child, as if 5 or 6 years old, wearing a tattered jacket, before and after several holes, can only barely keep warm, is tightly pulling the youth's hand, dirty little face with curiosity and timidity. You're from Fulcrum? In the State Duke's mansion. Whether it was the State Duke or the lady, neither of them liked to hear the word Fulcrum, and as he looked at the youth in front of him, whose face had a slight resemblance to the State Duke's when he was young, his brows furrowed even deeper. The youth nodded slightly. That's right. Your last name is Li? Han Shan asked again. The youth nodded again. Li Zg. From Fool's How. And surnamed Li. It seems that it should be right. The old housekeeper sighed in his heart, looked at the youth in front of him with a complicated gaze, and said, I will give the letter to the master. Yuan wait here first. He did not welcome Li Zg in, and Li Zg stood quietly outside the mansion, letting the gradually growing snowflakes fall on his body. He wasn't from this world. There was no special reason for him to open his eyes and come here. Crossing over to the body of Li Xiaowan's son, the poor woman in Fulcrum, living for 2 years, the days were hard but peaceful, until late this spring, when the river god of the Nanling River went mad and a great flood inundated the tiny city of Suining. When the monks of the Holy Dynasty arrived, the poor woman had already died, and before she died, she wrote a letter for him to take to Chang'an City to hand over to her father, Li Mengchang, whom he had never met. He did not read the content of the letter, but thinking about it, he knew that it was a plea for Li Mengchang to accept his illegitimate son. About this point Li Zg does not care. 19 years outside he and his mother never received Li Mengchang half of the benefits. Visible people have even forgotten that there is such a pair of mother and son exist. Just he could not refuse his mother's dying eyes. So whether he wants to or not, this letter is always to be delivered. The name Zg was also given by his mother and meant to be hopeful, but no one knows exactly what was hoped for. Big brother, Gogo is so hungry. The still somewhat childish voice sounded around them. The little girl's big eyes looked blankly at the majestic building in front of her, and timidly hid behind Li Hua, revealing half of her small, frozen red face. Li Zg reached out to rub her head and laughed. Later on, Big brother will take you to eat. Guagua was picked up by him on the road. Suining City. That big flood, died a lot of people. Li Zg saw the little girl who shrunk into a ball 20 miles outside of the city, did not want to care more, but when he brushed past the shoulders but was grabbed by the small hands of the trouser legs. The two never had enough to eat along the way. Is this Big Brother's home? Gogo asked curiously. Big Brother had said that when he came to Chang'an City he would take her to eat a lot of delicious food, things she had never eaten before. Li Zg smiled and didn't say anything. He had never thought of this grand state residence as his home, nor would he be naive enough to think that the other party would read a letter and come out in tears to greet him. Snowflakes rustling falling, the ground soon spread a layer. The old housekeeper also walked out from inside. His face has no expression. He walked till Li Zg stood down in front of him. After a moment of silence he opened his mouth and said, My lord, this letter of yours should be sent to the wrong place. Gogo didn't know what it meant. Li Zg knows. It seemed that people indeed did not intend to recognize him as a bastard, which was nothing to be surprised about, and if they did recognize him, that would be surprising instead. Li Ziji raised his head to look inside the gate of the mansion and vaguely seemed to see many people looking out. In that case, it is I who am intruding. He bowed his hand and spoke softly. He wasn't originally from this world, and he had nothing to hate about Li Mengchang. In fact, he didn't treat Li Xiaowan as his mother either. It was just that after 2 years of getting along and taking care of her, he was full of gratitude and respect for Li Xiaowan. Wait, seeing that he was about to leave, the old housekeeper opened his mouth and shouted to stop, then took out a small bundle and handed it over, reminding, seeing that it's not easy for you two siblings, this is something for you to take, and find a place to rest, and then leave the city in a few days. Li Ziji looked at the package and thought to himself, is this a belated alimony or the last bit of unforgiving charity in Li Mengchang's heart? People with backbone will certainly not want, shouted a 30 years east of the river 30 years west of the river, turned around and left, body straight. But the backbone is not as important as the stomach. He has to take the fruit to eat, to live in this Chang'an city. Yes, he wasn't planning on leaving Shangan. So Li Ziji reached out and picked up the bag and carried it on his back, whispered how grateful he was, and then pulled Guagua around to leave the area. Gogo still didn't understand what was happening and kept turning her head to look at the very imposing mansion. Where are we going, big brother? Li Ziji said softly. Go home. Gogo tilted her little face, very confused. Isn't this big brother's home? Reaching out to remove the snowflakes from her hair, Li Ziji looked at the unfamiliar place in front of him, as well as the icy coldness emanating from the majestic walls in the bitter cold of winter, and smiled. No. The old housekeeper Han Shan watched the figures of a large and a small two people walking away. His face showed a very complicated look, since he had already survived a life under the Great Water. Why did he have to come to this Chang'an city? The time spent together is very short. But he can see that Li Ziji is a smart person. Smart people have to do smart things. Chang'an City is not a place where you should come. This high wall, no bastards can enter. There's no room for illegitimate children either. Chapter 2 Stay. As the capital of the sacred dynasty, Chang'an City had a well-deserved prosperity, and every scene in the streets and alleys was incomparable to Suining City. And even though the snowflakes were sprinkled about, pedestrians were still in an endless stream. Gogo's eyes have not blinked, full of novelty looking around. She has never seen such a city. Solemn and majestic pile up the majestic, but a brick in a wood and full of fireworks, not only will not let people feel small, but on the contrary, like a sea of general naturally into this strange place. Chang'an is such an accommodating capital city. Big brother, Chang'an is so pretty. Wugwa crisply tilted her little face up and shouted. She was too young to understand too much. She only felt that the city in front of her was bigger, more crowded and more beautiful than Suining City. She was a very cheerful little girl. Li Ziji thinks that cheerfulness is a good thing, and young age is also a good thing, because young age can be nothing to pay attention to, can be nothing to understand. This way, the fruit has forgotten the Suining that big water, and sleep at night will not frown sobbing. But he couldn't forget. He had never seen water that big, drowning hundreds of thousands of people and strewn with corpses, and there was no way for him to forget Li Xiaowan's eyes, which were strong and refused to close before she died. Just because he didn't think the poor woman was his mother didn't mean he didn't recognize Li Xiaowan's kindness to him. I just hope that river god of the Nanling River is dead. It should be dead. And the last thing Li Ziji remembered seeing was the Holy Dynasty acolytes knocking the maddened river god out of the water. Hungry, right? Big brother will take you to eat. Li Ziji pinched Gogo's dirty little face and smiled. Wugwa cheered and kept circling around Li Ziji. Her favorite thing was eating, even if she hadn't had enough to eat along the way. But that didn't matter. It was the happiest thing to be able to eat with her big brother. Chang'an was really beautiful and made those who came in not want to leave. It just wasn't easy to live in Chang'an City, but now with the bag of gold leaves given by that steward, it seemed to become less difficult. He wanted to live on in Chang'an, not with any thoughts of climbing up to the high branches of the Handong County Duke's house. He just felt that Chang'an was very good, and felt that Gogo couldn't continue to wander on. If there's always a place to settle down, why can't it be here? At the feet of the Holy Emperor, it was always safer than anywhere else, and you wouldn't run into the river god who suddenly went crazy. The road under his feet was flat and long, paved with good green jade, on which were carved obscure runic formations, which would only appear when they were needed to function. And on weekdays the biggest function was to maintain the countless green jade bricks from breaking. Carriages on the street one after another. Rolling wheels are inlaid with scarlet onyx. Li Ziji just casually look up can see that the window curtains four edges wrapped Nanling silk. The river god of the Nanling River is pretty damn good. but the silk of Nanling is world famous. He withdrew his gaze, and in his heart, he had a deeper perception of Chang'an as a place. It seemed that the people who went in and out of this majestic city were all either rich or noble, and people like the two of them who didn't even have a single piece of good clothing were really pitifully few. Big brother, it smells so good. Walking past an inn, a tantalizing aroma emanated from the open door, and Gogo's little nose took a sniff before a small, salivating expression appeared on her face. The city of Chang'an has no shortage of places to eat. Walking up the road you can see a restaurant, cooking all kinds of delicious food from all over the world. Li Ziji stopped and turned his head to look at the 3 words on the signboard. Fragrant house. There were a lot of guests inside, and you could vaguely hear the sound of boiling people standing at the door, so it looked like the taste of the inn stuff should be very good. How about eating here? Then, Li Ziji took Gogo's small hand and inquired. Gogo hesitated for a moment, then shook her head with a determined gaze and didn't speak. Gogo was very small, but she also knew that she couldn't afford a place like this, and she didn't want to cause trouble for her big brother. Li Ziji stroked her head to comfort her little heart and smiled. In the future, we'll eat wherever you want. In food hall such a place, people come and go is really normal. No one will care who walks in, who walks out. But when Li Ziji pulls the fruit walked in, or let the hall of the noisy voice for a quiet, a lot of line of sight brushes cast over. After all, beggars were rarely seen in Chang'an City, or even in the entire Holy Dynasty. There are also very few beggars who would strut into the fragrant house like this. The shopkeeper happened to send out a familiar customer, a turn to see the ragged and dirty brother and sister too. Eyebrows suddenly frowned, up and down half a day, before trying to open the mouth. "To want to eat is?" Li Ziji didn't get angry, but patiently explained. Although the journey from Suining to Chang'an was no different from a beggar, we're not beggars. We're here to stay. It's to stay at the hotel. The shopkeeper nodded and turned back to the fellow at the side and ordered, "Go to the kitchen, get some rice." Li Ziji had no choice but to pull out a silver ingot from his sleeve. "Boss, we really aren't beggars. We came to Chang'an from out of town for fun, and on the way, we bumped into a crazy wild demon, which made us in such a mess." Seeing this solid silver ingot, and feeling the calm and unhurried temperament of Li Ziji's body, the shopkeeper realized that he seemed to have misunderstood, and couldn't help but arch his hand in shame, but also pretended to be concerned with a cry of relief. It's not easy to see a wild demon in the current Holy Dynasty, and it's really a blessing for little brother to be able to bring his sister safe and sound. The other diners also nodded. Since the first establishment of the Holy Dynasty 300 years ago, the demons under the sky have either returned to the demon kingdom, or have been enthroned by the Holy Dynasty as the gods of the mountains, water and rivers. The number of wild demons is getting smaller and smaller, and nowadays, it is almost hard to run into them. The fact that these two siblings had stumbled upon a wild demon was, in a way, good luck. Find a corner to sit down. Perhaps out of the misunderstanding just now, the food on the fast, exquisite white plate spread over the entire table. A rough look at a full dozen good dishes. Gogo nervously straightened her back, her small face trying to put on the same calm color as Li Ziji's. Only that pair of dark eyes never moved away from the dishes on the table for a moment. She had never seen so many dishes, with more fancy colors than the rainbow in the sky. Eat and get a good night's sleep. Li Ziji chucked a piece of fish into Gogo's bowl and ladled out 2 more bowls of soup. The hot piping hot pen rising, he blew gently and looked up at the window. The snow has gradually stopped in Chang'an. Chapter 3, the most beautiful brother and sister in the whole world. The state duke's house is generous. 40 or so gold leaves, 5 silver dollars, and some broken silver. Enough to go back to Suining City to buy a 2-entry courtyard in the center of the city. And the rest of the money can be rich in a door market. But in Chang'an City, although these money is not to talk about stretched to the limit, want to stay here but also have to be used carefully. So after that meal, the next thing to think about is how you can keep from sitting on your ass. After the meal, Li Ziji took Guagua for a hot bath. He already had a preliminary plan in his mind. Wait until tomorrow to ask the fellows of Fragrant Mansion to help ask around. As for today, he didn't want to do anything but get a good night's sleep. Into the night. The moon star is sparse. The snow in the daytime can't cover up the clear night. The atmosphere of the Handong County State Duke's residence is very strange today. The subordinates are doing things meticulously, and no one dares to say more than half a sentence, because that Duchess of State was in a bad mood. That brother and sister strolled down Mingguang Street for a few moments, then went into the fragrant house, ordered a dozen dishes, and spent money to stay at the store. It looks like they shouldn't have any intention of leaving Chang'an City in the next few days. Butler Han Shan bowed slightly and stood in front of Mrs. Ning, speaking with news about Li Ziji. The Duchess of State's surname was Ning, and to be able to marry a hereditary Duchess of State like Li Meng Chang, there was nothing too deep between the two parties, simply because Lady Ning was the granddaughter of the sword-washing sect's Grandmaster Elder, and the current Empress's playmate since she was a child. In the Holy Dynasty, the sword-washing sect was a very top cultivation sect. Ever since the two of them got married, the Handong County Duke's mansion, with the help of the Empress, had become one of the most powerful forces at the moment. Mrs. Ning was also a very opinionated person, so she didn't like people calling her Mrs. Li. Looks like you gave them quite a bit of money. Mrs. Ning glanced coldly at Han Shan, the dissatisfaction on that showy face not hidden at all. Han Shan didn't say anything, just bowed a little lower. In the end, it's an eyeless bastard who just got some gold and silver and can't wait to fulfill his selfish desires. Something like this is also worthy of thinking about entering the gates of my state duke's house. Mrs. Ning with disgust in her eyes. Nowadays the paganism gradually have the recovery of the elephant. The North Sea has always been unsettled. The demon country is also eyeing. The world situation seems to be stable in fact, but are almost chaotic into a pot of porridge. We are at the tip of the wind and waves of the Duke's house. I do not know how many people want to tear a piece of meat down. In this sensitive time, a little bit of cracks cannot be left to the outsiders. Han Shan still did not answer. He naturally knew clearly the lady in the mouth of the broken is who, as Li Mengchang's illegitimate son, even if the two sides have never seen each other, can be put into the court. This is still very easy to be climbed on a bite. Li Ziji's presence is a hidden danger. After a moment of silence, Lady Ning spoke again, her face expressionless. The prosperous Chang'an always attracts the greediest of gazes, and I hope that he is a man who is content with what he has. Han Shan saluted. I will continue to send people to keep an eye on him. Mrs. Ning didn't say anything. She got up and walked to the window to look at the small pool in the courtyard. Even in winter, the small pool still exuded warmth, and there were even turquoise lotus leaves blooming on top of the pool water. A few fish swam back and forth in the small pool. The biggest one used slightly more force and accidentally threw the water outside, bending the grass on the green stones at the edge of the pool. That flood in Suining didn't kill you, but you came back to Chang'an City on your own. Mrs. Ning's slightly furrowed brows stretched a bit. If it wasn't for the fact that the sacred emperor's gaze was gradually becoming inscrutable, she wouldn't bother caring about Suining's pair of mother and son, or else if it was passed on, the reputation of jealousy wouldn't be very good to hear. This sleep is very fragrant. After leaving from Suining, Li Ziji has never slept such a solid sleep. Open the door. The fellow of the fragrant house is waiting outside the door. See him come out with a smile on his face and handed over 2 sets of clothes. Mr. Li, this is the clothing that our shopkeeper ordered for your siblings specifically from the Suji clothing house. No matter at what time and in which world, as long as you give enough money, naturally you can enjoy the best service. The ingot of silver Li Ziji gave last night was very substantial. Enough for him to eat and stay here for half a month, ordering a dozen dishes for each meal. And breakfast. It's ready. I'll have it brought up now. The maid put the clothes on the house tabletop and turned to go downstairs. Wait. Li Ziji took out a piece of broken silver and put it into the fellow's hand. I have some business to do at home, and I'm going to look for a store in Chang'an, but I'm going to accompany my sister for a few days of touring. Broken silver is very useful. Before he finished his words, the fellow patted his chest and assured, Sir can rest assured. If other things I may not be able to help, but the fact of finding a good store is too simple. Give me 3 days time, guaranteed to find a good store to make you satisfied. In that case, it's a problem. No trouble, you just see. If you can't find it, this silver small not bad to return to you. The fellow left cheerfully, and didn't forget to have breakfast sent up. A fine-minded fellow, who might be able to become a shopkeeper someday in the future. Guagway is by the aroma of gluttony wake up. Sleepy little look in the sight of more white than snow buns and fragrant lotus porridge. Immediately after the spirit of up, striding small legs ran to Li Ziji, sat down next to see Li Ziji, nodded and picked up the buns, hissed and ate up. After breakfast, Li Ziji looked at the belly-rolling Guagwa and shook his head with a smile, pointing to the new clothes on the side and said, These are the new clothes I bought for you. Change into them and see if they fit. Wow, it's a new dress. Is it really for me? Guagwa held up his little clothes in a trot, with a little disbelief on his little face, tilting his head up to look at Li Ziji hopefully. She didn't quite understand why her big brother suddenly became more generous after arriving in Chang'an City, but she thought it was a good thing to be able to have enough to eat, and to wear new clothes. and to live in a place where it wouldn't be cold at night and where there would be hot water baths to wash in before going to bed. She thinks it's the best place in the world. Li Ziji nodded and helped her to change her clothes. He himself also changed into the new clothes sent by the fellows. Not too flashy. A green shirt with a warm lining. No longer freezing red and white when walking in the wind and snow. Big brother, is Gogo nice? Wearing the new clothes, Guagui was a little reluctant to get dirty, lifting his pants leg in front of Li Ziji and kept circling around, just like a tireless little gyroscope. Good looking, Li Ziji quipped, picking Guagui up and turning her upside down. My Guagui is the prettiest little girl in the entire Chang'an city. Guagui giggled, her small arms hugging Li Ziji's neck. Then Big Brother is the most handsome big brother in the whole world. Chapter 4, 3,000 yards. In the springtime, the horse's hooves are fast, and you can see all the flowers of Chang'an in one day. Li Ziji did not feel that he had anything to be proud of, but he did take Guagui to stroll around Chang'an City for 2 days in a row, until Guagui's calves were sore from walking, and he refused to move any more before giving up. In the past 2 days he had also gained a deeper understanding of the capital city. For example, he knew that the most famous restaurant in Chang'an was called Tianxianggu, the most famous street was called Manhwa Street, the longest road was Vermilion Bird Avenue, and the best wine was Tianxian Drunk. But there were also a lot of things that he, an ordinary person, could not find out by inquiring, such as in which direction the door of the court was open. What was the current pattern of the court? What was the favorite thing of that present holy emperor? And what exactly did Li Mengchang look like? An ordinary person with no power or influence can't do much. Your Excellency is in good spirits today. The fellow looked at Li Ziji sitting alone in the corner drinking to himself, took the initiative to hand up a plate of small dishes, and also thoughtfully closed the open window. Fragrant House naturally does not have Tianxian Drunk, just a very ordinary pot of wine. Drink into the mouth some spicy, swallow and will come back up a mellow fragrance, even if it is a very ordinary wine, but also much better than the last life. Sit down together. Li Ziji poured a cup for the fellow and gestured for him to sit down. Today is the 3rd day of the engagement, and a good store has to be said if there is any sign of a good store. Early in the morning, the guests are almost not a few. The fellow is not polite. Directly in front of Li Ziji sat down. After a few days of short time together, he knows that this Li Gongzi is a person who does not care much about the rules, which also makes him a little puzzled. Obviously a person with a mild temperament, but on the other hand, will always give him a kind of refusal to reject people outside the cold feeling. It is as if he spoke with you, and smiled with you, are separated by a thin layer of gauze. Gongzi, not small to take credit. Yesterday I really saw a good store. The street, the back with a yard, usually do business in front of the door market, closed back to the backyard to rest. The past 2 days a lot of people are looking at. Fortunately I have a brother in the dental office, or else they cannot stay down. I do not dare to hide you. The location is not good. Unlike our fragrance full house, the street is a little secluded, but also depends on and where then. Although worse than our here, but every day to and from the pedestrian is also quite a lot, and the key to the rent is also appropriate. The fellow got up and poured a glass of wine for Li Ziji. He introduced so diligently not only because Li Ziji gave him enough broken silver to cover 3 months of wages, but also because he could earn a little bit of intermediary fee from the relationship. After all, he is the buyer who helped the tooth man to contact. After the matter is accomplished, the site of the dental firm will more or less give some indication. According to the price of that store and that mansion, the indication given must be more than their own hard work to serve people for a month. Street front, with a yard, and in good repair. If the price is right too, it's a great place indeed. Li Ziji nodded. If the price is right, I won't procrastinate. The fellow was full of smiles. The gentleman sympathized with the small. You see if you are not satisfied, the small and then look for other good places, to ensure that the last must see you satisfied until. Guagui is still sleeping upstairs. Li Ziji is not going to call her up. Just instructed the shopkeeper to wait for Guagui to wake up and take care of it for him for a moment, and he himself went to look at the store along with the fellows. The street in front of the fragrant house is called Mingguang Street. Go out and turn left at the end of the walk, cross a small alley, and pass by a stone bridge covered with snow before you can be considered to have arrived at the place. Sir, the front is the store I found for you. The location is just at the entrance of the street. The road behind us just walked. That stone bridge is quite a lot of literati and elegant guests jokingly referred to as the Yuanyang Bridge. Every evening there are men and women in the stone bridge up and down the rendezvous from the store to the right of the intersection. Walk up for half an hour is our Chang'an city's most famous heavenly fragrance pavilion. This is still the second If you have free time to walk up half a street along the intersection ahead, that's great. Our holy dynasty and even the whole world's most prestigious cultivation yard, the 3,000 yard is there. You live close. Maybe you can also dip into the 3,000 yards talent. 3,000 courts. Even Li Ziji had heard of this place from as far away as Suining City. It was the noblest school in the entire sacred dynasty that recruited disciples and taught them to embark on the path of cultivation. Being able to become a disciple of the 3,000 courts was regarded as an honor by the sacred dynasty, and even by the entire world. When the fellow said this, he sighed again with a despondent face. Unfortunately, 31 years ago, the dean passed away, and since that day the 3,000 courtyard has never recruited any new disciples into the courtyard, or else with the location of this store, the price would have doubled 10 times over. Everything around any prestigious place becomes expensive, but when the place falls and is feared like a tiger or wolf, then everything around the expensive place becomes cheap again. The former 3,000 courtyard around a few streets are very lively. Dignitaries, the world clan, people come and go, and now a long street. All are hurried passers-by. Li Ziji of course knows the great name of the 3,000 courtyard. The whole world will not be unfamiliar with this place. In the rumors, it is the Holy Emperor is afraid of the strength and prestige of the Dean of the Lord, so non-stop suppression, resulting in the death of the Dean of the Lord Immortal. The 3,000 courtyard and the subsequent decline. There is no longer a new disciple to enter the courtyard. The Holy Dynasty also from that year to change the number of the year. Call it the new calendar. If not for the fact that the 3,000 courtyard's previous reputation was big enough and prestigious enough, I'm afraid that after 31 years had passed, there wouldn't be many people in the world who remembered it anymore. Li Ziji was just an ascendant. He couldn't get in touch with the governor of Suining City. He couldn't get in touch with the governor of Nanling County. And naturally, he didn't understand the entanglement of interests between Lord Dean and the Holy Emperor at this level even more. Just the folk similar rumors always do not stop. But think of it, the common people are usually idle and bored, always like to chew on the root of the matter. But the decline of the 3,000 homes is undeniable. The fellow was still feeling sentimental, seemingly nostalgic and slightly sad, so much so that he had forgotten to continue introducing the store to Li Ziji. Li Ziji didn't call out to him and walked straight in. Looking back and forth, the store is ancient, the building is repaired in a very pattern. A glance at the past gives a person a sense of ancient charm. The space is very large. With the words of the last life probably has more than 300 square feet or so. The shelves inside the house is very complete, and there are even a few ink paintings hanging on the wall that have not been taken away. This original is a collection of antique store, although the monks lifelong, but the monks after all, the number of very few. The world in the end is still inseparable from the ordinary people, so the antiques of this line of work cannot be counted as much good, but also definitely not talk about how bad. The backyard has 3 houses and a kitchen. The yard is very clean, as if he knew he was coming over to look at the house. The snow in the yard has been cleaned very well. There are not many objects. Wigwams, stone mills, an old acacia tree. It seems a little empty. The house was all clean and uncluttered, and I have to say, it did fit the bill. Chapter 5, The Great Events in the Court and the Tidbits in the Marketplace. Mr. Li, how is it? Are you still satisfied with this place? Buddy in the doorway despondent for a long time, before reacting to rush to Li Ziji asked with hope in front of the eyes. After all, he had a lot to gain for himself when this deal came through. Li Ziji didn't resent this, since the fellow had put in the hard work. It was good and fair that he should be rewarded for it, even though many times most people had a hard time getting back what they had put in. It's not a bad fit, just a little too big for the two of us siblings. Buying and selling this kind of thing, you can show intent, but you cannot show too eager. Otherwise you will lose the initiative. Li Ziji is not good at doing business, but more or less understands some of the reasoning. The fellow grinned. To tell the truth, he also felt that this place was a bit big, especially this courtyard at the back. It wouldn't be a problem to house 7 or 8 people. Mr. Li, although big is big, but big has big benefits, is not it? At least you live not crowded, and what to do are also convenient. By the way, Mr. Li, I have not asked you are ready to do what business. Li Ziji walked to the door of the store and stood on the street looking towards the end, where he could vaguely hear the noisier voices of people, and large silhouettes coming towards this end. Where did all these people come from so early in the morning? The painting and calligraphy business. I'm better at that. Li Ziji grew up in his last life in the Taoist temple. Very small and very broken Taoist temple. Only 4 Taoist priests cannot bear to leave. and do their best to maintain the Taoist temple will not be deserted. He is the four Taoist priests the only disciple. From childhood to adulthood almost never leave the Taoist temple. Every day, day after day, practicing calligraphy, painting, chess, and sword practice. Then the four Taoist priests died one after another, leaving him to live alone in the Taoist temple. And on the day he turned 25, he opened his eyes and came into the world. Because he didn't have much contact with people growing up, Li Ziji didn't say much, and his personality always seemed detached from people. Painting and calligraphy business? Mr. Li, don't think I'm too talkative. This business, it's not a good business. The fellow hesitated for a moment, still upholding his conscience, and advised, after all, this kind of business like calligraphy and painting is always less valuable before your person is dead. And you're a foreigner, you don't have any reputation or connections in Chang'an, so it's really a bit difficult for you to make a living from calligraphy and painting. Unless your calligraphy and paintings are amazing. But dude obviously doesn't think Li Ziji has that kind of skill, otherwise wouldn't he have made a name for himself long ago? Li Ziji smiled at him as a thank you for the reminder, but didn't continue to dwell on the topic, lifting his finger to point at the crowd coming from the street and asked, do you know what kind of people those are? Neat caravan before and after all have armor escort. Majestic. Just look at the armor style is obviously not the Holy Dynasty generals. Both sides of the pedestrians all stopped to discuss. Obviously this caravan of the head is not small. Buddy backed up 2 steps, face unhappy watching the caravan pass by. Cold snort, this is the princess of Qingtsong country. Bring people to our Holy Dynasty. Said to negotiate the matter of tribute. Long ago already set things. Also do not know what good to negotiate. To put it bluntly is regretting. Want to less tribute. A group of white-eyed wolves. Back then if not our Holy Dynasty to protect them, a small Chengsong kingdom would have been destroyed by the North Sea. This thing for the people of Chang'an City is not a new thing, because from 2 years ago there is the Qingtsang country princess wants to renegotiate the news of tribute circulated. This year is more directly into the city with great fanfare, not at all with the cover-up. Those grown-ups in the court expressed their anger, and naturally there was a lot of gossip circulating in the streets. Li Ziji nodded slightly. He also knew about Qingtsang country, a small country that was not strong nor weak. There was naturally no way to compare it with the Holy Dynasty, plus Qingtsang country still had the Ying North Sea next to it, so it was very cautious on weekdays. 1,000 years ago, the North Sea invaded Qingtsang and nearly destroyed the country, or the Holy Dynasty stepped in and sent troops to retreat from the North Sea. Only then did Qingtsang survive to this day, and since then, the country of Qingtsang has been paying tribute to the Holy Dynasty year after year to keep the peace. But lately, Qingtsangwa has had some thoughts that shouldn't be there. Things like paying tribute are related to the face of the Holy Dynasty. Where can it be as little as you want? The fellow was indignant. Qingtsang country thinks that just because they have produced a few disciples who have gone to the Confucian mountain, they can make conditions with our Holy Dynasty? They really don't know how to live. If I could go to the court, I would directly suggest to His Majesty to exterminate this small country that is as big as a bun. The Holy Dynasty was never short of that annual offering from Qingtsang kingdom, but as the fellow said, it was a matter of the Holy Dynasty's face, and it wasn't something that could be changed in quantity casually. Alas, in the end, it's still the reason why the 3,000 courts have fallen, resulting in the lack of a power that can hold down the world in our Holy Dynasty, or else the small country of Qingtsong, where would it dare to be so reckless? Li Ziji looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that a fellow of the fragrant house could know so much about the world's affairs. Feeling his gaze, the fellow scratched his head and smiled. Gongzi, don't look at me like that. I naturally don't understand these things. It's all about going to the heavenly fragrance pavilion and listening to those bigwigs. Ever since the 3,000 courts fell, the strength of the sacred dynasty is still the best in the world of course, but the imperial court can't always do everything themselves. It's just that it's lacking in a force that can maneuver with the world's sects and clans. They said that the sword-washing sect, the little jade palace, those forces are certainly not weak, but and the Confucian mountain, the divine religion, the Buddhist sect, these places compared to can be far worse, but also on the Pearly Garden is still some kind of appearance. But the Pearly Garden heritage after all, it's too poor. Tianshanga as the first restaurant in Chang'an City, usually in and out of the rare big shots. These big shots casually say 2 words, enough to make this kind of city folk rumor for a long time. Watching the Qingtsang country's caravan disappear from sight, Li Ziji didn't have too much curiosity. He was just an ordinary small people who couldn't be ordinary anymore. He wasn't interested or qualified to be curious about these heavenly matters. What he wanted to do most now was to open the calligraphy and painting store, sell a few paintings every day, and be able to bring Guogwei to live on in Chang'an City, which was Li Ziji's greatest wish. How much does this store cost? Getting back to the point, Lizzie G inquired about the price. The fellow was overjoyed when he heard that there was a show, and hurriedly said, I asked my brother. The annual rent is only 200 taels of silver, and if you are willing to do so, we can sign the paperwork at any time, any place. 200 taels of silver, to be able to rent such a large place, and the premise that the location was still quite good. It had to be said that this price was indeed fair, and the fellow was not exaggerating. As a matter of fact, if it were not for the decline of the 3,000 yard, this place would not even be looked at without a rent of more than 1,000 taels per year. But Li Ziji shook his head slightly and explained, I mean, how much does it cost to buy this place? Chapter 6, The Clear Wind House. Buy this place? The fellow froze for a moment and stuttered. This, I haven't asked yet. Do you really want to buy this place? He originally thought that Li Ziji just wanted to rent a store, never thought that he would open his mouth and directly want to buy it, which is not generally rich. Li Ziji nodded. If the price is right. The fellow's face showed a look of ecstasy in his eyes. If Li Ziji could buy this place under his lead, then he would naturally be able to get more and more benefits. At that moment, he didn't dare to delay for a moment. Mr. Li, please wait for me for a moment. I'll go and bring my brother over. After saying that, without waiting for Li Ziji to agree, he turned his head and ran, taking out his fastest speed in his life. Li Ziji didn't find waiting to be an unbearable thing, at least not in front of him. He walked back and forth on this street, and had a preliminary understanding of his surroundings. This gentleman, do you really want to buy this place? The fellow returned quickly, and with him was a young man, panting, with a few hidden glances of joy on his face. This is thought to be the dental man in charge of this store at the dental office. Normally, a dental man is nothing more than a nature similar to an intermediary, summarizing the buyer and seller. But according to the fellow, the owner's family of this store has already sold the store to a dental firm in the early years. So this time the dental man is equivalent to the owner. Li Ziji's gaze glanced at the toothman's body for a split second before retracting. That's right, I just don't know what the price is. The toothman pondered for a split second, then said, since Gongzi is Sanner's friend, then I'll be honest, this store has been in the hands of our dental firm for 31 years, and back then it was 3,500 taels when we bought it. If you're really sincere about it, 5,000 taels, I'll sell it to you. More than 30 years of maintenance and repair, coupled with this location, the price of 5,000 taels is actually not high at all. Or that, if the 3,000 yards did not fall, it is 50,000 taels to buy this place. There are people who will grab their heads. This store has been more than 30 years no one wants. Visible is really not very popular. Now I am considered to be interested in. This price, cannot be more realistic? Dentist full of bitter smile, Prince, really cannot be cheaper. You think? 30 years of maintenance operations, and is a good location in Chang'an City. 5,000 taels is really in the right but. Originally the dental firm set 8,000 taels, and now it is cheaper by 3,000 taels. You do not haggle again. Li Ziji didn't say anything either and just looked at him quietly. The toothman gritted his teeth and stomped his foot viciously. 4,800 taels. For the sake of Sanner's face, I'll give you another 200 taels cheaper. Li Ziji still shook his head. 4,500 taels. If we agree, we can sign the paperwork now. The price of 5,000 taels was indeed not high, and there was not much room for bargaining. Li Ziji thought that 4,500 taels was already the lowest price that the dentist could accept. The facts proved to be true. After hearing this price, the toothman's face was like the June weather constantly changing, and finally ended with a very classic sigh. Also, this store I am really tired of operating, so I won't earn any money from the gentleman, and barely keep a capital. 4,500 taels, and the price was set. Li Ziji returned to the fragrant house with the toothman, signed the paperwork to pay for it, and also got the deed to that store, which was painfully quick and basically wasted no time. After saying goodbye to the shopkeeper, he took Guogwa, who had already woken up from his nap and had eaten and drunk enough, to the new house. There wasn't much luggage. The only things I had were the bag on my own back and a package of crispy chicken I bought for Gogo on the way. Big brother, what is this place? Bringing Gogo to the backyard. Looking at the large yard and 3 houses, Gogo blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, "This is our home. How about it? Do you like it?" Li Ziji bent down and picked up Guogwa, taking her on a front-to-back stroll, patiently explaining everything. Is this place better than the fragrant house? Gogo poked her head around and looked around. She thought it was so big, but so few people, just herself and her big brother. Li Ziji smiled. Of course it's better than fragrant house. Here you can do whatever you want and eat whatever you want, but you have to be good and obedient to do so. Gogo grabbed the chicken leg and took a bite, raising his other hand vaguely in assurance. Yeah, I promise I'll be good. Guigui had always been obedient, and this was something that didn't really need much reassurance. It was just that from now on, he would have to open the door for business every day, and the time he could spend playing with this little girl would naturally become less. Go play. Put the little girl down. Li Ziji began to clean up the house. Although the dental firm will clean from time to time, but after all, it will not be too attentive. Before living in certainly need to be cleaned from the inside out before. Cleaning isn't that hard, so your brain can be emptied and you can think about it while you're doing it. The money given by the state duke's office after paying for the room only left 3 gold leaves and 4 silver dollars as well as some loose silver. If it was just to maintain subsistence, this money could be spent in Chang'an City for a few years. But doing business requires a lot more things to consider. And sitting on his ass is not what Li Ziji wants. The opening is definitely a few days away. With the preparation of materials, picking a good day, and having to redo a plaque, it's just harder to think of a name for the store. Wanma Hall? Jingmo Xian? It's all okay, yet it feels like it's missing something. Hygiene from the morning until the evening. All the household items such as pots and pans and other tools have been bought. Looking around, there is indeed nothing more to prepare. Big brother, what are we going to eat tonight? Gogo sat on the small bench, her small hand propped up on her chin, pouting her lips inquiringly. She had been hungry for quite a while, but seeing that Li Ziji had been busy, and thinking of her promise to be good and obedient, she had been holding back. Little tummy rumbles, oil-splattered noodles. Li Ziji thought of what he used to eat most often in the Taoist temple. A life of purity and misery needed some flavor. Gogo didn't know what oil-splattered noodles were, but she still felt like looking forward to it. Li Ziji returned to the kitchen to knead the noodles, thinking about the Qingfeng Taoist temple and the 4 masters, and finally decided on the name of the store in his heart, the Clear Wind House. It might not be much of a name, but it had a special meaning for himself. Gogo, come out for dinner. The courtyard did not only have only one main gate at the front gate market, there was also a side gate at the back, and Li Ziji had hung 2 lanterns on the side gate, the candle flames wavering on the snowy surface. It spreads a warm light. Chapter 7, The people of the Holy Dynasty are always different. Buying the paper needed for the calligraphy and painting, which was not of low quality, as well as the store's decorative furnishings and minor repairs, etc., plus a customized plaque as well as a sword and miscellaneous things added up. It cost almost 2 gold leaves, or more than 200 taels of silver. If we don't consider doing business, simply the 2 siblings' daily food, 200 taels of silver can't be spent in a year. Buying a sword was not only for self-defense, but mainly because in his past life, he had the habit of practicing the sword every morning when he got up, and this habit hadn't changed even now. And the same was true for the 2 years he spent in Suwaning. It was only after a bumpy ride to Chang'an City that I sort of abandoned the habit for the time being. Now that we're settled, it's natural to start over. Li Ziji is very good at using the sword. Practicing more murder sword. Pay attention to only one word. Crisp and clean. Stab where the fastest speed to kill. Each sword with how much strength. Need to stab into what angle. All just right. Never more than 1 point. Also never less than 1 point. All the preparations have been made, and we only need to wait for an auspicious day to officially open the business. Yuanyang Bridge, there is a fortune-telling stall. Even in winter is still sitting there, beside the support of a streamer. Written on the top of the gods and ghosts a few big words. Looks especially bluffing. Everyday business is good. There are always some men and women will go over to count the love, and ask for a good luck. But Li Ziji was a Taoist priest. Picking the auspicious day of the zodiac, such a small thing is of course no need to spend money on begging other people. He looked at the dynasty calendar and determined that 3 days later would be a good day to open for business. Gogo, come out. I'll take you to buy new clothes. The siblings each changed into new clothes. Li Ziji in 3 consecutive days to start writing and painting. After the opening of the calligraphy and painting business will certainly not be too good. A new store, the author of the calligraphy and painting and a young man, willing to buy the account of the people will not be too much. But Li Ziji is very confident in his own calligraphy and painting. The quality is absolutely superior. His best is Lu Gongxuan's words. Into the wood is not too much, and also into their own style, in the balance of the hard, but also added a 3-point sharp, If there is a understanding of the word of calligraphy over a glance will be able to see each word coming out of the sharpness of the air. Write some more famous poems from the previous life. I think those readers in Chang'an City will eat it up. Just relatively speaking, the painting is quite a bit slower. 3 days Li Ziji wrote more than 40 words, but painted only 3 paintings, averaging out to 1 a day. Big brother, it's beautiful. Guogua clutched a chicken leg in her hand and tilted her little face up to look at the 3 paintings hanging in the most prominent position of the store. Her eyes seemed to be bubbling with light. She felt that these were the most beautiful paintings she had ever seen. She didn't realize that the paintings painted by her big brother were so beautiful. Li Ziji touched her head and picked up a piece of red silk and 2 firecrackers from the counter. Let's go. Open and cut the ribbon. Siblings in Chang'an City. 1 has no connections, 2 have no background. The opening of the ribbon cutting naturally no one noticed, but when the firecrackers cracked half a street, or attracted a lot of pedestrians passing by have sideways glances over the Clear Wind House. This name. As soon as they heard that it was not a place where the little people could go, the pedestrians slandered a sentence in their hearts, and after looking at it for a couple more times, they each left, and no one wanted to come in to take a look at it. A little disappointed, Gogo moved a small bench and sat in the doorway with a pout, staring at the passers-by with her hands propped up on her chin. Li Ziji on the scene is not thought. He did not expect the first day of business on the door. This is not a restaurant. Everyone on the road may be your guests. Calligraphy and painting store is to pick the crowd. And these crowds basically have a fixed circle on weekdays. Wanna have more guests? You can only rely on the time to wait slowly. Big brother, it's snowing outside. Can we have hot pot now? In the evening, sparse snowflakes fell on the street. Guogua boarded the day's little face as finally a smile, carrying his own small bench and ran back, while helping Li Ziji grinding ink while wiping the corners of his mouth. On the way from Suining to Chang'an, every time she was hungry Li Ziji would draw her a big cake, saying that when she had a new home in Chang'an, he would take her to eat hot pot. What with the shabu-shabu, the secret dipping sauce, and the mandarin duck pot, Gogo couldn't understand any of this, but she still thought the hot pot was delicious, more than anything else. Now that she finally has a new home and a snowfall, she can't wait for the hot pot she's been longing for. There is no hot pot in this world yet, at least not in Suining City. Li Ziji also missed the flavor of the hot pot a little, looked up at the sky and then hung up the closed sign, locked the door and took Guogua back to the backyard. You wash your hands first, I'll go buy the ingredients back, instructed Guogua a sentence. Li Ziji went out from the side door of the backyard, to go to the vegetable and meat market to buy things. All the way to the snowflakes are still not too big and not too small to fall. Li Ziji's heart is very calm. He doesn't feel that he crosses over must do something amazing and great. He likes the current life, writing, painting, practicing swords, playing chess, taking care of Guogua. And of course, it would be perfect if the business of Qingfeng Yasha could be a little better. The evening vegetable and meat market is full of people. Noisy voices are endless, saying anything. But the most talked about is still the princess of Qingfeng country came to negotiate the reduction of tribute. The people of the Holy Dynasty are very different. They will not sympathize with people abroad. Even if that princess of Qingfeng country proclaims how she is so aggrieved, and how weak the Qingfeng country is, it can't cause sympathy of the people of the Holy Dynasty. We have helped you. You pay tribute every year. This is something that should be due. We can't help you and get nothing out of it. Can we? You're not the son of my Holy Dynasty. So you want to take advantage of it? How in the world can such a good thing happen? This was the powerful sense of honor and bone-deep pride brought to the people of the Holy Dynasty by the Holy Emperor and the 3,000 courts as well as the soldiers who had won 100 battles for more than 1,000 years. Li Ziji just listened to a general. Qingfeng country that princess seems to bring a disciple from the Confucian mountain down, and the Holy Dynasty to compare and so on words. After all, is a small city people? Understand the content is really not much. He didn't care too much about it, treating it as an after-dinner talking point, and going back to tell stories for Guogua to listen to in the evening. Copper pots are ordered together with the sword at the blacksmith. As long as the purchase of ingredients and seasonings can be, back home the snow has stopped, and did not rain for too long. Before and after a total of less than half an hour, the ground is spread on a thin layer. Li Ziji pushed open the side door, but his gaze fell on the floor, his eyes changing slightly. On the ground, on one side of the stone steps, there was an additional line of footprints. Chapter 8, Don't care about one more death. He left a line before leaving the door, and now there is one more line. Naturally it will not be his own. Look at the size of the footprints, should be an adult man, bigger than his own paws but also a circle, and his own that is about to be buried by the wind and snow is about to disappear compared to this line to be slightly clearer. It can be deduced that is probably his own left within a quarter of an hour left. If it hadn't been for the fact that the snow hadn't fallen long enough tonight, and wasn't too heavy, these footprints would have been buried cleanly before he got back. Many thoughts flashed through Li Ziji's mind, but on his face he didn't make a sound or worry about Guogua, because that footprint stopped at the door and didn't enter the courtyard. Go, get ready to eat, Li Ziji shouted. The little girl poked her head out of the room to look at, and then trotted out, circled around him to look at. Those eyes do not leave for a moment. He carried those things, almost drooling. A living little greedy cat look. How does it taste? If you think it's too spicy you can add a little more sesame sauce. Li Ziji helped the little girl mix up the dipping sauce, purposely adjusting it to be a little spicier. This hot pot thing, it just has to be flavorful enough to be tasty. Guogua followed his example and added a piece of lamb and dipped it into his mouth, immediately squinting happily. Yummy, big brother, the hot pot is so delicious. It warms up my body. She had never eaten anything so delicious. It obviously looked simple, but it just tasted different in her mouth. And having a hot pot in the middle of winter was just a treat. Big brother, why don't we open a hot pot restaurant? Gogo picked up a piece of bok choy. Although she didn't know much about things, she thought that a hot pot restaurant must do better business than a calligraphy and painting store. If she opened a hot pot restaurant, there would be lots and lots of customers. Li Ziji smiled. It's too troublesome to make hot pots, and word paintings are more hassle-free. He disliked troublesome things. If he had more free time, Li Ziji would prefer to play chess, or simply find a comfortable place to lie down. After the snow cleared, the bright moonlight sprinkled all over the small courtyard. Inside the house the hot pot was steaming hot. A large and a small figure sat opposite each other, and a few laughs came out from time to time. The night wind ruffled the old acacia tree in the courtyard, blowing off the last leaves on the branches, shaking them down. The leaf landed on a lotus flower in a small pool, was carried in the mouth of a koi carp, burrowed into the bottom of the pool and disappeared. Lady Ning stood to the side of the small pool. She wasn't exactly bloated in her clothes, yet she didn't feel the cold at all. This was one of the benefits of being a cultivator, being able to defy the heat and the cold to a certain extent. The old housekeeper Han Shan stood behind her, and there was a middle-aged man who was bowing his head to report that there was something about Li Ziji. After hearing everything, Lady Ning spoke expressionlessly. So, not only does he have no intention of leaving Chang'an City, he even wants to stay here forever. The middle-aged man nodded his head and replied, "Back to ma'am. At the moment, it seems that Li Ziji does intend to stay in Chang'an City all the time, and by the looks of it, he should still be trying to find a way to get on board with the State Duke's mansion." He told everything about the movements he had observed in the past few days, and even explained that tonight Li Ziji had gone to the vegetable and meat market. Qingfeng Yasha, it's really interesting. The lowly son who should have died a long time ago but came to Chang'an City in a dignified manner, perhaps still holding the unrealistic idea of inheriting the State Duke's mansion someday. Having no eyesight is having no eyesight. At first I thought that he'd be a smart person. Mrs. Ning sprinkled some fish food into the small pool and said in a salty manner, "A smart person should have left Chang'an City immediately after rejecting that letter." But Li Ziji stayed behind without knowing what he was wishing for. The extravagant hope that the Duke of State's house would have an ounce of human kindness and allow him to become a noble son in one step? Han Shan frowned and looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "You weren't detected by him, were you?" The middle-aged man replied respectfully, "No, he had been keeping a certain distance for the past few days, not to mention being a cultivator himself. Where would he be discovered by an ordinary person? Just a little closer tonight, close enough to look in the backyard. But what could a lowly son from a small town in Suining find out that was different? Ma'am, then what's next?" Han Shan looked at Lady Ning, waiting for the next step. Lady Ning thought for a moment, her gaze cold. Since he wants to stay in Chang'an, it might as well fulfill his wish and let him stay here forever. Remember not to move too much so as not to startle the Dui Forbidden Army. The commander of the Dui Forbidden Army is the heart of the Holy Emperor, and the Handong County Duke's house has never been too much to deal with. If the movement is too big, certainly not afraid, but there will always be some trouble. No one likes trouble. Han Shan nodded and turned to lead the middle-aged man to retreat. Mrs. Ning is still standing on the side of the small pool, indifferently looking at the pool of koi. A fish only, no matter how cannot turn over this pond, also cannot become a dragon. Han Shan left and went to the study. The State Duke's mansion might have many courtyards, but there was only one study, and even the two sons born to Li Mengchang and Mrs. Ning were not qualified to enter the middle of the study. General. Standing outside the door, Han Shan spoke softly, indicating that he had something to report. Li Mengchang is the duke of the country, yes, but he also serves in the military, the sole leader of the army of the Jinbei general. 20 years have always been in the northern territory of the town. That is, the border between the Holy Dynasty and the Qing Sung country. Last year just transferred back to the capital. Compared to the Duke of State, Li Mengchang preferred the position of General of Jinbei. The city of Suining is just to the north of the Sacred Dynasty, and 20 years ago, when Li Mengchang was on his way to his post, he happened to favor a certain girl, and thus there was Li Ziji. Come in, Li Mengchao was writing, and his words were as harsh and fierce as his person, like the cutting of a knife. Han Shan walked into the study, his body bowing slightly to show his respect, and told him about Lady Ning's attempt to lay hands on Li Ziji, now that the second lady is dead, and the youngest son is lucky to have survived. What does the general mean? He looked at Li Mengchang. He would not lay hands on Li Ziji without this one's approval. Li Mengchao stopped writing. Now the tide of darkness in the court. The outside forces are beginning to restive. He has been tied to the Queen's warship. The more sensitive the moment, the more cannot be authorized. How is the river god of Nanling? He asked lightly. Han Shan answered truthfully. After killing the second lady, the cultivators from Nanling County arrived and subdued him. And now he's been taken over by our people and sent to Shenming's to hide. Shenming's was safe. No one would notice a small Nanling river god. How many died in that flood? Li Mengchang asked again. Han Shan thought for a moment. According to the folders sent up by the governor of Suining, around 60,000 people died. Li Mengchang's gaze was calm. Then you don't care if one more dies. Chapter 9: The Four Paths of Cultivation. Second lady or not? The little son or not? Even Suining city, a big flood drowned 60,000 people. In the eyes of Li Mengchao are no difference. He does not mind that he has a handle to fall in the hands of the dynasty's political opponents. But this handle cannot be too fatal. Or rather, the impact can't be too bad. An illegitimate child. For the state duke's mansion, for Li Mengchang and Lady Ning, is a very bad influence. It was fine before, but now the situation is getting more and more tense. The Empress, the sword-washing sect, and other forces are involved. Leaving an unstable variable to be made an issue of will do more harm than good. I heard he brought a sister. After a few moments of silence, Li Mengchang suddenly opened his mouth again and asked. Han Shan nodded. Indeed, he brought a younger sister with him. I had people investigate. That little girl's parents also died under the great water, washed outside the city, and just happened to be brought by the young gentleman when he happened to see her. Li Mengchang resumed his pen, ink rendering away on the white paper. Find a time to get it done. Then send the little girl to a good home. He wants to leave Guogui a life. After all, Guogui has nothing to do with him, and leaving a life is considered an explanation to Li Ziji's mother and son. Without another word, Han Shan bowed and retreated. The middle-aged man who had reported earlier was still waiting in the mansion. He knew that this matter would be left to himself. His hands were trembling gently, from excitement as well as from fear. Han Shan walked up to him, his pale gaze fixed on him. You should be aware that this is not necessarily good for you. Going to kill Li Ziji? Then it should be killed beautifully. If this matter was done well, in the future, the middle-aged man's future would be very good, and his achievement in the path of cultivation would be higher. At least 2 levels higher than this worthless and pathetic realm that he was in nowadays. That's why the middle-aged man was excited. But if he didn't do it right, even if Li Ziji died, he would be silenced by Han Shan, and that was the reason for his fear. But he didn't hesitate at all. I'm clear. The middle-aged man's realm was not worth mentioning because his cultivation talent was equally not worth mentioning. From the age of 14 when he started cultivating, at the age of 19 he only managed to touch the threshold of the primary realm. At the age of 23 he completely stepped into the primary realm, and all the way up to the present age of 42 he was still at the primary realm, the most initial realm on the road of cultivation. Without a good opportunity, he was only going to be like this for the rest of his life. And although being able to become a cultivator was a great thing in itself, and was enough to give him a good life, the middle-aged man's ambition was more than that. He also wanted to be stronger, to touch the second realm or even the third realm, so that he could live longer. Going to kill an ordinary person like Li Ziji and not making too much noise so as not to attract the attention of the capital guard's forbidden army and cause trouble. It was obvious that a cultivator of the primordial realm was undoubtedly the most suitable, because he wasn't strong enough to make a splash. Because he was a cultivator, it couldn't be easier to kill an ordinary person. In the entire world, for all humans, There are a total of 4 paths if they want to cultivate the 5 realms of Buddhism: the Buddha realm, the Vajra realm, the Lohan realm, the Bodhisattva realm, and the Mahayana realm. The 5 realms of Taoism: the Tao realm, Jade Void, Return to God, Bodhi, and Entry into the Tao. The 5 states of Confucianism: Confucian realm, Mingxin, Benjamin, Haoren, and Sage. The 5 realms of Wufu: Wu realm, Open Pulse, Xian Ting, Return to Unity, and Zheng Shi. There are too many, too mixed. So the vast majority of cultivators only like to use numbers instead when talking about realms, such as the first realm, the second realm. The 4 paths were called differently, but they were all the same, and the strength of each realm was similar. Other branches such as charms and formations can also be categorized into the 4 paths and extended out. Prepare for a few days, then do it. Let the little male die a painful death. Then bring that little girl back. Han Shan looked at him. He didn't need to instruct too many details. The middle-aged man might not be worth mentioning in his realm, but after all, he had been in the state duke's residence for many years. The eyesight he should have wouldn't be bad. Do this right and I'll help you open your veins. Han Shan turned to leave with a steady pace. He actually had pretty good senses for Li Ziji, but with a different stance. The result would be the same. Hearing the words open pulse, excitement flashed across the middle-aged man's face, and he answered and walked out of the state duke's mansion. There's some preparation to do before you do anything. Qingfeng elegant house business is not very good. From the opening to now has been the past 5 days. A calligraphy and painting are not sold. The guests did come to some, roughly counted up to about a dozen. After entering the door to see the hanging up of the calligraphy and painting are full of marvel, have the intention to buy, but listen to the price of all the respect far away. A word is 10 taels of silver. Those 3 paintings are even more expensive. Each one is more than 50 taels, and is not a famous everyone. Even if you write a good word, a good poem is not worth 10 taels of silver. After repeatedly confirming that Li Ziji refused to lower the price, these guests were full of regret and left. The words are good words. The poem is good poetry, but unfortunately it is the boss is too insensitive. Without making a name for yourself first, who would want to pay such a high price of 10 taels of silver for one of your characters? 10 taels of silver. Enough for a family of 3 to eat well in January. Li Ziji does not have the intention to reduce the price. Calligraphy and painting, this kind of thing, is not the same as the ordinary items. About as easy not to open. Open to eat a year? He is not afraid to wait. As long as a year can be sold out of 10 words, or a painting, the money earned will be enough for him and Gogo to live on in peace. Big brother, why do you keep playing chess with yourself? Guagua sat on a small bench, frowning at the chessboard in front of Li Ziji. Very bored. She did not know Go and could not intervene, so she could only sit on the side and play with the small toys that Li Ziji bought for her. Li Ziji landed a piece and said softly, "Because I can't find anyone who can play chess with me." His voice had just fallen when he heard a slightly snorting voice from the doorway of the store. "You have some meaning in that, but I wonder if it's the same meaning as what I understood." Li Ziji looked up and found that at some point in front of the store appeared a young man wearing a brocade robe, with a brocade bag of jade hanging from his waist, reflecting the daylight slightly blinding, and is now leaning on the side of the door with his arms wrapped around him, looking at him with interest. This statement can be understood in 2 ways. Firstly, that no one plays chess with him, and secondly, that no one is qualified to play chess with him. The youth was inquiring which meaning Li Ziji meant. Li Ziji looked at him and said, "Maybe it means what you understand it to mean." He was so deep that he never lost, either with his 4 masters, or online at Go, and even the best players in the world lost 1.5 moves to him. Characters, paintings, chess and swords. The 4 things Li Ziji was best at in his life. Sword comes first, chess comes second. Then came the paintings and calligraphy. Chapter 10, Gu Chuanxiu, 200 taels for a piece of calligraphy. Interesting, really interesting. I can't imagine that Chang'an City has produced such a big talker like you. The youth smiled and stepped in to look around the room. The long wind will break the waves, and the clouds will sail through the sea. This time we go to Quantai to recruit the old troops, and the flags of 100,000 will cut down the Yanluo, kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. The meeting will be a great success. With a view of the mountains, the smile on the youth's face gradually tightened, and his encircled arms were lowered, as he looked up at the 3 paintings again and asked, "All these verses? Did you make them?" A young man does not deserve to be surprised. A young man can write out a good word that is not inferior to calligraphy masters. That is very surprising, especially when this young man can also make poems with amazing talent. That is even more surprising. The the youth's gaze finally rested on Li Ziji's face. Frowning slightly, how come he had never heard of such a figure in Chang'an City? Li Ziji nodded. If you want to buy the characters, 10 taels apiece. The youth froze and then burst into laughter. He bent over with laughter and mocked. Poor man, you are definitely not from the capital. Why? Li Ziji wondered. The youth pointed to those poems on the wall and explained seriously. Only a poor man who has never seen the world would sell such good poems. Such superb calligraphy. For 10 taels apiece. Li Ziji frowned. 10 too, this price is not just think of. But he said after careful consideration. Too low is not worth it. Too high no one to buy. 10 too just good. But this brocade-clothed youth in front of him even said that he had sold less. And how much should it sell for? In your opinion? The youth stroked his chin and pointed to the words 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles to leave no man behind and said, this word, at the very least, is worth 100 taels, and this poem is worth 100 taels at the very least, together, 200 taels to start with. 200 taels? Sparingly ZG for this world's silver money is not a deep feeling. After hearing this price also did not hold back to reveal a touch of shock. 200 taels. I'm only afraid that no one will be willing to buy. No one? The youth shook his head and lost his smile, pulling out 2 gold leaves from his pocket and placing them on the counter. I, Gu Chuanqiu, am willing to pay 200 taels for it. Li Ziji looked at the 2 golden leaves and didn't say anything. These days have not been open. The first business that opened was enough for him and Gogo to eat peacefully for a year. For Gogo, this happiness came suddenly, but for Li Ziji, he just felt a little surprised. Willing to voluntarily increase the price by 200 taels to buy a piece of calligraphy, there will rarely be such a person in the world. Gu Chuanqiu raised his hand and made a gentle move. The painting hanging on the wall floated directly to his hand. He looked down and raised his eyebrow gently. Poor bastard. You know how to use a sword too? Monks. Li Ziji's gaze narrowed slightly. Compared to the royal ordinary people, the number of cultivators was scarce, and it wasn't that easy for ordinary people to become cultivators. The talent threshold was enough to stop 99% of them. A little. Li Ziji didn't deny it. He knew that the youth must have sensed something from reading between the lines when he inquired so. TSK. The interest in Gu Chuanqiu's eyes intensified a bit more. For someone like you to be just an ordinary person, I honestly can't figure it out. Strolling around the store again with his hands behind his back, the interest in Gu Chuanqiu's eyes grew even stronger. Poor sour. Why don't you go to Russian? A person like you must be very popular in Russian. To Russian? Li Ziji was stunned. He had never thought about this matter. In the more than 2 years since he came to this world, he had never thought of such a thought that he would also start cultivating. Seeing that Li Ziji didn't answer, Gu Chuanqiu didn't care and took a step in front of him, looking down at the black and white pieces on the chessboard, his fingers moving along. The board in front of him and his eyes was not dead, but alive, and Gu Chuanqiu saw the first piece that Li Ziji had dropped, and then one by one to the point where it now covered the whole board. The look on his face followed in earnest. And so it went on for 2/4 of an hour. White wins. Li Ziji's face followed suit with a serious look. It's not simple for you to see that white is winning. The game is now in black's favor, and there is little chance of white turning the game around. But this young man says white will win, which is not a simple move. Gu Chuanqiu was a bit smug. I don't know if it's my luck or my misfortune to be complimented by a poor man like you. By the way, poor sour, I haven't asked your name yet. This store has been in use for 30 years. It's quite a discerning choice for you to open here. Li Ziji. From Nanling. Nanling County? Gu Chuanqiu thought for a moment, then stroked his palm and said, Suining had a big flood the other day, and it was in your Nanling County. Gogo's little body shook. Li Ziji's face was calm. I'm the one from Suining City who was lucky enough to survive. As soon as these words came out, Gu Chuanqiu's face immediately showed surprise, looked him up and down, and nodded furiously. Indeed it was a fluke. That big flood could have killed quite a few people. After another moment of silence, Gu Chuanqiu got up and stretched hard. In the future, all these words of yours can't be lower than 200 taels. If someone questions it, just say that I, Gu Chuanqiu, spent 200 taels to buy a piece of writing. Those who know about me won't bargain anymore, and those who don't know about me won't buy it if you lower the price. Humming a little tune, Gu Chuanqiu took the word and left the Qingfeng elegant house. He felt that today's trip was not in vain. He bumped into a very interesting boy, and also got a very good word. Such an extraordinary fellow would be an ordinary person. Interesting. Interestingly enough, Gu Chuanqiu threw the words in his hand one on top of the other, shaking his head and walking along, feeling amused. He felt that as Li Ziji such a person, he must not be a very simple person. Li Ziji looked at the youth's distant figure and lowered his head in thought. He could see that Gu Chuanqiu's origin wouldn't be simple. After all, in a place like Chang'an City, throwing out a slate could hit 3 court officials, so he wasn't curious about what Gu Chuanqiu's origin actually was, because it had nothing to do with him. What he was thinking about was the word cultivation. Indeed, one had always subconsciously ignored such thoughts as becoming a monk. And if one were to become a monk, where should one go? Russian? Li Ziji shook his head. His talent wasn't much better. After all, those poems hanging on the wall weren't really made by him. And what place was there in the Holy Dynasty? The sword-washing sect was naturally not mentioned. And the Little Jade Palace and the Pear Garden were both good choices. But were these places something you could just join if you wanted to? If the 3,000 courts hadn't stopped recruiting disciples, that would naturally be the best place to go. After all, the 3,000 courts was the only place in the sacred dynasty that used to recruit disciples fairly and openly. But right now, there really doesn't seem to be much of a suitable place to go. Chapter 11, The Majesty of the Holy Dynasty Cannot Be Provoked. Imperial City, Luanfeng Palace. The queen sat on a high platform, looking down on the line of people standing in the hall of Qingtsong country. Although she did not open her mouth, the majesty of the mother of a country has permeated every corner of the palace. The Qingtsong kingdom's envoy had already subconsciously bent his waist respectfully, but Princess Rinyu spoke calmly. Princess of the Qingtsong kingdom, Rinyu, see you. This time, he came to Chang'an City specially to discuss the matter of tribute, standing on the position of country to country, so the due respect will not be lacking, but also will not be slavish. This young princess was bold, a point recognized throughout the Holy Dynasty. How does your highness experience these days in Chang'an City? Lieutenant Suing Zhang looked at Princess Rinyu and faintly inquired. In the palace, in addition to the empress and the Qingtsong kingdom's party, there were also the imperial captain, the 2 ministers on the left and right, as well as the minister of rites plus the secretary of the Honglu temple and the general of Jinbei, Li Mengchang. These people were the mainstays of the Holy Dynasty, the brightest stars in the court, the big shots that would cause upheaval 1,000 miles away if they stomped their feet. The Holy Emperor was not present. Whether it was to negotiate tribute or receive something as trivial as a messenger from the Qingtsong kingdom, there was no need for the Holy Emperor to be there in person. Chang'an is prosperous. A single city is far superior to Qingtsong. Rinyu is an eye-opener. Princess Rinyu opened her mouth to praise, immediately followed by a turn of phrase. The glory of the Holy Dynasty never fails for 100 generations, flourishing flowers like a heavenly palace pavilion. If my Qingtsong country can have the Holy Dynasty in case of a scene, I would not have traveled 10,000 miles to come. By implication, crying poor. The sacred dynasty is so large and powerful. What does it care about the tribute from our small country of Qingtsong? Wouldn't it be out of place for the celestial kingdom to be calculating? The minister of rites laughed lightly and took a step forward. Qingtsong lives on the side of the North Sea's couch and struggles to survive. If it weren't for the Holy Dynasty's majestic army watching over the North Sea and checking it, would you Qingtsong have a chance to survive today? What's wrong with just asking for some annual tribute every year? Chen Yuan, the minister of rites, the sacred dynasty's notorious hardliner. Some people say that he shouldn't be the minister of rites. He should be the seat of the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Appointments. And now he speaks without beating around the bush at all, and directly rips into the sore spot of Qingtsong kingdom. To be honest, this is what Chen Yuan and countless people of the Holy Dynasty can't figure out. Where did you get the guts to come to Chang'an City and ask for a cut in the annual tribute from a small Qingtsong country? This is very impolite. But no one in the courtroom opened their mouths to refute it. And they even all looked as if they were taking it for granted. If the people of the Holy Dynasty do not stand on the side of the Holy Dynasty, are the hearts of the Virgin Mary overflowing to care about foreign affairs? The 2 ambassadors from Qingtsong country who followed were both red in color. Obviously the feeling of being humiliated in front of someone was not a good one. And at the same time, they did feel a little weak in their hearts and did not have a bottom. But Rinyu Princess's face is still calm. As if you cannot hear this mocking words of the Minister of Rites, the Holy Dynasty to help Qingtsong every year to pay tribute is something that should be due. But there are always some people who do not know how to do the right thing, thinking that after a few years of clean days on the forgetfulness. Last year on my father's birthday, the North Sea sent the 3 dusty pearls to congratulate him and open up places in the Sea Palace. Speaking here, Princess Rinyu's voice paused as her gaze swept above the faces of the people within the palace. Everyone is a frown. The Minister of Rites Chen Yuan also want to speak again. But was Princess Rinyu blocked? North Sea malicious intentions, plotting mischief, Father his old man is naturally aware of, but cannot help the dynasty is not long-sighted too much. Father is not good to force down, can only think of an underhanded, ordered me as an envoy to come to Chang'an to discuss the matter of tribute. If the Holy Dynasty is willing to cut 50%, if the Holy Dynasty is willing to cut the tribute by 50%, I and my father will have a legitimate reason to suppress those ungrateful people in the court. The two Sangha members on the left and right glanced at each other, and the minister of the sixth ministry narrowed his eyes. This young princess is not to be underestimated. Use the North Sea check and balance the Holy Dynasty. On the contrary, also let a person cannot find the handle, discuss the matter of tribute, naturally have to continue to talk about. Although Qingtsong is small, but if it is really down to the North Sea, but also counted some of the trouble, the annual tribute may seem like a small matter, but it actually involves national policy. It's not easy to explore a result in a few words. The left minister looked at Princess Rinyu with some appreciation and said softly, to have such boldness and wisdom at such a young age, this princess of Qingtsong kingdom deserves a high opinion. Princess Rinyu bowed to the empress. The incident happened suddenly. Qingtsong knows that it is not justified. What is the outcome of the tribute matter? I do have a very suitable solution here. The queen's gaze is flat. Her voice is also without any fluctuation. As if she is indifferent to the matter of tribute, you say it. Princess Rinyu's gaze lowered as she respectfully said, 1,000 years ago, when the sacred dynasty settled on the matter of tribute, it gave Qingtsong a chance in order to demonstrate the great righteousness of the upper dynasty. It is well known that 1,000 years ago, when the North Sea invaded Qingtsong, the country was unable to resist, and was in danger of being destroyed at any time, so it sent a messenger to the Holy Dynasty to ask for help, promising to be a vassal. The sacred dynasty came to the aid of the North Sea, deterring it from retreating, and afterwards began negotiations with Qingtsong on the matter of negotiating tribute. In order to show the magnanimity of the upper dynasty, the Holy Dynasty gave Qingtsong an opportunity to play against the game. If Qingtsong wins the game, the Holy Dynasty will never mention the matter of tribute. If Qingtsong loses, he will have to pay tribute every year according to the rules of the Holy Dynasty. Now that Princess Rinyu has brought up this matter, it's hard to, did not let the crowd think for too long. Princess Rinyu then said, when Shuiju in Qingtsong country capital sitting for 3 days, Qingtsong up and down no one to win, so how much tribute no more words, now might as well follow the example of 1,000 years ago. I sent people in Chang'an city set up 3 days of the ring, 3 days if no one can win my Qingtsong chess player, then the annual tribute is halved. If the Qingtsong chess player loses, Qingtsong will never mention the matter of tribute for as long as he lives. This is a very suitable approach, with the precedent of 1,000 years ago to rely on. Even if the side of the Holy Dynasty wants to raise objections, it can't find a good excuse. The empress did not speak, got up and left the Luanfeng palace. The black and red dress dragged on the ground, the edges turned up, there seemed to be flames flickering, and there seemed to be a golden phoenix hidden. The lieutenant looked at Princess Rinyu indifferently, his cold gaze giving off unspeakable pressure. The Holy Dynasty can agree to your request, but that's not enough. Not enough? Princess Rinyu looked up at Su Yingzhang, not understanding what this meant. The lieutenant said, if you win, the annual tribute does not need to be halved, it can simply be cancelled. But if you lose, you are not allowed to return to Qingtsong from now on. The two ambassadors of Qingtsong country's face changed greatly. Wanting to speak, the left minister's gaze gently glanced towards them, a gaze as heavy as a mountain, pressuring the two to directly kneel on the ground, cold sweat instantly covering the whole body. Princess Rinyu frowned slightly. Captain Su Yingzhang turned to leave the palace, but his voice reached her ears. No one has ever dared to negotiate with the Holy Dynasty, and since you dared to mention it, you will have to pay the price. Chapter 12, I'm waiting for you to kill me. The waning moon is in the sky. Within the imperial city, the two Sangha members walk side by side. This is a great scene today. The left minister back hands. His age is very big. Rough calculation should be a few hundred years old. In this dynastic hall to calculate the world, head hair already has a greenish gray. Thinking back to the scene on the Luanfeng Palace, the corner of his mouth lifted up a slight mockery as he softly said. The right minister nodded. A very nice scene indeed. This world is becoming more and more restless. The empress and the imperial captain this time have gone a little too far. The left minister looked up at the moon above the sky. The separation of the sun and the moon is a very good thing. The day is the day. The night is the night. But if the moon tries to be the same as the day, then it is very annoying. Such a small matter is impossible for His Majesty to step in. The Empress is pinpointing this point. That's why she made such a mess. The right minister's hand was holding a small warmer, and he faintly said, "Although the matter of tribute is small, the impact is great. If this opening is made, the majesty of the holy dynasty will be damaged, and in the eyes of the world, this is the holy dynasty taking a step backward. One step is no big deal. There's no way to cause too much change either forward or backward. But you can't start something like this, and once you do, you can't stop it at the back, and countless people want to stand up to you and make you take a second, third step back. I'm just a little surprised that Qing Tsung Kingdom is really willing to be this outlier." The right minister shook his head inside. The left minister sneered, "The holy dynasty has been glorious for too long. The whole world wants us to fall down, so that those cowards and devils can make a good start, or else Ruishan wouldn't have stepped in." At the mention of Rushan, the right minister subconsciously frowned. "This time, I'm afraid it's only difficult to win the game." Princess Reinyu's elder brother, that is, the prince of Qing Tsang country, is the eldest senior brother of the young disciples of this generation of Rushan. This time with the delegation of Qing Tsang country came to Chang'an City together with Rushan's people accompanying Mount Munan. The disciples of the younger generation of Ru Mountain are slightly inferior in cultivation, but in the game of Go, there is no one who can surpass them, whether it is Ru Mountain or the Holy Dynasty, the first in the world of chess. Just like Zhu Chui 1,000 years ago, the chess player who guarded the ring in Chang'an City this time thought to be this one. Although the Holy Dynasty was big, and the cultivators with outstanding talent could be picked out by the bucketfuls, but in the chess course, no one was sure that they could win over Mu Nanshan. This was the bottom line of Princess Reinyu's trip, and the reason why the Empress and the Imperial Captain dared to do so. If this step of the Holy Dynasty is retreated, the prestige of the Holy Emperor will invariably be weakened by 1 point, which is not good for the people of the world, but for the Empress, it is good. Mutual utilization is just. The Queen will Cheng Tsang as a sword. Cheng San also want to take this opportunity to turn over. They fall to the North Sea may not be a false word. This kind of small country can only swing both ends to seek to protect themselves. The left minister's eyes flashed disdainful color. Then his eyebrows also slightly wrinkled. This step is a young conspiracy. And then how there is no way to crack the Holy Dynasty if this step is backed up. I'm afraid that. The right minister's face also showed a worried look. The situation of the divine religion is getting bigger and bigger. The Buddhist and Taoist sects are also not calm. The demon country is even eyeing it. The North Sea and the paganism have been meticulously undisguised for 1,000 years. And this whole world is looking forward to the Holy Dynasty taking a step back. For more than 1,000 years, the Holy Dynasty was like a round of sun, hanging above the heads of countless people. Even the greatest ambitions, all had to be clamped down by the Holy Dynasty. And after more than 1,000 years, it was thought that these people must have waited impatiently. If Lord Dean is still around. The left minister sighed slightly and did not continue. If the glory of the 3,000 courtyards remains, I am afraid that the world will be much more stable. As expected, no matter what, the collapse of a huge dynasty always starts with internal strife first. Li Ziji didn't have the habit of enjoying the moon. He helped Guogua cover up the quilt, picked up his sword and stepped out of the room, sitting down beside the stone mill in the courtyard. The moonlight was scanty, not illuminating the entire night, but only making the courtyard slightly brighter, able to vaguely see the surroundings clearly. It's a cold night and the wind is howling. Standing outside he seemed to be able to feel his body freezing a little, but Li Ziji's face remained calm as he held a white cloth in his hand and was wiping the sword. The wind was cold, but his hands were steady. Bang! There was a muffled sound as someone scaled the wall and entered the yard. "You were waiting for me?" The middle-aged man's palm rested on the curved sword at his waist, and his eyes surveyed Li Ziji's back with suspicion. Not easily stepping forward. He has been preparing for several days, and finally he has found the right opportunity today. The Due Forbidden Army patrols here every night at an interval of half an hour, and half an hour is enough time to do a lot of things. Originally, he had planned to kill someone unknowingly, but he never expected that this youth would have sensed his arrival and taken the initiative to walk out and wait for him. It was surprising. Even his years of caution gave the middle-aged man the urge to abandon the operation tonight and try again another day. But he didn't do that, because Mrs. Ning's place was already waiting a bit impatiently, because in a few days the other party would surely still be on the defensive, because the youth in front of him was just an ordinary person. Although he didn't know how the other party had detected it, an ordinary person was an ordinary person. How could he be compared to a cultivator? So instead of leaving, the middle-aged man just walked out. When a killer hiding in the shadows comes to the front, the level of danger is greatly reduced. "Yes, I did wait for you." Li Ziji did not turn around, still rubbing the sword slowly and smoothly. If it was just him, then he wouldn't be so adventurous as to guard the outside. He might even find another safe place to take shelter for the time being. Or at worst, he would hide in the house and not come out, pretending that he didn't realize it, and then hide behind the doors and windows, playing a surprise. But there's Gogo in the house. Swords and knives had no eyes, and Li Ziji didn't know if he could survive, so he simply walked straight outside. At the very least, he could make the danger to Guogwa much lower. Receiving an affirmative answer, the middle-aged man gripped the palm of the knife with a slight force and moved 2 steps forward without a trace. How did you know I would come to you? On the one hand, he wanted to see through some of this because he couldn't see through Li Ziji, and on the other hand, he really couldn't figure this out. Li Ziji didn't hide it, and answered truthfully, 10 days ago I saw a line of footprints at the door, left by you. That was the first time, and often represents an observation. At noon today, I saw the same footprints again under the eaves across the street, and you didn't even change your boots. It was the second time, and the second time often means striking, so I waited here tonight, expecting you to show up. Chapter 13, Killing Technique. So it is. The middle-aged man drifted off, then shook his head inside in admiration. I can't imagine that I've underestimated you. It's quite a surprise that an ordinary person can be so keenly observant. After saying that, he then set his eyes on the sword that Li Ziji was holding in his hand, which was currently glowing with a cold light under the moonlight. You know how to use a sword? He was a little curious, but also felt a little ridiculous. The State Council has already got the most detailed information about Li Ziji. This bastard son of 19 years are not much success. To put it nicely is to read all day. To put it bluntly is to do nothing. The text is not good enough. Rather, he mentioned that 2 years ago the bastard had to practice his sword every day, but that was all. What use could a little child blindly practice with a sword? Is it really possible to kill someone? Li Ziji turned around and put down the white cloth in his hand, nodding slightly, a little bit. TSK. The middle-aged man sked. By now his initial nervousness and apprehension had disappeared into thin air. Sure that Li Ziji was still just an ordinary person. Sure that Li Ziji was just himself. Even if he exposed himself it was no big deal. Clang! The scimitar was drawn from its sheath with a harsh scraping sound, the blade glinting with a cold light that mirrored the snow at his feet. The two were getting closer. 15 paces left. Li Ziji stood quietly, carrying his sword in his hand, and in the depths of those calm eyes, there were points of sharpness climbing up and gradually thickening. There has to be a reason to kill someone. He trailed off. The middle-aged man nodded. Killing does require a reason. Li Ziji asked. Can I ask the reason for this? The middle-aged man thought for a moment. I can't. Even though you're already a certain death, there are some things you just can't say, even to a dead person. Li Ziji was silent for a moment and softly said, so it's the State Duke's mansion. The middle-aged man's footsteps lurched, his pupils shrinking slightly into a point. How do you know? He looked at the youth in front of him. His grip on the knife unconsciously tightened a little more. From the beginning until now, Li Ziji had given him too many surprises. It's not hard to guess, Li Ziji calmly said. I'm from Foolshao, born in Suining since I was a child. Haven't traveled outside. Haven't made any enemies, so then you can only kill me because of Chang'an City. I run a store, and business is average. So it's not as if anyone would see the money, and those who do especially wouldn't have the patience you have. And what words can't be said even to a dead person? I think the person this concerns must be of high status. Then it would have to be the State Duke's office, and only the State Duke's office would have a reason to kill me. Said here, Li Ziji paused. I originally thought that a goodbye too wide. In the future as strangers is, do not think in the end or to take my life. He looked at the middle-aged man, and then he thought of something, smiled, and added, in that case, my mother's death should not have been an accident either. I just don't know if this is that lady's intention, or that Duke's intention, or both. He grinned, a smile with a hint of moroseness. It's true that he didn't mean to see Li Xiaowan as his mother, but the other party's 2 years of kindness was real. If he simply died in an accident, it's nothing, but if there was the shadow of the State Duke's office behind this, Li Ziji gripped his sword, and with a movement of his body he actually took the initiative to meet him. The middle-aged man's face is a little ugly, but the bottom of his heart is more and more alarmed. He in any case cannot imagine, since he is just a show, said 2 words, the result of the youth in front of him will be everything guessed through, and even suspected that Suining City, above the big water. His hands and feet were a little cold and his heart was filled with fear. If he couldn't kill this bastard today, he would definitely die when he returned. This is not a pretty thing to do at all. A dying rebound. A trapped animal. The middle-aged man looked at the Li Ziji who sped up. There was no more contempt in his eyes. Even if all the information he had read about Li Ziji showed that the other party was a mediocre generation, he did not dare to be careless at all. Clang! The sword touched together. The middle-aged man's legs stepped on the ground. The curved sword above the power transmitted enough to send people flying out. But Li Ziji did not fly out. The moment the long sword touched the blade, he had already unloaded. The blade of the sword along the blade across, the figure slightly sideways. With the momentum of the charge and the middle-aged man staggered apart. The moment he staggered away, the blade of the sword had already slashed at the middle-aged man's neck. Whether it was his stature or strength, he definitely did not have the advantage. Not to mention that the person who used a sword would never compete with the person who used a knife for strength. What he wanted was to rub his shoulders in this moment and cut that throat. This sword was very fast. The middle-aged man never expected it. Even though he had paid enough attention to Li Ziji, he still did not expect the other party's sword skills to be so harsh and direct. The first strike was a killing technique, without a hint of mopping up. Not at all like an ordinary person, but rather like an assassin coming out of the toughest murder organization. Countless thoughts flashed by in just an instant, and the middle-aged man quickly bent his body backward, narrowly watching the sword flash by in front of his forehead, breaking out in a cold sweat. An unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If this bastard first showed his enemy weakness and then suddenly stormed out, could he dodge such a fast sword without any defense? A cold sweat oozed from his temples, daring him to think further. One strike missed. Li Ziji did not have a little pause. Turned back. The long sword pulled a sword flower, with a more tricky angle stabbed at the heart of the middle-aged man. The sword body reflecting the moonlight, very accurately shook on the eyes of the middle-aged man. The timing, the angle, the setting, all of it is in perfect control. This was the killing technique, utilizing all available factors for the most efficient decimation in the fastest way possible. Bang! Snowflakes were blown away by the light of the blade, and a sharp puff of air filled his feet. The stone mill not far away seemed to shake with it. The middle-aged man held the knife with both hands and his face was grave. Li Ziji flew out backwards and smashed on top of the courtyard wall. A little bit of scarlet spilling out from his mouth as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who had a layer of invisible aura surrounding his body. His gaze narrowing slightly. Cultivator. The middle-aged man calmed his breathing and looked at him scornfully. Having just exchanged 2 brief blows, he felt a strong threat of death. You're hiding deep. But sadly, ordinary people are ordinary people. He didn't know who Li Ziji had learned the sword from, and he was under the impression that no one would use such a sword, as if it had been taught entirely for the common man, able to achieve the greatest effect with the smallest amount of force. It was just a pity that, just like he said, ordinary people were just ordinary people, and the gap between them and the cultivators was like the firefly, the sun and the moon. Chapter 14, Murder. Li Ziji didn't say anything because talking was useless. He stared at the middle-aged man, trying to find a break. The gap between ordinary people and cultivators was indeed great, but he could sense that the strength of the middle-aged man in front of him was not unrivaled, and the other party's realm should not be very high, or else he would not have had the chance to stab the first 2 swords, and would only have been killed instantly. At such a young age and a low realm, this meant that the other party's talent was insufficient, and they must not be able to mellow the circumference of their body, and there would definitely be a breakage that existed. Moreover, from the power of that blade just now, one could sense that it wasn't that easy for the other party to kill himself. There are opportunities. It's a long shot, but there is a chance of winning after all. Just, to wrestle for your life. Li Ziji took a deep breath. He had never fought for his life with anyone before. Fighting for his life meant either death or disability. But now, there was no choice. It seems that you still refuse to accept your fate. So be it, I will send you on your way now. The middle-aged man stopped dragging his feet. He was worried that the sounds of the fight here would attract the attention of the Due Forbidden Army. A quick battle. Kill the bastard early. Go back and resume your orders early. The invisible chi rolled up a ground of falling snow drifting in the air, making people somewhat unable to open their eyes. Li Ziji could feel a strong sense of crisis and subconsciously put his sword across his head. A crunch. The scimitar chopped at the sword. A huge force was transmitted from his arms to his body, and Li Ziji instantly fell to his knees. The long sword pressed against his shoulder, and threads of blood seeped out through his clothes. There was a very faint cracking sound in the wind and snow, perhaps because the moonlight was too weak, or perhaps because there were too many snowflakes swirling around, and it didn't really allow one to see what was breaking. to the middle-aged man's ears. He thought that it was Li Ziji's legs that had withstood so much of his own strength, and the bones in his legs or arms were always going to break a few. Li Ziji rolled over and dislodged the sword from his shoulder, at the same time lifting his leg and sweeping it towards the middle-aged man's lower plate. Using such a large amount of force and leaning his body forward in an uncoordinated manner, even a cultivator's lower plate at this moment was definitely unstable. As expected, with this sweeping kick, the middle-aged man's body immediately stumbled, and it was such a momentary stagger that the sword in Li Ziji's hand had already appeared on the side of the middle-aged man's waist. Avalanche gas. The snowflakes were shattered, and the invisible force prevented Li Ziji's longsword from falling, and forced his arm to shake, the sword bouncing outwards instead. The middle-aged man's knife fell once again. There was another faint crack, and Li Ziji's body slid out a distance of 7 or 8 steps on the ground, hitting the stone mill before stopping. The bones in his left arm had been broken, his shoulder was bleeding profusely, and his back had suffered a heavy blow. Such injuries were enough to make a normal person lie on the ground and not be able to stand up, but Li Ziji still stood up. What hadn't changed was also his right hand that was holding the sword, and his gaze that was always calm. When under attack, Li Ziji tried to avoid injuring his right hand as much as possible. Only then could he save that tiny shred of hope of winning. Disgusting eyes. The middle-aged man's palms are also a little trembling. The tiger's mouth is slightly cracked, only to be hidden in his sleeve robes to cover up very well. The current scene he steadily prevailed, but his heart has a horrified rise. If it was anyone else, these 2 slashes would have been enough to kill the other party many times, but this bastard had survived and was able to make the most correct judgment in the shortest time to bear it at the smallest cost. The sword that unexpectedly chopped into the side of one's waist was a bit chilling now even thinking about it. If this son can practice. The middle-aged man extinguished the thought and cautiously approached slowly towards Li Ziji. The night was quiet. Suffocatingly quiet with no extraneous sounds other than the bitterly cold wind. Dark clouds blocked the faint moonlight, and the pitch blackness in the courtyard became even deeper. Li Ziji, who had been standing in front of the stone mill, suddenly moved, and this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Without the light, the sword in his hand could be well hidden in the darkness. From the movement of his body to the stabbing out of his long sword, this sword appeared behind the middle-aged man as abruptly as a ghost. And Li Ziji burst out even faster than before with such a heavy injury. Surprising. As a matter of fact, he had been deliberately controlling his speed from the very beginning when he was facing the middle-aged man, in order to make a sudden cold arrow at this moment, and the result was indeed the same as he expected. The middle-aged man, even if he was cautious, simply did not expect Li Ziji's speed to be so fast. He turned around already too late. In his haste, the middle-aged man could only hold his sword in his backhand and slash horizontally towards his back. His blade was already fast, but Li Ziji's sword was even faster. The sword still stabbed into him, but a cultivator is a cultivator, and in that instant of haste just now, he had already crouched down, so instead of stabbing into his back, the sword deflected upwards by 4 inches and stabbed into his shoulder. Barely able to coalesce his luck around the wound, he stiffly blocked the thrust of the long sword and stuck it at his shoulder. Unable to break free, and at the same time, the blade he chopped backwards had chopped on Li Ziji's sword. The middle-aged man's eyes were dyed red, and an uncontrollable fire was born in his chest after scorn. How could he not have imagined that it would be so difficult to kill an ordinary person? So difficult that he nearly lost his life. But that was as far as it went. Having lost that sword, what could Li Ziji, who was already seriously injured, do but wait for death? He changed his mind. He couldn't let Li Ziji die too quickly. He even had to kill him in front of that little girl. Countless thoughts rose, and he gritted his teeth and forced himself to turn. But after he turned around, what greeted him was not Li Ziji, who was full of despair, but a broken sword. The broken sword had lost its tip, yet it was still able to pierce into his body, passing through his front chest, penetrating from his back, and then flipping over with force. All the middle-aged man could see before he died was Li Ziji's still calm eyes. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground with confusion. Clearly he had a sword stuck in his back. Why was there another one in his chest? Li Ziji dropped his arms and half-crouched on the ground, breathing in and out with a shaky body. He had one. He had been preparing for this moment from the very beginning when he had taken those 2 slashes from the middle-aged man hard. The 2 faint cracking sounds that rang out in the darkness were not his bones, but this sword in his hand. The body of the sword was covered in cracks, and it had just been chopped by the middle-aged man with great force. So the long sword was finally completely shattered. The first half was caught inside the middle-aged man's body while he took the second half and stabbed into the other man's body. The other side didn't even think it would happen, perhaps even up to the moment of death. The middle-aged man did not believe that the one who died would be himself. Chapter 15. You have to do one thing for me. From start to finish. If any part of the process goes wrong, he'll be the one who dies tonight. Even if it was a killing technique, it was still difficult to function when facing a cultivator. And that was still under the premise that the opponent's realm wasn't high enough and their strength wasn't enough. Cultivators are truly blessed, Li Ziji muttered, forcing himself to his feet, intent on making good. What's going on out there, big brother? Just as he got up, Gogo's voice rang out from inside the house, and even a 5 or 6-year-old girl would still be woken up with all the commotion outside. LOL. The door to the house was opened, and the little girl rubbed her eyes that she couldn't open, trying hard to see outside clearly, but it was too dark for her to really see. It's okay, I just remembered that the yard door was still unlocked and came out to take a look. Li Ziji raised his hand to cover her small face, turned her around with a slight force, and then pushed her towards the house. Hurry up and go to sleep, or else I won't give you food in the morning. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. Gua Gua, who had already eaten many consecutive days of full meals, had already almost forgotten the feeling of being hungry, and now hearing Li Ziji's threat, she puckered her little mouth. Stinky big brother. Bad big brother. It's obviously you who woke people up. Cut the crap and go to bed or we'll throw away all those toys of yours tomorrow. Gogo bought a lot of toys. What small bears, small puppets, small purse and so on. Weekdays baby very much. Heard Li Ziji want to throw her toys. Immediately scared not dare to squeak. Stride small short legs of smoke ran back to the bed, burrowed into the quilt and covered his head, gently closing the door. Li Ziji carefully retreated back to the courtyard, frowning at the middle-aged man's corpse, somewhat unsure of what to do with it. Buried in the courtyard is too demoralizing. If reported to the Due Forbidden Army, it is hard to say whether the other side will directly send themselves to the State Duke's residence to seek a promotion. When he first came here, he didn't know anything about Chang'an City. Who dares to say that the Duke's house doesn't have any connections inside the Due Forbidden Army? It looks like you're confused. Just as Li Ziji hesitated, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, and almost by reflex, Li Ziji instantly turned around and looked back. The dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the faint moonlight once again filled the courtyard, allowing him to see clearly the figure standing under the old acacia tree at this very moment. Dressed in brocade, arms wrapped around him, he was looking at him with interest. Gu Chuanqiu? Li Ziji narrowed his eyes. His body tensed and did not relax in any way. He didn't know what Gu Chuanqiu was about, but the fact that the other party appeared here at this very moment wasn't a good sign for him. Now it seems that you are not only confused, but also nervous. Gu Chuanqiu took one step at a time and looked down at the middle-aged man's body, an ordinary person who managed to kill a cultivator. Even if this stupid cultivator is just a small person who can barely set foot in the martial realm, spreading the word is enough to show that you're amazing. Li Ziji didn't say anything. The vigilance in his eyes faded slightly. He was in a terrible state right now. The Gu Chuanqiu in front of him was still a cultivator. If he wanted to kill himself, it really couldn't be easier. Gu Chuanqiu stroked his chin and kept circling around Li Ziji. I can see a few questions from your face. Why am I here? What exactly am I? And when did I come here? I can give you the answer to all these questions. I live in the neighborhood, not far away, and I was bored and wandering around in the middle of the night, and I just happened to see this man standing outside your yard sneaking around. Your calligraphy is very good, and most importantly, you play chess very well, so I stood outside and watched for a little while longer, and was thinking that I would step in to save your life at a critical moment, and then in return you should write me 10 pieces of calligraphy to repay me for my kindness. It's just a pity that this stupid fool would die at your hands. Gu Chuanqiu sked. You're very good with a sword. If this stupid man wasn't a cultivator, then the first sword of the encounter you would have already taken his life. Just as you're curious about my identity, I'm also curious about who taught you the killing technique. He brought his face to Li Ziji's face and smiled. Compared to all of this, what surprises me even more is that you are the illegitimate son of Li Mengchang. Many people in the court knew that Li Mengchang had an illegitimate son, but very few had actually seen him, especially after the flood in Suwaning, when there were rumors that the illegitimate son had died in the midst of that flood. Unexpectedly, not only did he not die, but he came to Chang'an City. The Duke of State is going to kill you. So how are you? A commoner. Going to stay alive? Gu Chuanqiu casually sat on the side of the stone mill, propped his chin on one hand and shook his legs to look at him in a good way. This is indeed a very damning question. This time it was the State Duke's palace that was worried that the commotion would be too great. so it only arranged for a primordial realm acolyte to come over and take action. And if it was found to be a failure, the person who would come the next time wouldn't be so weak or so stupid. How should Li Ziji survive then? Moreover, the other party wants to kill you. Don't you think about killing back? Gu Chuanqiu raised an eyebrow. You mustn't say anything to me about how he's your father. And no matter how he treats you, you can't have treacherous thoughts or anything like that. Li Ziji glanced at him. It's not easy to kill back. A common bastard who threatened to kill the five-realm patriarch Jinbei general would surely laugh his ass off when people heard about it. Indeed, it's not easy. Hereditary ducal title, General of Jinbei, the most trusted person of the current empress. That lady is even the granddaughter of the sword-washing sex grandmaster. Inside and outside the court, up and down the army, everywhere is Li Mingchan's relationship. You want to kill him? It's harder than climbing up to the sky. Gu Chuanqiu broke his fingers to help analyze, so that it seems how to see no hope. It's not a coincidence that you're here tonight, is it? Li Ziji opened his mouth and asked. He couldn't believe that the other man was bored and wandering around on a big night and happened to run into him. Smart. Gu Chuanqiu snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame arose from the middle-aged man's corpse, burning it to the ground in a few breaths. I'll take care of the corpse for you, and in return, you'll help me with something. I help you with an errand? Li Ziji frowned slightly as he couldn't figure out what he could help Gu Chuanqiu with. That's right, this matter still has to be you. Gu Chuanqiu yawned, got up and patted his butt, then took out a bottle of elixir and threw it to him. I'll come to you in 2 days. In these 2 days you'll first recuperate your injuries. Just eat one of the elixir in the bottle. Don't eat too much. Be careful to raise yourself to death. Li Ziji received the elixir, and when he looked up again, Gu Chuanqiu had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 16, The Fushigai. The effect of the elixir is indeed very good. The same night to take, the next day to sleep and wake up. Li Ziji body injuries have been completely recovered. After a change of clothes cannot be seen at all that he last night with people fighting and killing. Qingfeng Yasha was still open for business as normal, and everything around it was as if last night's events had never happened. Big brother, have some kanji. Guogui ran back from outside carrying a small food box. This is a breakfast store that she likes very much. Not far from the Qingfeng Yasha, not too close, half a block ahead, just opposite the world-famous 3000 courtyard. The store's buns with white kanji are simple to eat but very enjoyable to eat. Gogo loves porridge. Li Ziji closed the window and put the warm stone inside the house. This is a stone that has been engraved with a small rune array. Just put a piece in the house can ensure that it is warm enough. Just the price is also high enough. A piece of warm stone will cost 30 taels of silver, and the effect can be maintained for about a month. Why are you back so late today? The distance of half a street is not long nor short. From the Qingfeng Yasha to the Baozi store and back is only 2/4 of an hour. In the past days Gogo trotted back and forth as also this time, but today it took 1/4 of an hour more. Gogo put the food box down and sat on the bench, her hands propped up on her chin as she replied, when I was buying kanji, I saw that 202 guests, and he pulled me into a conversation for a while, and this meal of buns is his treat. 5 or 6 years old can't remember too many things. This 202 guests that Gogo said in his mouth naturally refers to Gu Chuanqiu. Li Ziji was stunned. He guessed that Gu Chuanqiu should be living in the neighborhood, only now it seems that it should be closer than he guessed. After all, breakfast this kind of thing, no one is willing to go too far to eat, even if that bakery does taste superior. Immediately, he thought of Gu Chuanqiu's comment last night that he would ask for his help with an errand. What kind of errand would require the help of an ordinary person like himself? Thinking about it, the only thing that should be left is something like a word picture. And Gu Chuanqiu's dealings Li Ziji always upholds caution. After all, the other party's identity is unknown, and is a cultivator. Last night also bumped into the State Duke's house sent people to kill him, although at present it seems that the other party is releasing goodwill towards himself. But in Chang'an City this kind of mixed fish and dragons cannot afford to be half a bit careless. Maybe on the surface and peaceful, behind the scenes will try to find ways to take your life. Just like the state government, he began to think that this matter is so past. Who had thought that the father, who has never met, or sent people to take his life? Then does he have any words for you to bring to me? Li Ziji took the kanji out and put it in front of Guogua, and handed her 2 meat buns. The little girl scrunched her little face and shook her head after a long time of thinking. I forgot. Li Ziji was dumbfounded, rubbed her little head and stopped asking. There was no way the middle-aged man's death could cause any ripples in Chang'an City, and for Qingfeng Yasha, it was just an empty space burned out of the backyard, which would be reburied by the wind and snow as soon as a night passed. It had been a bit of a rough night for the State House. A cultivator, even if it was only a cultivator who had barely stepped into the beginning realm, went to kill an ordinary person only to end up in failure, not even returning himself, completely disappearing in Chang'an City. Han Shan didn't know how Li Ziji did it, but he knew that this time it had failed. And it wasn't a pretty failure at all. It was an ugly failure. Was it taken away by the men of the Duwei Forbidden Army? And the other side wants to use this incident to climb over the general? Impossible. This possibility was almost non-existent. Although the middle-aged man was in a very low realm, he had at least been a member of the State Duke's office for more than 10 years. He would not be so stupid as to reach such a stage. So what else could it be? Someone who sees the road and pulls out a knife? Han Shan's mind flashed through countless ideas, but in the end they were all rejected by him one by one. So how did the middle-aged man die? His brows were tightly locked, and he intended to inform the general and madam about this matter first. As for whether he should take action again, Han Shan extinguished the idea for the time being, and could not act rashly before he had thoroughly investigated the cause. The surroundings of the rotary stage were filled with people, even almost blocking the spacious Vermilion Bird Avenue, and the people of Chang'an City all stood around and talked, showing their worries from time to time. It's already the 9th person. All of them have conceded in the middle game, and there's no hope of victory at all. This Mu Nanshan claims to be the number 1 in chess under the sky. It seems that there is no falsehood in his reputation. Even Zhang can only throw his stones and admit defeat. Who else can win against him? It's not fair. Mu Nanshan is obviously a disciple of Ru Mountain. Why should he be counted as a chess player of Qing Kingdom? The people of the Sacred Dynasty looked at the Ru Mountain disciple Mu Nanshan sitting on the rocking platform. And conversations like this have not been broken since the early morning. All of them were filled with righteous indignation, and they could not wait to climb up and drag Mu Nanshan down. The court's final decision was announced early this morning, and all the people of Chang'an are aware of the news that the Princess of Qingtsong wants to follow the example of Cuiju, the chess master of 1,000 years ago, and set up a ring on Fuyao Terrace to accept the challenge of all the chess players of the Holy Dynasty within 3 days, and the final result will decide the matter of tribute. In the beginning, when they heard the Qingtsong country speak so boldly, many people scoffed. The Holy Dynasty is full of talents. His district Qingtsong small country can have any powerful chess players? But after seeing the person who walked up to the Fuyang stage, the always proud people of the Holy Dynasty suddenly quieted down. They had never seen what Mu Nanshan looked like, but they heard Princess Rinyu's introduction. And only then did they realize that the young man wearing a Confucian shirt and not smiling was actually the legendary number 1 Confucian disciple of the chess Tao under the heavens. Mu Nanshan. Fame is something that may not be made true, but those who are able to spread their fame have more or less real skills. And the people of the Holy Dynasty have seen from the early morning to the midday, and Mu Nanshan has already won 9 consecutive people, and it was 9 chess players who were quite famous in Chang'an City, especially Tu Zhang. I heard that these two also have some relationship with the chess saint family Cui family, but even these two also lost in the hands of Mu Nanshan, and still cannot see the hope of casting the kind of admissions. The people became angrier as they felt despair. Some people have already started to contact people around, want to wait until the middle of the night, when the moon is dark and the wind is high to put a sack on Mu Nanshan's head, and throw him out of the city overnight. Since they can't win you on the chessboard, they will win you outside the chessboard. For the sake of the face of the Holy Dynasty, they don't care about what means they use. Russian isn't one of us anyway, so who cares about being fair with you? But after hearing that there was also a sage realm Mr. Russian sitting beside Mu Nanshan, these sinful thoughts instantly disappeared into thin air. The people of the Holy Dynasty cannot be ashamed of themselves, and when it is said that the winner will be decided within the chessboard, then the winner must be decided within the chessboard. Chapter 17, The Unreliable Gu Chuanxiu. The indignation of the people's Princess Ring you all see in the eyes, but her face is still incomparably calm, and does not put these indignation in the heart. The decision-making between countries, these people cannot play a role. How's that for chess power for these guys? Princess Rinyu looked down at the stage and asked softly to Mu Nanshan, who had his eyes closed. It's bad. Mu Nanshan didn't open his eyes, his disheveled hair moving with the wind. He never lied. Everyone he met this morning, including that Zhang who seemed to have some popularity and reputation, all of them were very bad at chess. Princess Rinyu is not surprised by this answer. For the Wood Nanshan, perhaps the world's chess skills in his eyes are similar. The only difference is very poor. Still available these answers only. I'm actually curious as to how brother convinced you to come down and help. Princess Rinyu turned around and sat down behind Mu Nanshan, asking this question that she had been wondering about all the way. Munanshan didn't speak, as if he hadn't heard her inquiry at all. Princess Renyu did not take it personally. She knew Munanshan's temperament and knew that this was not a person who liked to talk. At first it was just a test, perhaps with the intention of draining your mind. And the 2 days after that was when the victory would truly be decided. Cultivators can hardly feel tired, especially those with a high realm. But playing chess is not the same after all. Even if the realm is high, there will be a momentary loss of concentration after playing too much. It is not exhaustion. Perhaps it can be called numbness. No one in the sacred dynasty dared to pat themselves on the back and say that they could win against Munanshan. But there were so many people whose chess skills were indeed high enough that if they were to take a shot at the back, they might actually have some chances. I know what you're worried about. Munanshan spoke indifferently. This matter is not only for your Qingsun country. I will not lose. It is difficult to simply divide the good and bad in the world. For example, Ru Shan has always been to teach and educate the world for the purpose of teaching. Ru Shan out of the disciples in any place is respected. Looking at it with ordinary people's eyes, the disciples of Ru Shan were naturally good people. But even so, Ru Shan still wanted the holy dynasty to take a step back. Or the whole world wanted the holy dynasty to take a step back. Not because the holy dynasty had done something wrong, but purely because the holy dynasty had pressed down on the world for too long. Renyu also did not speak again, just looked up at the sky. Today's weather was very good. Windy and sunny, did not snow. It was a rare sunny day. The matter of the rotary terrace was widely spread. The whole Chang'an city was talking about it. Even the guests who came to the Qingfeng Yashu to look at the calligraphy and paintings today were talking about this matter with each other. In the evening to buy vegetables and meat market heard or these. At first Li Ziji still some interest, but listen to more also lazy to listen to. For the Wood South Mountain chess first this name, Li Ziji is not thought. Martial arts can have the first, but chess will not have. There will always be more outstanding chess players appear. The first person will not be the first forever. He had seen many instances where he had lost to a player less skilled than himself because of a momentary lapse of judgment. But if he could play a game of chess with this Munanshan, then he thought it would be great. He had never played against a chess player from this world since he came to this world. Some people have tried their swords. Some people have bought their words. Only no one has played chess with them yet. But Li Ziji didn't plan to go over there because he didn't want to be in the limelight. After all, last night's assassination was still fresh in his mind. And he didn't know when the State Duke's office's next move would come again. Going out of your way to draw attention to yourself at this time will never end well. Returning to the backyard, just after pushing the door in, Li Ziji saw Gu Chuanxiu, who was sitting on a stone mill looking up at the sky. His gaze moved and he casually closed the door and asked, "Going on an errand?" He always remembered the agreement that Gu Chuanxiu was going to ask him to help with something. Seeing him come back, Gu Chuanxiu jumped down from the stone mill with a disgruntled face. "Didn't I ask your sister to bring you a message that you should not do business today and wait for me at Fuyang Terrace?" Gu Chuanxiu drank the porridge and then went to Fuyang Terrace to wait for Li Ziji. At first he didn't care that people didn't come, thinking that there was a delay in the store or too many people on the road blocked. But when he didn't see Li Ziji appear until noon, Gu Chuanxiu knew that he had been stood up. Li Ziji glanced at him and put the purchased ingredients into the kitchen before saying, "The fact that you're expecting a little girl who's only 5 or 6 years old and has her eyes and heart full of kanji to carry a message is in itself a very unreliable thing to do." Gu Chuanxiu was stunned at his words, turned his head to look again at the little girl who was holding a duck claw and gnawing her mouth full of oil, and then covered her head in chagrin. "Miscalculation. Miscalculation." Gu Chuanxiu wailed. He had actually forgotten about this. It must have been that Gogo hadn't brought the word to the table. So Li Ziji didn't even know that there was such a thing. It's just. Gu Chuanxiu sighed again, leaning his back against the stone mill with his head tilted upwards, his face full of disinterest. Li Ziji returned to the kitchen with firewood in his arms and handled a fish he had bought back while asking, "You said last night that you wanted me to help you with something, and today you said that you wanted me to go to the Fushan Terrace. The thing you wanted to do wouldn't have been for me to play chess with that Munanshan guy, would it?" Gu Chuanxiu tilted his head to look at the sky and said, "Rather, I can't hide anything from you. Originally I was planning to take you there again on the last day of the 3-day period. That's why I said I'll come back to find you 2 days later. But when I was drinking kanji this morning I had a change of heart and thought, if I can finish this thing at the start of the first day, so that what's her name Munanshan and Qingsun was self-perceived princess fell off the Fushang stage. That must feel much more soothing than winning them again on the last day. Think about it, shouting to emulate the chess Saint Chuiju's feat of fighting a dynasty, only to roll off the stage in a humiliating defeat right at the beginning. That feeling, How exciting must it be? The ridicule of the people of the surrounding holy dynasties, the humiliation of the world, would make Qing Song Kingdom and Ru Mountain unable to raise their heads for 10 years, Gu Chuanqiu said glowingly, while gesticulating, hand-dancing spittle are almost sprayed to the kitchen bricks, said at the end of the speech also covered his stomach and laughed, as if he had already seen the scene described in his own mouth. After laughing, Gu Chuanqiu sighed again. It's a pity that such a good scene, such a spectacular scene, was spoiled by your unreliable sister. Although the way he spoke seemed to be even more unreliable than Gogo, Li Ziji thought about it and agreed that he had a point. To make a big show of trying to emulate the Chuiju of 1,000 years ago, only to slink away in disgrace at the start of the first day, that scene would surely be recorded in the history books of the Holy Dynasty. But now that the first day had passed, there was naturally no way to see the scene. Chapter 18, A Deep and Unseen Misadventure. What are you thinking about? Gu Chuanqiu walked to the kitchen door and stood down, leaning on the door with her arms wrapped around her, looking at Li Ziji, who was lost in thought, and inquired. Li Ziji looked at the flames dancing in the stove and said after a moment of silence, I just feel that this matter is fishy. Obviously it's just a small matter like paying tribute, but it's odd to go to such great lengths and make such a scene in the end. In the end, it's a poor man from a small place. Gu Chuanqiu scoffed and asked rhetorically, do you know why the Holy Dynasty is the Holy Dynasty? Li Ziji frowned slightly. What kind of question was that? Gu Chuanqiu didn't wait for him to speak. Explaining to himself, the Holy Dynasty has the most number of 5 realms in the world, the strongest soldiers in the world, the best wine in the whole world, and the most beautiful girls in the whole world. No matter what it is, the Holy Dynasty is number 1 in the world. So why should such a Holy Dynasty agree to the unreasonable demands of your tiny Qing Song Kingdom? The mockery at the corner of his mouth thickened a bit. There is only one method, and that is to follow the previous example. There is the chess Saint Chuiju in the front. Then Qing Song country proposed to use this method to renegotiate the tribute matter no one can refuse. The Holy Dynasty also had to agree. It just so happens that Ru Mountain has produced another Munanshan in the past few years. The luck is not bad. Of course, there are actually unfathomable flies and dogs behind this. It's just that none of this has anything to do with you. And it's not something that you, a poor enough person from a small place, is qualified to understand. And even if I am generous enough to talk to you about it, you may not be able to understand it. Li Ziji listened to understand. This looks a little ridiculous. 2 countries state policy adjustment. There is their own see clearly. There is also their own cannot see. The reason behind is to contribute to the most critical aspects of the game of the Fukushima platform. Then why do you think I'm sure to win against Munanshan? Li Ziji added a firewood and turned his head to look at Gu Chuanqiu, inquiring. I don't think you can definitely win against Munanshan. Gu Chuanqiu smiled and denied it. Then continued, but I've seen you play chess, and if Cui Wenru is inferior to you, then looking at the entire sacred dynasty you're the only one who might be able to win this game. And didn't you say the other day that no one in the world is qualified to play chess with you? It just so happens that Munanshan also claims to be the best in the world at chess, so I'd really like to see who's better at chess when the two of you run into each other. Gu Chuanqiu's eyes were filled with anticipation. The world was still martial, followed by the chess path. A chess master would be terrifying if he could cultivate it. Li Ziji didn't say anything and got up to start washing the dishes. Chess is a thing that makes one's blood boil. But at this moment, Li Ziji acted calmly. Gu Chuanqiu narrowed his eyes and sensed something. So he asked, you don't want to play chess with Munanshan? It's an honor to play chess with the best player in the world. Not rejecting the idea of playing chess with Munanshan, but acting like he wasn't excited. Then he must have some worries in his heart and wasn't able to put his energy into it completely. Gu Chuanqiu smiled after just a little bit of thinking. You're worried about the State Duke's palace? Gu Chuanqiu was a very smart person, and talking to smart people was often refreshing. Li Ziji nodded his head and admitted, if I'm too high profile to attract the attention over there, I think I'll die faster. Logically speaking, to save the face of the Holy Dynasty, as the person involved in this kind of great achievement, he would definitely be highly sought after. And no one should dare to make a move against him at this kind of time. But the State Duke's house is different. 1,000 Li Ziji won 1,000 games of chess. There is no way to compare with the State Duke's house. Out of the limelight, will only be a constant reminder of the other side, so that they will die faster. I'll take care of the Duke of State's side. You just need to play chess in peace. Gu Chuanqiu smiled lightly, speaking as if she did not place this large state government in her eyes. Li Ziji finally turned his head to look at him once again and asked seriously, what exactly are you? A person who could not put the state duke's office in his eyes seemed to be unthinkable when looking at the entire sacred dynasty. You'll find out what I am later. But for now, well, I don't want to talk about it yet. Li Ziji was silent for a while, and then put the topic back to the Fuyang stage. Then we'll leave in the morning? Gu Chuanxiu shook his head. There's no need to rush. This kind of thing is either rushed out on the first day or on the last day. What kind of thing goes on the second day? How meaningless that would be. Since ancient times are so, either the danger will be nipped in the bud, or at the last moment hero's debut. In the middle of the debut is not on and off. No fun. Li Ziji was not in a hurry for this 1 day or 2 days. After getting the answer he continued to make dinner. Gogo was still growing. Dinner should be matched better. The smoke curls up, the evening sun clears, and the courtyard is dark, especially in winter when all the music is silent, and not even a single bird's call will ring out. I can't imagine that your cooking skills are so good. It's a pity that you don't open a restaurant. Gu Chuanxiu took a sip of the fish soup, closed his eyes to savor it for a long time, and let out a sigh of emotion. It's too much trouble to open a restaurant, Li Ziji said faintly. Gu Chuanxiu nodded approvingly. Indeed it's too troublesome, and since you have a good hand at writing, there's indeed no need for you to open any restaurants. Guai ate happily, perked up his little ears and listened to the two chatting, and didn't open his mouth to interrupt. Only his big eyes fluttered and flashed. Adorable. Gu Chuanxiu tickled her chin, then stole a chicken leg from her bowl while Guagua was tickled and laughing. And when Guagua reacted with a furious little red face, that look instead made Gu Chuanxiu laugh again. After a meal, Guagua washed the dishes while Li Ziji and Gu Chuanxiu went to stand under the old acacia tree in the courtyard. I've heard people say that acacia trees attract ghosts. You alone with your sister. You should be more careful. Gu Chuanxiu reminded in a fervent manner, and incidentally told 2 ghost stories he had heard. Cultivators are also afraid of ghosts? Li Ziji looked at Gu Chuanxiu's face with a look of fear and asked in surprise. Who said I'm afraid? Gu Chuanxiu rolled his eyes. He had only intended to scare Li Ziji, but it seemed like it didn't work at all. Are there really ghosts in this world? There is a fart. After the death of a person's soul will be like a candle in the wind, instantly extinguished. Even if it is another how powerful cultivator. Dead is dead. You expect him to become a ghost to live again? There's really no way to live a second life? Gu Chuanxiu hesitated for a moment. Legend has it that the unknowable realm above the 5 realms might have the possibility of living a second life, but that's all legend. And do you think that an existence in that realm would idly lie on a mirror in the middle of the night to scare you? So what are you telling these 2 ghost stories for? Gu Chuanxiu was stunned, and then his face turned red, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 19, There are no ghosts in this world. Life is life and death is death. This world was certainly devoid of those ghost stories that were written on paper by novelists and used to sell for money. And as for the possibility of reliving a second life, Li Ziji thought to himself that this might just be a coincidence. By the way, how old are you? After chatting for a while on the night, Gu Chuanxiu suddenly thought of something, inclined his head to survey Li Ziji and inquired. 19. Li Ziji answered truthfully. After all, there was nothing to lie about. 19. A bit older indeed. Gu Chuanxiu scoffed. Do you know how old normal cultivators have to start cultivating? Li Ziji shook his head. Suining was originally a small city. If he didn't count the imperial court, there were perhaps less than 100 cultivators in the city combined, and there was a pitifully small amount of common knowledge about cultivators. 16 years old. Gu Chuanxiu reached out and gestured. Everyone's talent is different, but the divine soul is much the same. Cultivators seize the creation of heaven and earth to enhance themselves. In addition to the necessary condition of talent, they also need to require the integrity of the divine soul. And the divine soul is not complete at birth. It is needed to grow with age and gradually complete. Some people are gifted and intelligent. Since childhood to receive the best education, the divine soul 12 years old may grow complete. This is a rare example. The vast majority of people's divine souls grow naturally, and will not be completely complete until after the age of 16, which is why they are not able to begin cultivation until after the age of 16. Gu Chuanxiu supplemented Li Ziji with the common sense of a cultivator. Those with outstanding talent can step into the beginning realm within half a year of cultivation, and continuing to advance upwards depends on their heart and enlightenment, while those with insufficient talent, such as the one who assassinated you last night, who has been cultivating for more than a decade or 2, and still remains a beginning realm cultivator, can be described as completely worthless in terms of his talent. You are 19 years old. If you start cultivating now, the start is considered very late. I was close to breaking the fourth realm when I was your age. Gu Chuanqiu stroked his chin, looking a little smug. Li Ziji quietly listened. Indeed, if you calculate it like this, you are considered to have wasted 3 years of time. If you meet someone with the same talent, the gap of 3 years is only afraid that you will never be able to catch up. As if he could see his thoughts, Gu Chuanqiu gave a rare word of relief. That's not how the accounts are calculated. Cultivation is not arithmetic. 1 plus 1 is so simple. If one were to measure strength purely in terms of time spent cultivating, then there wouldn't be such a person as a genius in existence. Two people may have the same talent, but the things they have experienced, the way they look at things, their heart are all absolutely different. Opportunities, judgment. There are countless variables on the road to cultivation. Maybe today you're stronger than me. Tomorrow I'll surpass you. Cultivation depends on talent and heart. Just like me, the path that others walk for 100 years, or even a few hundred years, I've already finished it in only 10 years. Of course, you shouldn't worship me too much. Forget about it. Allow a little bit of worship. After all, such as me, who has a great talent, you should indeed show your respect. Gu Chuanqiu sighed and closed his eyes to enjoy this kind of attention. Even if Li Ziji was the only one looking at him right now. You're talking to me so much. Do you want to teach me cultivation? Li Ziji was not a cutie. He heard Gu Chuanqiu's strings. Didn't I say that before? Gu Chuanqiu froze for a moment and raised his hand to pat his head. I forgot to say it again. After you go to Fuyang Terrace, no matter if you win or lose, I'll take you to a place to teach you cultivation. To be able to become a cultivator from an ordinary person is something that is definitely worth rejoicing for anyone. After all, countless people who want to become monks may not have the talent, and those who have the talent may not have the opportunity. Now that Gu Chuanqiu had opened his mouth to invite him, he was naturally recognizing Li Ziji's talent and giving this rare opportunity, but Li Ziji wasn't overwhelmed by excitement. Why? He asked the question again. There had to be a reason for everything, and he didn't think he played chess well enough to deserve to be held in high regard. Gu Chuanqiu looked at him, his face rarely carrying a straight face. Because you are very suitable. Ordinary people kill cultivators. Chess Dao can be compared to Munanshan. Calligraphy and painting are both excellent. The most crucial thing is that the character is enough, and will not be merciful. Just like when the State Duke's office sent people to kill him, Li Ziji wouldn't hesitate because Li Mengchang was his father. Such a person is well suited to practice. The Holy Dynasty is also very short of such people. The Sacred Dynasty is still powerful, but it is walking on thin ice. You may not be the one who can change all of this, but you can certainly embellish all of this very well. And the most crucial thing is that your identity represents your position. My identity? Li Ziji frowned, vaguely understanding something. It seems that where you are, the relationship with the State Duke's office must not be very good. Gu Chuanqiu smiled and didn't explain any further. The current Li Ziji couldn't get in touch with too many things. Even if he spoke in more detail, the other party might not be able to understand. We will naturally know later. By the way, how old are you? Li Ziji suddenly asked. Gu Chuanqiu said, 26 years old. And your realm? Li Ziji was a bit curious. In the earlier conversation, Gu Chuanqiu threatened that he himself had finished the path of many people for hundreds of years and centuries in 10 years. So what would his realm be? How strong can one cultivate in 10 years? Not telling you. Gu Chuanqiu yawned, got up, patted his butt, and went over the wall. The night wind blew. The snow on the eaves melted quite a bit today. Li Ziji leaned against the tree trunk, thinking about this conversation tonight. To be able to have the opportunity to become an acolyte, which is naturally a good thing. And incidentally, Gu Chuanqiu can also help to solve the trouble of the State Duke's house. But what does one need to give? Was it really just a game of chess with Munanshan on the Fuyu Terrace? It can't be that simple. Couldn't figure it out. Could only take one step at a time, at least for him now. It was the best option. Chang'an City, a place that seems calm but has dark tides everywhere. Li Ziji vaguely realizes that he has been involved in a big drama, but does not yet know the role he is playing in this drama. The acolyte. He walked back into the house, closing the door behind him and extinguishing the candlelight inside. No matter what you will face later, at least now this is what you need most. Recognizing this, Li Ziji emptied his thoughts and stopped thinking too much about it. Big brother, I'm afraid of ghosts. Guogua rolled over and hugged Li Ziji's arm tightly, burying her little face in his shoulder. Just now when Gu Chuanqiu was telling a ghost story, the little girl also hid behind the door and eavesdropped. Li Ziji smiled and touched her head, comforting her. There are no ghosts in this world. If ghosts really existed, then the tens of thousands of people who had died in Suining City should have torn apart the State Duke's mansion at this very moment. Chapter 20, Return to Chang'an. He's good? Very nice. You trust him. I do trust him. Trust needs a reason. His mother died at the behest of his father, who couldn't wait to kill him. He wants revenge? He does want revenge. This is not enough. Hatred will always drown under power. Few people can resist the temptation of the State Duke's office. If Li Mengchang is willing to recognize him, can he resist this power? I think he can. Yu Mei didn't say anything. Gu Chuanxiu continued. His talent is very good. I think he can be the one to break the game. Yu Mei finally did open her eyes. Her gaze slightly different. You think he can be the one to break the game? Gu Chuanxiu was silent for a while. At least I haven't met one more suitable than him. Born on the opposite side of the fence from the queen, with excellent cultivation talent and a decisive heart. The most crucial thing is that he plays chess very well, and people who play chess very well tend to be very smart. If he's really as good as you say he is, someone like that shouldn't want to be a pawn. Gu Chuanxiu shook his head. I don't like the word pawn. He is a citizen of the Holy Dynasty. He should contribute something to the Holy Dynasty, just like us. It is only natural that the state protects the people and the people pay the state. Looks like you've made up your mind. Gu Chuanxiu said seriously. I believe in him. You may stop talking and closed his eyes again. He didn't bother to ask Gu Chuanxiu questions similar to you and Li Ziji have only known each other for a few days. Why are you so trusting or something like that? Because such questions are stupid. It was also because Gu Chuanxiu's gaze was never wrong. The surroundings of the rotary stage were still surrounded by people, and the crowded people of the Holy Dynasty blocked the Vermilion Bird Avenue. And compared to the first day, the voices of these murmurs had become much smaller. Why hasn't Cui Wanrua stepped in yet? Is he willing to just watch that bull ****** princess of Qingtsong country be so arrogant? Mu Nanshan has already won 31 chess players in a row, especially Lu Mubai just now, who used to be a guest chess player of the 3000 courts, a cultivator of the Haoran realm, but he also lost to Mu Nanshan. Unbelievable. It's not like playing chess is more than cultivation. Even a Confucian cultivator of the fourth realm can have little advantage in chess. The people of the sacred dynasty were filled with complex faces, looking at Mu Nanshan sitting on the rocking platform, and lamenting in their hearts. Just how much incense did this Ru mountain burn to produce such a disciple who was the number one in the world in the way of chess? On the contrary, this disciple was still willing to help the Qingtsong country. By now, it is no longer a simple matter of cutting the tribute. In the hearts of countless people this is simply a great shame. Since when? A small Qingtsong country also dared to be so reckless in the Holy Dynasty? The Holy Dynasty can't do much about him. Is this still a great talent? It is said that last night in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, dozens of readers were emotionally outraged and made 100 poems in a row to attack Qing Sangua for being ungrateful and Ruoshan for aiding and abetting the enemy. Some radical people are even prepared to go to the entrance of the imperial city to sit in protest, and ask for an order to expel the Qingtsong kingdom's bewitching, self-important princess. It's just that these petty tactics are destined to be of little use. More of the people of the Holy Dynasty were anxious, but they were not yet out of sorts because there was still hope that existed. After all, Cui Wanrua had not yet stepped forward, and no one could say that the Holy Dynasty had really lost. Princess Renyu stood calmly on the Fushan platform, deaf to the spitting and cursing around her, but the two Qingtsang country ambassadors behind her appeared to be a bit cautious, and their hearts were apprehensive, not knowing whether offending the Holy Dynasty to such an extent was a good thing or not. It seems the Holy Dynasty has no one left. Ran Yu's gaze was indifferent. She was satisfied with the reaction around her, because only the greater the reaction of the people, the greater the hidden dangers brought about by the fall of the Holy Dynasty afterwards. The people's opposition is so fierce. From another angle to see also precisely shows that In and Mu Nanshan game on the matter of the Holy Dynasty's bottom is actually not quite enough. Otherwise the people will never be so angry, will only smile while quietly waiting for them to make a fool of themselves. What's that one called Cui Wanrua? A Qingtsong envoy suddenly opened his mouth and inquired curiously, having heard the name Cui Wanrua more than once from the conversations in the mouths of the people around him, as if as long as the other party appeared, Mu Nanshan would surely lose. Princess Renyu replied, descendant of chess sage Cui Ju, Jade Void Realm cultivation genius, worshipped in the Pear Garden 3 years ago to cultivate the second realm of the Tao sect, joining the Pear Garden at the age of 16, and becoming a second realm cultivator at the age of 19. Such a talent could indeed be called a genius. And if there was anyone else in today's sacred dynasty who could potentially outperform Mu Nanshan, then it would have to be Cui Wanrua. It's actually a disciple of the Pear Garden. A look of respect suddenly appeared on the Ching Song envoy's face. He sighed and then shook his head. It was a pity that the one sitting here was Mu Nanshan. Even if Chui Wenruo did come, he might not be able to win. Hearing the word Pear Garden, Mu Nanshan's slightly closed eyes seemed to open for a split second. Even if he was not a member of the sacred dynasty, he had to admit that the Pear Garden was a place worthy of respect. He's coming soon. As the sun began to fade to the west, Mu Nanshan held a chess piece in his hand and muttered, Trey Monroe is indeed almost here already. From receiving the news, he rushed back from Qingning City towards Chang'an at the first time. The distance is not close, only to ask the Pear Garden's Qingyun carriage to be able to catch up, for demonic horses surrounded by green clouds pulled the cart, and every step taken was a distance of tens of feet. Senior brother, I've never been to Chang'an City before. I heard that Chang'an is dozens of times bigger than Qingning. Is that true? In the carriage, a 16 or 17-year-old girl was hugging Chui Wenruo's arm, asking with eyes full of curiosity. Her twittering never stopped on this journey. Chui Wenruo didn't say anything, while Mr. Pearly Garden in the carriage was reprimanding with a stern face. Nian Nian, how many times have I told you that you're not allowed to disturb Wenruo to recuperate? If you don't listen again, I'll throw you out. The stern-faced gentleman was always afraid of people, and the little girl shrunk her neck and buried her head into Chui Wenruo's shoulder. But she didn't dare to speak again. Mr. Li Yuan sighed helplessly. This little girl every time. Made a mistake reprimanded 2 sentences will be quiet for a while. A few moments later will make trouble again. I should have known that I should not have agreed to take her to the capital. Wenruo, we will arrive at Chang'an in less than 2 hours. Are you ready? Playing against Mu Nanshan. If it was placed in the usual win or lose was nothing, but now it was about the face of the holy dynasty. This game of chess could not be lost no matter what. Chui Wenruo knew in his heart the importance of this game and nodded slightly. Ready. Chapter 21 Chui Wenruo. Actually, you could have done it without having to show up. After a moment of silence, Mr. Pearland sighed a second time, which was to feel sorry for Chui Wenruo. Qingning City is far away from Chang'an, and it is absolutely too late to come back within 3 days of normal rushing. So Chui Wenruo can completely not need to come back. Does the gentleman think I'm going to lose? Trevor asked as he opened his eyes. It's not good to win the Mu Nanshan, and if the result is unfavorable to you this time, these 3 years of preparation will have been paid in vain. Nowadays, Chui Wenruo has become the last straw in the hearts of the people of the Holy Dynasty. If he does not show up, then in the future when the world talks about this matter, it can be completely excused to say that the reason why Qingtsung Kingdom won is because Chui Wenruo was too late to come back, and that is why he allowed Mu Nanshan to get away with sitting on the Fuyao stage for 3 days. But if Chui Wenruo came back now, it would be fine if he won. But once he lost, I'm afraid that countless expectations would turn into dissimulation. Ever since worshipping the Pear Garden, Chui Wenruo had been waiting for an opportunity to strike the world with a bang, and he wanted to help the Pear Garden become a true replacement for the 3,000 courts within the Holy Dynasty. This, right now, is not a good opportunity. If you don't win well, you don't come back? Chui Wenruo lifted the curtain of the car to look outside. The scenery on the road flew backwards in his eyes. Only the big mountain in the distance seemed to always stand there, never moving. He said softly, I've seen Mu Nanshan's chess. His chess power is above me. The chances that I can win this game is only 30%. Knowing that I can't do it, but I have to do it. This is the reasoning that I've learned over the past 3 years in the Pear Garden. Since the death of Lord Dean 31 years ago, the 3,000 courts have closed their doors and fallen. The entire world wishes to see the Holy Dynasty take a step back. I'm just a small cultivator in the Jade Void realm. I can't become a strong person like His Majesty and Lord Dean who can stand up to the heavens and the earth. But I can't do anything to watch the Holy Dynasty take this step back. That's why I have to come. Even if I have a small chance of winning, it's still going to be bigger than the others in the end. How could Mr. Pearland not know this? Just he personally taught Chui Wenruo 3 years. Know that he for the Pear Garden for the Saint Dynasty made what preparation? This game if you lose, then all the preparation will be wasted. Even though a hero in the limelight will not be reduced to a sinner after a failure, he will surely be greeted with countless stares tinged with disappointment. As the sun set, along with the last glow of the setting sun, Qingyun's carriage stopped in front of Chang'an City. The sergeant guarding the city recognized that this was the Pear Garden's Qingyun carriage, and also recognized Chui Wenruo who stepped down from the carriage. His face immediately revealed a look of great joy, and hurriedly greeted him, ordering him to bring the Qingyun carriage down to take good care of it. Mr. Chui, you're finally back. The soldiers defending the city were as relieved as if a burden had been lifted from their bodies in an instant. Chui Wenruo nodded slightly, his green shirt reaching the ground as he walked towards the city. Along the way the people are all the spirit of a revitalization. Originally a big night, everyone is ready to go back to rest. Did not expect this kind of time. Chui Wenruo actually returned to Chang'an. Who wants to sleep here? For a while, Chang'an City, which had only recently fallen silent, violently boiled up. Even the group of readers who were getting drunk at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, after suddenly hearing the news of Chui Wenruo's return to the city, all of them sobered up most of the wine, and ran out without being able to tidy up their manners and went straight to the Fushang Terrace. In fact, the reason why the people of the Holy Dynasty were so excited was actually very simple. The Holy Dynasty had not lost for a long time. Whether it was fighting the North Sea or the Demon Kingdom, or even facing places such as the divine religion, Buddhist sect had never been in a position of superiority. And just like Gu Chuanxiu said, the Holy Dynasty had to be first in everything. That's why the proud people of the Holy Dynasty didn't want to see defeat, even if they were ready to accept it. We've never been number one, so we'll never lose. To fight, our soldiers are the strongest. To save lives, our physicians are the best. To give, our people are the most generous. And to sacrifice, we are at the forefront. If you want to play chess, then you can't lose. The Holy Dynasty can afford to lose, but that doesn't question their stance of fighting tooth and nail to win. Princess Rin Yu was resting her eyes, although the ring wouldn't stop for 3 days and 3 nights. Generally speaking, the people of the Sacred Dynasty would basically choose to play against each other during the day, and no one would be on the stage at night. Just her eyes just closed and reopened, because the people of the Holy Dynasty who had only dispersed a short time ago even resurrounded, even more than the number of people during the day. A glance cannot see the end of the Vermilion Bird Avenue as the same a glance cannot see the end of the crowd. You can even see a lot of special dresses from it. For example, ministers in court dress, unclothed readers, and even armor-clad soldiers. Countless gazes were gazing at a single figure that stepped out from the middle of the parted crowd. Chui Wenruo walked in front, and Mr. Pearland followed far behind with Nian Nian. Having witnessed the vastness and prosperity of Chang'an City and the enthusiasm of the people of Chang'an, Nian Nian, who had always been lively and bold, was also somewhat shocked at this time, and unusually quietly followed behind Mr. Nian, her eyes constantly surveying the surroundings. Mr. Chui, we knew you would come back. What kind of bull is number one in chess? Now that Chui Wenruo is back, I'll see how much longer you, Mu Nanshan, can be godly? Duke Chui, win over him, and I'll pack the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion at night to celebrate your success. Everyone, I am a fellow of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. When I came here, the boss said that as long as Prince Chui can win, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion will feast its guests for 3 days out of its own pocket, day and night. One voice might not be big, but countless voices gathered together were deafening, and the entire Vermilion Bird Avenue was nearly overturned. Chui Wenruo took one step at a time and walked up to the Fuyo stage, his gaze gradually locking with Mu Nanshan. From the moment I sat here, I already thought of the scene when we met. It was rare for Mu Nanshan to take the initiative to open his mouth. Even when he was facing Lu Mubai, an old-timer on the cultivation path, he was merely upholding basic respect. But upon meeting Chui Wenruo, he knew that this was his true opponent. The Holy Dynasty has never lost, and the Holy Dynasty has never retreated. Chui Wenruo ignored Princess Rinyu on the side and sat in front of Mu Nanshan, reaching out and casually pinching a few pieces in the chess jar. Guess first, Mu Nanshan said indifferently. Just because you haven't lost before doesn't mean you won't lose in the future. At the very least, you can't win this game today. He reached down and took out a black piece and put it on the board. He guessed odd. The palms of his hands were spread out and the white pieces were scattered on top of the board. Chui Wenruo's face was expressionless, but his aura around him changed, rushing straight into the clouds. Unstoppable. Me first. Mu Nanshan guessed wrongly. Chui Wenruo's execution of the sun first. The advantage flat 0.5%. From Qingning to Chang'an, Chui Wenruo nourished his spirit and built up his strength all the way. And finally, at this moment, he completely stopped hiding it. Mu Nanshan's expression was slightly stagnant, his brows slightly furrowed. The moonlight fell and shone on the chessboard as the two began to drop their pieces. Chapter 22, How do you choose? Choi Man Yeo lost. When Li Ziji knew the news, it was already early morning of the next day. Spreading to every corner of Chang'an City, Tianxiang Pavilion was not open last night, and there were no more young boys and girls on the Yuanyang Bridge to swim. Yesterday, the city of Chang'an was still vibrant and today's surprisingly solemn. It wasn't slumping, nor was it irritation or anger after a defeat. but solemnity, as if it were the gradually cold gaze of a god after being provoked. As if infected by this special atmosphere, it snowed early in the morning in Chang'an today, and the snowflakes fell on the streets like armor draped over the soldiers. Chui Wenhua has already lost, so who else can win? Vermilion Bird Street has been inch by inch blocked from end to end. Today is the last day. Everyone wants to wait for a result, even if it's a loss. That's a loss that you have to see with your own eyes. The whole long street was quiet. Hardly anyone spoke from beginning to end, and a terrible silence filled Chang'an City with unimaginable pressure. The team accompanying Qing Songguai had already ducked into Honglu Temple early, and even Princess Ringyu, who had always felt that her wits were in the right place, couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this time. Only Munanshan still closed his eyes and rested his mind, oblivious to the countless icy gazes around him. In fact, it is very difficult to distinguish between right and wrong in this matter. From the standpoint of Qing Song country, it is naturally a great good thing to be able to cut the annual tribute and win over the Holy Dynasty for once, but from the standpoint of the Holy Dynasty, this is naturally not a good thing. Many things are very difficult to distinguish between right and wrong. Some are simply different positions. There was still one last day and night left in the agreed upon 3 days, but for Munanshan this so-called ring was completely over after that game of chess with Chui Wenhua last night. The last day has no meaning other than a waste of time. The outcome of this matter was also doomed from the moment he descended from the mountain. The only thing that made him slightly surprised was the reaction of these people of the Holy Dynasty. They didn't want to face defeat. They would try to think of every way to prevent defeat. It was reasonable to say that such a group of people must be very fragile when they really face defeat, because they can't take it. But the result was completely different. It is true that the people of the Holy Dynasty could not accept defeat, but they showed no vulnerability in the face of defeat, rather they were emboldened. It's also true that only such a holy dynasty can be pressed over the heads of the people of the world for more than 1,000 years. Only after today, everything will be different. Munanshan closed his eyes and thought in his mind. Lieutenant Suingzhang stood in front of the inner hall door for today's results, but his eyebrows are gently wrinkled, as if thinking about how to fall in the future. The left and right phases quietly sipped their tea and glanced at each other without saying a word. The 6 ministers frowned, each hiding their own preoccupations. Li Ziji was waiting for Gu Chuanxiu. Qingfeng Elegant House today a guest did not board the door. Think all have gone to Vermilion Bird Avenue. In addition to the city guards patrol Forbidden Army, the whole street almost cannot see what the shadow of the people. Only the snow outside the door was getting heavier. Go put your winter coat on. I'll take you out for a stroll later. Li Ziji glanced at the snow and wind outside and walked behind Guagua, who was burying her head in painting, and patted the back of the little girl's head. Guagua answered, trotted to put on her clothes and ran back, continued to draw with her head down. This is considered her small hobby. After all, she is too young. Li Ziji has no idea to send her to study for the time being. The painting was drawn by Li Ziji and Gu Chuanxiu that night in the old acacia tree chatting scene. 5 or 6 years old little girl, and did not learn before, so the painting is very rough. If not, Li Ziji look carefully, really can not see. Until almost evening, the snow outside has fallen a thick layer. Gu Chuanxiu hummed a small tune and came late. You're late. Li Ziji looked up and glanced outside. The snow is still heavy. Obviously just evening, but already seems like darkness. If not for the store entrance is also still hanging 2 lanterns. The street has not see clearly. Gu Chuanxiu raised an eyebrow. Didn't I say that heroes only make their appearance at the last moment? That's what makes sense. On the eve of the collapse of the world, the hero of the world suddenly appeared. To save the waves in the downfall. To help the building will fall. The only way to move the hearts of the people, but also the only way to save the world of this person, is highly respected. I may not win, Li Ziji said. Gu Chuanxiu smiled. Chui Wenhua has already lost. No one cares about one more you. Losing is harmless. Winning. He didn't continue, but Li Ziji already understood. After missing the first day, Gu Chuanxiu didn't let him go on the second day, nor did he let him go immediately on the third day, but had to wait until the last moment, which was building momentum, borrowing the hand of Qing Songguan and the chess of Mu Nanshan to create their own momentum. Defeated. No loss. If he won, within a few days, the name Li Ziji would spread throughout the entire Holy Dynasty and even the entire world. It seems that letting you teach me cultivation has cost far more than I thought. Li Ziji looked at him and said seriously, by using such a scene to pave the way for himself, it seems that he must have a lot of use for himself. Intelligent people have a lot of advantages, but intelligent people also have a bad thing. That is, will be too clear everything, too rational and too calm. analyzing to see anything, only look at the pros and cons. Gu Chuanxiu fell silent, then said, I'm not trying to use you, and I don't have any bad intentions towards you. It's just that we're sticking to one thing, and we need someone to help out, and you just happen to be very suitable for it. This world is very big, and it's too small when you see it clearly, and the choice is always in your hands. Li Ziji, if you walk out of this door tonight, everything you will face in the future will be unimaginable to you now. Before going to the Fuyang platform, I will ask you one last time, how do you choose? Li Ziji helped Guogua organize her clothes and put on her hat, leading her out of the Qingfeng Yasha, and turned back to Gu Chuanxiu, who was still standing in the store, and said, how do you get to Fuyang Terrace? Gu Chuanxiu looked at him and smiled. The carriage is right outside. From the Breeze Elegant House to the Vermilion Bird Avenue, take the carriage, need to walk up half an hour. As for the street from the Vermilion Bird Avenue to walk to the central position of the Fushan platform, if you do not indicate the identity of the shouting on the voice, even if it is to walk all night, may not go over, because there are too many people. There is almost no open space to get down, to move step by step to the Fuyang platform, not to squeeze to death but also to be exhausted. Wugwei, or the first time to see so many people. A glance seems to be a tide of people gathered into the sea. A small age does not know what is called shock. Just think, a lot of people subconsciously pulled Li Ziji's corner. Gu Chuanxiu stopped the carriage, stretched his neck to take a look, smacked his lips, and then expanded his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted, all make way. Your savior is here. Chapter 23. Li Ziji had thought of several ways to get the crowd to give way, such as when Gu Chuanxiu flashed his identity, and the people in front of him were shocked and terrified, scattering a channel. Also, for example, Gu Chuanxiu walked ahead, the power of a cultivator emanating out, invisibly setting aside the crowd, and walking to the front without a word. He even thought of the scene of Gu Chuanxiu tapping his toes and carrying himself and Guogua over the heads of the crowd in a slapdash manner, but only this one never crossed his mind. The key shouting words are also very attractive. As soon as the voice opened, attracted many people's eyes turned their heads and looked over. Li Ziji, some helpless, not said good low profile some of the, to such a show, if the loss is afraid of their own end is not better than Chui Wenrua to wear. Gu Chuanxiu, however, was very proud of himself, and even cleared his throat, purposely using the power of a cultivator to boost his voice, so that it could be carried out a long way. The savior is here. Get out of the way. Unreliable people are unreliable no matter what. The Gu Chuanxiu in front of him is a good proof of this. Where is this jumpy look in front of him that has a point of seriousness when he was in Qingfeng Yasha earlier? It's Gu Chuanxiu. Surprisingly, it's Gu Chuanxiu. What does he mean by that? Can't it be that he's preparing to play chess with Munanshan? No. Gu Chuanxiu's cultivation talent is certainly unrivaled, but his chess skills are still slightly inferior to Chui Wenrua's. So how can he compare to Munanshan? The crowd turned around and saw the speaker clearly. Their faces subconsciously showed excitement, but then they were puzzled and didn't understand what this savior really meant. Couldn't it be that those great cultivators who had lived for hundreds of years were ready to step in? It shouldn't be. Then even if we win, the holy dynasty will still be disgraced. Every generation has people with outstanding talent. 100 years ago, and even a few hundred years ago, the sacred dynasty also had the first person of the chess path, and now they have entered the fifth realm, still alive. If those people are willing to step forward, they may not be unable to win the wooden Nanshan, but having someone from the previous generation or even the generation before that, the holy dynasty really couldn't afford to lose this person. So far, 3 days since the seniority of the oldest, the highest realm is also Lumubai. The other people who came forward are basically within 100 years. However, unable to figure it out, the people of the holy dynasty, out of their trust in Gu Chuanxiu, still gave way to a path large enough to accommodate several people. Let's go. The road has been paved for you, and we're waiting for you to shine next. Gu Chuanxiu patted Li Ziji's shoulder, then pulled Guogui to his side and said with a smile. Li Ziji didn't say anything, and walked side by side with Gu Chuanxiu towards the Fuyang platform. The surrounding people at first did not understand what the meaning, gradually also tasted. The original Gu Chuanxiu mouth said the savior refers to this person? The crowd that had been quiet for a day suddenly murmured once again. The noise grew louder and louder, and more gazes converged on Li Ziji's body. They had never seen Li Ziji before, nor had they ever heard that such a person existed in Chang'an. Could it be some hidden genius? Countless speculations have emerged. The huge commotion also attracted the eyes of the Fuyang stage. As long as the quiet over this night, this matter is even a complete success. Since the defeat of Chui Wenrua, The Holy Dynasty can only look on with dry eyes. The fact is indeed as Princess Mercy Moon predicted. From the morning to the present, there is no longer a person on the stage. But just when she thought the situation was settled, the voices of the people on Jubilee Street grew louder and louder. What was that? Princess Rinyu looked at the two youths who came side by side. Her brows slightly frowned. This appearance of the surrounding crowd was the same as when Cui Wenruo appeared yesterday. Could it be that there was a second Cui Wenruo in the Holy Dynasty? Mu Nanshan turned his head to look and his gaze changed slightly. It's Gu Chuanqiu. Ren was stunned. Then her pupils shrunk. It's that Gu Chuanqiu who cultivates the four paths together? Mu Nanshan nodded. Exactly. Gu Chuanqiu's reputation was actually very big, except for poor people like Li Ziji who had never come into contact with cultivators. But anyone with some prestigious status would not be unfamiliar with this name. The whole world recognized the genius of cultivation. Buddha, Taoism, Confucianism, martial arts, four paths of the same cultivation. Almost no one can be compared to him. If Gu Chuanqiu was willing to go to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, then the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion would be so bright that not only would it not charge a penny, but it would even feel honored by it. Whether it was the divine sect, the Buddhist sect or the Taoist sect, or even the demon kingdom and the pagan religions that were gradually showing signs of recovery, they were willing to pay any price if they could obtain Gu Chuanqiu. He plays chess too? Ranyu was suddenly a bit nervous. Her breathing was subconsciously disordered when she heard that the person in front of her was actually Gu Chuanqiu. Mu Nanshan nodded again, his calm gaze gaining a hint of respect. It will, but not as much as me. Princess Rinyu was quite relieved, but for some reason her heart still felt vaguely uneasy. Your uneasiness is normal. Anyone in this generation would feel uneasy when facing Gu Chuanqiu, Mu Nanshan said indifferently. When Gu Chuanqiu and Li Ziji walked side by side to the bottom of the Fuyang stage, all the gazes converged. Not just the ordinary people, including the various lineages in Chang'an, those bigwigs in the imperial court, and even the cultivation forces in the whole world. Cui Wenruo stood quietly in the crowd, looking at the sudden appearance of Gu Chuanqiu's duo. Her heart suddenly settled down a bit. Gu Chuanqiu rarely does anything he's not sure of. The young girl Nian Nian stood right beside him, holding his arm and skimming her lips. So what if Gu Chuanqiu, in terms of playing chess, he's not as good as his senior brother? Where can he beat that Mu Nanshan? Still dare to threaten that the savior has come? Shameless. Wait a while to see how he ends up. Even Senior Cui had lost, so who else could win against Mu Nanshan? Nen grunted and muttered under her breath. Cui Wenruo was also well aware of this, so his gaze only lingered on Gu Chuanqiu's body for a split second before placing it on Li Ziji, a young man he had never seen before. But an unusual aura could be sensed from this young man's body, and there might be some changes this night. Han Shan, the steward of the State Duke's mansion, stood at the back of the crowd, and from the early morning until now, his face remained without any fluctuation until this very moment, when he saw Li Ziji, who had come side by side with Gu Chuanqiu. That slightly aged face became serious all of a sudden. When did Li Ziji get involved with Gu Chuanqiu? What's the point of coming here tonight? Could Gu Chuanqiu be involved in the death of the middle-aged man last time? In an instant, many thoughts irrepressibly rose wildly in his mind, while Gu Chuanqiu's next words caused Han Shan's face to turn iron blue down, then followed by turning pale. Gu Chuanqiu looked around, raised his right hand to introduce Li Ziji beside him, and opened his mouth with a loud smile. 3000 Courtyard Disciple Li Ziji, please ask Ru Mountain Disciple Mu Nanshan to teach him. Chapter 24, Chang'an Shakes. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the Vermilion Bird Avenue, which had only just become lively, steeply became quiet again, and then a deafening clamor erupted. Countless people looked at Gu Chuanqiu and Li Ziji in shock, their heads still buzzing like they had no way to react from those words. Ordinary people were still like this, not to mention the great figures who deeply knew what the name 3000 Courts stood for. Each and every one of them had horrified gazes and wildly beating hearts. The 3000 Courts, actually accepting disciples again? This news spread out enough to cause an uproar in the entire world, even causing those few most powerful cultivation forces to look sideways. Since 31 years ago, after the death of the Dean of the Lord, the 31 years of the 3000 Courtyard closed door, the courtyard of the teacher, the guest ministers and worship all dismissed, leaving only the Dean of the Lord's 6 personal disciples remained in the 3000 Courtyard. It can be said that the low profile is almost about to fall out of the world's line of sight. The only time the attention is still 10 years ago. The 3000 Courtyard senior brother Yu Mei for the deceased Dean of the Lord received a disciple, Gu Chuanqiu. At that time, it was equally shocking to the world, making countless people pay attention to it. And I don't know how many sects and clans were sending people around the clock to spy on the news, which lasted for a year before being slowly withdrawn. After that, the 3,000 courts fell silent once again, and Gu Chuanqiu basically never left Chang'an City. But today, the 3,000 courtyard has unexpectedly gained another disciple. What does that mean? Why before a little wind no sound? This Li Ziji, and exactly what is the person? Not only never seen, even heard of it. 3,000 houses? Li Ziji was also looking at Gu Chunqiu. So that's why. No wonder Gu Chunqiu appeared in his store in the first place. No wonder when Guiguo went to buy kanji she would run into Gu Chunqiu who was eating breakfast. No wonder the other party dared to say that he could help him solve the trouble of the state duke's office. It turned out that he was actually from the 3,000 courts. So that made everything make sense. Don't look at the 3,000 courts now that it had fallen. But as long as it hadn't been dispersed, then no one would dare to underestimate it. Even if there was only one person left, but as long as he was still bearing the name of the 3,000 courts, he would be invited as a guest no matter where he went. The bad premonition in Princess Renyu's heart became thicker and thicker, even making her face slightly paler. She couldn't figure out why the 3,000 courtyards that had been uncontested for 31 years would suddenly come out at this time. Even if she knew very well in her heart that it was impossible for anyone in the world to beat Mu Nanshan in the game of chess, the nervousness in her heart just couldn't subside. The name Sanchinin is as heavy as a mountain. Back then, the most important reason why the sacred dynasty was able to press on top of the world's head and leave the world's forces at their wits' end was the existence of the 3,000 courts. The 3,000 courts, a place that was not inferior to the divine religion and the Buddhist sect when singled out, had cultivated an unknown number of talents for the sacred dynasty, and was the sharpest sword in the hands of the sacred emperor. It was also because of the decline of the 3,000 courts that the scene of many forces secretly joining forces to force the holy dynasty to take a step back was created today. Mu Nanshan was first a bit surprised, then his face was covered in gravity. He hadn't even heard of the three words Li Ziji, but since the other party was a disciple of the 3,000 courts, this warranted him to take it seriously. Step by step, the people of the entire Vermilion Bird Boulevard have also come to their senses from the shock, and each of their gazes are filled with fervor. And that look is even more confident than when Cui Wenruo appeared before. Senior brother. These people are so fickle. Nian Nian glared at the surrounding crowd, feeling uncomfortable in her heart. Clearly she had treated her senior brother as a lifesaver before, but as a result, as soon as she heard that person was from the 3,000 courts now, she immediately changed her appearance. Cui Wenruo didn't mind. After all, he had already lost. Just also sighed softly. The reputation of the 3,000 courts has been accumulated over 1,000 years, and the Pear Garden's heritage is too weak after all. Since the death of the dean, Yan Bei has created the Pear Garden. Although it has only just been established for 30 years, the reputation of the Pear Garden has long won the respect of the whole world, and has even steadily suppressed such as the Sword Cleansing Sect, the Little Jade Palace, and other top forces within the Holy Dynasty. Many see Pearland as an alternative to the 3,000 yards. But when the real face of the 3,000 courtyards, the shortcomings of the Pear Orchard insufficient heritage will be revealed. For example, now, all the people who are concerned about the game of chess do not even know Li Ziji's chess level is actually how, but naturally think he can and Mu Nanshan won against the other. But as long as the game is won, that's a good thing. Cui Wenruo looked at Li Ziji, who had already stepped onto the rotary stage, and said with a smile. Nian Nian instead wrinkled her little nose and grunted without saying a word. The news of Gu Chuanqiu's appearance had spread throughout Chang'an City at an unimaginable speed, and if before, the major powers had sent their inner circle to watch the battle, and could just bring a message back afterward, then now these people behind the scenes were completely unable to sit still. One by one, they all flew to the scene, while in their hearts, they kept guessing what the purpose of the 3,000 courts appearance this time was. What position does the House of 3,000 represent in this infighting? On the rotary stage, Princess Renyu looked at Li Ziji who walked in front of her with a slightly condensed gaze. She didn't feel any fluctuation of breath belonging to a cultivator from the young man in front of her. Either the strength of this person was above her, or it was a commoner who wouldn't cultivate at all. I've never heard before that the 3,000 courtyard has actually taken in a new disciple. Renyu looked at Li Ziji and opened her mouth to try to probe him. Li Ziji glanced at her and didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he said to Mu Nanshan in front of him, I've always heard that you're the best in the world at chess. I didn't have the chance to face each other in the past, but today I have this opportunity. Seeing that Li Ziji did not care about himself, Renyu frowned slightly, but did not open her mouth again. Mu Nanshan was also scrutinizing Li Ziji. He couldn't see what was so special about the youth in front of him that he was able to make the closed-door 3000 courtyard open its doors once again. You had that chance 2 days ago. He trailed off. A game of chess is not only won or lost on the chessboard. Before the drop of the momentum and the first opportunity is also in the game. It can be said that even if the two sides have not yet dropped the seeds, but just face to face sitting together, the game has begun. Mu Nanshan was insinuating that Li Ziji didn't dare to come forward in the first 2 days. Li Ziji's face was calm. There was a delay 2 days ago, and only now have I freed up my hands. And besides, I had thought that Cui Wenruo would be able to defeat you. Mu Nanshan asked. Are you calling him incompetent? Or are you calling me incompetent? That depends on how you interpret it. The two men stared at each other. Their words calm, but the sharpness in them was not hidden at all. Do you want to rest and relax? Li Ziji suddenly asked. Having already sat for 3 days and 2 nights in a row without sleep, and having to spend his mind playing chess with someone, the current state of Mu Nanshan was not at his full strength. Chapter 25, Playing with Heaven. Li Ziji's words made the people around him surprised. How can we let Mu Nanshan rest at such a time? Wouldn't it be better to take advantage of his illness to kill him? And with Mu Nanshan's pride, how could he possibly choose to rest? Good. But to the crowd's surprise, Mu Nanshan even gently nodded his head, and then he closed his eyes and started to regulate his breath, which also made many people who knew the inside story's expression secretly change. With Mu Nanshan's pride even would really choose to rest and recuperate his spirit, and adjust his state from 80% to 100%. It could be seen that he was very serious, and he also really regarded Li Ziji as the strongest opponent. Time passed little by little. Li Ziji was also closing his eyes and resting his mind, and didn't have the slightest intention to urge. He was really waiting, and really hoped that Mu Nanshan would be able to play a game of chess with himself at full strength. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. He wanted to meet the so-called number one in chess. Can Big Brother win? Guagua pulled Gu Chuanxio's corner of the coat, tilting her little face up to look at the stage. Although she was small in age, she also knew that at this moment Li Ziji was competing with someone, and the little girl naturally hoped that her elder brother would win. Do you think he can win? Gu Chuanxio asked rhetorically. Looking down, Guagua cocked his head and thought for a moment, then said, Of course I can. Big Brother is the best. He cooks the best food, writes the most beautiful characters, and plays the best chess. In the eyes of a small child, his elder brother is simply the most omnipotent person in the whole world. Gu Chuanxio laughed and scratched her little chin. Then he will definitely win. After we finish the chess game, I will treat you to the best food at the Tianxian Pavilion. After about an hour, Mu Nanshan finally opened his eyes and said with a slight apology, Sorry for the long wait. Li Ziji also snapped out of his meditation, and there wasn't a bit of fatigue amongst his gaze. Instead it was even clearer than before. Let's begin then. Guess first. Li Ziji reached into the chess jar and grabbed a few pieces and held them in his hand, signaling Mu Nanshan to guess first. Mu Nanshan didn't think too much about it, once again picking up a black piece and placing it on the board. Still guessing odd numbers. Spreading his palms out, Li Ziji said softly, Me first. The party that makes the first move is going to have a certain advantage, especially in this kind of expert game. The slightest advantage may eventually turn into a great advantage. Only Cui Wenruo under the field frowned tightly, knowing that Li Ziji must not have seen the game of chess between him and Mu Nanshan. Mu Nanshan's opening 100 moves is known as the perfect layout, but what he is best at is the backstroke. Before, when the two of them played against each other, Cui Wenruo thought that he was able to occupy a certain advantage, but the result was that he fell into Mu Nanshan's rhythm instead. Black fell. A golden beam of light along the board burst into the air, and eventually formed a huge light screen chessboard suspended in the sky above. Every drop a child. The light screen chessboard will be synchronized to ensure that all the people watching the battle around the Fuya platform will be able to see the game of chess clear as day. Mu Nanshan's opening is truly perfect. Even after having seen so many games against him, I still can't find any way out. It's simply flawless. Some people sighed, only to feel that the perfection was despairing, which meant that you simply couldn't take half the advantage in the initial layout, and the further you dragged it out, the more dominance Mu Nanshan showed, the more powerful and suffocating it was. Over the past 3 days, several players have simply conceded defeat in the middle game because they could not feel any hope of victory. Wait, you guys, look at Li Ziji's opening. What kind of setup is that? Both sides fell more than 10 hands. Some people who know chess suddenly let out a cry of surprise, looking at the vaulted chessboard in disbelief. This stance, never seen before, but it's so overbearing, it's even hard enough to tear a hole from Mu Nanshan's perfect layout. No, Instead of being overbearing, Mo should say it sharp, like a sword. Countless people exchanged words and discussions, and just as the two sides had an exchange of hands, Li Ziji displayed an opening fix that everyone had never seen before. The first 18 hands were uneventful, but the 19th hand was sharp, and Li Ziji was surprisingly in the opening, taking the lead with his sword. Mu Nanshan also frowned slightly. This is the first time I've seen such a chess, Li Ziji said indifferently. Because it's the first time you've played chess with me. Mu Nanshan's opening 100 steps was considered impeccable, and no matter who he played against, he would never be at a disadvantage. But in Li Ziji, he felt a hint of threat. Does this stance have a name? Li Ziji nodded. In the past, when I couldn't find an opponent in chess, I would always stand on top of a mountain peak at night and look up at the vast starry sky. Every star is a chess piece in my eyes. Playing chess with the sky. There is no winner or loser. And the name of my fixation is called the world. Playing with the sky? All the people of the Holy Dynasty who were listening to these words were shaken. Even those big shots who were secretly observing had their pupils slightly shrunk as they looked at Li Ziji, thinking to themselves, what kind of person is this who could accomplish such a thing and say such words? Playing against the heavens. Indeed, not having an opponent is a very lonely thing. Mu Nanshan, however, did not think that Li Ziji was talking big because he had the same trouble. It looks like we're going to have a great game of chess today. Sky is not your opponent, but I am. Would Nanshan raised his hand and dropped his pieces, only to see that the chess formation that had just been torn open by Li Ziji had become flawless again. If Li Ziji's chess was like a sword, then his chess was like a scabbard, always able to collect the sword blade that wanted to go out back. Li Ziji looked serious. Mu Nanshan was indeed the opponent with the highest chess power he had ever met, and it was hard to tell the winner from the loser in today's game. The two sides kept dropping and lifting the pieces, and the pieces on the celestial chessboard kept appearing and disappearing. An invisible austere atmosphere was born from the Fuyao stage, sweeping toward the Vermilion Bird Avenue, and no one spoke around anymore, and the silence was a little scary. Chess is not like killing, not as intuitive as it seems, but in the eyes of those who know chess, the fight on the chessboard is much more bloody and tragic. Pop. Mu Nanshan played, and white turned into a big dragon swallowing the world, trying to eat the black disc in Li Ziji's corner. Li Ziji didn't even look at it. The execution of the sun fell to cut off the dragon's tail, actually did not flash and did not avoid. The two sides exchanged. Every step, all pulling the hearts and minds of countless people. Every step down, let a person's heart beat wildly. Killing machine, gradually filled the chessboard. The middle plate has passed, both sides did not stay, and even no one to defend. Completely as you and me against the attack. This game is good enough to be called the best game of chess in the last 100 years. Some officials of the Holy Dynasty were trembling with excitement, holding the game in their hands and recording every move. Being able to see this game come out with their own eyes. Even if they died immediately, that would be willing. Chapter 26, Discussing Buddhism at Jisha Temple. Elder brother, why is this game different from the one you played? Nian Nian looked at the dome chessboard, subconsciously opened her mouth to ask, although she can't talk about what chess wrote everyone, but also more or less understand some. Yesterday's wooden Nanshan and his own senior brother's game of chess is like a hot pot that is covered. Although the waves are turbulent but all in the dark, from the surface does not look intense. But today's game of chess, Mu Nanshan and Li Ziji, the two people killed each other so fiercely. It seems that you can smell the pungent smell of blood. Cui Wenrua frowned slightly, and suddenly had a not-so-good feeling in his heart. Something's not right. The world has never been exactly the same game, but the same person to play chess. The style will never change so much. It does not make sense that yesterday Mu Nanshan's chess situation Susu Tuji, but today it is necessary to short sword to see red. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Mu Nanshan should be hiding some kind of killing move. Gu Chuanqiu's voice suddenly sounded beside him, and Cui Wenrua turned her head to look. Gu Chuanqiu was holding a little girl and staring at the Fuyang stage. He had seen the game of chess between Mu Nanshan and Cui Wenrua yesterday, and knew Mu Nanshan's style. Today was really uncharacteristic and made people wary. Cui Wenrua said, if Li Ziji had seen the game I played with Mu Nanshan, he shouldn't have been so easily confused by appearances. He hasn't seen it. Then we can only pray that he already has a defense in mind, or this game will be dangerous. Cui Wenrua did not ask about Li Ziji's origin, nor did he ask why the 3000 courtyard had suddenly recruited another disciple. In fact, these questions were destined to be unanswerable. And the 3000 courtyard never explained things to people. I've wronged you this time. After a moment of silence, Gu Chuanqiu suddenly opened his mouth and apologized. He could have let Li Ziji come out earlier to play chess with Munanshan, but instead he waited until after Cui Wenruo's defeat, which was tantamount to stepping on Cui Wenruo to make a name for Li Ziji. Whether it was in the Holy Dynasty or in the entire world, reputation was something important. Cui Wenruo 3 years do not sound, just waiting for an opportunity to soar, thus letting the Pear Garden reputation to another level. The future, even if the 3000 courtyard completely fell, there is also a Pear Garden can take over. But now because of the sudden appearance of the Qing Song Kingdom, Cui Wenruo gave up his chance, preferring to fall to the altar and lose to come to Chang'an City to play this game of chess, which is a great righteousness, and Gu Chuanxiu couldn't do right by him. Cui Wenruo's face was calm, since the 3000 courts believe that Li Ziji is more capable of being the bead that strings the world together. I will support your decision. And as for Pear Garden's reputation, Pear Garden is just Pear Garden, and it never needed me to prove anything. With Yan Bei around, Pearland's reputation would only grow. What does Mr. Yan mean by discussing Buddhism at Jisha Temple in a few months? Gu Chuanxiu thought of his schedule after the first of the year and asked. Cui Wenruo glanced around and said softly, the Buddhist sect's movements have been getting bigger and bigger in recent years, and lately there has been a gradual trend of reaching out to the imperial court. It seems that they can't wait any longer, and there may not be no Buddhist sect's involvement behind this incident today. Buddhist disciples to promote the Buddhist teachings. Universal sentient beings, in all parts of the solicitation of believers, accumulation of wishful thinking, the entire world everywhere in the shadow of the Buddha. Only this more than 1,000 years in the sacred dynasty repeatedly hit a wall. The promotion of the Buddha's teachings slow progress, and every 3 years of the Jisha temple on Buddha. Is the Buddha wants to take this opportunity to recruit believers in the sacred dynasty to promote the Buddha's teachings of a great event. The results have been pretty good, and some progress has been made in the last 30 years. Gu Chuanxiu laughed coldly. There are true masters and false compassion in the Buddhist sect. In the end, people are just people. You can't become a monk and become a Buddha. Cui Wenruo thought deeply. Mr. Yan also means the same thing, to make some mess out of the trip to Jisha temple after the year. Gu Chuanxiu did not speak again, since he already knew the attitude of the Pear Garden. How the other forces think is no longer so important. The trip to the Jisha temple. After all, there are still months to go. The most important thing at the moment is still the game of chess. It's almost over. Cui Wenruo let out a long breath and muttered. The speed of both sides to fall has become slower and slower. Wu Nanshan's expression is also more and more calm. Today's game is very good. Your chess power is still above Cui Wenruo. If it is in the future again against the game, I don't have absolute certainty dare to say that I will win you. Li Ziji was non-committal. Listening to you talk, it sounds like you've already won this game of chess against me, Munanshan said lightly. From the opening to now, I have always been fighting you hard. It looks like the two of us are on par with each other in terms of chess, but is that really the case in reality? He picked up a white disc from the chess jar and looked up at Li Ziji. From the very beginning my fight with you was all an illusion to confuse you. The devouring fall of the black and white discs seemed to be untraceable, but in reality I have always been luring you little by little to fall into my trap. The people of the surrounding holy dynasty had already stretched their necks nervously at the words, their faces slightly pale. It was so hard to see the hope of an even match, but it turned out to be a false impression that the other party had been deliberately giving out. The white disc fell like a meteorite hitting a cliff, splitting the mountain range in two. The black pieces were instantly split in two, and the white pieces were like the mouth of an abyss, as if they were capable of swallowing the whole board in the next second. The situation that had just been evenly matched was instantly won or lost. Suddenly, the transformation of the scene was just too sudden, and countless people looked at the pale domed chessboard with complexity and incomparability, and an unstoppable thought was born in their hearts. Is Munanshan's chess really unbeatable? I have to admit, you are indeed a good opponent. Munanshan's gaze was calm, and he did not mince his words of praise. Li Ziji didn't pick up the story, but talked about the night he was assassinated. The other day I was resting at home when someone came in over the wall and tried to kill me. When his words came out, not only was Munanshan stunned, but even everyone on the Vermilion Bird Avenue froze for a moment. He thought to himself, what kind of person is so bold as to dare to assassinate even the disciples of the 3000 courts? Around the corner, Han Shan's heart seemed to stop for a beat. Li Ziji, however, did not care about the thoughts of the crowd, and continued by himself. He is a cultivator. Even though he is only at the beginning realm, it is simply no easier to kill an ordinary person like me. He thinks this way, and I believe that a lot of people think this way as well. Indeed, a cultivator. Even if it was only a cultivator who had just stepped into the primordial realm, it would probably be just a little bit more difficult to kill an ordinary person than killing a chicken, and could definitely be described by the word easy. However, this Li Ziji was actually just an ordinary person? Many of the forces hiding in the shadows had their hearts stirred and hurriedly recorded it. From the time Gu Chuanqiu appeared with Li Ziji until now, they had finally gotten a very useful piece of information. Chapter 27 Li Ziji. Victory. Princess Ringyu also looked deeply at Li Ziji. It turned out that her previous feeling was not wrong. This 3,000 courtyard disciple in front of her was actually really just an ordinary person who was unable to cultivate? Or is it not practiced for any particular reason? Li Ziji landed the black pieces, as if he was blind to his disadvantage on the board. I'm not good at lying, but it doesn't mean that I don't know how to hide myself, just like no one knows that even though I'm an ordinary person. I've sharpened my sword for 19 years, my sword is sharp and suitable for killing, so even though he's an acolyte, I still killed him. As Mu Nanshan sized him up seriously, a chill surged through Princess Rinyu's heart. Han Shan at the corner had a strong disbelief in his eyes. And even these people in Vermilion Bird Avenue were in disbelief that this was true. An ordinary person killed a cultivator. Is there anything more unbelievable under the sky? My sword is sharp. And my chess is equally good. That acolyte the other night thought he could surely kill me. Just as you sitting across from me this night think you can surely win against me. Different things, but the same thing. Li Ziji picked up a black stone and gently placed it on the board. His movements were light, but the pieces still landed on the board with a soft snap. A light but deafening sound. Countless people looked at the chessboard in the sky with horror, only to see that the black pieces, which could only barely fight back just now, had once again gained momentum after the fall of this piece, not only cutting off the continuous momentum of the white pieces, but also vaguely having the appearance of making a comeback. A strong smile appeared on Gu Chuanqiu's face. Cui Wenruo took a deep breath. It's still possible to walk like this. It's even possible to walk like this. Cui Wenruo looked at the board. He had never thought that Go could still be played this way. From the opening game, he saw through Mu Nanshan's appearance, and intentionally exposed the cracks just to wait for this final hammering opportunity. In this, but where would Nanshan have a step in Li Ziji's expectations? Li Ziji, this left a step back will not be half useful. The game is won or lost. Li Ziji looked at the silent Mu Nanshan and calmly said, from the time I started to fight with you until now, how am I not always sharpening my sword? It looks like there's no point in closing this game anymore. Mu Nanshan grabbed a few pieces from the chess jar and placed them on the board, casting his hand to admit defeat. He had already seen the ultimate end, and was powerless to return to heaven, so naturally there was no need to continue down the road. Li Ziji took a deep breath and looked up at the chessboard above the sky. Perhaps no one noticed that his temples were actually covered in fine sweat earlier. Why do you dare to bet? Mu Nanshan suddenly opened his mouth to inquire as he looked at Li Ziji with disbelief in his eyes. Li Ziji's last move was a gamble that Mu Nanshan's initial fight with him was just a deliberate attempt to confuse him, and that if he lost the gamble, he would be unable to return to the endgame, and would be unable to return to heaven, because of the person. Li Ziji thought for a moment and explained to him, the so-called chess style is actually the style of the player. That is, the style of you as a person. What kind of person will play what kind of chess? Although it's only the first time we met, I was able to tell that you are a person who is good at planning and laying out a layout and eating away at your opponents step by step. Someone like you would not be able to play such a tit-for-tat game of chess. Moreover, if it is a normal game, you and I should win or lose between 50-50, but you have won continuously for 3 days in a row, and your aura has long been like a rainbow, and under normal, I have no certainty of victory, so I can only bet on it. Good thing, the bet won. Just because of this? Mu Nanshan was a little disbelieving that he dared to bet so much after only just meeting him. Li Ziji shook his head slightly and reached out to point at the board. Because of your opening, a person who can play such a perfect opening would definitely not be a chess player who likes to fight hard with people. So it's actually like this. Mu Nanshan drifted off, then gently shook his head. He had indeed lost this game of chess. What Russian and many others, including himself, thought was a flawless plot failed at the last moment when it was about to succeed. Even so suddenly, Vermilion Bird Avenue on the countless people have not returned to God, until the dome of the chessboard shows Li Ziji victory in these words after the big words before jumping up excitedly. Deafening cheers almost lifted half of Chang'an City. Just, like, win. It happened so suddenly that even now everyone's head is still empty who is still celebrating. Just win? Obviously just now was still losing, but in the blink of an eye, Mu Nanshan had already cast his vote and admitted defeat. The victory came so quickly that they could not tell whether it was joy or what. I'm going back. Chui Wenruo greeted Gu Chuanxiu and left Vermilion Bird Avenue with Nian Nian, wondering if he should make some changes once in a while. Perhaps what he lacked was precisely Li Ziji's audacity to take a big gamble. Did Big Brother win? Guoguo listened to the cheers around him and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Gu Chuanxiu hummed. It was he who won. Yeah. Guoguo also cheered. Then her big eyes turned to ask in a small voice. Then are you going to treat us to a delicious meal at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Gu Chuanxiu was stunned, then laughed and raised his hand to pinch Guoguo's little face. Don't worry. It's no problem to take you to eat all night. Although Princess Rinyu was still trying her best to remain dignified, her face was already pale. Who would have thought that Mu Nanshan, who was the #1 in the world in chess, would actually lose the game? He had even won over Chui Wenruo, but lost in the hands of someone who had never appeared before. It was something no one expected, and not much preparation was made even for how to deal with the backhandedness of failure. Thinking of the consequences of this defeat, Princess Rinyu's breath couldn't help but catch quite a bit, her gaze subconsciously looking towards Gu Chuanxiu in the crowd. As it happened, Gu Chuanxiu was also looking at her with a smile, only his gaze, which was always a bit icy. Princess Rinyu's face was ugly as she averted her eyes, her palms hidden in her sleeves clenched tightly. If this step of the Holy Dynasty had not been retreated, I'm afraid that Qing Song country's days would not be too good. Li Ziji, Li Ziji, Li Ziji, 3,000 yards, 3,000 yards, 3,000 yards. In the sea of people, the endless Vermilion Bird Avenue resounded with neatly harmonized shouts, and the sound waves rushed to the sky, shattering the black clouds that covered the moon. Under the moonlight, a flash of fear appeared in the eyes of many of the worldly clans as well as the scouts of the major cultivation forces. Under the moonlight, the old housekeeper Han Shan in the corner. His face was green and his feet hurriedly went back to the State Duke's mansion. His heart was beating wildly. He couldn't even imagine what kind of reaction the general and madam would have after hearing the news. Likewise, it was impossible to imagine how ugly the face of the one in the palace should look at this moment. The 3,000 yard, which had been closed and lost for 31 years, was finally making a high-profile comeback today in this manner. Chapter 28, a night when many people couldn't sleep. The fall of Munanshan represents a lot of things. First of all, Qing Song country will definitely keep their tails between their legs for some time to come. They don't even dare to get involved with the North Sea. If it's just a simple fear, it may prompt them to favor the North Sea, but if this fear is like the sky hanging upside down, then the ants on the ground will just bow down and shrink down, and won't dare to move a single move. Secondly, no matter why Rushan there would agree to Mu Nanshan's descent. After this failure, Rushan would have to follow suit and be quiet for a while, and would even send people to the Holy Dynasty for exchanges. The one in the palace will also think about the attitude of the 3,000 houses, and the back party will have to act much more cautiously. The major cultivation forces also have to think well. Similar to such a good opportunity has failed. When will we wait for the next time? This step of the Holy Dynasty not only did not retreat, but instead, it was like handing a sword over to the Holy Emperor's hand. And even if the northern armies were to make a move on Qing Sun country after the year, I'm afraid no one would be surprised. And it's all because of one person. This new disciple of the 3,000 courts who suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, Li Ziji. As for what exactly his origins were, someone had already started to investigate that as well. Looks like there's no way to sleep tonight. Li Ziji looked at the countless people upstairs and downstairs of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. All of them were partying all night long, and as far as his eyes could see, each of them would raise their wine cups and gesture at him remotely. The Holy Dynasty won. Just when everyone thought they were about to lose, Li Ziji came out of nowhere just so dramatically to save the day. And this night, his reputation rose at an incredible speed. This was completely in line with Gu Chuanxiu's plan. And the savior who made his appearance at the last minute would always be crowned with the greatest glory by the world. I do not know how many people want to come up and talk to him to climb some relations, but also fear of the reputation of the 3,000 courtyard dare not rush over. And after this Fuyang platform event, the reaction of the forces of all sides, how the least still have to observe a period of time to know. You're not the only one who can't sleep tonight, Gu Chuanxiu said with a smile as he carried the wine jug and took a sip. It can be seen that he is in a good mood tonight. Li Ziji won. The queen and the lieutenant and other people at this moment is estimated to have smashed a lot of things at home. This game of chess brought the subsequent impact is temporarily invisible from the long term but cannot be ignored. This is Li Ziji's first time to come to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, but also the first time to see the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Up and down a total of 12 floors, Each layer of the space is amazingly large. Deserves to be the name of the first building in Chang'an. The two men's jugs clinked, and Gu Chuanxiu suddenly asked, "What do you think the scene will be in the State Duke's mansion at this moment?" In fact, he had seen Han Shan in the crowd early on, and the expression on the other party's face before he left was just wonderful. Li Ziji shook his head. "I don't know, but I think that scene must have been pretty bad." That scene sure wasn't pretty. Even the small pool that was spring-like in all seasons had collapsed in half at the moment, the pool water flowing cleanly, and the several fish that had been kept extremely well had frozen to death on the ground. Mrs. Ning's face was so gloomy that it was almost on the verge of dripping. Li Mengchang was also frowning, not expecting things to end up this way, and even more so, not expecting that bastard to become the new disciple of the 3,000 courts. Although Lord Dean had died and 90% of the 3,000 courtyards had been dismissed, the 3,000 courtyards were the 3,000 courtyards, and even if there was only one person left, it was still a place to be feared. He couldn't figure out why the 3,000 courts had taken in this bastard, much less when this bastard had the chess power to outwit Munanshan. Why did you let him live in the first place? As soon as she thought that it wouldn't be long before the entire world would find out that Li Ziji was the illegitimate son of the State Duke's house, her heart became more and more irritated. Maybe it's not meant to be. Han Shan lowered his head, feeling that this was heaven's will. A big flood like that hadn't even drowned him, and had allowed him to walk safely all the way into Chang'an City, and then extremely incredibly killed a primordial realm cultivator, and then somehow became a disciple of the 3,000 courts, and then outwitted Munanshan tonight. It all seemed so unbelievable that any one thing taken individually would have been enough to shock people, but so many things were all coming together in the same person. Can we pull it back together? After all, it's the bloodline of our State Duke's house. It's always like an enemy, letting outsiders look at it as a joke. Mrs. Ning took a deep breath, pushed down the annoyance in her heart, and proposed. Li Mengchang gave her a faint look. Butler Han Shan hesitated for a split second. "I'm only afraid. It's very difficult. Although he and Li Ziji get along with the time is very short, but no, that is an extremely smart people. Some days ago the state government only sent people to kill him. Now see people join the 3,000 courtyard turn around and want to pull together. The world where there is such a reason. What's more, with the energy of the 3,000 courts, I'm only afraid that by this time, Li Ziji would have already known the real reason for the flooding of Suining City. If Li Ziji is a cold-blooded and heartless white-eyed wolf, it would be fine. But from the other party turned away in front of the State Duke's house in the first place, you can see that that one is a very backbone person. Competent, smart, with a backbone and the courage to kill. Combining these points down, he already knew what the answer was without even bothering to ask. "It looks like we haven't been able to get a good look at him," Li Mengchang said faintly. A bastard who previously seemed to be ready to be discarded at any time, without any value of existence, turned around but showed a talent that crowned the world. Sharpening a sword for 19 years? A hint of coldness flashed in Li Mengchang's eyes. A child's trick. Even if he joins the 3,000 courts, what greatness can he achieve? Han Shan inquired. "General, then what should we do afterward?" "Just continue to send people to keep an eye on it. If we were the only ones who wanted to kill him before, then after today, the number of people who want him dead is too many to count." Li Mengchang dusted off the snowflakes on his shoulder. This world has countless clouds and winds. A small young boy dares to rashly get involved in the situation when he can't see anything clearly. What awaits him can only be a blazing fire and cooking oil. Han Shan nodded and bowed as he retreated. When thinking of Li Ziji, his face still reveals complex feelings. Who would have thought that the bastard's son who stood in front of the State Duke's house and did not even have a decent piece of clothing, in the blink of an eye has become the center of the world's wind and clouds? If there hadn't been that big flood in Suining City, perhaps this young son could have led the State Duke's mansion to a better place. At the very least, it should be better than those two sons of the lady. With these thoughts in his mind, Han Shan withdrew from the courtyard, knowing that the two, the general and the lady, still had something to say in private. Under the bright moon, sparse snowflakes drifted in the silent courtyard. Chapter 29, The Holy Dynasty and the World. There are some things that you either don't do. Since you do it, you have to do it cleanly. Li Mengchang looked at the dead fish on the ground and spoke flatly. Whether it was that big flood in Suining City or sending someone to assassinate Li Ziji, neither of these two things were done too cleanly. Mrs. Ning sneered. "You didn't object when I did things in the first place. Thinking about loving and cherishing feathers while blaming others for not doing their jobs properly, and not thinking about how this bastard came out." Li Mengchang frowned, not choosing to continue on this topic. This time the plot failed. After the news spreads out, many people are only afraid that they will not be able to sleep. The state duke's mansion will have to be quieter for this period of time. Don't worry. I'm not stupid enough to provoke His Majesty's patience one after another. Lady Ning's gaze moved slightly as she reminded. You know very well in your heart what the 3,000 courts are. And if Li Ziji doesn't die, that debt from Suining City will come back to be settled sooner or later. He has started to liquidate now. Li Mengchang turned around. The attitude of the 3,000 courts this time is surprising. I'm going to meet with the lieutenant. Li Ziji is like a thorn in the back of the state government. Want to easily pull out has not been so easy, but let it go. The harm of this thorn will become bigger and bigger. Mrs. Ning frowned as she looked at the dead fish on the ground, gently lifting her hand to crush all of them into smithereens. A dead fish that suddenly turns over in vain. After becoming a member of the 3,000 courts, it wouldn't be as easy as it is now to make a move to kill him. But fortunately, the sword-washing sex place was basically almost ready, just waiting for the start of the Jisha Temple's Buddha discourse after the year. This was indeed a night that kept many people up at night. Countless scouts and news were scattered like snow this night, and the name Li Ziji entered the eyes of countless big shots. The heavenly immortal drunk is indeed delicious and deserves the title of the Holy Dynasty's #1 fine wine. Early in the morning, just as the sky was dawning, Li Ziji got off the carriage with the already sleeping Guogui in his arms, recalling the aroma of the heavenly immortal drunk's wine, and opened his mouth to praise it. Gu Chuanqiu also licked his lips with intent. Tianxian drunk is worth a lot of money. A pot will cost 1,000 taels of silver. Even I can't drink it often. Last night I dipped into your light, and it was a good time to drink it. Last night, the owner of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion treated us to anything we wanted to eat and drink. Of course, a rare and precious wine like the Heavenly Immortal Drunk was only open to 2 people, Li Ziji and Gu Chuanqiu. Walking into the house and placing the little girl on the bed, Li Ziji placed the warming stone, and the temperature inside the house warmed up at an extremely fast pace. I can't believe you're actually from the 3,000 courts. Li Ziji has some feelings. Now think about what that fellow from the fragrant house said before wasn't wrong. Buying this store did dip into the talent of the 3,000 courts. And even he himself inexplicably became a disciple of the 3,000 courts. Gu Chuanqiu stretched. There are many more things you wouldn't have thought of. But I also didn't expect that you would actually win against Munanshan. Praising, Gu Chuanqiu added. Last night's incident will bring you into the spotlight. It will make your reputation spread all over the world overnight. But likewise, it will also make countless people see you as a thorn in their side, a thorn in their flesh. After all, they waited for 30 years to wait for such an opportunity, only to have it ruined in your hands. I think those people would hate to eat you alive, if that's possible. Gu Chuanqiu's face was full of playfulness, as if he had already seen Li Ziji being stared at by countless vicious gazes in the shadows, just waiting for a suitable opportunity to pounce and tear a bite out of him. What are they all about? Li Ziji asked. He wasn't sure what the so-called bottomless metal in Gu Chuanqiu's words was even now. Gu Chuanqiu raised his palm, then clenched it fiercely. Everyone. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a bit, and Gu Chuanqiu casually picked up a pear from the table and took a bite. Do you know what the most fundamental reason is for the so-called matter of Qingtsong Kingdom cutting the annual tribute? Li Ziji had already guessed that this matter was not simple behind the scenes, but exactly how complicated it was, he likewise did not have the concept. Gu Chuanqiu explained. Anyway, you'll know about all these things in the future, and there's no need for me to hide them from you. All of this that Qingtsong Kingdom, including Ru Mountain, has done is actually, to put it bluntly, to set a precedent. Setting a precedent? That's right, Gu Chuanqiu said indifferently. The existence of gods is a legend. In the legend, the gods were incomparably powerful. They ruled the entire world and enslaved thousands of humans. People wanted to rebel, but ingested the strength of the gods. Even though they had countless thoughts, they didn't dare to put them into action. And finally one day the invincible god shed a drop of blood due to an accident. And since then people have known that gods can be injured too and that gods are not invincible. In the eyes of many people, the Holy Dynasty is this god. And for more than 1,000 years the Holy Dynasty has set the rules of the world, checking and balancing the forces of all sides, so that places such as the Divine Sect, the Buddhist Sect, and the Ru Mountain can only develop within the rules of the Holy Dynasty. Now, these people no longer want to abide by the rules, but they are not ironclad with each other and are suspicious of each other. So no one dares to tear themselves apart from the Holy Dynasty openly and honestly. And so there is this matter of cutting the tribute. They want to prove to the entire world that the Holy Dynasty also bleeds and takes steps back. And as soon as you take the first step back, then more and more people will come along to make you take the second step back, until a certain side is completely destroyed. This opportunity is right in front of us, and it's even about to succeed, but at this exact moment, you stood out, and knocked the eyes of those hiding in the shadows, who were already about to tremble with excitement, back down from the clouds to the ground again. And guess how many people want to kill you at this very moment? Li Ziji thought for a moment. Can't count. Gu Chuanqiu smiled and said, indeed, I can't count, because there are simply too many people who want to kill you to count. The Holy Dynasty is not a match for these people? Li Ziji asked another question that he wanted to ask the most. He wanted to know what level the Holy Dynasty was at now. Gu Chuanqiu shook his head and said, of course the Holy Dynasty is very strong. So strong that those people still have to pinch their noses and abide by the rules. But that's not how the score is settled. Not to mention that the Holy Dynasty isn't ironclad internally right now. Like the 3,000 yards in the State House? Something like that. But more accurately, His Majesty and the Empress. His Majesty and the Empress? Li Ziji froze for a moment. The Emperor is the Emperor. The Empress is the Empress. And the Empress gets all of her authority from the Emperor. So how is it that the Empress is able to have this kind of power? Gu Chuanqiu sighed. Because the realm of this Empress of ours is truly extraordinary. Even if it's compared to His Majesty, it's only not too far behind. Chapter 30 Gu Chuanqiu's Visit. Li Ziji didn't know how high the Holy Emperor's realm was, but thought that it must be a strong person above the fifth realm. The Empress could even be about the same realm as the Holy Emperor, and thought that if the couple was of one mind, this yearly tribute incident would never have happened. It sounds as if the Queen has great ambitions. Gu Chuanqiu sighed again. The Empress is indeed very ambitious. For Li Ziji, whoever was sitting on the throne had no effect on him, but after this incident with Li Mengchang, then he was naturally on the Holy Emperor's side. I hear His Majesty is a good emperor. The Sacred Emperor had lived for many years, more than 1,000 years from the founding of the Sacred Dynasty, and perhaps if it were not for the fact that he had indeed reigned for too long, the Empress would not have developed a mind that should not have been developed. Can't say. Gu Chuanqiu thought for a moment. Then said, everyone has their own criteria for judging a good emperor, founding a holy dynasty, blessing the world, and setting rules for this world. In my opinion, His Majesty is indeed a good emperor, except that even those who sit on that most powerful chair in the whole world often have a lot of bodies that they can't help themselves with. It is natural to look too high and see things differently. A lot of people died in that flood in Suwaning. Li Ziji brought up this matter once again. If the Holy Emperor was really a good emperor, how would he deal with this matter? Gu Chuanqiu was silent for a moment, and said softly, the first thing a qualified emperor learns is to make trade-offs. Many people died in Suwaning City, but if His Majesty is going to pursue the matter with an iron fist, many more will die. Not to mention, there is no evidence. You have to know that the world isn't only about the Sacred Dynasty, and His Majesty's sights are even higher than we can imagine. Li Ziji guessed that there was the shadow of the State Duke's house behind this great flood, which was something that could be guessed sooner or later for those big shots in the court. But just like Gu Chuanqiu said, there was no evidence, and the source of everything rested on the river god who was perhaps already dead or completely missing. You can't move the State House on speculation. Besides, just like what Gu Chuanqiu said, this world was a big place, and many things were not as simple as they appeared on the surface, especially when the status was high to a certain extent. I see, Li Ziji said softly. That means if I want to take revenge, I can only rely on myself. It's not easy to take revenge. Even without mentioning the power of the State Duke's office and the power of the back party, Li Mingchang's own formidable strength of a fifth realm grandmaster alone was not that easy to kill. Of the countless people in the entire world, how many were able to become fifth realm powerhouses? How easy is it to get revenge? Li Xiaowan has 2 years of kindness to him. Then no matter how difficult it is, this revenge must be reported. There is no need for any special reason. There is a grace to be repaid, and there is a revenge to be repaid. This is a very simple reason. Dean Sama. Li Ziji hid all his thoughts very well. In such a world where one can cultivate, in the end, it still depends on whose strength is stronger. Even if he now has a high reputation and takes the initiative to disclose his life and experience, at most, he can only cause some public opinion pressure on the State Duke's office, and can't actually take much advantage of the substance. For many people in the Holy Dynasty today, Lord Dean was a lofty and unfamiliar title, and the most common rumor among the people was that the Holy Emperor was afraid of this Dean of the 3,000 courts, which led to his immortal death. But nowadays, looking at the attitude of the 3,000 courts, it seems that this is not the case. Gu Chuanqiu's words were always plentiful, but when it came to talking about this matter, he had a rare silence. Dawn. Gu Chuanqiu looked up and looked outside. Compared to just now, the sun had risen now, and the not-too-warm sunlight sprinkled in the courtyard, reflecting on the snow surface glistening with bright colors. Slightly harsh, Gu Chuanqiu squinted his eyes, got up and yawned. I'll go back to sleep first. If you have time, come to the 3000 courtyard in a couple of days to recognize the door. And by the way, I'll teach you to start cultivating. If you don't have time, you can come over after the year. It's now just half a month until the New Year's Eve. For the cultivation of this matter, Li Ziji is actually a little impatient, in addition to because of the situation. In fact, there is more curiosity. Just compared with the annual festival, it seems that there is no need to rush in this 10 days and half a month. He has a special and burning affection for the annual festival. Moreover, the Qingfeng Yasha should also be properly arranged, and it looked like it would be necessary to hire a fellow to help run the business in the future. Played a very consuming game of chess, coupled with a night without sleep and drank a lot of wine. Li Ziji at this moment by the sunlight is also feeling a little tired. Help Guo cover the quilt, lie down on the side and quickly fall asleep. Gu Chuanqiu left the Qingfeng elegant house, walked to the breakfast store he frequented to buy 2 breakfasts and carried them away. He did not return to the 3000 courtyard, but got on a carriage and arrived in front of the Han-on County Duke's mansion. The front of the State Duke's mansion was very atmospheric. The majestic building used a cold-colored style, and if you stood in front of the door and looked up you would be able to feel the pressure coming from your face. Who did you say was coming? In the backyard. Mrs. Ning listened to Han Shan's report and frowned imperceptibly. Han Shan repeated again. It was Gu Chuanqiu who came, carrying 2 food boxes, not saying what he wanted to do, just offering to see you. Li Mengchang had not yet returned, perhaps at the lieutenant's place, or perhaps at the empress's place, and the one who was now in charge of the household was still Mrs. Ning. Last night's events were not yet over, and it was now the time of the storm. Why would Gu Chuanqiu come to the State Duke's mansion at such a sensitive time? Many thoughts flashed through her mind as Lady Ning commanded, "Bring him in." Since the other party had come, then the face must surely be seen. Han Shan saluted and turned to go out to bring Gu Chuanqiu over. Gu Chuanqiu carried 2 food boxes in her hands, smilingly looking at Mrs. Ning sitting above the main seat. People say that the threshold of the State Duke's house is high. I didn't believe in it before, but today I've learned that I've come to visit with the best of intentions. But I've waited outside for half an hour. The corner of Han Shan's mouth tugged. Mr. Gu is joking. That carriage of yours is parked in front of the gate of the mansion only for half a column of incense. Is that so? Gu Chuanqiu smiled and asked back. So, I remembered it wrong? Han Shan took the initiative to reach out and take the food box in his hand. Perhaps it was indeed Mr. Gu who misremembered. Maybe. Gu Chuanqiu slapped his forehead. I drank too much wine last night. It was the best heavenly immortal drunk, and my memory inevitably got worse. Maybe I did not wait outside for half an hour. But, he turned his words around, but the matter of you sending someone to assassinate my 3000 courtyard disciples before, I wonder if I remembered wrongly as well. The smile on his face turned cold as he watched Han Shan's heart tighten. Even Mrs. Ning, who had remained calm, had her gaze slightly condensed. Chapter 31 The Half Moon. There were still subordinates waiting around in the hall, but when Gu Chuanqiu spoke these words, all the subordinates retreated silently, and now only the 3 of them were left. My memory isn't very good. Can Mrs. Li remind me if I'm remembering this incident wrong or not? Gu Chuanqiu sat down casually, opened a food box and took out the buns and white porridge inside, and ate them by himself. Han Shan's expression gradually chilled. Duke Gu, even if you're from the 3000 courts, you can't arbitrarily frame us for something the State Duke's office has never done. The State Duke's mansion. Gu Chuanqiu let out a kind smile. State Duke's mansion, ah, what a great power. Are you planning to send someone to kill me too? Butler Han, don't send anyone else either. Or how about you come in person tonight? I'll be waiting for you at the Clear Wind Elegant House. The porcelain spoon cupped against the bowl wall, making a slight crashing sound. Gu Chuanqiu lowered his head and sipped the porridge, opening his mouth in an unsalted manner. Duke Gu is joking. Han Shan's face was expressionless. The 3000 courts have always been respected, and the State Duke's office has absolutely no intention of offending. Gu Chuanqiu didn't say anything and finished the bun in his hand, shivering his fingers with intent. Seeing this, Han Shan spoke up once more. For the young prince to have this blessing of becoming a disciple of the 3000 courts, the State Duke's office is more than happy for him. Shut up. Gu Chuanxiu took out a handkerchief and wiped his fingers. His tone gradually cold, his gaze fixed on Mrs. Ning. I'm talking to Lady Li. When is it the turn of a lackey to keep interrupting? Or is this the upbringing of the State Duke's mansion? Han Shan's face changed, but he didn't open his mouth again. Lady Ning didn't avoid Gu Chuanxiu's gaze and locked eyes with her. Han Shan is the general's elder and half-master of the State Duke's mansion. Gu Chuanxiu, if you ever speak out of turn again, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of the House of 3000. I see. Gu Chuanxiu once again had a gentle smile on his face. Forgive my clumsiness, Butler Han is actually General Li's elder. Lady Ning said indifferently. Mr. Gu came to the door today. He wouldn't have come to ask for forgiveness just for this unfounded matter, would he? Gu Chuanxiu waved his hand. Mrs. Li misunderstood. I've long heard that Mrs. Li, your cultivation is further advanced. You know well that the higher the cultivation, the better the skin. I'm not unable to resist the curiosity in my heart, and I've come to see you specifically to talk about solving the pains of lovesickness. Unbridled. Mrs. Ning's eyes went cold, and she whisked her sleeve and struck out. A very strong aura fluctuation instantly appeared in front of Gu Chuanxiu. Gu Chuanxiu's footsteps backward, one-handed seal across the chest. A hidden taiji map stopped in front of his body, blocking the attack. But Mrs. Ning's strike was too powerful, actually hard to break the taiji map, but also forced Gu Chuanxiu had to open the Bodhisattva's golden body to be considered a complete takedown. Eye-catching golden light blossomed in the hall. Even the daylight outside the window was hardened. As the handprints dispersed, Gu Chuanxiu smiled and spoke. It seems that Lady Li has indeed stepped into the ranks of the fifth realm as well. It's really something. Lady Ning's face was like frost. Gu Chuanxiu, the world will eventually change, and since the 3000 courts has closed its doors, it would be best to never come out again. Gu Chuanxiu shrugged. It can't be helped. The 3000 courts always like to meddle. I'm afraid there's too much idleness for you to manage. That's not something Mrs. Li should bother about. Gu Chuanxiu retreated to the doorway, his voice flat. Let's not say anything in the dark. If we want to deal with Li Ziji, we have to be within the rules. If we want to break the rules, then the 3000 courts will never sit back and do nothing. Or, Mrs. Li could go on a killing spree and kill everyone in the 3000 courts. Gu Chuanxiu spread out his arms and smiled. I'm at the 3000 courtyard, ready and waiting. Seeing Gu Chuanxiu leave, the icy coldness on Lady Ning's face turned into calmness. He's about to enter the fifth realm. When Han Shan, who was on the side, heard this, a flash of disbelief surged on his face. If he remembered correctly, Gu Chuanxiu was only 26 this year, and he was actually on the verge of entering the fifth realm? Don't look at Li Mengchang, Lady Ning. These people are all 5 realms of strong people think that want to reach this realm is not difficult. We must know that this is the city of Chang'an, is the capital of the Holy Dynasty, is also the center of the whole world. Chang'an strong people is more than normal things, worthy of being a disciple of the 3000 courts. After being appalled, Han Shan let out a sigh of awe. Ma'am, it seems that the 3000 courts' attitude towards the young duke is even tougher than we thought. Han Shan felt a bit surprised. After all, after Li Ziji became a disciple of the 3000 courts, the sight of the State Duke's office would naturally tighten up a lot, not daring to be as carefree as before. This point must have been clear to the 3000 courts, but Gu Chuanxiu still made a special trip to open his mouth and warn. That attitude begs one to think deeper. Lady Ning faintly said, it's not impossible to kill someone within the rules, not to mention that the general has a saying that's right. Right now, there are countless people in the world who want to kill that lowly son. After all, there are only a few people left in the 3000 courtyards. Can they still protect him from the world at all times? The so-called within the rules does not mean that you can't kill people. How can a cultivator have a lifetime of peace and quiet? No one is to blame for being killed with less skill. Gu Chuanxiu was warning the State Duke's office not to go too far, such as letting the steward Han Shan personally do it or something like that. The degree of which, it's hard to say, but they know each other well. Half a month had passed since the end of the Fuyao platform matter, and during this time, the movements of the various forces were finally becoming clear. The sword-washing sect invited the divine religion to participate in the sect's sword examination, and sent invitations to the Jixia temple. Russian is said to have felt ashamed of the Holy Dynasty and ordered gifts to be prepared to be offered to the Holy Emperor at the annual festival to apologize. Qing Tsung Kingdom's annual tribute for this year was sent over on time, and the quantity was not only not reduced, but rather doubled. And again, the envoy was allowed to plead for the Princess Rinyu to be brought back. and took the initiative to elaborate on the details of the exchanges with the North Sea some time ago as a sign of sincerity. On the last day of the court before the New Year's Day, the left minister took the lieutenant to task, saying that the latter's student had taken a bribe in Shiyang City, and that as an official he had interfered in the business of the merchants and traders. So the Holy Emperor reprimanded the lieutenant and dismissed the student from his post. Then there is Li Mengchang, who has been meritorious in defending the northern border all these years, and should be rewarded according to reason. But it is said that because there are some unspoken and obscure things in the northern border all these years, he has been given a few salty points by the Holy Emperor, and his merits and demerits have been balanced out. These shrewd people in the courtroom all knew in their hearts that this was His Majesty's knock on Li Mengchang. In addition to these things, there was another thing that spread through the streets and made it known to the world. That is that the savior who came out of nowhere, the newest disciple of the 3,000 courts, Li Ziji, was actually the illegitimate son of the Duke of State, Li Mengchang. Chapter 32. Even if the fire of gossip is burning anymore, after hearing Li Ziji's life history, he still can't help but be staggered. Quite a feeling of unreality. Even those big shots in the courtroom were still like this. Not to mention the ordinary people. One by one, they were shocked out of their wits. There is a higher vision. Think a little more, will start to think. Since it is Li Mengchang's son, and why will join the 3,000 courtyard? It looks like the feelings between this pair of father and son is not very harmonious. But in the end, after all, it is still a father and son. The bloodline is there, breaking the bones and connecting the tendons. In the future, the two will not make peace, who cannot say. It was also because of this reason that caused the Clear Wind Elegant House, which was originally supposed to be visited by many forces, to remain shuttered for this half of the month. However, Li Ziji is also happy to be at ease. Now he does not need to think about the lack of money with this kind of thing. Qingfeng Elegant House business is good or not, in fact, are not too relevant. It was a quick turnaround, just not quite as sudden as it should have been for him. Go, help me bring the paste. Li Ziji wrote the pair and opened his mouth to greet them, and Guagua immediately ran in through the door, then picked up the paste bowl and handed it over, his two little hands holding the tabletop on tiptoe as he looked at it. Big brother, when will you give me New Year's money? Guagua's little hands dirty, with the debris of the firecrackers. The little girl is very naughty, has been put outside the door for a morning. Noisy people's ears. Good thing the whole street has seen the game of chess on the Fushan platform. Know that the little girl is Li Ziji's younger sister, so not only do not stop, but instead, also smile and ask the firecrackers are enough. Do you want to put a bigger one? Neighborhood enthusiasm can sometimes be overwhelming, and sometimes it can also make people feel more intimate. Since leaving Suwaning, Gogo has never been cared for by so many people. Under the grateful, put a few big ones. Fortunately, the Duwei Forbidden Army also looked at Li Ziji's face, and just left with a kind reminder. You're too young to ask for New Year's money now. It's useless. I'll save it for you. Looking at the small-faced budding Gogo, Li Ziji suddenly laughed, gently pinching the little girl's face with his hand and teasing. When he was a child in the Taoist temple, the masters told him the same thing. Don't. Guagua pouted her little mouth, but suddenly her eyes lit up and she took the initiative to pick up the couplets. I'll help Big Brother put up the couplets, and Big Brother will give me New Year's money. After saying that, she didn't care if Li Ziji agreed or not. She took the couplet and ran outside to wait. Li Ziji looked at the little girl's back with a smile on his face. In fact, he was glad more than once that he had picked up the little girl in Suwaning City, and Gogo's existence had added a lot of color to his monotonous life. Paste a good couplet. Li Ziji back a few steps to look at. Paste very neat. Left and right proportional. Just the banner is not yet pasted. You have to take a chair cushion under the feet to touch the top. A year of good luck follows spring. Wealth for all seasons. It's the first time I've seen a couplet like that. Mu Nanshan did not know when he stood beside Li Ziji, looking at the couplets that had just been pasted, slightly surprised. A couplet like this is easy to understand, simple and clean, except, it's a little too colloquial. For Mu Nanshan's sudden visit, Li Ziji also felt a little surprised. Since that game of chess, the two had not seen each other. He thought that the other party had left Chang'an and returned to Rushan long ago. You didn't go back to Russian? Mu Nanshan shook his head. The Holy Dynasty's New Year's festival is the thickest. Since I came once I always have to experience it. Not to mention that after the New Year's Day the elders of Ru Mountain will come for a visit. At that time I will follow along and go back. Li Ziji nodded. So it seems that the rumors in Chang'an City are not false. In order to calm the anger of the Holy Emperor, Ru Mountain did send someone over to exchange communication. Today is the New Year's Day. Setting off firecrackers is not only go-go. The entire Chang'an city of firecrackers actually did not stop, standing outside to be able to clearly smell the faint smell of gunpowder permeating the air. I've been replaying the game since I got back, and to this day I can't believe you would play like that. Li Ziji's play that night can't be described as a big gamble, even as if he had already predicted the end and then went back to start rearranging the layout. Mu Nanshan had never seen such a person or such a chess. Li Ziji calmly said, "There's no way out. Then we can only gamble. If under normal, I don't have the certainty of winning against you. Would Nanshan will be carried in the hands of the gift handed to the fruit, the annual festival to visit the door. Always have to bring some gifts. I also do not have the certainty of victory over you. Before you said, look at my opening will know what kind of a person I am. I also saw your opening. The same clear what kind of a person you are." Li Ziji didn't say anything. Mu Nanshan said softly, "Do you know why I agreed to go down the mountain?" Li Ziji was stunned. Not Ru Shan's arrangement? Mu Nanshan was also stunned, then very rarely revealed a smile. "It is indeed Ruoshan's arrangement, but what I want to say is that as long as I don't want to, there's no way for anyone to make me do what I don't want to do." He looked up at the sky. It was a beautiful day, cloudless and sunny. "I'm just curious about what this heaven and earth will become after the change. It hasn't changed for over 1,000 years. Don't you think it's too boring?" Mu Nanshan withdrew his gaze on the sky and turned to Li Ziji's face. He had never spoken his true thoughts with anyone. Right now was the first time. He had only met Li Ziji once and played a game of chess. But that's the way some people are. They can talk a lot after they've met once. I heard a saying before. Li Ziji patted Guoguo's little head, signaling her to go back to the store and rest. Then continued, "Change is good. A person can keep changing and be ready or even not be ready for a different version of themselves. But people are just people and the world is not the same. Peace is the most precious thing no matter what. And once you try to change it, then something always happens and a lot of people die. And what happens to the world after the change? Eventually a new rivalry will develop until peace is restored again and numbness returns for another 1,000 years. You're curious about the result after the change because you're bored. But actually what the result will be has already been foreseen in your mind, hasn't it?" Li Ziji locked eyes with him and said lightly, "If the rule of the Holy Dynasty is dark and worthy of being overthrown, change would naturally be a good thing. But the rule of the Holy Dynasty is light and what the world needs. So why bother to change it?" Mu Nanshan doesn't hold back. "But what is worthy of being overthrown? And what is needed? And how is what you say to be judged?" Chapter 33, See a show tonight. Li Ziji said, "There is a scale in everyone's heart. And because of the different weights put on each for what they have experienced, my scale is not tilted." Mu Nanshan said, "People who want to tilt this scale are everywhere. But the scale still sits there smoothly today, doesn't it?" Mu Nanshan was non-committal, looking up at the top of the doorframe. "It seems like there's still a banner missing." Li Ziji raised the red paper in his hand and said helplessly, "It's too high. I have to stand on a stool to stick it on." Mu Nanshan reached out and took it, glancing down at it, on which were written the words "All things go well." "It goes well with this pair of pears of yours." He picked up the paste and coated the back of the red paper, then casually threw it upwards. The light red paper fitting perfectly, not too high and not too low, just right. "Come in and sit down." Li Ziji invited Mu Nanshan to walk into the Qingfeng elegant house, and looking at the word posters on the walls around him, Mu Nanshan's reaction was exactly the same as Gu Chuanxiu's when he first came here. Good poetry, good calligraphy. From the bottom of his heart, he praised, then asked the same question as Gu Chuanxiu, "Why don't you go to Ru Mountain?" With such talent, if he took the path of Confucianism, his future achievements would definitely not be low. The last time I heard this question Li Ziji still didn't know how to answer. This time the answer was already prepared. 3,000 yards is not bad. Mu Nanshan froze for a moment, then shook his head. If it was the 3,000 courts 31 years ago that would indeed be good. Nowadays in the 3,000 courts, there is nothing but respect amongst the awe. 90% of the faculty and students were disbanded, and with the immortal death of the Lord Dean, the awe of the 3,000 courts had dispersed for the most part. From a long way away, I heard someone badmouthing the 3,000 courts, and I was wondering which thick-browed one dared to be so unbridled. But it turned out to be you, a tiny disciple of Ru Mountain. Coincidentally, Gu Chuanxiu had also arrived at the Clear Wind elegant house, and had just walked through the door when he heard Mu Nanshan's opinion of the 3,000 courtyard. "Mr. Gu." Mu Nanshan didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment of being bumped into for bad-mouthing someone. Instead, he saluted Gu Chuanxiu, Just like he said. The reason why the current 3000 courtyard was still worthy of respect had something to do with Gu Chuanqiu as well. There wasn't anyone who wouldn't pay tribute to this first genius recognized throughout the world. Oof. Gu Chuanqiu lifted his chin. You have to be glad that fortunately Li Ziji won over you that night, or else when I personally make a move, the world should know who is truly number one in chess. Gu Chuanqiu's chess power was naturally excellent, just not as good as his cultivation talent. But his unreliability and his even more unreliable mouth were a bit better than his cultivation talent. That pair of pears at the door is interesting as hell. You really have a lot of ideas in your poor head. Gu Chuanqiu casually pulled out a small jade toy from his clothes and handed it to Guagua, rubbing the little girl's head again, pointing to the wall where it was written drunkenly unaware that the sky is in the water. A boat full of clear dreams pressing down on the stars and said, "Remove this piece of writing for me. I'm going to take it with me when the night comes." Saying that, he took out 200 taels of silver from his bosom and put them on the counter. Mu Nanshan also looked at the 200 taels of silver and asked, 200 taels for a word? Gu Chuanqiu nodded, then pointed at Li Ziji and scoffed. That's right, this is still the price I helped him set. Such a good character. Such a good poem. He even sold it for only 10 taels of silver apiece before. Poor man. Mu Nanshan was first surprised, then agreed. Poor indeed. 200 taels is a fair price. 10 taels for a word is indeed too poor. Listening to the duo's conversation, Li Ziji glanced at Gu Chuanqiu, then said, "This character of yours, 300 taels." Gu Chuanqiu was stunned. Why? Because I wrote this one more carefully, with an inscription, UING. Gu Chuanqiu cursed. He had the intention to not buy it but was reluctant to do so. After all, the writing was indeed too good. The key was that he really liked the poem. He could only reluctantly take out another gold leaf and put it on the counter. Frame it for me. It has to be made of the most expensive material. Otherwise I'll go to Chang'an Prefecture to sue you. Li Ziji ignored his harsh words and smiled before inquiring. We're going to have a dumpling dinner tonight. Together? Some places don't eat dumplings on New Year's Day. After all, each place has its own culture. There is nothing to argue about this. But for Li Ziji, eating dumplings on New Year's Day is the happiest thing in the world. Gu Chuanqiu counted the time. Can you finish it by midnight? Li Ziji also counted the time. You can have 2 meals by midnight. Then stay. It just so happens that there is a play to take you to, and to make you a poor man long. Li Ziji ignored him and turned his head towards Mu Nanshan. A game of chess. 2 people are some friendship, but also some sympathy, chess rivalry, and not that 2 people in a hostile relationship must be old and dead. Need hate to eat its meat kind. Good and bad are not so defined. Mu Nanshan hesitated. Gu Chuanqiu snatched a small firecracker from Gogo and quickly threw it outside after lighting it. Pop! He rubbed his ears with his little fingers and said, "It's a pretty good scene, so if you're interested, there's no harm in watching it together." Mu Nanshan was a curious person. He wanted to see what this constant world would become once it changed, and he also wanted to see the scene that Gu Chuanqiu was talking about. The sun is setting and it's evening. Colorful fireworks twinkled in the sky over Chang'an City, and Gogo sat on the stone mill in the courtyard looking up. The colors of the world reflected in her innocent eyes. 3 men are busy in the kitchen. Gu Chuanqiu had a dark face. If you make it clear at noon that we still need to personally wrap these dumplings at night, then I'd rather not eat this meal. Li Ziji was stewing fish. He had prepared 12 dishes and had been busy since the afternoon. Either you do the dishes or you don't complain. Gu Chuanqiu grunted and continued wrapping the dumplings, which were obviously a lot easier compared to cooking. It's just the 3 of us. We can't cook too much food and eat it all. So why waste time? It's the New Year's holiday, so naturally I have to make more. It's a family tradition. Gu Chuanqiu rolled her eyes and scoffed. And family traditions? That's right. Your state duke's mansion must have a lot more good dishes tonight than the 12 you have. Li Ziji ignored him. Mu Nanshan, on the other hand, looked at it more, and after spending time together this afternoon, he realized that the mode of getting along between the 2 people, Gu Chuanqiu and Li Ziji, was very special, which made people feel relaxed and at ease invisibly. By the way, I ordered the heavenly immortal drink from the heavenly fragrance pavilion. Looking at the hour, it should be delivered soon. Mu Nanshan rubbed his face and interjected. Gu Chuanqiu brightened up and laughed. That's the good news. Much better than that. What 12 dishes? Chapter 34. Dumplings how to eat also have a lot of debate. For Li Ziji, pour some soy sauce, a few drops of vinegar, and then put half a spoonful of chili oil. Terrific, and then add some minced garlic. So dipped in eating that is the favorite flavor. You said you would take us to see a play. a play that has to be seen on the New Year's Day, so I guess it must be important. Halfway through the New Year's Eve dinner, Li Ziji gave Guogui the New Year's money and looked at Gu Chuanqiu, who was eating with his mouth full of oil, and asked, "Mouth smacks the body straight." When the dumplings were wrapped, Gu Chuanqiu still kept disliking him for cooking too much, but now when he eats it's called a windfall. He doesn't even have time to raise his head to drink. Gobo took the New Year's money, jumped up happily. Rice is not eaten. Beautifully ran to the side and began to count up. Very important indeed. Putting down his chopsticks, drinking a large mouthful of heavenly immortal drunk, and enjoying a belch, Gu Chuanqiu let out a long breath and complimented, "You're really getting better and better at this cooking, or else you'll be the one to prepare all the meals in the 3,000 courts from now on. How's that?" Mu Nanshan nodded approvingly from the side. The dishes made by Li Ziji not only tasted delicious, but were also very innovative. At the very least he had never eaten them in all these years in Russian. Except that compared to this table of dishes, he was more curious about the scene Gu Chuanqiu was talking about. Li Ziji didn't say anything and calmly looked at Gu Chuanqiu. Gu Chuanqiu glanced back at the sky, then said, "There's no rush. We still have to wait another 2 hours. I heard that the divine sect has a new divine son." Gu Chuanqiu gnawed on his ribs and suddenly spoke up. Naturally, Li Ziji had never heard of this matter. He only knew that the divine sect was one of the most powerful forces in the entire world, and the sect with the most believers, even more than the Buddhist sect's believers. Mu Nanshan hummed. It is said to have been born out of thin air, condensing the light of the world in being born, and was secretly taken by the Pope and raised by his side for 18 years, and was only made known to the world not too long ago, except that no one has ever seen this Son of God yet, hiding his head, but also the Son of God. Maybe it's that old Pope's illegitimate son outside. Otherwise, what's so unseemly about it? Gu Chuanqiu skimmed his mouth and snorted with a face full of disdain. Mu Nanshan's face was grave as he reminded, "Don't let the people of the divine religion hear this. They firmly believe that faith is sacrosanct and inviolable. If your words are heard, it's not unlikely that a large group of people will come to hunt you down and kill you, saying that you're tarnishing the sacred." Gu Chuanqiu snorted coldly. "I'm afraid of them? What, condensing the world's light and born out of thin air? That's something that only those followers of the God's religion whose brains lack blood can believe in. Light can turn into a human being. How many pups does the sun on that day have to lay down from one year to the next? That said, words coarse, reason is not coarse." Would Nanshan opened his mouth, but also followed a laugh. "Indeed, what condensed the world of light born out of thin air? Listen, is really too metaphysical some. In fact, if you don't see the divine religion as a good idea, you might as well join in. I believe that as long as you're willing to join in, then Lord Pope will surely discard that what's her name Son of God immediately, and then let you become the new Son of God. And later on in the world there will be a legend circulating around about you, Gu Chuanqiu, being born of condensed light out of thin air." Although Mu Nanshan's words were flirting, they were also the truth. With Gu Chuanqiu's talent, whether he went to the divine religion or the Ru Mountain, even if he went to the Taoist and Buddhist sects, he would surely be able to become the future successor. "Forget it." Gu Chuanqiu took a sip of wine. "I don't want to lose even my own flesh." A New Year's Eve dinner was eaten for a long time. A few pots of wine into the stomach. Mu Nanshan words have become more, and Gu Chuanqiu kept talking about all kinds of things under the sky. Li Ziji naturally cannot interject the words, so always play the role of a listener. Learning and knowing how to listen was also a good thing. At the very least this meal had given him an initial idea of the pattern of the whole world. Bang bang. Fireworks keep rising into the air to explode. Obviously almost midnight. Chang'an City is shining like day. Countless fireworks almost cover the sky. A glance at the shock cannot be described in words. "What is it?" Li Ziji asked in surprise as he looked at the fine lines flickering on the street floor as well as the invisible streams of what looked like electricity in midair. Gu Chuanqiu glanced at it and explained, "This is a big formation in Chang'an City. It doesn't have much use on weekdays, clearing the snow, sweeping the leaves and whatnot. Tonight there are just too many people setting off fireworks, and it's not a small matter to accidentally start a fire. So during the time around the New Year's festival the Chang'an Big Formation will be in operation, responsible for clearing up all of these hidden dangers. Haven't you noticed that there are almost no remnants of firecrackers and fireworks on the ground? The sparks in the sky will also be absorbed cleanly after falling 3 feet above the buildings on the ground." Li Ziji looked around. Had not paid attention to before. Now a look is really so. Even if the fight to do Chang'an City around the clock non-stop firecracker fireworks, at this moment the long street above is still clean and tidy. In addition to the smell of fireworks that permeate the air, nothing can be seen. The great formation that pervades the entire Chang'an city must have suffered a great deal of attrition, right? Although Li Ziji hadn't formally started practicing, he had also listened to Gu Chuanqiu popularize a lot of knowledge on cultivation over the past half a month, and given the enormous size of Chang'an city, it would take an unimaginable amount of resources to keep such a large formation in operation. Mu Nanshan also nodded approvingly from the side. It is indeed very costly, and only the holy dynasty in the entire world has the scale and stamina to use such a huge array for such a trivial matter as clearing the snow and sweeping the debris of the firecrackers. Gu Chuanqiu shrugged. It can't be helped. The holy dynasty is such a people-oriented country. What's the big deal about depleting some resources for the sake of the people's happiness? Li Ziji looked up at the sky, the twinkling fireworks reflecting the colorful sky, and he put his hands together in front of his forehead. Years and years of peace. Gu Chuanqiu looked at him in surprise. I've only seen birthday wishes. I've never seen New Year's wishes. Li Ziji let out a laugh. Such nice fireworks. Don't you think it's a waste not to make a wish? Guogua stood next to him and followed suit in style when he saw this. Guogua wants to make a wish too, but she didn't say it out loud because Li Ziji had told her before that making a wish doesn't work if you say it out loud. That's right. Gu Chuanqiu sked, then also stroked his chin in thought. Then what should I wish for? Just, unable to think of anything, Gu Chuanqiu also folded his hands and closed his eyes. Years and years of peace. Mu Nanshan stood on the side, looking at the two people's comical yet warm appearance, and was silent for a moment, then looked up at those fireworks, and also silently said these 4 words in his heart. Years and years of peace. Chapter 35, The Killing Scene. It was half an hour before midnight. Are you sure you want to take this little girl? Gu Chuanqiu held her forehead and looked helplessly at Guogua who was following Li Ziji's ass. It's true that it's nice that we're going to the theater, but it's not a real theater after all, so it's not appropriate to bring her alone. Li Ziji said. We can't just leave her alone at home. What can't you do? I'll put a protective formation on her in the room to make sure no one can get in. But she's not sleepy yet. Li Ziji refused. If Guogua is sleepy and falls asleep, it's just that. With Gu Chuanqiu laying down a formation to protect him, he's very relieved. But Guogua is very energetic tonight, clamoring to keep the New Year's Eve. And now she's put at home alone, and her heart isn't steady at all at night. Little annoying spirit. Muttering, Gu Chuanqiu's eyes rolled. That's fine. Then we'll have someone help look after her for a while, and then we'll go pick her up when we get back. Get someone to look after it? Looking for who? Li Ziji inquired. Is it hard to send it to the 3000th house? But letting people from the 3000 courts take care of children. How do you look at it? It's a bit of a professional mismatch. Gu Chuanqiu hummed a small tune and walked ahead. You'll know when we get there. Maybe there'll be one more person who follows us to the theater tonight. Gu Chuanqiu playing dumb riddles. Mu Nanshan and Li Ziji also no longer ask more questions. Followed all the way around 7 turns to a mansion in front of. Very grand. With an ancient atmosphere. At a glance is at least a few hundred years of the old mansion. Certainly not as majestic as the State Duke's house, but it is also full of heritage. Trey House. Li Ziji looked up at the mansion in front of him and his heart fluttered. This is Cui Wenruo's home? Cui Wenruo's family, the residents of Cui Ju, the chess sage, belonged to a prestigious lineage in Chang'an City and even the entire sacred dynasty. And there were people from the Cui family in the current imperial court. Gu Chuanqiu nodded and walked over to knock on the door. It's rather rushed, and we'll have to borrow the Pear Gardens Green Cloud carriage if we want to see the theater. The New Year's festival was approaching, so after losing that game of chess Cui Wenruo didn't return to Qingning City right away, but stayed at home and prepared to go back to Pearland after the New Year's festival. Why didn't you leave earlier if you knew you were in a hurry? Gu Chuanqiu disdainfully said. Mundane see, what if I go out early in case I'm exposed? Not to mention how bumpy it is to ride in an ordinary carriage. I don't want to suffer that. In fact, ordinary carriages weren't bumpy. Gu Chuanqiu just didn't want to be delayed on the road for too long. That would be too pointless. The door was opened. Originally, the housekeeper of the Cui residence was still curious about who would come over to visit at the midnight of the New Year's festival, and was pondering in his heart whether something big would happen. But it turned out that just after opening the door, he saw the 3 of them. Gu Chuanqiu, mind blown. Something big is really going on. Mr. Gu, a late night visit. This is the famous Gu Chuanqiu, the infamous Li Ziji, plus the Ru Mountain disciple Mu Nanshan who had just won over his own son. This pairing seemed odd in addition to the fact that something big was happening at a glance. Gu Chuanqiu smiled faintly. I agreed with Wan Ruwa years ago to drink together tonight. Drinking together? I haven't heard my own son mention it. The housekeeper of the Chui residence was filled with confusion, but his hanging heart was finally put down. No matter what, having Gu Chuanxiu there would definitely not be a bad thing for his own youngest son. Please come in, I'll go and invite the young master. Bringing the 3 people and 1 child to the front hall to rest, and serving a few cups of good tea, the Chui residence housekeeper went to inform Chui Wenruo. It seems that something unusual must have happened tonight. Chui Wenruo entered the door, waved his hand to signal the butler and his subordinates to leave, and opened his mouth as his eyes looked around the room. Gu Chuanxiu drank a mouthful of tea. Just now the New Year's Eve dinner was too greasy. Just had a mouthful of tea to scrape. There's a play to watch outside the city. I want to borrow your Qingyun carriage to use it. It seems the play is not close. A place that could use the green cloud carriage must be far away from Chang'an City. Not close indeed. This is a good scene? It's pretty. Can you take me one? Li Ziji glanced at Mu Nanshan, who had his eyes half closed, and his heart skipped a beat. This scene was déjà vu. He had said the same thing before. Gu Chuanxiu didn't hesitate, as if he had already known the outcome. Of course. Chui Wenruo glanced at Mu Nanshan again. He wasn't surprised that Li Ziji was able to follow, but Mu Nanshan also followed along, which was very much a cause for examination. But he didn't ask. Instead he said, "When will you leave? Where is the green cloud wagon?" Watching fireworks in the backyard. Horses watch fireworks too? Demon horses are not horses. Demon horses aren't horses? At least it's not a normal horse. Gu Chuanxiu scared and didn't continue to argue on this topic, getting up and saying, "Let's go then. We're leaving now. If we're any later, this play might not be possible to watch. The fruit will be put into the Chui house." Chui Wenruo called out his own sister Nian Nian to help look after. In the Chui house of the little girl's safety does not need to worry about. And not to mention the Chui house of the depths of the Chui house. That Mr. Pearly Garden is also in the house did not leave. This is the green cloud carriage? Sitting in the car, Gu Chuanxiu enjoyed stretching his body. The carriage of the green cloud carriage was a space of its own. Obviously from the outside it looked to be the same size as an ordinary carriage, but after sitting up he realized that this place was simply counted as a small room, with a faint scent of incense. Even if the carriage ran faster, it wouldn't feel a single bump. Li Ziji was also the first time to contact. His eyes looked around curiously. He decided to go to the 3000 courtyard to cultivate in the next 2 days. All the things on this cultivation path looked so mysterious. The green cloud carriage is one of the fastest gods under the sky, and not only can only gallop on the road, on the clouds can step in the fog, under the water can sneak. Whether it is this carriage or the 4 demon horses, are extremely precious treasures, in terms of value, more rare than a 5 realm of the strongest. This kind of treasure is fortunate that the pearly gates belongs to, otherwise the unusual forces cannot be retained. Thinking that Ru Mountain had a record of the green cloud carriage, Mu Nanshan opened his mouth and spoke of its scarcity. Pearland was able to get the green cloud carriage, so I have to say that it does have real skills in it. Chui Wenruo's senses towards Mu Nanshan were actually not bad, although he had lost at the hands of the other party, and the only point of dissatisfaction was that the other party's involvement in this conspiracy had left him with a somewhat cold attitude. So he didn't pick up on Mu Nanshan's words, but instead looked at Gu Chuanxiu and asked, "Now that we've begun to depart, what exactly is this good show you speak of?" Gu Chuanxiu's mouth is very unreliable, but tonight it is extraordinarily tight. All the way to several people how to ask him also do not let go, and now has come to Chang'an City outside. "Do you still want to sell secrets?" Gu Chuanxiu yawned and whispered a place to the 4 demonic horses, then laughed. "What I'm inviting you to watch is a murderous play." Chapter 36, the show begins. Out of Chang'an City all the way to the north, Li Ziji was familiar with this section of the road, because he had come to Chang'an from this direction, and the bumps along the way were not pleasant. "What is the Falling Phoenix Gorge?" Mu Nanshan suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. He heard the location that Gu Chuanxiu had just spoken of to the 4 demonic horses. He vaguely realized what was going on. His face was a little less than pretty. Li Ziji replied, "There is a canyon 300 miles north of Chang'an City, with only an official road in the center that is passable, and cliffs 100 feet high on both sides, and legend has it that a fiery phoenix once fell here, thus giving it the name of Falling Phoenix Gorge." He remembered this place very well. 500 miles, which was only 3 or 4 days' journey for the wagons of the sacred dynasty, but for the 2 of them, he and Guagua, they had to walk for 2 months. He is not sure whether the legend of the Phoenix Gorge is true or not, but the last time he walked through there he could indeed feel that the temperature inside the gorge was a bit higher than outside. 3,500 miles. Mu Nanshan counted the time in his mind. his eyes gazing at Gu Chuanxiu. Let me guess. This play you intend to invite us to watch won't have anything to do with the Qing Song Kingdom, right? 3 days ago, Princess Mercy Moon left Chang'an with a line of Qing Song country, although the game was lost in the Fushan stage. According to the previous agreement with the lieutenant, Princess Mercy Moon is never able to return to Qing Song, but Qing Song country this time doubled the tribute, and gestures put very low, and again pleaded with the sacred dynasty to be gracious and let Princess Mercy Moon go back. The Holy Emperor agreed. Previously, Gu Chuanxiu had been saying that he hadn't even thought in that direction about watching a good show, but having just heard Li Ziji's explanation of the falling phoenix gorge, Mu Nanshan immediately understood who the protagonist of the show really was. It was just that he couldn't figure out why the Qing Song Kingdom's delegation was the main character in this drama. Gu Chuanxiu didn't deny it, but didn't intend to explain it in too much detail. Just lying down in the carriage, faintly said, "There's no need to rush. We'll naturally know when we arrive." He patted the carriage, and several people only felt a sense of weightlessness suddenly come, and immediately afterward, they saw 4 demonic horses with 4 hooves, stepping step by step among the air, pulling the green cloud carriage up into the air, galloping among the clouds. After almost an hour or so of this, the green cloud carriage once again fell back to the ground. "Come on, get out and wait." Gu Chuanxiu lifted the curtains to take the lead and walked down. Li Ziji 3 people followed. The moon is bright, shining the earth brightly. Looking around, Fong realized that a few people are now standing on top of the cliffs, looking down at the ground nearly 100 feet high and low. This is on the falling phoenix gorge? Li Ziji half squatted and looked at the ground below. A curved official road stretched out between the canyons on both sides, looking like a long snake from afar. It looked like the caravan of the Qing Sang country's mission shouldn't have arrived here yet. Gu Chuanxiu nodded slightly and casually found a rock to sit down, propped up his chin and said, "Don't even make a sound, or else it would be a big deal if it affects the theater in a while." Looking at him in such an exuberant manner, Li Ziji and Cui Wenrua exchanged glances and sat quietly, no longer speaking, but it was Mu Nanshan's frown that remained frowned. He still couldn't figure out why something had happened to Qing Song's delegation and why they had become the protagonists of this drama. Plain night, blowing not piercing wind, cliffs above the trees and shadows. Will be a few people hidden very well. Even the 4 demon horse also know cannot make a sound. Looking for a more open place to lie down well. At a height of 100 feet, there was basically no need to worry about being discovered if one didn't purposely look. Here we go. Good show. After another roughly half an hour, Gu Chuanxiu looked at the caravan slowly coming from the entrance of the fallen phoenix gorge, and with that, a smile sketched on his face as his gaze sharpened. The caravan slowly drove in. Even in the darkness of the night could still see the flag that represented the Qing Song country. The protagonist of this drama was really them. A few of Li Ziji's men looked down and adjusted their posture slightly. When will the other protagonist of this drama appear? Mu Nanshan looked down, his eyes observing from top to bottom. Since we were watching a play, naturally we couldn't watch a monologue. Now that the Qing Sang country's envoy had appeared, who would be the other protagonist of this play? He'd love to know. Gu Chuanxiu said indifferently, "It has already appeared." He looked down below at a tree in the center of the official road, and in the shadows, there appeared to be a man standing. Princess Rinyu's face was not very good. After leaving from Chang'an City, she almost did not say a word. It was not easy to wait for the opportunity to end up in a flop, and even she was close to not being able to come back, but also her father to use double the annual tribute and low-profile pleading before she was exchanged for her to come back. The hegemony of the sacred dynasty can be seen. I had thought that this time I could make the holy dynasty take a step back, so that Qing Song country could get the favor of big powers such as the Rushan divine sect, which would have unimaginable benefits for future development. But it turned out that a Li Ziji had appeared halfway through the process. When did the 3,000 court start to meddle in the affairs of the holy dynasty again? Could the rumors of 31 years ago be wrong? Originally, she thought that she could control everything, and in her heart, she even despised this trip a little bit. And now how should she live with herself when she went back? After all, Qing Song is only a small country. Lost this opportunity, can only continue to be sandwiched between the holy dynasty and the North Sea to survive. When can they really have their own voice? And Mu Nanshan, with whom he hasn't met since losing the game. Isn't there a little bit of pressure from Russian there? I've heard that the Demon Kingdom seems to be brewing something lately. So if it's possible, why don't we contact the Demon Kingdom and maybe we can reap some unexpected benefits? This time, the team lost the opening. Those factions in Qing Song that are close to the Holy Dynasty will definitely not let go of this opportunity. it is inevitable that they will have to tug of war and compromise again. It is clear that the entire country is in crisis, but the people in the court are still fighting with each other. So when will this go on to be able to develop? Today is the annual festival of the Holy Dynasty, coupled with half a month ago won the game of the Fuwu platform. I think today Chang'an City must be lively. This way even the size of the small city is the atmosphere of the atmosphere. Not to mention as the capital of the city of Chang'an. I think those people eat the New Year's Eve dinner time talk must be to make fun of the Qingtsong country, right? Mentally thinking about all these troubles she might face next, Princess Rinyu's brows subconsciously tightened quite a bit. Stop the car. Without sleepiness, Princess Rinyu, who was thinking, was shaken by the suddenly stopped carriage. Her brows suddenly frowned deeper, and she lifted the window and asked, "Didn't you say to drive all night long, and wait for tomorrow to arrive at the next city before resting?" There were about 100 people in total in the mission. All of them were cultivators. The cultivation was generally at the beginning of the second realm of the sergeant, and there were also 3/4 realm powerhouses. Logically speaking, when coming from Qingtsong to the Holy Dynasty, there should be a 5th realm powerhouse accompanying along with them. But this time, there was Mr. 5th realm of the Ru Mountain following along, so Qingtsong Kingdom didn't arrange for any 5th realm powerhouses to accompany them. The legation sergeant who was escorting the side looked ahead of the caravan, put his hand on the hilt of his sword, and said, "Your Highness, a roadblocker has appeared in front of us." Princess Renyu's heart sank as she lifted the car curtain and walked out. Looking ahead, there was indeed a man standing in front of the caravan, stopping the center of the official road. The man was dressed in plain robes and encircled a long sword. Chapter 37, Sword Flowstream. The Qingtsong mission has returned to the country. What are you? The sergeant gripped his sword. He could feel an overwhelming sense of oppression from the man in front of him, causing him to subconsciously grip the hilt of his own sword, and the uneasiness in his heart dispersed only slightly. The rest of the soldiers behind them also moved their positions without any trace. This was a very commonly used strangulation formation in the army. Once it was activated, it could be broken by non-ordinary strong people, not to mention that there were 3/4 realm cultivators beside him. Sword-washing sect, Tong Jioling. He wrapped his arms around his long sword, and it seemed that even the scabbard was glowing with a cold light under the moonlight. Someone from the sword-washing sect? Princess Renyu looked at him, then thought of something. Did General Li send you here? Waiting here specially in the middle of the night. It seemed that Li Meng Chang must have something important to inform her. Learning that the person in front of them was from the sword-cleansing sect, the soldiers, including those 3/4 realm powerhouses, were putting down their guards. Although there was not much of a friendship in the past, but this time when the game was played on the Fuyao Terrace, Qingtsong country and the sword-cleansing sect were considered allies. That's right. Tong Jioling nodded. Come to do what? Mercy Moon asked. Tong Jioling's face was expressionless, but the long sword in his hand was abruptly sheathed. Come to kill you. As soon as the words fell, his body had already disappeared in place and appeared in front of Princess Renyu's body, while the sergeant who had shouted at the very beginning, at this moment had already stared with wide eyes, and fell straight down from his horse's back, and at some point in time there was an additional red line on his neck. When a sword cultivator of the returned realm killed someone, very few people could survive. Renyu was shocked. She simply did not expect the other party to suddenly strike, but fortunately her reaction speed was not slow. She immediately gripped the jade pendant at her waist, and a runic formation of protection appeared around her, wrapping it around her and blocking Tang Jioling's surefire sword. At the same time, the rest of the delegation had all reacted, especially the 3/4 realm cultivators, who moved almost simultaneously, wanting to kill Tang Jioling at the first opportunity. The 3/4 realm powerhouses of the Qingtsong mission were well matched. A Bodhisattva realm Buddhist cultivator, a Bodhi realm Taoist cultivator, and a martial arts cultivator who was at the same return to one realm as Tang Jioling, cooperating with each other well and with notable strength. As soon as he struck, he blocked all of Tang Jioling's retreats, hitting the idea of killing him with a single blow. Although he didn't know why the people from the sword-washing sect wanted to kill Princess Renyu, since the other party had made a move. What he had to do at this time was of course to swiftly counter-kill them back instead of foolishly asking why. One strike did not work. Tang Jioling's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little surprised. Did not expect Princess Renyu to have such a treasure on her body to protect her body, and even more so, did not expect Princess Renyu to be able to react from this sword of his, facing the attack of 3 strong men of the same realm. Tang Jioling did not have a bit of panic in his heart as he quickly turned around, his longsword across his chest, and closed his eyes, faced with such a desperate situation, but took the initiative to close his eyes. If he wasn't waiting to die, then it must be because he was very bottomless. Deng Zhuoling was certainly not waiting to die. And the 3 fourth realm powerhouses from Qingsan Kingdom knew that he wasn't waiting to die, because the moment Deng Zhuoling turned around and closed his eyes, they all heard the sound of the river flowing. It seemed a bit big to describe it as a river. The sound sounded more like a small stream, the sound of a stream flowing across a sword. Sword streamer? The 3 people's faces changed at the same time. Even though the attack on their hands was about to land on Deng Zhuoling's body, they still chose to retreat very simply, and the aura around their bodies was turbulent, forming a defense at the fastest speed possible. A person's body surrounded by golden light. The golden body of the Buddha illuminated half of the canyon, and the sound of bells was even faintly heard in his ears. A man's hand seal. Countless talismans out of thin air. Around his body rotating rapidly. Talisman above the flickering subtle lines, following the night wind rustling. Talisman every flicker is able to pull around the gravel. The wind seems to be able to swallow everything. The martial cultivator pneumatically moved mountains and rivers, waving his hand and shaking the mountain gorges with a single punch. It seemed that even the darkness of the night had descended a notch. All 3 of them were going all out, not holding back a bit. As long as one had heard of Jian Lu Shi, they would never and dare not be careless when facing him. Deng Zhuoling opened his eyes. The sound of the stream ringing around him seemed to be getting louder and clearer. And suddenly, a drop of water appeared out of thin air and dripped down to the ground. But instead of wetting the snow, it penetrated right through. The drop was like a sword, capable of piercing through everything in its path. Then there was a second drop, followed by a stream arising from his back, except that it wasn't water that flowed in the stream this time, but a sword. A sword flowed like a stream, splitting in 2 from his side, and converging into one on the left and right once again, rushing towards the 3 Qing Songhua 4th realm powerhouses in front of him. The sound of the stream grew louder and those swords grew. Sword streaming was one of the most powerful sword arts of the sword-washing sect. Even if one looked at the entire world, it was the topmost sword art. If one wanted to learn this sword, one's own cultivation had to reach the returning to unity realm, and one had to have a deep sense of the sword. In the current sword cleansing sect, there weren't many people who were able to use the sword flowing stream. That's why these 3 people changed their color after hearing the sound of the stream, and at the same time, they couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. Shocked as to why on earth Li Mengchang had sent someone to kill them, and even sent someone who was able to use the sword stream. The sound of the stream was more than that, and it was even mixed with the sound of gold and iron. 3 muffled grunts sounded almost at the same time. The golden body of the Buddhist cultivator was shattered. The talisman of the Taoist cultivator was scattered, and the arm of the martial arts cultivator was directly chopped off, and the 3 of them were all clothed in shattered clothes and dripping with blood, and their eyes were full of disbelief as they looked at Deng Zhuoling. They had heard of Sword Stream's reputation, and had already put out their full strength to resist for that reason, but as a result, they were unexpectedly unable to block it at all, and were hardened by the stream's washing, their bodies covered in sword marks. Deng Zhuoling put away his sword. The long sword was slowly incorporated into its sheath, and the sword intent that permeated the surroundings quickly disappeared with his movements, as if it was being collected. He looked at the 3 people in front of him, who were already almost seriously injured, and suddenly drew his sword again. The speed at which he drew his sword was so fast that the naked eye could not see it clearly at all, and the long sword was once again sheathed, accompanied by the sword intent that had previously been collected, surging out like a tidal wave. The 3 were greatly shocked, but their heavily injured bodies were simply unable to resist the sword. 3 heads rolled down. The obstruction is gone, and no one can save you. Deng Zhuoling turned to look at Princess Ringyu, whose face was like gold paper, and turned a blind eye to the 100 soldiers of Qingsun country beside her. It was very difficult for a 4th realm cultivator to break 10,000 troops with his own strength, but it was still not a problem to deal with the district of 100 people. Protect the princess. Kill. The chief bellowed and led his soldiers in a formation to winch them. The sound of streams resounded again, and Deng Zhuoling didn't even move his feet before the charging soldiers had already fallen to the ground, a large portion of them dead, and the rest wailing in agony. Above the cliffs was a different scene, and the 4 men had been watching quietly, and commenting on what they saw on the rise. This is the legendary sword flowing stream. Although the sword washing sect is not as strong as the Pearly Garden, after all, it is also a top-class cultivation force, so it really has something unique. Cui Wenruo listened to the faint sound of the stream, and there was also a look of astonishment in his eyes. One could only say that none of the top-notch forces that were able to gain a foothold in the sacred dynasty were as simple as they appeared to be. Chapter 38. Intelligent people often think more complicatedly. The so-called sword streaming stream is that the sword intent is like a stream, vast and unceasing. Once used it is a killing move that is hard to block. Wave after wave, wave after wave. The flow is getting faster and faster. The sword power is getting stronger and stronger, and it flushes all the enemies like a mountain and a sea. Unstoppable, unavoidable. This was the true meaning of sword streaming stream. Accordingly, to learn this sword art, not only was there a requirement for cultivation, but also an extremely strict requirement for talent. So those who were able to use this sword basically had a pivotal position within the sword cleansing sect. I didn't expect that the other protagonist of this play would be Deng Zhuoling. This one's reputation is really not weak. Cui Wenruo looked down below and seemed to whisper with some emotion. Tang Zhuoling was also considered an uncompromising cultivation genius. Now only just under 40 years old, he was already a cultivator of the Return to One realm. Undoubtedly much stronger than those who had been cultivating for hundreds of years at every turn. Even Mr. Yan Beiyan, the head teacher of the Pear Garden, faintly complimented Deng Zhuoling when he mentioned him. Li Ziji could not see the people below. The distance of 100 feet high, he could only see that like the Milky Way, like the sword stream. As for what the person with the sword looks like, what to say, he is completely unable to see and hear, so at this moment did not open his mouth to answer. The same person who didn't say anything was Mu Nanshan, who looked down below with his brows furrowed, his face looking worse and worse. He and Rinyu Princess no friendship, so even if the other side really died in front of their own, that is no big deal. This time down the mountain to help Qing Sun country to cut the tribute is just a reason. Both sides know each other is just a simple cooperative relationship, absolutely not mixed with half a point of personal friendship in it. What made his face look bad was the person who came to kill Rinyu. What? Figured it out? Gu Chuanxiu stood with a long body, looking down at the bottom, as if he could see through what Mu Nanshan was thinking in his mind, and asked indifferently. Mu Nanshan was silent and didn't say anything. Gu Chuanxiu patted his shoulder. Too much curiosity is not a good thing a lot of the time, and since you're here tonight, you need to get involved. After saying that, he directly pulled a few people onto the green cloud carriage and leapt off the cliff. There was no one left around Princess Rinyu who could stand up, and there were still some of the soldiers left undead, as well as the two messengers among the envoys, who, under the moonlight, couldn't see half a chance of surviving at all. Renyu's hands were clenched tightly in her sleeves, her knuckles were white, her eyes carried indescribable emotions. There was anger and embarrassment. It was complicated. Before you kill me, I want to know why. The relationship between Li Mengchang and Qing Sun Kingdom was a cooperative one. There was absolutely no hostility between the two sides. Instead, there was a possibility of continued cooperation in the future to a certain extent, so no matter which way one looked at it, the other side did not have the need to come and kill her. If he said that he was worried that the matter of cooperation would leak out, so he wanted to kill in silence, this was also an impossible thing. After all, she was not the only one who knew about this matter. Even Mu Nanshan also knew more or less. Since that's not possible by any stretch of the imagination, what could have caused this scene? Tang Zhuoling didn't say anything. He just flicked the sword with his finger, and the long sword let out a buzzing sound, like a hypnotic bell. I'll tell you what for. The dead silence of the night suddenly sounded a strange voice. The sudden insertion of both sides of the stage is followed by tension. Only in comparison, Deng Zhuoling's degree of tension and surprise to be a little more intense. Looking up, four-footed demonic horses pulled a carriage from the sky, landing smoothly in the center of Princess Rinyu and Tang Zhuoling. The green cloud wagon? Deng Zhuoling's pupils shrunk slightly, and his body tensed up with it. Why would the people from the Pear Garden appear here? Princess Rinyu also recognized the green cloud carriage, knowing that it was something that only the Pear Garden had, and had just been used by Cui Wenruo to bring it to Chang'an not long ago, which meant that the person in the carriage was Cui Wenruo. Her whitened knuckles relaxed slightly, and although she was equally confused as to why Cui Wenruo was here, it looked like it should be more favorable to her. Lifting the curtain of the car, the four of them stepped out of the car in turn, and the moment they saw Gu Chuanxiu, Deng Zhuoling's hand holding his sword lowered quite a bit. Senior brother Deng is so angry. Not watching fireworks on New Year's Day. Running to see a girl? Gu Chuanxiu wrapped his arms around his waist, the brocade pouch flicked in the wind, and shook his head as he spoke, with a look of lamenting the world's changing customs. Tang Zhuoling narrowed his eyes at him. Why are you here? Would you believe me if I told you that the four of us were traveling around and happened to be passing through? Gu Chuanxiu, your mouth is as immodest as ever. Gu Chuanxiu grinned. Since you know my mouth is immodest, why would you ask such a decent question? Knowing that there will be no answer and yet asking for it could not be more stupid. The moment she saw Gu Chuanxiu, Princess Rinyu's hanging heart was completely released. She knew that she would not be able to die today. You just said you know the reason. What reason? The reason is simple. He wants to use your death to discredit the Holy Emperor. Smearing the Holy Emperor? What do you mean? Princess Renyu still didn't understand. Cui Wenrua and Li Ziji glanced at each other in thought. And Mu Nanshan's face looked a little more ugly. He was already beginning to regret coming to see this hilarious event tonight. His wise and great majesty has become increasingly lethargic after reigning for more than 1,000 years. And now he has even done something as narrow-minded as assassinating the princess of Qing Song Kingdom, gradually losing his heart and reputation. So won't there be even more reasons for someone to want to take his place in the future? Gu Chuanxiu looked at Deng Zhouling and said with a smile. Tung Zhouling laughed along with him. Gu Chuanxiu, Gu Chuanxiu. Who in the world doesn't know that I'm from the sword cleansing sect, and who in the world doesn't know that the sword cleansing sect has a very close relationship with the state duke's office? Why is it that if I kill her, instead of the people in the world going to spit at the state duke's office, they're going to go spit at the sacred emperor instead? That's right. Gu Chuanxiu snapped his fingers and mocked. Precisely because everyone in the world knows that you are from the sword cleansing sect, and is clear about the relationship between the sword cleansing sect and the state duke's mansion. Everyone in the world is bound to be suspicious of this matter. Li Ziji has understood. The heart-praised Li Mengchang or that queen can come up with such a law. It is indeed remarkable. It seems that the imperial court is indeed a collusion. The depths of the metal. Princess Renyu still didn't get it. She was a very proud person. Or rather a person with a good sense of self. Such a person was smart, but often not smart enough. Looking at Deng Zhouling's face gradually disappeared smile, Gu Chuanxiu continued. If I want to assassinate a person, then I will definitely look for people without any suspicion to do it. Or this suspicion in any case cannot be pointed to their own body. If Li Mengchang really want to kill Princess Renyu, he can find dozens of people who cannot find out the bottom of the hands at any time and anywhere. Clean, and no one can find out. But he looked for you. He looked for you, Deng Zhouling. Deng Zhouling, who has a notable reputation in today's world, which is tantamount to plainly telling everyone that the one who wants to kill Princess Renyu is me. Li Mengchang. So this is why. Is this Duke of State? The General of Jinbei. A little cutie. Can't be? Chapter 39. What kind of person are you? No. Of course not. No one would think Li Mengchang was a cutie. The mockery at the corner of Gu Chuanxiu's mouth grew thicker, and he faintly said, so the world will definitely think about the reason for this, and after thinking about it, there is only one possibility, and that is that someone is intentionally framing and is guiding all the people to lead the real culprits behind the scenes towards Li Mengchang as well as the Empress. So who will this person be? Obviously, only the Holy Emperor. Intelligent people tend to think a lot and think deeply. Even a simple thing has to come up with a dozen or so esoteric possibilities before they are willing to give up. They would think that Li Mengchang wouldn't be stupid enough to send a sword-washing sect disciple with such an obvious trait to assassinate Princess Mercy Moon. Then it could only be, and can only be the arrangement of the Holy Emperor, who purposely let the sword-washing sect's people go out to kill Princess Mercy Moon as a way of framing Li Mengchang. The people always like this kind of conspiracy theory tone, and it will soon spread to everyone. And at that time, you will then step forward and pretend to reveal some evidence of your closeness to the Holy Emperor without thinking, so that this matter will be a reality. Gu Chuanxiu took 2 steps forward and looked at Deng Zhouling with a smile. Sometimes things are like this. The more they are laid out in plain sight, the more no one believes them. And you have to go through all the trouble of rattling off a layer of outer skin before you think you found the truth. Deng Zhouling didn't say anything and looked at him with a cold gaze. It's so meaningless. I was actually looking forward to your sword streaming stream before I came here. But I've just seen it, and it's no good. Gu Chuanxiu spread his hands, his face full of tastelessness. You want to fight me? Tong Zhouling held his sword, and a sword intent began to surround him. Gu Chuanxiu looked at Li Ziji. Did I not make myself clear? Li Ziji shook his head. Make it clear. Am I implying that I'm going to shoot him after explaining all this? This time Li Ziji nodded. Yes. Gu Chuanxiu looked up at Tang Zhouling and smiled. Look, my senior brother has heard and understood. Why are you still pretending to be confused? Deng Zhouling didn't say anything, only that the sound of running water resounded around him again. Countless swords converged to form an unbroken stream of waves, and the sharpness of the sword chi was such that the cliff walls that were far apart were cut out. I've said it before. This sword streaming stream of yours, it's not good. Gu Chuanxiu stepped forward 1 step at a time, a huge Bagua diagram flashing under his feet. I'm actually quite curious. The sword-washing sect should be heartbroken up and down with you missing, right? 8 trigrams rotating. runes flashing, such as the tidal wave of continuous sword stream even hard to be wiped out clean. Gu Chuanxiu is again a step forward, the gossip shift, rotating into the Tai Chi, a black and white Tuyin and Yang fish from the trigrams to leap up. Then he swallowed Deng Jiuling into his stomach, the longsword fell to the ground, and the person was no longer there. Li Ziji didn't even see Gu Chuanxiu make a move. He just saw him take a few steps and Deng Jiuling was dead. Would Nanshan and Cui Wenrua as well as Princess Rinyu was shocked speechless. Even if it has long been known that Gu Chuanxiu talent the world's first, but heard it is one thing, see it is another. As strong as Tang Jiuling as the existence of a few steps on the road to extinction? What kind of tactic is this? If Gu Chuanxiu breaks the 5 realms, the 3 of them shook their heads at the same time, banishing the terrifying thought from their minds. See what I mean? Gu Chuanxiu took Li Ziji's shoulder and inquired with a smile. Li Ziji nodded. See, but there seems to be more to this matter than that. Gu Chuanxiu also nodded. This matter is indeed more than that. Letting you watch this play today is to tell you that no matter what you look at, you have to start with the whole world. Sometimes a thing that seems innocent is actually not innocent at all behind it. Intent on teaching Li Ziji, Gu Chuanxiu said a few more words. Do you know who else was involved in this matter? He was asking Li Ziji as much as he was asking the others. Mu Nanshan's face was blue, and Cui Wenrua looked at Rinyu. Rinyu was a bit disoriented and said in a trance, Qingtsong country. It is true that she is not as smart as the rest of the people present, but after all, she is also a smart person, and after slowing down, she immediately figured out everything. No wonder Qingtsong Daikon will pay double the yearly tribute. No wonder she is dead set on asking for love to take her back. So all the layouts are for this night. It's a bit ridiculous to think that the ones who want to die the most are their own people, while the ones who save them are the people of the holy dynasty who want to overthrow them with all their hearts. Gu Chuanxiu said indifferently. Your father may not know about this. His plea to His Majesty to let you go should be genuine. The one who wants to kill you is someone else. With that, he glanced at Mu Nanshan. Mu Nanshan's gaze lowered. It was eldest senior brother, and only he was able to set such a scheme. First prompting your father to bring you back, and then contacting Li Mengchang to kill you, using this to tarnish the Holy Emperor's reputation and split the Empress and His Majesty. And this move was indeed advantageous to the Empress. So even knowing that she was being exploited, the Queen's party would have admitted to it. And after you die, with your father's favor for you, plus the fact that he is running the country within Qingtsong, from now on Qingtsong Kingdom will completely fall to the North Sea, which will release a very scary signal. What is unbelievable to me is that eldest brother, your older brother, would take your life so easily. Mu Nanshan thought about how gentle and elegant he was when he first met Moing in Ru Mountain. He actually didn't mind what means Moing used, even including his own willingness to go down the mountain to force the Holy Dynasty to take a step back simply because of his bored curiosity. Mu Nanshan was never a saintly mother. It's just that he had heard Moing mention the topic of Renyu too many times over the years in Ru Mountain, and Mo Ying's every word was doting on this younger sister. But now, the pampered words were still ringing in his ears, and in an instant, he became a corpse that died in the falling Phoenix Gorge at midnight on the New Year's Eve. This was something that Mu Nanshan had no way of accepting. And the key thing is that Russian wants the world to change, but does not approve of this division of the world. It's contradictory, but that's the truth. Princess Rinyu's face was pale and her gaze was in a trance. Li Ziji was silent and didn't say anything. Mu Nanshan was also silent for a long time, then looked up at Gu Chuanxiu and suddenly asked, Gu Chuanxiu, what kind of person are you? From the moment you saw me at the Clear Breeze Yasha, you've actually thought about bringing me along to see this play, haven't you? I don't know how you learned the news that Deng Jiuling would intercept Rinyu here. I'm curious. I'm sure everyone is curious. You brought me along with you, and when tonight is over, and these people go back to Qingtsong, the story will circulate without a trace. Immediately after that, those who know the inside story will suspect me. After all, it's a disciple of my Ru Mountain. The possibility of knowing this news and revealing it to you is very high. What will these people think? They'll think that there's a disagreement within Ru Shan. Some people want to make the sacred dynasty take a step back. Some people don't want to make the sacred dynasty take a step back, especially since I lost to Li Ziji before. And now with this incident, these people will wonder if I lost the game on purpose. What will the elders of Russian think? Moing calculated the sacred dynasty, and you used me to calculate Russian. From now on, I'm destined to get a different gaze from the elders of Russian. And all of this is just a decision that came to mind on the spur of the moment because of your glance at me in the Clear Wind Elegant House. Mu Nanshan gazed at Gu Chuanxiu and asked seriously, So, Gu Chuanxiu, what kind of person are you? This book should start to recommend. I hope to like the brothers can more chase more. Do not feed the book. Urge more also point a little. The author guarantees that the update is enough. Then the heart. Chapter 40, the princess becomes a fellow. After returning to Chang'an City, Mu Nanshan left, and Li Ziji said goodbye to Cui Wenruo, picking up Guagua, who had fallen asleep. On the way. What's next? Under the acacia tree, Gu Chuanxiu piled up a snowman with great interest, and also tied the red scarf that he had shunned from Chui's house around the snowman's neck, and was able to feel that he was in a good mood tonight. Destroyed the plot of Mo Wang in the back party, and most crucially, killed Deng Zhuoling. He has not fought with people for a long time. Originally thought that he would be rusty, the movement with a bit of lag, and finally after a bitter battle barely cut Deng Zhuoling under the horse. I did not expect to give the opening to swing. It seems that the genius is really a genius, and cannot be viewed with common sense. Somewhat proudly taking out another carrot from the kitchen and stuffing it in the snowman's face, Gu Chuanxiu patted the snow on his body and asked Princess Rinyu, who had been following behind him without saying a word. After coming back from falling Phoenix Gorge, those who are still alive continue to rush back to Qingcang. Princess Rinyu chose to come back to Chang'an together. After such a thing, she can no longer go back to Qingcang. Stay in Chang'an is the best choice. Just now the name is not correct. Cannot always live in Honglu Temple. Ranyu's face was still a little pale. Things happened too suddenly. Half a month ago she was representing Qingcang as well as those hidden behind the scenes to come to the Holy Dynasty to lay out their plans. But it turned out that half a month later these people wanted her life to continue laying out their plans, and they weren't even willing to wait until the New Year's Eve had passed. Her Royal Highness, who had always been a wise ass, was suddenly nowhere to be found. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Gu Chuanxiu looked at Li Ziji again. The 3,000 courts can't take it in? Li Ziji frowned. The House of 3,000 is not a good Samaritan. And other than me and you, there has never been an outsider inside the House of 3,000 these past 31 years. Li Ziji was silent for a while. He had understood Gu Chuanxiu's meaning, and looked up at Princess Rinyu, asking, "Does your highness know how to do business?" Sending Princess Rinyu to stay in the guest room, Li Ziji returned to the acacia tree. "Are you really prepared to let her stay here with me all the time?" He didn't have much feeling for this Princess Rinyu, whether it was good or bad. It was just that the other party had a special identity after all, and staying in his place would be a trouble sooner or later. He doesn't like trouble. Gu Chuanxiu leaned against the acacia tree and flirted. "I see that you didn't handle it very well. Letting someone with the body of a princess work for you as a fellow and help you look after the calligraphy and painting store. If this gets out, Chang'an City doesn't know how many young and old men will be envious and jealous of you. How extravagant is it to have a princess of a country as a fellow? Since you're going to stay with me, there's always something to do. Even Gogo has to go get breakfast every morning." Thinking about the way Gu Guoguo was still not as high as the counter, trying to stand on tiptoe to call out for a fellow, Gu Chuanxiu also let out a laugh, then looked at the candlelight in the guest room that had already been extinguished, and said softly, "Some enemies will always be enemies, while there are still others that won't remain enemies. And she has a special identity that will be able to help sooner or later. As for whether or not she'll attract trouble, after last night, no one will ever think anything of her again." Li Ziji looked at the sky. Even if the night is longer in winter, it has become much lighter now. It is estimated that at most half an hour will dawn. By now there are no fireworks people. The Chang'an City, which has been lively for a day and night, seems to have once again reverted to that solemn and majestic city. When I was in Suining in the past, the world was very small for me. Li Xiaowan opened a flower store. The business was not good. There were quite a lot of people in Suining who liked flowers, but very few who liked to raise flowers. The most she ever said to me was to study more, and in the future, wait for the Duke of State's family to come and fetch us for a good life. Now that I've come to Chang'an City, I've realized that the world is a big place, especially when mixed up with you people. It's as if the whole world is going to show me a clear picture in an instant." He raised his hand to touch the scarf around the snowman's neck and calmly said, "It's a pity that Li Xiaowan didn't end up having a good life. So if becoming a disciple of the 3,000 courts will give me the chance to kill Li Mengchang and Lady Ning, I don't mind what role I play in this world." Gu Chuanxiu's face did not have much expression. He was not able to pat his chest and say with 100% certainty that he would definitely help Li Ziji kill his father. The status is high to the extent that Li Mengchang, that kind of degree, is already not something that can be killed if he wants to, even if he breaks the 5 realms in the future. Li Ziji thought about tonight's events and also wondered how Gu Chunxiu had learned the news that someone was trying to kill Princess Rinyu, and even grasped the timing so accurately. "How did you learn the news that someone was trying to kill Princess Rinyu?" Logically speaking, such a thing, whether it was Mo Ing who was far away in Ru Mountain or Li Mengchang as well as the Swordwash sect, they would definitely not reveal half of the news out. Gu Chuanqiu didn't reply, but lifted his foot and kicked the snowman's head to pieces, humming a small tune and waving his hand. Come to the 3000 courtyard tomorrow at noon. I'll bring you to see eldest senior brother, and by the way, I'll start teaching you to cultivate. The 3000 courts now had only 7 people left counting Gu Chuanqiu. There were very few people, so it was recognizable as well. Li Ziji looked at his departing back, his gaze pondering. Cultivation? This thing that was very close to him yet felt very far away was finally going to start contacting him. He only hoped that his talent would not be too bad, not like the middle-aged man that night, who had been practicing for more than 10 or 20 years and was still only a primary realm cultivator. The news of Deng Jiuling's death had not yet returned, but Li Mengchang and Lady Ning already knew what would happen to him. Gu Chuanqiu and the others didn't cover up when they brought Princess Rinyu back to Chang'an. Walking on the streets openly and honestly, many people could see it, and of course the State Duke's office could see it as well. So right now, Mrs. Ning's face was ugly, so gloomy that it was almost able to drip water. Gu Chuanqiu himself went there. Deng Jiuling will definitely not survive, and with his position in the sword cleansing sect, there's no way even I can explain to the sect. Tang Jiuling's talent is extremely high. It can be said that the future will certainly enter the 5th realm, even if it is the top cultivation forces within the holy dynasty like the sword-washing sect. The number of strong people in the 5th realm is not more than a handful. Such a loss basically belongs to the raw digging of flesh and blood. Cultivation is a very difficult path. Becoming a great thing of the 5th realm does not only require talent, opportunity and heart are indispensable. The creation of the sword-washing sect has been more than 700 years since its creation. More than 700 years down the line. To become a great thing of the 5th realm, no more than 5 people. From this, it could be seen how precious and rare the status and number of 5th realm powerhouses were. Tang Jiuling is less than 40 years old this year. His talent is superior. His heart is superior. In the future he will surely become a great thing in the 5 realms. Maybe in 10 years, or in 100 years, there is always that day. But now, he's dead. Died in the middle of what should have been a top secret program. Chapter 41, just in time for noon. So who leaked the information? And how was it leaked? Li Mengchang's face was expressionless. Deng Jiuling's death was indeed a great loss. But the other party was after all a member of the sword-washing sect, and although he was on the same side, in the end, he was an outsider after all. Gu Chuanqiu left Chang'an City at the stroke of midnight, and rushed off to the fallen Phoenix Gorge on the green cloud carriage. He timed it accurately. One could even say it's accurate to the point where it shouldn't be. Gu Chuanqiu was bound to do this because he had already gotten the most accurate and clear news, so he didn't need to make preparations in advance, as long as he arrived just in time. Inside the hall, besides Li Mengchang and Mrs. Ning, there was the housekeeper Han Shan and 2 young men. These 2 are the sons of Li Mengchang and Mrs. Ning, the oldest son, Li Ying, and the youngest son, Li Ruo. After all, it's the New Year's Eve, and families always get together. Han Shan pondered for a moment. There are only a few people who know about this matter. Since it's not a problem here with us, it must be with Ru Shan. After all, Mu Nanshan is also in the Qingyan carriage. Lady Ning thought about the game of chess at the Fuyao Terrace. In that case, that game of chess was probably deliberate on Mu Nanshan's part as well, and perhaps Gu Chuanqiu had an agreement with him long ago. Winning over Cui Wenruo, everyone believed that Mu Nanshan would definitely win in the end. So did Mrs. Ning. After all, the only uncertainty in this layout was Mu Nanshan. Being the most crucial person, his attitude determined everything. After winning over Cui Wenruo, this only destabilizing factor seemed to have become stable, and Mu Nanshan really wanted the sacred dynasty to take a step back. But in the end, he lost at the hands of Li Ziji. Li Ying said indifferently, I've seen the game of chess in that game. Li Ziji's chess power is very high. It's not completely impossible for him to win against Mu Nanshan. The people from top to bottom of the State Duke's house, no matter who, are dressed very well. After all, the State Duke's house is a place that is very well dressed, but Li Ying's dress is very unpolished. He is wearing a silver armor, and he didn't even sit down. He just stood in front of the window and calmly looked at the outside. Li Ruo smiled as he looked at his elder brother's back, the corner of his mouth lifting up an arc. Listening to your words, it seems that you appreciate our good younger brother. Indeed, to be able to become a disciple of the 3000 courts, you have really fought for the honor of our State Duke's mansion. Just like you, elder brother, who is obviously the son of the general of the North Shinbei. but went to the southern realm to become the general of the Cloud Banner under the commander of the Song Marshal. The Holy Dynasty has two greatest enemies, the North Sea and the Demon Kingdom. The North Sea is in the north, the Demon Kingdom is in the south, and there is still a Qingtsang country between the Holy Dynasty and the North Sea, but it is a flat river with the Demon Kingdom, and each other can even smell the rusty flavor of each other's swords. A dog that bites never barks, and compared to the North Sea, the Demon Kingdom is a dog that bites. Li Ruo laughed. Big Brother is really bent on relieving His Majesty's worries. It seems like Marshal Song seems to think highly of you. He even gave you the Silver Moon Blood armor. Or else why don't you just bring my head along with you to the Southern Realm one day? Maybe Marshal Song will be happier. Li Ying frowned and turned to look at him. A coldness instantly swept over Li Ruo's whole body. I don't care how you guys fight in the court. That has nothing to do with the Southern Realm. If you dare to move anything you shouldn't have, I might really take off your head. No matter if you are hiding in the floating mountain, or at home. The smile on Li Ruo's face didn't change at all. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that our state duke's house would also produce someone who was bent on being loyal to the king and serving the country. The wind outside the window rolled down the snow on the eaves and fell through the window onto Li Ying's silver armor. Where the snowflakes fell, the silver armor suddenly began to glow red, like a bit of plum blossom slowly blooming. Red dripping blood. At the sight of this scene the smile on Li Ruo's face finally slowly disappeared. The next instant Li Ying's knife had already appeared on his head. The long knife fell without making any sound. It just hung above Li Ruo's head, and it was as if it was blocked by something underneath the blade. Unable to continue falling, Li Ying glanced at Mrs. Ning, whose face was blue, and turned around with his sword withdrawn. I won't be coming back for future annual festivals. Li Ruo's face was also ugly. He could feel it. Just now, if his mother hadn't stepped in to stop it, that knife would really have fallen without hesitation. Butler Han Shan looked at Li Ying's departing back inside. Dalong still can't get over the hurdle in his heart. Perhaps he shouldn't have sent him to the southern border in the first place. Following someone like Marshal Song, Li Ying would look less and less at these meticulous calculations in the courtroom. Li Mengchang glanced at Li Ruo lightly before saying, Inger's nature destined him to go only to the southern realm. So there is no need to prepare his chopsticks for the annual festivals in the future. Eggs are never put in one basket, whether active or passive. The state duke's house has produced such an anomaly as Li Ying. From a certain perspective, it may not be a good thing. It wasn't even noon yet, and Li Ziji was already awake, and Guiguo was looking at him with his little face propped up. Big Brother, we have a beautiful woman in the house. Seeing that Li Ziji had woken up, Guiguo immediately let out a cheer. Then brought her head over again and whispered, as if she was afraid of being heard. Princess Renyu is indeed a beautiful woman. Li Ziji pinched the little girl's little face and explained, he is the fellow I hired back, and will be responsible for looking after the business in the store from now on. Going to the kitchen to heat up last night's meal, Li Ziji helped Princess Renyu to serve a bowl of rice and said, the business of the store is very simple. There is nothing troublesome. The price of each piece of calligraphy is 200 taels. 3 paintings 500 taels apiece. By the way, if Gu Chuanxiu comes to buy it, it will cost an additional 100 taels. He has a lot of money. Princess Renyu's words became few and far between. Basically it was Li Ziji who was talking and she listened quietly, answering every now and then to show that she was clear. Although it was last night's leftovers, it was still hearty. That's how the New Year's Eve is. Especially for the two of them, Li Ziji and Guoguo. No surprise, the next few days are all about leftovers. I'll give you 5 taels of silver for each month's wages. I know you don't see it, but with the market for fellows that's definitely considered a high price. I don't know why Gu Chuanxiu let you stay with me, but since you're staying you have to abide by the rules. And I'm a person who hates trouble so I don't want you to be a nuisance in my hands. Looking at Princess Renyu's slightly furrowed brows, Li Ziji's tone did not change in any way. I know you're not used to hearing these words, but that's the truth. You live here, you help me look after the store, and I'll pay you for your labor. Other than that, there's no interactions. Sooner or later, the change in identity was something to get used to, and Princess Mercy Moon had been prepared for this ever since she came back in the green cloud carriage. Patting Guoguo's head again, Li Ziji looked up at the sky. Just before noon. A word about updating. I'm late today. Starting tomorrow I'll update 2 chapters every day at 8 p.m. sharp. Then I'll update the 3rd chapter before 12 p.m. 2 more are 100% guaranteed. And the 3rd one is guaranteed as much as possible. Beefy. Chapter 42, there's a cave inside. What the 3000 courtyard was like. Li Ziji had thought about it many times. But when he actually stood here he realized that the 3000 courtyard was really just a courtyard. The white outer wall. The upper eaves are covered with green bricks and tiles, obviously in winter. The wall joints are covered with moss. The courtyard gate is very simple, exactly the same as the ordinary gate of one's own courtyard. No wonder Gu Chuanxiu comes to his own home so diligently. This looks like an old courtyard with a long ear, without a bit of the majesty that should belong to the legendary 3000 courtyards. The most critical thing is that this courtyard is very small. Standing in the doorway at a glance is probably only as big as 2 yards of their own home. Simply living is naturally enough. But the problem is that this is a 3000 yard. Although the once 3000 courtyards didn't have many people either. How could the teaching teachers and guest disciples add up to more than 500 people? So it definitely couldn't stay in just such a small courtyard. If it wasn't for the fact that the plaque of the 3000 courtyard did hang in front of the door, Li Ziji would even wonder if he had gone to the wrong place. Go up and knock on the door. If you have to say where is unusual, that is the knocking sound of the 3000 courtyards is not the same. Rather than knocking on the door, it is more like the sound of water. Like the sound made by a stone falling into a pond of water. Not only that, the wooden door in front of you is even like the surface of the water emanating a circle of ripples. The courtyard that clearly existed in front of him seemed to have suddenly become illusory. Li Ziji took a step back. A hand suddenly reached out from inside the door, grabbed his collar and yanked him in. The street was empty once again. Only the old shopkeeper of the breakfast store diagonally across the street was left with a color of reminiscence in his eyes. More than 30 years ago, he was the one who watched every person who came to the 3000 courts for the first time being grabbed in like this. Now that I think about it, there's something else. Grab Li Ziji into the natural Gu Chuanxiu, and in the outside look. The environment inside is very different. Trees green, pavilion side, high attic dozens of feet, into the door on the side of a lake. There are miles wide, the courtyard of the huge. He stood here even a glance cannot see the boundaries. A world away from the shabby look from the outside. How's that for a big surprise? Gu Chuanxiu took him by the shoulders and squeezed his eyes at him as if showing off. Li Ziji also do not feel that he is a bumpkin into the city, but also deliberately walked to the lakeshore squatting down to touch. Into the hand slightly cool, and not as harsh as the winter. And even see the frogs squatting on the shore of the lotus leaves to look at him. I can't imagine that there are other places inside the 3000 courts. The word cave heaven first came from the Taoist sect, referring to the immortal lands suitable for monks. There is also a cave of blessed land. In the records of the Taoist sect can be subdivided into 10 major caves, 36 small caves, meaning that there are caves in the mountains that lead to the heavens, through the mountains. In fact, to put it bluntly, there are only 2 reasons for the formation of the cave. One is naturally born and raised. Today's world there are a few more famous cave world, which exists a lot of cultivation can be used for resources and treasures. The second is created artificially with great power. As in the case of the 3,000 yards, Gu Chuanxiu proudly explained. The 3000 courts has a long history. When His Majesty created the Holy Dynasty, the president of the court had already created the 3000 courts, because he wanted to be closer to Chang'an and didn't want to take up too much space. So he invited the sect headmaster of the Taoist sect at that time as well as the world's most reputable formation Taoist everyone to join him in creating the courts cave. From more than 1,000 years ago to the present, all kinds of things inside the cave have long been perfected, and usually here and outside the same 4 seasons. Only the second elder brother said that if the weather is too cold he can't pick up the pen to write a novel. So the season in the cave is fixed at the beginning of summer, and it has never changed. Li Ziji was stunned, not realizing that there was such a thing. Cultivators, too, would mind the cold weather? Although the cultivator is not omnipotent, but along with the improvement of the realm, their own physique will naturally enhance. For example, Li Ziji that knight can use the sword to kill the first realm cultivator, but if you run into more than the 4th realm, even if you stand there and let you stab dozens of swords you can't stab in. Not to mention the fact that monks are able to use their aura to protect themselves from cold, heat, hunger, sleepiness, and so on. Since he was Gu Chuanxiu's second senior brother, he would still be afraid of winter sky freezing hands? Gu Chuanxiu coughed dryly and explained in a low voice. You don't know. Even though second elder brother is second elder brother. But second elder brother is just an ordinary person just like you. You are not cultivating. He is unable to cultivate. After Gu Chuanxiu's explanation, only then did Li Ziji listen to understand the causes and consequences. It turns out that this second senior brother was accepted as a disciple by Lord Dean 100 years ago, but because of a special reason that led to not being able to cultivate, Lord Dean once said that the second senior brother's physique is rare for 1,000 years, and that if he wanted to become a cultivator, he had to be reincarnated and relived for 100 times in order to be able to cultivate. Even if the Dean Sama had a high status and grand prestige, it still made people roll their eyes when he said it. Reincarnation is a fantasy, let alone reincarnating 100 times. Not to mention that this body is already dead after your reincarnation. So what is the point of practicing? The respected dean of the adults seems to be cheating. The second elder brother from then on also gave up cultivation. The good thing is that there is a hobby that likes to write stories, so he began to write a novel. 100 years passed to now no one knows how many parts he has written. A rough calculation how to have almost 100 parts. How do you live for 100 years if you can't practice? Li Ziji was surprised and inquired. He felt that the 3,000 courtyards were full of strange people. Gu Chuanqiu rolled his eyes. The lifespan of ordinary people and primordial realm cultivators is only 100 years. Cultivators increase their lifespan by 200 years for each higher realm, and the 5 realms of great things can live for about 1,000 years. This does not include the use of foreign objects to help out, and with the heritage of the 3,000 courts, it's not a problem to let a commoner live for a few hundred years. This was the first time that Li Ziji clearly understood the length of life that a cultivator's lifespan increased after raising his realm. As Gu Chuanqiu said, the 5 realms of the great thing would be able to live for about 1,000 years, and if he remembered correctly, it had been more than 300 years since the founding of the sacred dynasty, hadn't it? Chun Xiu, remember not to let your third senior brother hear this, or else you definitely won't be spared. The two were speaking in whispers when a gentle voice suddenly appeared out of thin air, and immediately afterward, they saw a teenage boy wearing a long black shirt, with long hair draped over his head, and a face like a crown of jade, treading water from the lake, looking at the two of them with a smile on his face. This teenage boy looked young, as if he was a year or two younger than Li Ziji. Seeing the visitor, Gu Chuanqiu didn't have much of a reaction, but after hearing the words third senior brother, he subconsciously shrunk his head. Eldest senior brother. I'm not criticizing second senior brother. I'm just introducing to our new youngest junior brother. This third senior brother can't blame me, right? Saying that, Gu Chuanqiu even spread his hands innocently. Chapter 43, Knighthood. Yu Mei, the eldest senior brother of the 3,000 courtyard. It was said that he had started practicing under the Lord Dean 1,000 years ago, and had been cultivating until today. And part of the reason why the 3,000 courtyard was still revered since the death of the Lord Dean was because of Yu Mei's presence. Li Ziji did not think that this young-looking teenager in front of him would be his own senior brother, and only reacted by bowing after being winked at by Gu Chuanqiu. Li Ziji, meet eldest senior brother. Yu Mei's body slowly rose from the surface of the lake, and then landed in front of the two of them, and only then did Li Ziji see that the eldest senior brother turned out not to be wearing shoes, and stood barefoot treading on the lake water. But his feet had not been wetted by half. There's no need to be polite. Senior brother is not considered an elder. There's no need to be formal. Yu Mei said softly, the 3,000 courts have their own rules. The few of us will not accept disciples on our own. We will only accept disciples on behalf of our masters. As was the case with Gu Chuanqiu, and now it is the same with you. A substitute teacher takes on an apprentice. As it turns out, it was no wonder that after so many years of Lord Dean's immortal death, Gu Chuanqiu was still able to address these remaining people in the institution as senior brothers. When we meet for the first time, a senior brother should always prepare a gift for the meeting. Only that I wasn't clear about what you needed before. Well, it's not too late to ask now. Yu Mei's voice was gentle, and it was obvious that this was a very good elder brother. Gu Chuanqiu touched Li Ziji with his elbow and reminded him unapologetically, eldest brother has always been generous, so don't be too stingy with what you want. He thought that he himself had asked for a random trinket because he hadn't wiped his face at the first meeting, and as a result, he was still regretting it. Li Ziji thought for a moment, then said, I broke my sword earlier when I was fighting with someone. I want a nice sword if I can. Yu Mei nodded slightly. No problem. A sword really doesn't count for much. Recognizing people is not urgent. Anyway, there are only so many. In the future, sooner or later, we will recognize all of them. The cultivation of things for the time being, Gu Chuanqiu can teach you. If you run into any problems, you can also come to seek us. By the way, there aren't many rules left in the 3,000 courts now, but if you run into your third senior brother, remember to keep some rules. Thinking of third senior brother's serious and stereotypical face, Yu Mei shook her head helplessly. Thinking about the way Gu Chuanqiu looked just now when she heard the words third senior brother, to be able to make the jumpy Gu Chuanqiu scared like this, This third senior brother's rules must be very strict. Almost forgot one thing. Yume was just about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. His palm spread out and a roll of gold paper suddenly appeared in his palm. His Majesty has ordered a reward to be sent to you. From now on you will be the Suwaning prefectural uncle. The kind that has real power. And you can regulate the military and government of Suwaning. The long, disheveled hair moved slightly with the wind. And Yume said meaningfully, from now on, you have entered His Majesty's eyes. Seeing his eldest brother leave, Gu Chuanxiu couldn't wait to open the holy decree. And golden words appeared above his head as if they were alive, accompanied by the Holy Emperor's voice. The general meaning is that because Li Ziji's performance on the Fuyao stage has won glory for the country, he has been appointed as a county uncle, as well as all sorts of rewards, which have now been sent to the Qingfeng Yeshu. This is the first time Li Ziji heard the voice of the Holy Emperor, and he imagined that there is not much difference, the same majesty and grandeur, even if he did not see with his own eyes. Just listen to the voice to let life out of a small sense of admiration. You can you kid, without saying a word have become a county uncle? If you work harder, you might be a Duke of State in the future. And then the Duke of State's mansion will be built right across the street from your father. So he'll be pissed off to death. The titles in the Holy Dynasty range from high to low. Prince, Duke of State, County Duke, County Marquis, County Uncle, County Son, and County Man. County Uncle is certainly very good, but the distance from the Duke of the country, there is still an incomparable distance. And in the future is not to say that every time there is a good opportunity to enhance the title. This knighthood, what's the point? Li Ziji hadn't understood the rules in this regard and asked curiously, what use? Gu Chuanxiu had a look of looking at a bumpkin. A poor man is a poor man, and he is still a poor man when he enters the 3,000 courts. The titles of the Holy Dynasty are not that easy to obtain. Every person with a title, even the lowest ranked county man, is able to enjoy the resources of the Holy Dynasty's offerings every year without any compensation. The privileges, status, and hidden benefits possessed by the title are all unimaginable to you, especially if this is still a county uncle with real power. From another point of view, the county uncle has already possessed the qualification to participate in politics in the court. Of course, generally speaking, only the title does not have an official position will not be stupid enough to really participate in politics in the court. Let me put it to you this way. If a fourth realm cultivator goes to a place like the divine sect, the Buddhist sect, he will be treated with no small amount of courtesy. But even if you're an ordinary person, but as long as you have a title from the sacred dynasty, the courtesy you get when you go to the divine sect, the Buddhist sect, will be far above that of an ordinary fourth realm cultivator. Most importantly, the knighthood is equivalent to an identity card handpicked by His Majesty. So whoever wants to kill you, or whoever wants to kill you, will have to weigh whether or not they can withstand His Majesty's wrath. This holy decree sends not only a county uncle, but also a life preserver. Towards the end, Gu Chuanxiu's tone was serious, and then continued, of course, for you as a poor man, even greater reasoning is not as critical as one. That is, after the title is conferred, the court will send someone to help you choose a residence, and it is estimated that within 3 or 2 months, you will have to move over. And our holy dynasty has a title and the residents are basically all in the Xingning Square. If you move over there, it will not be much farther away from your dad's. If you move there, you won't be far from your father's residence. There are many more benefits of a knighthood. It's impossible to say. You can only know it by slowly experiencing it yourself. Li Ziji was not overwhelmed by this joy, but asked, this knighthood, does it have anything to do with the 3,000 courts? Gu Chuanxiu knew what he was thinking and shook his head. You don't need to think too much. You helped His Majesty and it's only natural for His Majesty to give you something in return. Even though it's true that the county uncle is a bit higher, I think His Majesty should expect more from you. More to look forward to? But I'm just a regular guy. Gu Chuanxiu smiled. You are a disciple of the 3,000 courts, Li Ziji said. In that case, it's still related to the 3,000 courts. It's related to the 3,000 courts, but it's not something that the 3,000 courts actively fight for. You should know the difference, Li Ziji said softly. It's not that I don't want to dip into the light of the 3,000 courts. I'm just thinking that even if I win a game of chess, even if I become a disciple of the 3,000 courts, it's not enough to be rewarded like this. And His Majesty's move, I always feel that there's an ulterior motive. Gu Chuanxiu was silent for a while, resting his hands behind his head. Perhaps His Majesty also wishes to change something from you. From me? A heavy downpour begins with a single drop of rain, and a curtain full of beads is because of a single bead. and perhaps in His Majesty's eyes, you are such a bead. Li Ziji looked at Gu Chuanxiu. And in your eyes? Chapter 44, the so-called cultivation. Perhaps I was expecting you to change things. 2. Gu Chuanxiu sat down by the lake, propped his hands on the ground, looked up at the blue sky, and said softly, "Why does it have to be me?" This had been asked before, and Gu Chuanxiu had given an answer. Because Li Ziji was Li Mengchang's son, and because Li Ziji wanted to kill Li Mengchang. But he was asking again now, obviously wanting a more accurate answer. Gu Chuanxiu was silent for a while and asked rhetorically, "How do you think the world is going to change?" Li Ziji didn't understand the meaning of these words. Gu Chuanxiu continued, "The pattern of the world has been maintained stably for more than 1,000 years. Wanting to change is not about attacking each other hard and fast, and in the end, whoever wins and whoever calls the shots. That would be too costly. And as I said earlier, there are certainly a few powerful forces outside of the Holy Dynasty, but they are not ironclad with each other either. Big fists are hard, but sometimes things can't be done just by looking at the fists. Do you expect those big shots to agree on a time to go down on each other and fight to the death? Changes in the world are always subtle, starting from a little drop, a corner, a small thing to change. The Holy Dynasty now lacks people who are suitable to deal with small things. Chui Wenrua is not bad, but merely not bad. Upwards, although there is still the Luo family's Luo Shindu, Qi Baihu's Zhou Ji, Chaogai City's Little Sword Immortal, but none of them are suitable. In my opinion, you are the one who is most suitable for the job. The whole world is like a beaded curtain, and you are not only the first bead, but likewise the thread that weaves the curtain. Compared to last time, Gu Chuanxiu spoke more clearly and bluntly this time. Li Ziji also understood the role he played in this great situation. He did not resist it. He knew very well that this was something he had to face when he became a disciple of the 3,000 courts. In a way, it's also an exchange, a mutually acceptable exchange. Start practicing now? He asked. Gu Chuanxiu clapped his hands and somewhat jumped into action. This is the first time I'm teaching someone else, so you have to pay attention and listen, or else if you don't cultivate well in a while and get backfired, then I'll just have to collect your corpse. This mouth is still as unreliable as ever. Li Ziji glanced at him, but there is nothing to worry about. By the recognized talent of the world's first Gu Chuanxiu teaching cultivation, will go wrong that would be strange. The so-called cultivation, in the words of the readers, is the cultivation of virtue? In their eyes, cultivation is not equivalent to a cultivator, but rather a process of elevating the spirit of the self, which is naturally not necessary for a cultivator to believe. But, of course, there is merit in it. Honing the heart. Gu Chuanxiu stood up, hands behind his back, walking one step and swaying 3 times to explain. This thing of heart is an acquired cultivation process. The innate also has a partial influence. Some people are indecisive. Some people step on a rabbit to cry for half a day. Such a heart, even if the talent is good, is destined to become a great weapon. Cultivation has to be smart. It may not require you to be smart enough, but at the very least you have to be relatively smart, or else you'll easily be tricked, and cultivation will instead hasten your death. So the heart is very important. Calm judgment, insightful gaze. If you want a realm to improve to more than 3 realms, these characteristics should be possessed. For example, that knight died under the sword of Tang Jiuling 3 Qingsun country 4 realm cultivators. Do not look at their death as very easy, but they are also the same with these characteristics. If not bumped into Tang Jiuling, individually carry out actually can have a lot of work. Gu Chuanxiu's hand didn't know when he had an extra fan, and while talking he began to gently fan himself again, the jade pendant and brocade pouch at his waist swaying slightly. Going deeper, cultivation is a process of correcting one's body, thinking, speech, behavior, and mind, and going straight to the right mind and awareness, to know oneself, the world, and all things in nature. And the reason why cultivators have greater power is because of this. To go a little deeper, cultivation is actually about enhancing the connection between oneself and the Tao, and the deeper one's perception of the Tao, the higher one's realm will be. And as for what this Tao actually is, every cultivator actually has their own understanding. Of course, these are all esoteric sounding truths, and exactly how to cultivate them is actually quite simple. With a snap, Gu Chuanxiu closed the fan and tapped it hard on his palm. There are secret techniques, there are minor magical powers, there are all kinds of subtle moves. Just the only thing is that there is no such thing as feats that are circulated in the mouths of the common people. Cultivation doesn't exist in terms of differences in techniques. You cultivate the first-class technique to raise 3 realms in a day. I cultivate the third-class technique to raise 1 realm in a month. This doesn't exist. At the beginning of the cultivation, All techniques come together. It's a chi-inducing decision. Gu Chuanxiu stretched out a finger, and a small oval-shaped object coalesced at his fingertip. Pinch the chi attraction duel. Meditate. Feel the aura of heaven and earth. Then attract chi into the body. Incorporate it into the sea of chi, and condense an innate seed within the sea of chi. So that would be equivalent to entering the primordial realm. Cultivation of the four paths. The initial realm is called differently, but in essence there is actually no difference. Only after the second realm will it go in a different direction. Which path you choose to take. The use of chi will have to be used in which path's method, and the instinctive seed in your body will change with it. So decide beforehand which path you want to take. Otherwise regretting it later would be too much of a delay. And even if you recoalesce, the second instinctive seed will also easily clash with the very first one. Not only is there no way to go farther, but it may also lead to chi si damage. As the saying goes, greed chews more than it can chew is the reason for this. Hearing this, Li Ziji interjected. I've heard people say that you're a four-way practitioner. Gu Chuanxiu raised an eyebrow. I'm a genius. Can you compare? Mocked Li Ziji a sentence. Gu Chuanxiu then said, cultivation on the four paths does not have a high and low, depending on just personal interest and choice. In fact, although it is said to be teaching cultivation, but a master really can teach the disciple and not too much. In the introduction of chi into the body, continue to cultivate to improve the realm is only to rely on their own. The master's existence lies in the lead as well as resources to give, and so on. The four paths have different names for the realm of cultivation. The Buddhist cultivator calls the second realm the Vajra realm. The seed of the original life surrounds the circumference of the body, taking the route of rigidity and hardness, flowing in the outermost meridians for 36 weeks and days, and eventually the seed of the original life blossoms into a lotus flower in the sea of chi. And so that is tantamount to stepping into the second realm, walking the route of the Buddhist cultivator. Taoist cultivators call the second realm the Jade Void realm, where the seed of the original life looms large within the sea of chi, and the spirit of meditation creates a connection with the seed of the original life, ultimately giving birth to violet chi in the center of the brow. And in this way it is equivalent to stepping into the second realm of Taoist cultivation. Chapter 45, You Can't Compare People to People. Cultivation of the Four Roads. The Confucian cultivator is actually the most distinctive one. They fight with people in a variety of ways, may also take a sword against the enemy, maybe just a pen, or even ink on the paper can be born to kill the weapon. Confucian cultivator with the reading of cultivation, the heart of the place, the realm will follow. So the second realm of Confucian cultivation is called the heart of the Ming. Confucian cultivation pay attention to do things without shame. For example, the other three road cultivators do a wrong thing, may have a guilty heart, but for the future of the cultivation of the road basically does not have too much impact. But Confucian cultivation, if you do the heart of the guilty thing, if you can't turn the corner, after a lifetime can't be any more inches. So the Confucian cultivation is also the relative number of the least of the four road. Only by asking for a clear conscience can one be burdened with vastness and ultimately achieve the sage realm. Gu Chuanxiu slightly emotional. Obviously for the Confucian cultivation is more sideways, although the four paths are really no difference between high and low, but the Confucian cultivation is indeed has its special unique features. The last is the martial cultivation. The second realm of martial cultivation is the opening of the veins. Using the native seed to open the most important 12 meridians in the human body is to enter the realm of the opening of the veins. Gu Chuanxiu said very detailed. Li Ziji also listened very carefully. Finally considered for the cultivation of a more complete cognition. Indeed. So it seems that the cultivation to where the vast majority of cases are dependent on their own. The role of the master lies in the role of you as a protective umbrella, to provide you with the resources to help you in your doubts, to help you answer the question. Does not mean that every step of the cultivation of the master to go to hand in hand to guide, since cultivation is pretty much the same. Why is there a difference in strength and weakness in the same realm? Li Ziji asked a question that he wasn't quite able to understand. For example, martial arts cultivation. Everyone has to open the 12 chakras, and there is no influence of the so-called strong and weak gong method circulating in the mouths of the common people. So why can the gap between the strong and weak be so big? Tang Jiuling, for example, fought 1 against 3 in the same realm without any pressure. Gu Chuanxiu held out 4 fingers. For reasons. First of all, or the cliché, the problem of talent. Everyone is not the same. With the martial arts cultivation, to give an example, the same 12 chakra, you're thicker, might find some, thick some of the power that can be used by the natural than find some of the powerful. This is a very shallow reasoning. Secondly, the heart, killing is not tea. You want to drink as much as you want to drink as much as you want to not drink. And people fight and not pay attention to itself is to die. So the vast majority of the time the degree of perseverance of the heart determines how much strength the cultivator can play in the fight with people. For example, you killed that middle-aged man the other night, just because you had already counted on the broken sword of the critical stab. Again, the use of power. In fact, everyone has no way to play out 100% of their own power. 10 can only be used out of 7 even if it is very impressive. A qualified cultivator can perfectly manipulate their own strength. Every attack, every defense can be aptly used. The use of power is a very clever means. Will not waste a trace of strength, will not do half of the redundant movements. Lastly, and as I mentioned before, the resources that a master can give to a disciple are not just consumables like money and pills, but also secret arts as well as minor divine abilities. The same two martial arts cultivators, one comes from a third-rate cultivation force and only has a simple Big Dipper fist in his hands, and the other is a disciple of our 3000 courts and is full of pavilion's martial arts aptitude. So if such two people fight, which one will win and which one will lose? One doesn't even need to look at them to know. Gu Chuanxiu did her duty as a substitute teacher perfectly today, knowing everything about Li Ziji's questions and explaining them especially clearly. Cultivation sounds simple, drawing qi into the body to condense the seat of origin. Then the seat of origin is used differently to step into the second realm. I can finish all of this in just 2 sentences, but there are people who may not be able to step into the second realm for several decades, such as the middle-aged assassin who was killed by you, pinching the qi attraction trick, sensing the heaven and earth aura. Cultivators with ordinary talent will need at least a month for this step alone, then attracting the qi into the body for another month. The aura enters the sea of qi to condense the native seed for at least half a year, and then counting the corrections and adjustments halfway through. A year's time to be able to step in the beginning realm. That is not a normal thing. The initial realm to the second realm will also take more than 5 years. As for further up, cultivators with ordinary natural talent will basically have a hard time going. 10 years and decades of cultivation to the third realm will already be their apex, and it will be impossible to get to the fourth realm in their lifetime. Don't look at Chang'an City as if there are many fourth realm cultivators. They can be found everywhere, and even 4 died quite casually in the falling Phoenix Gorge. But the truth is, when you leave Chang'an City and go to a place like your Nanling County, fourth realm cultivators are already walking sideways. But anyone in this Chang'an City that you can name, even if it's your newly adopted princess fellow, is actually a cultivator of outstanding talent, even if the natural talent is very good, such as Cui Wenruo. He was 16 years old when he enrolled in the Pear Garden. He stepped into the beginning realm in half a year, and it took him another year and a half to step into the second realm of Taoist cultivation, the Jade Void realm, and now at 19 years of age just like you. If he wants to step into the third realm, he would need to take at least 3 to 5 years if he cultivates normally, and that's still if it goes well. Such a talent placed in the entire world, although it cannot be compared to Luo Shindu Zhouji Little Sword Immortal, the 3 eunuchs, as well as those few people from the Buddhist sect, Ru Mountain, it can still be considered first class. That's why cultivation, first of all, must be enduring, and must never be eagerly ventured into. Cultivation is often measured in years. How can you say that if you start today, you will be invincible tomorrow? Li Ziji didn't feel that it took too long. Everything is not eaten in one bite to become fat. Even if he practiced the killing sword, he also grew up in the Taoist temple to practice for 20 to 30 years, is not it? Then how long did it take you to enter the primordial realm? Li Ziji looked at Gu Chuanxiu with some curiosity. The talent of this person in front of him was recognized as number 1 and unmatched. He shouldn't be slow in his cultivation, right? Cui Wenruo used it for 6 months, and Gu Chuanxiu used it for 3 months? Gu Chuanxiu stroked his chin, then scratched his head again. 10 years ago. I'm a bit hard to remember. It seems like a day? Or was it 8 hours? A gust of wind blew across the lake, and the water sparkled and rippled like waves. Li Ziji was slightly stunned, then pursed his lips. What about entering the second realm? Gu Chuanxiu laughed. I remember this one better, because I was a 4-way practitioner and entered the second realm together, and it took me a month. What about the third realm? Gu Chuanxiu sighed. It took longer this time. It took a year. Li Ziji fell silent and picked up a stone and threw it into the lake. Flutter. Chapter 46, Qi Drawing Skill. Goods will be thrown away and people will die. This sentence seemed reasonable no matter what. To be able to be recognized as the first genius by the entire world, Li Ziji had already let go of thinking about Gu Chuanxiu's cultivation speed. He even thought of stepping into the primary realm in a month, but only not in a day. Didn't you just say that there are no shortcuts on the road to cultivation and that you can't rush things? How come that doesn't apply to you at all? Li Ziji glanced at Gu Chunxiu, who was still complacent, and at the same time, he also had a preliminary knowledge of the difficulty in cultivation. As Gu Chunxiu such a horrible talent, after 10 years, he was still in the 4th realm, not stepping into the ranks of the 5 realms of the great things. So it seems that wanting to kill Li Mengchang is indeed very not easy. How many years have those two from the State Duke's office been practicing? He asked, wanting to have a base in mind. Gu Chuanxiu counted in his mind. Li Mengchang has been practicing for 200 years. A 5-realm master achieved 70 years ago. Your stepmother is a bit slower. She should have only stepped into the Mahayana realm in the past few years. Both of them are already more than 200 years old. They can't see it, can they? By the way, you also have 2 elder brothers, older than you. The oldest one is nearly 30 years old. The one who is the second in line is 25-6 years old. It is really interesting to say that. More than 200 years of not giving birth to a child. On the contrary, they all rushed to your 10 or so years in one breath to have 3. Gu Chuanxiu sked and found it interesting. 200 years of time have experienced how many things? This is Li Ziji, but the area of a few decades cannot be comprehended. He also has no way to imagine the Holy Emperor this kind of survival of more than 1,000 years of existence in the heart of the thoughts have what? Measuring longevity by transience yields an answer that is nothing more than self-perceived foolishness. If cultivation only requires pinching the qi drawing technique, then why are there still so few cultivators? Li Ziji was puzzled by this. As Gu Chuanxiu said, there is no restriction on cultivation. That qi attraction skill should be flooded, so that even if the cultivation talent is poor, it should not be a problem to work hard for a few decades to step into the initial realm, and it will not result in the incomparable scarcity of cultivators that is now occurring. Didn't I just tell you? Gu Chuanxiu patted his head. That's because the first time you pinch the qi attraction trick must have a cultivator on the side to guide, and also to help you open the sea of qi only. Ordinary people's sea of qi is closed. Want to cultivate, you must first open the sea of qi, otherwise the light pinch the qi attraction trick cannot be of much use. Not to attract the qi, okay? In case of attraction, no sea of qi to store? You'll be waiting for the self-explosion it. So it is. Li Ziji suddenly felt that he had trusted this guy too easily earlier. And it was true that Gu Chuanxiu could always go wrong when you completely trusted him, and then become unreliable once again. However, since it was already intended to be the thread that strung the world together, it was only natural that the sooner one started practicing, the better. When do we start? Starting now. Gu Chuanxiu pulled out a jade slip from his pocket and threw it into Li Ziji's arms. Stick the jade slip on your head. How to use the qi drawing skill will be taught to you above. Sit on your knees. I will help you open your qi sea first. Li Ziji did as he was told, and put the jade brief on his forehead and brow, feeling some slight coolness. Other than that, there were no other special features. Gu Chuanxiu flicked his fingers and a bit of aura shot into the jade slip. Then he saw the jade slip blossom with jasper light and merged into Li Ziji's forehead. In an instant, Li Ziji felt as if he had come to a special space, opened his eyes surrounded by a dense peace. In front of him sat a humanoid completely condensed by the aura. His hands crossed in front of his chest, his middle finger slightly bent, and his thumb leaned inward lightly. A few moments later, countless points of light suddenly appeared all around, like a vortex that was sucked in by this humanoid figure in front of him. At the same time, the humanoid figure began to change, no longer empty and illusory. Countless veins were born internally, and the spiritual qi walked along wherever it was, and ultimately merged into the sea of qi, and then condensed into the seed of the human life. I can say the demo is very detailed. So this is the qi drawing skill. It looks quite simple. According to Care Spring and Autumn, the difficulty lies in the 2 places of sensing the aura and condensing the essence seed. Sensing the aura is the most basic. Once one is able to successfully sense it, then condensing the origin seed is a matter of sooner or later. To put it simply, the faster one senses the aura, the faster one steps into the primordial realm. Thinking about all this, Li Ziji's mind moved and withdrew from the dense atmosphere in front of him, and when he opened his eyes again he saw Gu Chuanxiu knocking on dried fruits. Just now I was? Gu Chuanxiu said, that's the scene in your mind. It's not really taking your physical body to a certain space. A simple jade slip is just a simple jade slip. It's not that capable yet. By the way, the qi sea has been opened up for you. Now you can start practicing at any time, but I advise you to go home and talk about it. After all, it's almost dark now. In fact, living in the 3,000 courtyards wasn't a big deal. It was just that for Li Ziji. He still preferred the old courtyard of his own house. What's more, there is still Guogui to take care of. Qingfeng elegant house of a neighborhood has been very familiar with. Guogui in that side also has a few same-age small playmate together. If you bring the little girl to the 3,000 yards, the environment is certainly absolutely beautiful, but not even a play with her, sooner or later, will not be able to stay. The Sea of Qi opens up like this? Li Ziji touched his belly. He also did not feel anything special, and he came to the 3,000 courtyard full of less than half an hour. Gu Chuanqiu rubbed his face. Helping you open your Qi Sea is not a difficult thing. For me an incense burner will take care of it. But you just spent a long time learning the Qi drawing skill. A full 2 hours. Nope. I even took the time to go outside and buy 2 pounds of pine cones to come back. As he said that, he also raised the cloth bag he was carrying in his hand at Li Ziji, and a burst of the unique fragrance of pine cones came out from it. 2 hours have passed? But I only feel like a little while has passed. Li Ziji thought about the scene where he was learning the Qi drawing skill, completely not realizing that so much time had passed. Gu Chuanqiu laughed. There's a saying that cultivation has no years. You're just the beginning. In the future when your realm is high, a retreat might be several months and years at a time, or maybe time is a relatively less valuable thing for cultivators. Li Ziji fell silent and got up from the lake with the intention of leaving, when he suddenly remembered something. You said before that the reason why you can only cultivate after the age of 16 is because the vast majority of people's divine souls are only considered to be fully grown and intact after the age of 16, which means that at the very beginning of sensing the aura of the heavens and the earth, the degree of strength and weakness of the divine soul is the key. Gu Chuanqiu looked at him in surprise. It's right to say so. The degree of strength of the divine soul is originally a presentation of talent. Li Ziji nodded and said goodbye to Gu Chuanqiu, turning to leave the 3,000 courtyard. Chapter 3 delivered. Chapter 47, The situation in Qingtsong. The business of the Clear Wind Elegant House had become better and better in the last few days, especially when the news that he had gone to the 3,000 courts today and the news that he had been appointed as a prefectural uncle by His Majesty had spread. The number of guests coming to the Clear Wind Elegant House had increased significantly. If you've been rewarded by His Majesty, can you still be involved with the Duke's side? The probability was that it wouldn't. And looking at Mrs. Ning's face that looked as if she had eaten a fly, all of these bigwigs in Chang'an City already had a preliminary calculation in their hearts, especially after going to the Clear Wind Elegant House and discovering that the fellow in charge of greeting guests was actually Princess Rinyu of the Qingtsong country. And then thinking of the hidden rumors of the sword-washing sect sending someone to assassinate and being saved by Gu Chuanqiu's heroic rescue, the guests' movements to buy the calligraphy and paintings became a little more brisk. Even the left minister sent someone to buy a piece of writing in the afternoon, and also brought a jade rui, saying that it was a gift to congratulate Li Ziji on being appointed as a county uncle, and that it was not a small amount of money. Li Ziji was holding that jade rui in his hand, listening to Princess Rinyu talk about the bustle of the afternoon, then looked up to look around the wall and realized that the 3 paintings had all been sold, and even the word posters that filled the wall were missing most of them. A total of over 8,000 taels were sold this afternoon. If tomorrow is still as lively as today, then you'll have to stay up late tonight to write a few more characters. Princess Rinyu took out all of today's proceeds and placed them on the counter. The array of items looked very eye-catching. More than 8,000 taels naturally can't be all silver. Otherwise the cabinet is absolutely unable to put. Gold and jade are mostly, followed by silver tickets and pearls. Silver ingots on the contrary is the least. Those who should come have already come. There won't be many people tomorrow. Li Ziji took a sip of tea, thinking about what happened today, so that his position is considered to have been completely bound. Before it was placed underwater. After today it floated to the surface and became the consensus of the world. There are good things and bad things, and they are mutually exclusive, but the calligraphy and paintings do need to be restocked. Li Ziji put down his teacup, took out the remaining paper and ink from before, and began to restock. Cultivation was to be practiced and business was to be done, and he was not of the nature to see the sky at a glance without regard to his feet. Has been bored to write for 3 hours, until almost midnight before shaking off the wrist has long been sore, and then look up the wall around as well as the cabinet shelves have been hung on the word post. Princess Rinyu just stood by and waited quietly. Up this late? Li Ziji glanced at her. He had just been so absorbed in writing that he hadn't paid attention to the surroundings, and now it seemed that this Princess Highness should have been guarding the site for these 3 hours. No painting? Looking at these word posters, only one painting was missing. Princess Rinyu asked. She felt that the 3 paintings before were well painted and sold well. Li Ziji shook his head. Painting takes effort and time. The store door has long been closed. The night of Chang'an City, although there is no curfew, but there is really nothing on this street to play all night long. After the sun goes down, basically not much pedestrians pass by. Outside the quiet peace. If it was summer there might have been a few catcalls, but unfortunately it was winter and there wasn't even the sound of falling leaves. What is the situation like in the country of Chingsong? After a moment of silence, Li Ziji suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Princess Mercy Moon set up the word post, glanced at him, and faintly said, "It seems you're getting into your role very quickly." He had just gone to the 3,000 courts in the middle of the day, and when he returned in the evening, he began to be curious about what was going on in the interior of the Chingsong country. Li Ziji said, "It's not that I'm getting into character fast, it's that these people are getting into character too fast." He reached out and pointed to the more than 8,000 pieces of silver that had been placed in the cabinet. Compared to these people, my gaze and perception are much worse, and if I want to catch up, then the first thing I need to do is to have the same information as them. Only by harvesting the same information can we not lose out in an obscure exchange. Even if all these people who came to buy paintings and calligraphy today were in the same camp as him from a standpoint. Chingsong country is not like the Sacred Dynasty. There are not so many intricate relationships. There are only two factions in the country, close to the Sacred Dynasty and close to the North Sea. Li Ziji was surprised. I always thought that Chingsong Kingdom's proximity to the North Sea was just a means to earn leverage from the Holy Dynasty. The North Sea nearly wiped out Chingsong's country. How could such a great grudge really have factions that want to be close? Princess Renyu's face didn't fluctuate too much. No matter what grudges there were in the past, if Chingsong country wants to become better, then it can only let go of these grudges. She walked to the front of the red candle and reached out to make the flame a little brighter. Sheep caught between tigers and wolves is a very sad thing. They can only go left and right, wagging their tails and begging for a way out, but they all don't dare to get too close so as not to seek their own death. Li Ziji looked at the candle flame that was obviously not windy but was gently swaying, and said, "Perhaps sometimes the sheep are also glad that there are tigers and wolves beside them, so that they can have the opportunity to sway around and wag their tails, and plot in secret, wanting to turn over to become the same fierce tigers. A tiger or a wolf alone beside a sheep is a disaster, because then the sheep is not destined to live. Only when tigers and wolves are present, they will be afraid of each other, instead giving the sheep room to survive, allowing them to secretly build up their strength and seek the opportunity to transform themselves into fierce tigers, such as this Fuyangdai incident." Princess Renyu didn't say anything because they were all clear that what Li Ziji said was the truth. In so many years of fighting left and right, Chingsangwa had long ago learned what it took to thrive. You think that the Holy Dynasty being changed is good for the kingdom of Chingsong, and I think that whether you are close to the North Sea or the factions close to the Holy Dynasty, you all agree on that, right? Once the Sacred Dynasty made a change, it was bound to attract the attention of the entire world. And who would then care about a small Chingsong country? By the time the dust settles, perhaps Chingsong will have long since turned into a tiger and wolf. Chingsangwa wants the Holy Dynasty to make changes, but is afraid of the change after the uncontrollable. Previously could not think of a way to cope with, until your royal brother came out, with excellent talent to become a disciple of the Confucian Mountain, and is still among the disciples of the Confucian Mountain this generation of the eldest brother. So Chingsangwa will not be the wind and rain after drifting after the possible flooding of their own worries. After all, the Confucian Mountain there will always take care of one or two. Li Ziji moved his gaze from the candle flame to Princess Renyu's body, calm but as if he had seen through everything. So for the current Sacred Dynasty, Chingsong Kingdom is no longer much different from plotting against the Emperor, which I can see, and I believe His Majesty can see it there as well, and I think your father, the Emperor of Chingsong Kingdom himself can see it as well. But he knows clearly that the Sacred Dynasty won't move him in such a situation, and that's why he is emboldened to do so. Your Highness, can you see? Happy New Year's Eve to all of you. Tomorrow is the new year, and all the best for the years to come. Chapter 48, I've got an idea for you one. The question seemed olfactory. Princess Mercy Moon herself was the one responsible for coming to do this. How could she not see it? Li Ziji wouldn't ask such a stupid question, and Renyu wouldn't answer such a stupid question. So there must be a deeper meaning. Gu Chuanxiu said that your father may not be aware of the fact that your elder brother Moing is trying to kill you. But when this news is spread back to the Chingsong Kingdom, your Emperor of Chingsong will have to face a choice. He looked at Princess Renyu's gradually pale face, and had no intention of being tactful, to choose you, or to choose Moing. It's a good choice. Even if your father used to favor you anymore, it won't change the outcome of the choice. And you? Willing to forget about the past and go back as if nothing happened? I think you are unwilling. Otherwise you wouldn't have returned to Chang'an with us that night. The candle flame swayed a little more violently, reflecting Renyu's pale face tinted with a touch of dark yellow. Ching Tsung's attitude is very good right now, taking enough to make amends and apologize, bowing down and admitting his mistake. But everyone knows that Ching Tsung has already offended the Holy Dynasty to the core this time as a standout. In the future, the world has changed. The victory or defeat is not yet known, but if the world remains unchanged, what will be the fate of Ching Tsung? Your Highness knows very well. Even if you completely fall to the North Sea is of little use. The Holy Dynasty is determined to dispose of. No one to protect. Not to mention that you really think that the North Sea is willing to divide life and death between Ching Tsung and the Holy Dynasty for the sake of the district? Li Ziji thought about the many details he had heard Gu Chuanxiu say over the past half a month, and said with a slight sneer, if the North Sea really had such guts, your Ching Tsung kingdom would have been destroyed last time. So how could the North Sea have withdrawn its troops? So, Your Highness, what role do you intend to play in this future game? The world has changed. The Holy Dynasty has been defeated. Can Princess Rinyu pretend that the assassination last night never happened and go back to Ching Tsung to continue to be her princess? The world remains unchanged. The Holy Dynasty won and will definitely clean up Ching Tsung Kingdom after taking a breath. As the princess of Ching Tsung Kingdom, can she only watch Ching Tsung Kingdom perish? Two paths, none of which she could take. Princess Rinyu did not think of this before. When Li Ziji asked can you see after the words she vaguely realized what? And now to put the words to the test, her body suddenly trembled. Inside the heart is surging a sense of absurdity. Obviously they did not die, but it seems to have died. Ching Tsung country is behind, but she is a hall princess but no longer have the qualification to look at a glance. I thought of something for you. Just as Rinyu was gradually despairing, Li Ziji's voice once again rang out. Princess Rinyu hurriedly looked up. Before and after only a moment's effort, she had already completely put down her princess's stance. Thoroughly and completely, more so than when I agreed to be a mate earlier. This was what Li Ziji wanted. He could see that this Princess Highness was not a peaceful person. In order to avoid trouble, then find a way to make it quiet. There's no better way to do that than to make someone despair before giving her hope. This law is difficult. I can't do it at the moment, but it doesn't mean that I can't do it in the future. If you want to come out of a way of life for yourself, and if you want to come out of a way of life for Ching Tsung Kingdom, then you have to pray that I will be able to say something in this world in the future. So put away what you shouldn't have and settle down as a fellow. Li Ziji looked at her and said meaningfully. Gogo slept soundly. The little girl crazy play all day, and have Li Ziji to give the pressure money. So treat friends are very generous. Ice candy gourds are 2 by 2 to buy. The neighbors also look very happy. Just no matter what to say also refused to give the little girl to put the firecrackers again. New Year's Day after the fruit will be 7 years old. In fact, has not yet had a birthday. It is reasonable to wait until after the birthday to rise in age. False age and what is the most disgusting, even if it is born in December, after a month to the next year even if it is 2 years old, it is not proper bullying people? How can you say you're 2 years old when you're just a month old? Li Ziji didn't like counting imaginary years, but he didn't know Gogo's birthday, and neither did Gogo herself. How long did it take you to step into the primordial realm? Beside the stone mill, Li Ziji inquired about Princess Rinyu. Gu Chuanxiu said that the cultivation world is actually not very big, but anyone you can name and see a familiar face is actually considered a genius in one way or another. 6 months. Rinyu truthfully answered. This is also nothing to hide. Only half a year to be able to step into the initial realm. Certainly not compared to Moing Luoshan do such, but also counted as a first-class genius under the top. It took half a year just like Cui Wenruo. It seems that this Princess Rinyu was even more outstanding than she imagined. Then what realm are you in now? The third realm of Dao cultivation. The return to God realm. I think you're 25 this year. If I remember correctly, Princess Rinyu was older than Li Ziji, only a year younger than Gu Chunxiu, and at 25 years old, she was already in the third realm. Rinyu said, my divine soul integrity to be faster than normal people. 15 years old began to cultivate. Less than 19 years old stepped into the second realm. 2 months ago stepped into the realm of returning to God. This meant that it took almost 2.5 years to go from the primary realm to the second realm, and then more than 6 years to go from Jade Void into returning to God. Such talent can really be described as very good. So how long did it take you to sense the aura? Princess Rinyu thought for a moment, then said, less than half a month, and at that time, I wasn't pinching the chi drawing technique every day. So it should be possible to shorten it by a lot if no time is wasted at all. Half a month's time. This speed was definitely not considered slow. Just like what Rinyu had said, if she put her whole heart into it, She thought that she would be able to feel the presence of aura within 10 days. At the beginning of cultivation, sensing aura is one step, drawing chi into the body is the second step, and condensing the native seed is the third step, and each stage takes quite a bit of time. Princess Rinyu had already read Li Ziji's meaning and knew that the other party should be planning to formally cultivate tonight, so she reminded, "You're 19 years old this year. Your cultivation has already started late, and unless you're a character like Gu Chuanxiu, it'll be hard to catch up with the others in the future." For cultivators, there were many 3 years after the fourth realm that could be used to delay, and the great thing of the fifth realm was distant and unattainable anyway. But in terms of just starting the practice, 1 year is precious, let alone 3 years. Gu Chuanxiu was indeed remarkable. After hearing that Princess Rinyu had spent half a month sensing aura, while Gu Chuanxiu had only spent a day completing the 3 steps of sensing qi, channeling qi into the body, and condensing the essence seed, such a comparison would only cause countless opponents to despair. Chapter 49, Strange Scenery, Anomaly, Whole Street. Fortunately, Li Ziji did not feel desperate. After all, he and Gu Chuanxiu were not enemies. He instead felt very confident. Sitting with his knees crossed, Li Ziji pinched the Qi Guide technique, recalling the method within the jade brief and began to sense it with his eyes closed. The winter night was not warm. Even if there was no wind or snow tonight, sitting outside still felt cold. Princess Rinyu looked at Li Ziji, who had his eyes closed and was on his knees, and took out a wooden stick from her sleeve, sketching out a simple rune formation on the ground. For Dao cultivators, formations were a must-learn, to be a bit more proficient than the other 3 paths. But of course, this was only generally speaking. The simple rune formation isolated the cold of the winter night, so even if Li Ziji sat inside for a night, there wouldn't be any problems. Cultivation is not an eager process. Nourishing your spirit is the only way to better sense with the aura of heaven and earth. You are staying up all night here. Why don't you have a good night's sleep, and it's not too late to try again tomorrow? With a flat reminder, Princess Rinyu turned around and walked back to her house. The room was pitch black. She flexed her fingers and flicked them, and a few candle lamps lit up. She stood in front of the window and looked at Li Ziji, who was trying to cultivate, and in her heart, she thought about the conversation she had just had in the store in front of her. That conversation was important, letting her know that her position in the future could only be tied to Li Ziji, at the very least for a long time to come. She didn't know if this was Gu Chuanxiu's explanation or Li Ziji's own thought of the problem, but it didn't matter because Li Ziji was now a disciple of the 3,000 courts, and was also an uncle of Suining Prefecture personally appointed by His Majesty, so his stance naturally represented the stance of the 3,000 courts. Only, what exactly is the solution that you claim will help me? How in the world can you have the best of both worlds when you can keep me from being restricted by my royal brother and preserve Qingsong? There's one thing you're not wrong about. Right now, it seems that you're the only one left for me to choose as my last path. Rinyu gave Li Ziji a deep look and closed the window to turn around, but her body only just opened sideways and froze there. She looked at Li Ziji, her red lips slightly open, and even subconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth because of her surprise. Those eyes, staring incredulously at Li Ziji, who was sitting cross-legged. It was still dark all around. There is still snow on the ground, but now the snow began to melt slowly, and the old acacia tree, which had bowed its head all winter, seemed to move gently. In Chang'an City, the people see the snow melting the first time to think of the Chang'an Array was launched to help the people clean up their homes or streets. In fact, Chang'an City is indeed doing so, but will not be cleaned up the snow all clean. Usually home or alleys will stay on many, as long as similar to the Vermilion Bird Boulevard, Manhwa Street, such a place will be cleared of the dry clean. Now that the snow in the old courtyard was melting, it was obviously not because of the Chang'an Grand Formation. This is aura as mist? Princess Rinyu pushed the door and walked out. Just from the window out of the door of this small section of the road, the old courtyard has completely changed a model. The eye can see. The dense fog filled in every corner of the courtyard. The richness of the heaven and earth's spiritual chi was so dense that it was actually forming a fog in the courtyard. It's been what? A quarter of an hour? Rinyu bit her pale lips, eyes full of complexity, thinking about Li Ziji from the hand pinching the chi attraction skill to sit down on his knees to the present. A total of only less than a quarter of an hour has passed, and then how full counting is also less than a quarter of an hour. Li Ziji felt very comfortable now. It was like he was lying in warm water. Every pore on his body was comfortably open. It was also warm all around him, and it was as if he could see countless starlight, dotted towards him, like a pair of hands holding his body. This must be the aura, and it really gave off a very special feeling. The fog in the courtyard was getting thicker and thicker. It had even permeated outside, wrapping half of the street of Qingfeng in, and some of the neighbors who slept lightly had already woken up, and were rubbing their eyes non-stop, looking at the fog that had suddenly appeared with horror on their faces. Rarely have I heard of fog in the winter. Never have I heard of fog in the yard in the middle of the night in the winter. Neighborhood bravely observed for a long time, and then carefully reached out to explore in. Nothing special feeling, was about to shrink back, suddenly felt a cold palm. Startled, quickly put back. Fixed eyes. A drop of water fell on the palm. It's raining? The neighborhood froze and looked up to the sky. And sure enough, it was raining sparsely in the sky. Except that there was something different about this rain, and it was actually a light blue color. The rain grew heavy and filled the entire length of the street. Reiki into rain. Princess Rinyu clenched her hands, not caring that she was standing right in the rain. At this moment her heart only had the word appalled in it. All these visions, all because in front of the man who has not formally practiced, just started to pinch the chi attraction skill caused. Even if the talent is again good, sensing the aura will not trigger such a movement wonders out. He was in, drawing chi into the body. Rinyu took a deep breath, the shock in her gaze gradually turning to complexity. She had never seen such a person before. The sound of footsteps soon came from the entrance of the courtyard, and then the door of the old courtyard was pushed open from the outside, and a team of Due forbidden soldiers broke in from the outside, and the person leading the team looked at the courtyard critically. He had sensed correctly that this rain that had fallen on the entire street and the sudden fog had something to do with this place. After taking a good look at the person inside the courtyard, the man leading the group froze for a moment. Mr. Li? He hadn't talked to Li Ziji, but he had also seen him from afar on the night of the Rotary Terrace, and he had a lot of respect for Li Ziji in his heart, not to mention the fact that Li Ziji had now become a disciple of the 3,000 courts. Rinyu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said softly, Mr. Li is practicing to try to draw chi into his body, and accidentally attracted a vision, so I'm afraid that tonight, I'm going to have to trouble all of you to help watch over it. This place is very close to the 3,000 courtyard and no one would have the guts to cause trouble. But the lead captain glanced at Li Ziji who was practicing and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll stand guard here this night and won't leave, while the Due Forbidden Army will also strengthen their manpower to patrol the surrounding area. Just practicing cultivation to be able to induce such a great vision. Li Ziji's talent was remarkable to the naked eye, only half a step behind Gu Chunxiu. Thinking about the hostile relationship between his own commander and Li Mengchang, it was obvious that from a certain perspective, Li Ziji was a friend with his own commander from a certain standpoint. Besides, even without that reason, he was willing to do the favor. After the Fuyao Terrace incident, Li Ziji's reputation in the hearts of the people of the Sacred Dynasty was really not low. My goodness, how much more is this rain going to fall? The captain of the Forbidden Army rubbed his eyes, which had been somewhat opened by the rain, and leaned towards Li Ziji again, to be closer and safer. 3 chapters delivered, albeit a bit late, and finally, another happy welcome to 2024, earn tickets, buy a house, and find a girl. Chapter 50, the commotion is really a bit too much. Gu Chuanxiu slammed the door in front of the breakfast place. Old man, it's almost midnight and you're still not open. What breakfast place is as lazy as you are? Do you want to do business in the future? Gu Chuanxiu touched her stomach and exclaimed with great dissatisfaction. Other breakfast places open at dawn. Why do you open so late? The old shopkeeper covered his ears with both hands, his old face red with anger, and finally couldn't help himself and cursed. Gu Chuanxiu, do you know what a breakfast store is? It's only a quarter of a ing hour. Open. I'll open your ass door. Come in the middle of the night and yell at the breakfast store to open the door. And if you dare knock again, I'll go to your resting third brother tomorrow and tell on you. Oops. Gu Chuanxiu rolled up his sleeves and let out an incredulous ouch. Against you. You still dare to find third senior brother to sue me? Do you believe I'll smash your store? Bang, bang, bang. After knocking 3 more times, Gu Chuanxiu shouted through the door. Don't think that just because you're older I won't dare to hit you. Open the door quickly. I'll take 2 drawers of buns and leave. The old shopkeeper's beard was shivering with anger. Son of a... The buns are poisoned to eat you to death. Gu Chuanxiu and the bun filling, his face drooping with breathlessness. Old man, if you had said that I still had to do this bun eating with my own hands, I would have never knocked so hard on the door of this room tonight. The old shopkeeper kneaded the noodle. Eyelids are lazy to lift a bit, more pack some. Yesterday's fellow sick. Originally I was planning to tomorrow's not open for business. I did not expect to lie in the middle of the night in the house can still bump into you such a bad luck thing. Gu Chuanxiu was just about to speak with a bitter face, when he suddenly frowned and looked up to the end of the long street. Where was Qingfeng Yasha? Li Ziji's courtyard. A bit of fog flowed out of the courtyard and spread to the door of the bakery. Pop! Baozi fell on the wooden curtain, just pinched and shattered again. The old shopkeeper glared, just about to scold. Suddenly also by the fog outside the door attracted attention. This, fog in the middle of the night? The old shopkeeper put down his crust and trotted to the door, froze for a long time, and rubbed his eyes again. In the middle of winter, it's still raining? The fog filled only half of the street centered on the Qingfeng Yasha, but the rain fell the entire street, pouring down at a speed visible to the naked eye from the sparse beginning. Mr. Gu, what's going on? The old shopkeeper took 2 steps back and asked with a gulp. The shock was so great that it made him even use honorifics. Gu Chuanxiu looked outside and revealed a smile, lowering his head to continue wrapping his own bun. Good thing. The torrential rain fell for 3 hours, and it didn't stop from midnight to early morning, and the rain fell in a very special way, not pervading the whole Chang'an city, but only in those few streets near the 3,000 courts. More and more people were awakened. After hearing the news they all wanted to go and see the fun, but they were stopped outside by the Dui Forbidden Army from a long distance away. No matter what the identity of the people who came, they couldn't go in until the rain stopped. 3 hours later, Li Ziji opened his eyes. The rain, which had been pouring down 1 second before, returned to calm the moment he opened his eyes, as if the rain had never fallen, and even the ground couldn't see half a bit of stagnant water. Just about all the people who had spent the night in the rain had the feeling that they seemed to be in better spirits. Li Ziji does not know what is happening outside, so when he saw himself surrounded by more than 20 guards Forbidden Army was slightly surprised, until he heard the whole process before he understood, but still very surprised. Did not think that he just pinched a chi attraction, but also attracted such a big commotion. He thanked the captain of the Forbidden Army and turned back to look at Princess Ringyu, but his eyes suddenly noticed that the old acacia tree in the courtyard was unexpectedly full of leaves at the moment, turquoise and full of life. Even a few small flowers bloomed in the corners. It does seem that the commotion this evening has been a bit too loud. Li Ziji withdrew his gaze and said softly. The captain of the Forbidden Army wiped his forehead. I don't know whether it was rain or sweat, more than just a little bigger. I'm afraid that after tonight the whole Chang'an city will be talking about this matter. Mr. Li, next time the cultivation movement must be controlled. Otherwise, he didn't finish his words, but Li Ziji had already heard it. Otherwise it would irritate those who had bad intentions, and there was no guarantee that they would do something. Saying thanks again, he took 2 more gold leaves and gave them to the captain of the Forbidden Army. Brothers have been busy all night. This is considered me treating you all to an early dinner. The captain of the Forbidden Army originally did not want to accept, a neck to refuse. After all, Li Ziji won over the Wood Nanshan for the Holy Dynasty to save face, to help do this thing but also to receive benefits? He did not have such a thick skin. But when he thought of tonight's trouble with the Dui Forbidden Army, less than a few hundred people, not to invite a meal is really unable to say. His own little salary, please, his own team of brothers are struggling. The neck stretched halfway and then softened. Red-faced with gold leaf under his command, the young captain arched his hand. Shame, shame. After bidding farewell to the 24 Forbidden Army brethren, Li Ziji looked at his palm, and with a thought, a bit of aura surrounded it. Unfortunately, sensing the aura and drawing chi into the body both went well, but it will take some time if you want to condense the life seed. That's right, Li Ziji hadn't stepped into the primordial realm, even though the visions he had drawn out were jaw-dropping. But yes, he hadn't stepped into the primordial realm yet. Princess Rinyu did not speak. The shock in her eyes had already regained its calmness. After all, 3 hours had passed. Even in how the ups and downs like waves of shock should have calmed down in her heart, she didn't know what to say. It took half a month for her to sense aura, while the man in front of her only used less than 3 hours from sensing aura to drawing it into his body. Her fingers clenched slightly in her sleeves, and a terrifying thought suddenly arose in her heart. If Li Mengchang had treated this illegitimate son with all his heart, and had begun his cultivation from the age of 16, then what realm should Li Ziji's cultivation be in now? The thought just flickered through his mind and then he stopped thinking about it because it was just a little scary. Are there any special tricks or anything like that for condensing the origin seed? Li Ziji dispersed the aura in his palm and looked at Princess Rinyu at the side and inquired. This Princess Highness stood by her side for 3 hours yesterday, and it was evident that earlier conversation in the store had served its purpose, and the two were now on the same page. and would be able to trust each other for some time to come. Princess Rinyu shook her head. Condensing the essence seed is just a matter of taking one step at a time with your feet on the ground. There is no know-how to speak of. With your cultivation speed nowadays, I think you will be able to condense successfully in the next few days. Chapter 51 Hiding is useless. It took half a year for Cui Wenrua to set foot in the beginning realm, and a year and a half to go from the beginning realm to the second realm of Dao cultivation, Jade Void, and he was known as a first-rate genius under the topmost demons. How many top demons are there? Outside of the Holy Dynasty, the whole world together is no more than a handful, but even for the topmost cultivation geniuses like Luo Shindu, Zhou Ji, and the three dukes of the Little Sword Immortal Sacred Dynasty, it was unheard of for them to step into the primordial realm in just a few days. There is only one person in all the world. Since the beginning of time, Gu Chuanqiu was the only one with a one-day primordial realm. Now, out came a second one, which was certainly not as remarkable as Gu Chuanqiu's, but was still appalling enough. Cultivation is a magical thing. Even before completely stepping into the primordial realm, Li Ziji had already felt the changes in his body, as if it was a little lighter, a little stronger, and even where his eyes reached, he could see farther and clearer. Now that I think about it, it was indeed a thrilling and lucky thing to kill that middle-aged man that night. Big brother, I'm hungry. In the middle of his thoughts, Gogo came out of the house rubbing his eyes, looking like he was still awake. The little girl is very young. Sleeping naturally also sleeps very dead. Last night so big movement hard did not wake her. This morning get up also because the stomach is too hungry to be woken up by hunger. Wow! The big tree is growing leaves. The old acacia tree is in the yard. A glance can be seen really. The little girl instantly forgot about the hungry stomach, trotted over and surrounded the old acacia tree. She did not understand why last night was a bare piece of today full of leaves. Only feel very rare. The more you look at the more happy. A small run out of the yard door, greeted their own children to come over to see. Looks like I'm going to have to get my own breakfast today. Li Ziji shook his head, and Run Yu greeted, towards the breakfast store. Half a street distance is not far, especially so early in the morning. In the past basically cannot see what people, but now push the door out of the whole street are full of people. One by one are there to talk to each other non-stop discussion. It was about nothing more than why it rains in the winter. Why it rains only in this neighborhood, and other things. There is about Li Ziji's topic has not spread, must also wait for a few hours before the truth will be circulated out, all the way to the breakfast store. Into the door a hitch I saw lying on the table with hands full of white face wanting to cry without tears. Gu Chuanqiu. Li Ziji hesitated for a moment and looked at the old shopkeeper, who was leisurely walking by the side, and asked, Shopkeeper, nowadays, when you eat buns, do you have to do it all by yourself? The old shopkeeper laughed. Last night, Mr. Gu knocked on the door in the middle of the night to eat buns. See my old man poor. This is not. Kindly help me to wrap up the middle of the night. If not for Mr. Gu to help me, this bun store today is not camping business. Gu Chuanqiu rolled his eyes and turned his head away. Not bothering. Li Ziji walked to Gu Chuanqiu and sat down beside him, smiling and teasing a sentence. I didn't expect you to have such an elegance. So the last time you wrapped dumplings at my place still seemed so difficult? I have AF** King elegance. Isn't this a downer? Gu Chuanqiu sat up straight, dusted the flour off her hands, and slanted him a glance. You made quite a splash last night. Fog and rain, but also alarmed the Capital Guard's Forbidden Army personally help guard. This treatment, the general public cannot. Li Ziji said. I was thinking that I could break your record of stepping into the primordial realm, but now it seems that there is no such hope. Gu Chuanqiu sneered. Don't even take a piss and look at yourself. You still want to break my record. Fool's errand. This news, I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it. Li Ziji said softly. Gu Chuanqiu thought for a moment. Concealment is certainly not concealable. The movement is too big. There must be a source. And the Capital Guard's Forbidden Army hundreds of pairs of eyes have seen. Counting on these hundreds of people or keeping their mouths shut is impossible. Besides, there's nothing to hide. The better your talent, the more respect and support you'll gain. Sure, it will cause more hostility on the side of the State Duke's office, but all things considered, the benefits will always outweigh the disadvantages. Drinking a mouthful of soybean milk, Gu Chuanqiu reminded. Hiding your clumsiness, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger that said is the most useless. You are a disciple of the 3,000 courts, the bead in the eyes of His Majesty. The whole world is looking at you. The better your talent, the stronger the strength of your performance, the greater the pressure you bring to the people of the world. You don't need to go intentionally high or low. The value that a person possesses is something that needs to be seen by people. Smothering is only suitable for getting rich, not going to the pinnacle of power, nor going to the pinnacle of cultivation. Li Ziji nodded and asked, "The Due Forbidden Army there, and the State Duke's mansion are not dealing with each other?" "Of course. What is the Capital Guard Forbidden Army?" "The army responsible for patrolling and guarding Chang'an City. In terms of eliteness even compared to the border army, the commander of the Forbidden Army in charge of the capital city is naturally a member of His Majesty's inner circle. His Majesty's inner circle is naturally at odds with the latter party. That's how it is in the courtroom a lot of times. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, even if you've never met or had contact." After packing his breakfast, Li Ziji planned to leave. The 3000 courtyard didn't need to go there every day. The vast majority of the situations in cultivation were on his own, and he hadn't encountered any difficulties at the moment, so naturally he didn't need to ask for advice all the time. As for practicing secret arts, minor divine abilities and the like, that would have to wait until after stepping into the primordial realm. Right. Gu Chuanxiu remembered something, opened his mouth and called out to Li Ziji, saying, "According to tradition, on the 4th day of the first year of the year the sacred dynasty will hold a Peach Bell festival, and a lot of people will be attending. So get ready and I'll take you there with me at that time." The Peach Bell Festival? Having never heard of it, Li Ziji turned around and asked, "What is the Peach Bell Festival?" Gu Chuanxiu burped and waved his hand. "Just go back and ask your princess maid. She knows too. So what do I need to prepare?" Gu Chuanxiu narrowed his eyes. "Prepare to enter the primordial realm on the 4th day of the new year." Li Ziji gave him a deep look and turned away without asking any more questions. Gu Chuanxiu drank the last mouthful of soybean milk left in the bowl and slammed the bowl on the table with a snap. "I hadn't planned to participate in this Peach Bell Festival. This kid is kind of a surprise to me, and maybe even to those people when the time comes." Thinking of the gloomy faces of the group of people in the back party when the time came, Gu Chuanxiu couldn't hold back his laughter. "Gu Chuanxiu, finish eating and get the hell out of here. Don't drop your bowl and scare the old man." Knocking on the door in the middle of the night, letting you wrap the buns and still dare to play with your temper. "Believe it or not, I'll go to your third brother Shi to complain." Looking at the bowl that was slammed on the table, the old shopkeeper's eyelids jumped and he broke into a fit of rage. Gu Chuanxiu rolled his eyes, stuffed 4 or 5 more buns into the yellow paper bag, turned around and ran away. Chapter 52 Peach Bell Festival. When Li Ziji returned from the breakfast store to Qingfeng Yasha, the pedestrians who had just gathered all over the street had dispersed, most of them at the moment, and the rest of them nodded their heads in greeting from afar when they saw him, and those who were bold in nature would even raise their hands and shout out a greeting to Mr. Li. Li Ziji smiled in response, raised the food box in his hand, and parted. The people of Chang'an City basically respected him. Back home, the fruit has shouted to their new acquaintances of several children around the old acacia tree kept circling. There are slightly taller also carefully reached out and picked 2 leaves down, held in the heart of a group of small friends in a circle, looked at, and then issued an exclamation of surprise. "The leaves of the old acacia tree won't hang on for days, and maybe when I wake up tomorrow and push open the door to the house I'll see the bare branches again, but today it's still alive and well after all." Just now the old housekeeper of the State Duke's house came by, placing the food box on the countertop. Princess Rinyu opened the lid to take out the soy milk and buns and set them up. "You didn't buy kanji today?" Just now Guagua said she wanted to drink pumpkin porridge this morning. Li Ziji frowned, automatically ignoring the latter sentence. What is he doing here? He didn't think he had anything to say to the State Duke's office, and the reason he had come to the door with that letter in the first place was that he didn't yet know the cause of Li Shouwan's death. Now that he had guessed the truth about that flood in Suining, he had gone from being a stranger to an enemy between him and the State Duke's house. That's something that won't change in any way. Not to mention the fact that the other side had sent someone to kill him earlier. Runyu took a sip of soy milk. The sweetness was just right. Asked where you were going. Other than that didn't say anything. Bought a piece of writing and left. What kind of words did you buy? Li Ziji turned to look around. The calligraphy that he had just written last night was missing a piece. Mercy Moon replied, "There is only one branch of lanky leaves, and I don't know how many autumn voices." The surface meaning of this poem is very simple. You can only see a sycamore leaf floating down leisurely, but you can't see how many sounds of autumn this leaf is holding. If the autumn of this sentence is extended to the holy dynasty or the world, then Li Ziji is now this leisurely falling leaf. He was silent for a split second, wondering if this was a warning from the Duke of State or what. "What do you think?" Ranyu thought about it and frowned. "I think the State Duke's office has the intention of pulling you in. After all, no matter what, you are also Li Mengchang's son. This is something that cannot be changed." Li Ziji didn't say anything and walked to the backyard to call in Gogo for dinner. Of course he had thought of this. He just found it a bit funny. He now suddenly wanted to see Li Mengchang. Curious about what kind of person that was capable of doing such a stupid thing. Did the State Duke's palace really think that their residence was the most scenic place in the world? And that even the most stubborn people would lower their heads and walk in as long as they nodded their heads and were willing to do so? Perhaps in these people's eyes, they are just a little kid throwing a tantrum because they can't get into the house. Every family has its own problems, Rang Yu suddenly said. In this, she and Li Ziji share a rare common language. Maybe this is how the world is like. Positions mixed with interests are always going to be more important than family. Except that Li Ziji shook his head and didn't agree with her words. My family is very happy. Li Ziji gently nudged Gogo's little cheeks, which were puffed up from eating the bun, with a faint smile on his face. His home was certainly a happy one, as it was just himself and Gogo. The State Duke's house is just a place, stained with blood because of an undecided origin. Bloodline does not equal home. Of course Guodwa couldn't understand these words. He just fluttered his head and wrinkled his little nose at his big brother. Don't pinch my face during dinner, Li Ziji retorted. I didn't pinch, I just nodded. That won't work either. Li Ziji laughed and pinched again. The little girl glared at him, picked up her own little bowl and ran to the side, lowering her head and continuing to eat. Princess Rinyu quietly watched from the sidelines. Royal birth from childhood is all about etiquette. Eating time is even less likely to make these movements. She lowered her head, slowly and methodically ate. Li Ziji changed the topic. Sooner or later, there would be another trip from the Duke of Stateside, and he and Li Mengchang would definitely meet up with each other. What's the Peach Bell Festival? Ren Yu was stunned. The first time did not react, until listening to Li Ziji asked a second time to hear clearly. Explained, 1. 300 years ago when the Holy Emperor created the Holy Dynasty, the royal edict close to the human race of the demon race for the Holy Dynasty around the mountain gods and river gods, to bless the Holy Dynasty all over the wind and rain, the country and the people in peace. Peach Bell ritual is the gods of the heavens, the underworld avenue of a kind of sacrificial activities. In the beginning it was just a formality with no special significance, but later it was gradually extended to become a means for the Holy Dynasty to observe all the forces within. Ren Yu first introduced the origin of the Peach Bell Festival, and then explained its current significance. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, the Imperial Court will invite the major forces within the Holy Dynasty to participate together, such as the major lineages, or cultivation forces similar to the Little Jade Palace, the Sword Cleansing Sect, the Floating Ping Mountain, and the Pear Garden. All the powers selected their outstanding disciples of the younger generation to participate in the Peach Bell Festival, blooming the peach blossoms and ringing the sacred bells, and finally selecting the top 3. The Holy Dynasty will give a great tilt of resources for the coming year. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Peach Bell sacrifice has a high status in the hearts of the people of the Holy Dynasty, similar to the beliefs of the followers of the theocracy in their treatment of the theocracy. And the people of the Holy Dynasty also value the annual Peach Bell sacrifice in this way. So the one who contributes the most among the rituals, the more sufficient the word of mouth they win in the folklore. Why was the Pear Garden able to overshadow top forces such as the Swordwashing Sect's Little Jade Palace, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, in just 30 years? Part of the reason is because the Pear Garden wins first place in the Peach Bell Festival every year, so it is loved and respected by the people of the Holy Dynasty. Which family performs the best and which performs the worst most directly affects the prestige and status in the hearts of the people. Something I think you should know well. Li Ziji does have a deep understanding. Since winning that game of chess, walking outside to meet the people of Chang'an will cast a respectful gaze. The Holy Dynasty is not a cultivation force. Only need to consider the monks can be. The Holy Dynasty is a country. The first important and in the first place, is the people. And the people of the Holy Dynasty are never proud. They recognize you. That's why they are willing to be your people, and even willing to embrace you with their lives. But if they don't recognize you, they carry their bags and leave, and curse you before they go. The Peach Bell Festival is on the 4th day of the new year. Today is the 2nd day of the new year. Chapter 53 A Reign in Nanlin Lane. As you say so, the Empress should not be peaceful at this year's Peach Bell Festival. Li Ziji thought of this chain of events, starting from the chess game a year ago, to the assassination of Deng Zholing in the Lok Fong Gorge. A pile of calculations followed one after another. Perhaps 100 years ago, 10 years ago, a storm was brewing. Coincidentally in this year one after another non-stop fall, and with 2 consecutive losses. For the Empress and even for external great cultivation forces such as the Rushan Divine Sect, This upcoming Peach Bell Festival clearly counted as an opportunity. It was true that this opportunity wasn't much better, and it wasn't as immediate as winning a game on the Fuyutai, but it was an opportunity after all. More than that, Princess Rinyu was silent for a while, then looked up at him and said, counting up the time, this year is exactly the 1300th year of the founding of the Holy Dynasty. The Peach Bell Festival is held once a year, but every 100 years it will be incomparably grand, called the Great Festival, and there will be a national fortune mixed in with the Peach Bell Festival in that year. Once 100 years of Peach Bell Festival also has a special place. Get the first place people and forces in the next 100 years will be able to get the national luck to support. The national luck of the said indistinct, but it does exist. Once you can get the national luck of the evening, the entire cultivation forces or lineage everyone's cultivation in the next 100 years of the road will go smoother. As long as the holy dynasty of the national luck does not decline, you can follow the light. To get the benefits are more than a few words can say. 300 years, not counting this time. The first 12 times the Great Sacrifice won first place were all 3,000 courtyards, so it's not too much of a stretch to say that the various forces will definitely fight it out this time. Li Ziji's face gradually changed from calm to grave. If it was just an ordinary Peach Bell Sacrifice, he actually didn't care which one won or lost. Even if it was the person from the latter party who won, it was no big deal. The result of one sacrifice certainly had some impact, but it was nothing. But if it's a centennial sacrifice, with the luck of the nation mixed in beside it, this matter is not so simple. Ranyu saw his seriousness and continued. There is another provision of the 100 Years Great Festival that is not considered a regulation. That is, the person who wins the first place can carve the name of the exalted person of his own power on top of the holy bell. The holy bell is connected to the national fortune. Carving the name is equal to the national fortune tilted to care for it. In the past, 12 times, the name carved by the disciples of the 3,000 courts were all holy emperors. Li Ziji's face was finally completely grave. If this time the great sacrifice was won by the back party, then what kind of scene would it be if the empress's name was engraved on top of the holy bell? I'm afraid that everyone will not be able to get down. The Centennial Festival must also be a top priority in the hearts of the people of the Holy Dynasty, and if the people of the later party won, the impact that would bring would definitely not be small. The Great Centennial Ritual, the National Campaign, and the Holy Bell engraved with the name. These few words added together weighed as much as a mountain, and Li Ziji now had a lot of questions in his mind that he wanted to ask, such as what was the Holy Emperor going to do in response? We can't just stand by and watch the Empress side make a play for the Centennial Festival, can we? He couldn't believe that the Holy Emperor knew nothing about it and was indifferent. Runyu looked at him and asked, "You asked me about the Peach Bell Festival. Do you want to go to it?" Li Ziji nodded. Gu Chuanqiu said that I should accompany him the day after tomorrow. Princess Ranyu's brow wrinkled. Some think not understand, Peach Bell sacrifice is not simple. Blooming peach blossom has been decades, no one has done it. Do not bloom peach blossom will ring the sacred bell difficulty to be more than 10 times higher. So since the 3,000 courtyard closed, even the Pearly Garden disciples have never lit all the sacred bell lines. Ringing the bell is not really big. And if you want to light up the holy bell ripple, at the very least, you have to reach the cultivation of the second realm to be able to do so. So those who participate in the Peach Bell sacrifice are basically the younger generation below the third realm to participate in the festival. And while there is no explicit statement that you must be in the second realm, it's not something that you, a beginner who hasn't even fully stepped foot in the beginner realm yet, can light up. She frowned deeply because she really couldn't figure out what Gu Chuanqiu's reason was for wanting Li Ziji to participate in the Peach Bell Festival. Li Ziji also do not know why Gu Chuanqiu must let himself go. This is not a game of chess. Do not need cultivation. This is the Peach Bell sacrifice. More or less need to cultivation as the underlying dependence. So what can one do? Perhaps, Mr. Gu just wants you to go and see the world. Ranyu guessed. Such a big thing, the Holy Emperor, there will not be no arrangement. The day after tomorrow is this pair of the world's most powerful couples between the competition. Similar to this scene is really rare, very. Can go to see with their own eyes? For the future cultivation and development have not small help. I hope that the Holy Emperor has already made preparations. Otherwise your future path will only not be very good. And if your path is not good, then I think my path will be even harder. Runyu gathered up her finished breakfast and put it in her food box, ready to take it to the kitchen to be cleaned after a while. Li Ziji looked out the door. There were no pedestrians passing by on the street. His gaze had no distance, obviously not really looking out. Just thinking about that big upcoming scene the day after tomorrow. This Peach Bell Festival was important. more important than he had imagined, and was the first time that those two most powerful couples had confronted each other in a semi-frontal manner, and his own stance had long since been bound to the side of the 3,000 courts, which had shown itself to be on the side of the Holy Emperor. So of course he didn't want the latter party to make a splash at the Centennial Festival. There's really nothing to worry about. Li Ziji suddenly let out a laugh. Ren Yu was stunned. What? Li Ziji didn't reply, getting up and carrying the food box towards the kitchen. You watch the store. I'll just brush the dishes. His heart was still very heavy, but he was no longer as worried as he had just been. And for such an important Centennial Festival, Gu Chuanxiu had the leisure to accompany the old shopkeeper for a night of wrapping buns, and then very unconcernedly dismissed himself back. That would prove that he must know something inside, or that he knew about the Holy Emperor's arrangements there. Then there was naturally no need to follow too closely yourself. Just, how marvelous would it be to be personally involved in such a thing as national fortune? From the time Li Ziji opened his eyes to the time he went to the kitchen to wash the dishes and came back, a total of 2 hours had passed. In 2 hours, the entire city of Chang'an knew about it. It rained on Southwood Lane. No one knew why at first, until later when a message spread through Chang'an City once again. This heavy rain was caused by Li Ziji. It was said that he was practicing that night, and somehow he attracted a heavy rain and a vision from the sky. The people were naturally talking about it as an after-dinner story, and praised it loudly. As for those clans in Chang'an City, including the bigwigs in the imperial court, when they heard about this, they were all a bit unable to sit still. Such a marvelous talent. In addition to Gu Chuanxiu came another one. What kind of door is this closed in the 3,000 courts? A heavy rainfall had evaporated when it fell, but Chang'an City was still surging up with dark currents. It rained on Southwoods Lane and poured over the entire city of Chang'an. There will be another chapter in a while. First of all, I hope you can like it, and secondly, I hope you can move your little hand to give a 5-star praise if you like it, and finally, I wish you good health. Chapter 54, Sunlight falls in different places. A rainstorm has touched the whole town, and I think someone will have trouble sleeping again tonight. In the Xiangfu, the two ministers were sitting opposite each other playing chess, listening to the news that came back from their beloved. A smile appeared on the left minister's face. Even the speed of the falling of the pieces seemed to have become a lot faster. The right minister said faintly, more than not sleeping well. If I were Li Mengchang, I would only be afraid of having nightmares when I sleep at night. The information received was very detailed. Li Ziji was just exposed to the cultivation yesterday, and as a result, he made such a big scene. Even 10 years ago when Gu Chuanxiu stepped into the primordial realm, he wasn't born with a vision as he was last night. Who can match such talent? There is no limit to what can be accomplished in the future. If it is placed in a place like Rushan Taoist sect, I am afraid that it would have already been accepted by the sect leader as a personal disciple and cultivated carefully. But such a heavenly talent, but was thrown out of the state duke's house, the initiative thrown outside, and even now has become an enemy. Li Mengchang will not necessarily have nightmares, but sleep is not good indeed is certain. The Duke of Stateside is sure to have action. Letting such a bastard out in the open, they won't be willing to see it. It's just that they have to be busy with the Peach Bell Festival in the next 2 days. Even if there's an action, I think they'll wait until the end of the big festival. Mentioning the Peach Bell Festival, the smile on the left minister's face slowly converged. This time is the Centennial Festival, which is different from the past, but it's just that the Peach Bell Festival also has a rule that those who have participated in it once can't participate in it for a second time. So it's hard to count on the Pear Gardens side this time. The Pear Gardens' participation in the Peach Bell Festival last year was Mu Xiaoning. According to the rules this year, Mu Xiaoning could no longer participate, and he broke the third realm some time ago, so there was even less of a way for him to participate. The right minister sighed. Chui Wenrua is not bad, but ultimately it's not insurance, and he didn't make preparations for this before. This time he was forced out by Mu Nanshan, and the Pear Gardens' losses are not small. Chui Wenrua has always been in the pear orchard to accumulate momentum. Originally intended to fly, through that momentum directly break through the 3 realms. The result was halfway by the wood Nanshan forced out. The momentum scattered a clean. The pearly gates end of the business is a real pain in the ass. Wanting to enter the 3rd realm before the age of 20 was basically impossible. The right minister stared at the chessboard, trying to find a chance to flip the game. Originally he had the upper hand before, but as a result of knowing the news that the Holy Emperor had given up on summoning Luo Xingdu, he was so shocked that he didn't hold his piece steady and dropped it on the board, which caused him to fall into a disadvantage. You may went to the palace. His Majesty stopped the idea of summoning Luo Xingdu. It really makes me wonder. Luo Xingdu is not there. Then who can compete with Ning Hai Chao for the first place? Chui Wenruo broke the momentum after all. If His Majesty is doing this, there must be a reason we don't know about. And perhaps, the answer lies in this reign. The left minister took a sip of tea and watched with a smile at his widening advantage on the chessboard. Being able to win over this old friend of his on the chessboard was really a thing that made people very happy. Luo Xingdu was Luo Xingdu's younger brother, 18 years old in the second realm. His talent was about the same as Chui Wenruo's, and in some ways going by, it was also a line above Chui Wenruo's. Ning Hai Chao's age is a bit older. 20 years old is already the peak of the second realm. It is said that at any time can enter the third realm. The reason why the delay in breaking the realm, in order to wait for this great festival. Among the many heavenly prides of the sacred dynasty, Gu Chuanqiu was in a unique class, followed by the three dukes, Luo Xindu, Zhou Ji, and the little sword immortal. Further down are the likes of Ning Hai Chao, Luo Shengdu, and Chui Wenruo. As for outside the sacred dynasty, in the topmost cultivation forces in countries such as the North Sea, the Divine Sect, and the Demon Kingdom, those with the most outstanding natural talent were at the same level as the three dukes. Counting the three dukes, one couldn't count 10 people with this kind of talent in the entire world, and the number of Ning Hai Chao Chui Wenruo such to be slightly more. Rough calculation, dozens of the same generation or have. Further down, it could no longer be considered a genius, because those further down basically had no possibility of breaking through to become a great thing of the fifth realm. In other words, only geniuses of the level of Chui Wenruo and Ning Hai Chao would have the chance to look at the realm of the fifth realm in the future. As for above the fifth realm, I'm afraid that only a level like the third duke would have that much of a chance. There is only a thread, a vast expanse. You mean that His Majesty thinks that the 3,000 courts can win this one? The right minister was a bit surprised and really didn't quite understand where this confidence came from. If it was said that Gu Chuanqiu had returned to the second realm by scrapping his own cultivation, then he would definitely not say a word. And he wouldn't be weak at all if he counted all the participants in the back party camp. But instead he would straighten his back and pull his beard and stare at the bottom of his heart. But the problem was that Gu Chuanqiu certainly couldn't have abrogated his own cultivation. By whom? Li Ziji? Even if the commotion he made last night and this morning was indeed great, but after all, he hadn't stepped into the primordial realm yet, so how could he compete with Ning Hai Chao? The left minister smiled and said, "You can't figure it out. I can't figure it out either. But there's only one explanation for this matter. You may personally went to the palace, which represents the attitude of the 3,000 courts, and Li Ziji is a disciple of the 3,000 courts. Then this is enough to prove that the 3,000 courts have placed their hopes of winning over the Ning Hai tide in the person of Li Ziji. When you eliminate all the impossibilities, this answer that remains, no matter how unbelievable, it is true." Dropping the last piece, the left minister laughed, got up and walked to the window, the bright sunlight falling through the window paper onto the chessboard. So what exactly will happen in this 100 years great sacrifice? All you and I can do is to wait and see. The right minister looked at the chessboard in front of him. Then his eyes moved away to land on the window. Maybe Li Ziji is like sunlight, able to penetrate the window paper as well. The left minister raised his hand to cover his eyes and said softly, "The sunlight will not fall in only one place. The state ducal palace's study also has the sunlight shines in. Only the difference is the sunlight of the Xiangfu falls on the chessboard, while the sunlight of the state ducal palace shines on the word post. There is only one lanky leaf, and I don't know how many autumn voices." Li Mengchang looked at the writing and gave a rare compliment. "Good writing." Han Shan slightly lowered his head. 200 taels for a word. Princess Ringyu knew it was our state duke's house that wanted to buy it and added another 100 taels. Money doesn't matter. The person who writes is becoming important nowadays. "General, I'm afraid the youngest son just won't want to come back." There were only the two of them in the study, so Han Shan spoke directly. "I hadn't expected him to come back. I haven't greeted him for more than 10 years. And when I think about it, I want to kill him. Suda's body should still be in the courtyard of Qingfeng Yeshu now. The state duke's office is not a divine land, and waving the finger can make people disregard the past suspicion. And one of them will surely die between me and him. It is a doomed thing." Han Shan's gaze was complicated. "Then the general still asked me to seek out the young lord for a meeting?" Li Mengchang still looked at the word in front of him. The sunlight seemed to sway slightly for a moment. He did not speak. New book period hypes, book reviews, catch-ups and other stats are important. Bow your head. Curtsy, please. Chapter 55, 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles. The people of the Holy Dynasty also believe in God? Qingning City outside walked into two people, an old and a young. The old man's appearance is very pale, but the hair is black as ink. The body is straight. Walking is also a little old feeling or not. The most people pay attention to his eyes. Where the eyes, whether it is pedestrians and people, or a piece of grass, as if it will be seen by him thoroughly. The young man was dressed in white, with his hair tied up. Those hands were very beautiful, obviously a man. But he had a pair of hands that were even more beautiful than a woman's. And compared to those hands, that face was very ordinary looking. Definitely not related to the word handsome, and definitely not related to the word ugly. Just ordinary, the kind of ordinary that a glance in a crowd sweeps by. But this ordinary face was born with extraordinary eyes, deeper than the old man's, and seeing more clearly. Anyone who saw those extraordinary eyes would naturally ignore the very ordinary face. The young man looked at the small incense altar that every household in the city had erected in front of their doors, with several kinds of tributes placed on it in a decent manner, and muttering under his breath as if he were praying for something. He couldn't help but ask in curiosity. It was his first time out. Seeing everything was a novelty, especially seeing with his own eyes that the people of the Holy Dynasty, who were legendary for never believing in ghosts and gods, had set up a small incense altar. The old man smiled and explained, "Tomorrow is the day of the Peach Bell Festival, a 100-year festival. The people of the Holy Dynasty value this day, and to them what they worship is not the ghosts and gods, but the heavens, or you could say the Tao." The young man seemed to understand. In that case, trying to get the people of the Holy Dynasty to believe in God is a difficult thing. It is indeed difficult. The people of the Holy Dynasty grow a proud heart from birth. Even their heads are proud, and they will not bow down to anyone but reason. And those who firmly believe in reason do not believe in God. I think only such a holy dynasty can suppress the world for over 1,000 years. The young man withdrew his gaze, those eyes still as clear as ever. Lime City is best known for two things. The first one is naturally the pear orchard. The second one is the Yangchun noodles in Qingning City. As long as you are a guest from abroad, the first thing you need to do after arriving in Qingning City is to find a noodle stall and have a bowl of the most authentic Yangchun noodles. You don't need to pick a place, because every noodle stall in the city is equally authentic. At noon, the old man then led the young man to casually find a noodle stall to sit down, smilingly asking the owner for 2 bowls of noodles. Yangchun noodles are relatively light. The soup is clear and flavorful. Qingning City's Yangchun noodles are extraordinarily fresh and refreshing. Looking back and thinking about it, I haven't been here for over 600 years. The old man gently sniffed the familiar flavor on the noodle stall and lamented with a face full of enjoyment. Even after more than 600 years, Qingning City's Yangchun noodles were still the best Yangchun noodles in the world. Since it's been 600 years since you've been here, it's all the more reason why you shouldn't be here now. The one who said this was naturally not that young man, but a middle-aged man wearing a dark blue satin robe all over, looking like a scholar with a slightly thin figure. The middle-aged man sat right in front of the duo and reached out to ask for a bowl of Yangchun noodles from the noodle stall owner as well. Seeing the visitor, the old man's countenance did not change much, and laughed, "Not coming for too long. There are always some thoughts in my heart. Besides, this time, I am here to bring the young people out to have a long look." The middle-aged man looked to the teenage boy on the side, his eyes looking up and down. "Very good." The young man seemed to recognize the person in front of him and bowed his head slightly in respect. A look of relief also appeared in the old man's eyes. It's an honor for him to receive Mr. Yan's praise. The middle-aged man was none other than the director of the Pear Garden, Mr. Yan Bei Yan. From the moment this old man appeared in Qingning City, he had already sensed the other party's presence. "High priest, you should know very well that the Holy Dynasty has always been less than welcoming to the divine religion's people," the old man said helplessly. "It's a good thing for the divine religion to teach the world and open up the minds of the people." 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles were quickly made and brought up, emitting a light aroma. Very light, but unforgettable. Everyone is born with a different mind, but the theocracy makes everyone in the world believe in the same God. Don't you think it's too narrow-minded? Yan Bei's face was expressionless, and his attitude didn't budge. The young man suddenly spoke. "Divine religions do not bind people's minds. Having faith can lead people to goodness, bring hope, and restrain those incorrect behaviors. Then what is the standard for good and evil in your mouth?" Yan Bei looked at him and asked, "Is it really a good thing that your beliefs replace your own thoughts to decide what is good and what is evil? As the saying goes, different paths lead to different things. No one can convince each other when they have different views on a matter and the views are materialistic." The high priestess chuckled. "Faith does not replace thought. It only strengthens it." Yan Bei said, "Perhaps faith always influences thought, but you yourselves just don't realize it." The taste of Qingning City's Yangchun noodles was really good, and all 3 of them ate very seriously. no one saying another word until the 3 bowls of noodles were finished one after another. Yan Bei picked up the soft paper on the table and casually wiped his mouth, and said softly, "There is something that I want to make the High Priestess agree to. Mr. Yen, please speak. I will not refuse to help if I can." Yan Bei looked at him. "It's fine to come to the Holy Dynasty, and I don't object to going to the Jixia Temple, but you can't go to Chang'an. The city has been unsettled lately, and I don't want it to become more chaotic." The old man was not surprised that the man in front of him knew of his whereabouts to go to the Jixia Temple, but he just did not respond to it the first time. After all, after coming to a trip to the Holy Dynasty, if he did not go to Chang'an City, wouldn't this trip be in vain? Yan Bei was still looking at him and said earnestly, "If you go to Chang'an City, then between you and me, one will definitely die. Yan Bei is the 5th realm. The High Priestess is likewise of the 5th realm. Moreover, they were both the best of the 5 realms. And if 2 people like this were to cross paths, the scene would surely be wonderful." The High Priestess sighed and didn't say anything. The coldness on Yan Bei's face gradually dispersed quite a bit. Then he pulled out a piece of broken silver from his pocket and placed it on the table. "I'll treat these 3 bowls of noodles today, as a way of picking up for the High Priestess." Looking at Yan Bei's departing back, the High Priestess had a calm gaze. "It seems that there is no way for us to go to Chang'an City this time." The young man's face fluctuated little. "Joyless? That's quite a thing to regret." The old man smiled, got up and took out another 9 pennies from his own sleeve and put it on the table. "But the scene coming up in Chang'an City is not regrettable at all. Ning Hai Chao shouldn't let us down." The young man took a sip of noodle soup and said meaningfully, "With the name of the Empress engraved on the sacred bell, I'm sure the whole world will be agitated." Chapter 56, Nothing New Under the Sun. The Holy Dynasty was indeed bustling on the 3rd day of the new year, and this could be felt quite directly from Chang'an City. From the morning of this day until the evening, there was a steady stream of processions coming in outside the city gates, and the talk of the people after tea shifted from yesterday's rain at Nanlin Lane to tomorrow's upcoming Peach Bell Festival. What with the people from the sword-washing sect just arriving in the morning and the elders from the Little Jade Palace arriving on the back foot, the Zhao family of Jinling, the great clans of Jiangnan, one by one, the big names that were never seen in the past appeared one after another throughout the day. It seemed that the heavens had intended that today's weather was extraordinarily good, and it could even be felt that tomorrow's weather at the time of the great festival would be equally so good. Walking in the street, do not even need to go out as long as the street pushed open the window to see. You can feel the lively, and the New Year's Day and the same but very different 2 feelings. Big brother, so many people today. Gogo didn't go out to play today. He just moved a small bench and sat in the doorway, the same way he did on the first day he came here, and sat there observing the surroundings. How many people are there today? Much to the extent that even the South Forest Lane, where not many pedestrians come and go on weekdays, is noisy, but Li Ziji does not care much about all this. Even if the people from the sword-washing sect deliberately passed by his door early this morning, a sharpness that makes it hard to look directly at. You don't even need to open your mouth to ask and inquire to know that it's the sword-washing sect's team. As one of the top cultivation forces within the Holy Dynasty, the disciples of the sword-cleansing sect certainly had capital and backbone to be proud of. A 5th realm elder led the group, with a dozen disciples following behind, like a dozen unsheathed swords that did not hide their sharpness in Chang'an City, and every disciple held their heads high, except for a young man around 20 years old who walked at the very front. He did not hold his head high, but looked sideways at Qingfeng Yasha, and it was only 2 or 3 breaths of time that he walked from the door of Qingfeng Yasha, and in such a short period of time this young man of about 20 years old exchanged glances with Li Ziji. Nothing happened, except for the inexplicable extra sword mark on the plaque of the Clear Wind Elegant House. Li Ziji knew that this should be Ning Hai Chao. "It seems the other side is curious about you." Princess Renyu made a pot of tea and poured a cup for Li Ziji and opened her mouth. No matter which city gate they walked in from, the sword-washing sect would never pass by the South Forest Lane, and now that they were here, it was obvious that they had come specifically to take a look at Li Ziji. There was no entrance, no very cheesy door-to-door provocation to show inner disdain, just a deliberate and innocent glance, and nothing happened, except for the sword mark. Li Ziji gently blew on the rolling heat in the tea and asked, "Where is the mountain gate of the sword-washing sect?" Princess Renyu thought for a moment, then said, "Mount Loyo. It's more than 13,000 miles away from Chang'an City." "Over 13,000 miles. Li Ziji sipped his tea. "It's very far. It's not easy to make the trip." Princess Renyu was slightly stunned at his words, and then suddenly realized, "You're going to slash a sword on his mountain gate too?" Li Ziji didn't say anything. He wasn't a very vindictive person. It was just that the relationship between the sword-washing sect and the state duke's office was too good to avoid meeting in the future. And going to row a sword seemed to be a very good way to meet. The neighborhood is excited today. Ranyu looked outside. On both sides of the street, but all the stores with people basically put out small incense altars in front of their doors. And they had to come out every few hours to pay their respects. Apparently in anticipation of tomorrow's centennial festival. The children of the Holy Dynasty have prepared their own little treats. You don't seem to have practiced for the past 2 days. Ranyu looked at Li Ziji and suddenly asked. The 3 stages of stepping into the primordial realm, sensing the aura, drawing chi into the body, and condensing the seed of the original life. Sensing the aura was the first step, and as long as one succeeded after that, one would never need to pinch the drawing chi trick again in the future. On the other hand, the condensation of the seed of the original life needed to constantly draw chi into the body, and then stop for a period of time to compress and condense the aura stored into the sea of chi until the seed of the original life appeared in its entirety. And in this way, it would be considered to have successfully stepped into the primordial realm. However, from yesterday to today, Li Ziji did not draw chi into his body for the second time, and given his talent, the aura that was incorporated into the chi sea from the first time he drew chi into his body should have already been compressed and condensed. Li Ziji nodded. Gu Chuanxiu said for me to break the mirror tomorrow during the Peach Bell Festival. Until tomorrow? Princess Rinyu frowned, not figuring out why this was. Could it be that she was planning to display her talent in public as a way to deter those people? But that doesn't seem to help much when you think about it. Li Ziji said. Gu Chuanxiu definitely has his plans. I'll just do as I'm told. Gu Chuanxiu wouldn't harm him. Letting him break the realm tomorrow definitely had a reason to break the realm tomorrow. It was useless to go and think too much today. Right. I'll be staying at the 3000 courtyard tonight. What would trouble you to help look after it? Li Ziji put down his teacup and instructed Princess Rinyu. Since the Centennial Festival was going to start tomorrow, he couldn't wait at home tonight. Going to the 3000 courtyard to meet Gu Chuanxiu and ask more about tomorrow's events was the right thing to do. Sword-washing sect passed by from South Forest Lane, may not be without the intention to take a look at the 3000 courtyards. After all, Deng Jueling died in the hands of Gu Chuanxiu. This revenge, although they cannot be reported and do not dare to report, but the heart is always remembered. Back to the backyard to change clothes. Pushed the door out to see the courtyard of the old acacia tree. Leaves have fallen off most of the leaves. Perhaps not tomorrow. Tonight by a cold wind will once again return to the original bare look. On the street, the faint smell of incense and candles floated in the air. How could it not be dispersed? And it was estimated that the entire Chang'an city would smell like this for the next 2 days. Along the way, there were still people greeting Li Ziji, and some well-informed ones even heard about Li Ziji going to the Peach Bell Festival tomorrow as well, and waved their hands at him to show their support and encouragement, hoping that he would win first place again at the Peach Bell Festival. Party fight in the courtroom. The common people more or less heard some words, just most of the rumors. We also listened to a fun. So for tomorrow's Peach Bell sacrifice, Sacred Dynasty people actually do not have as hostile as the previous Fuangtai. To them, no matter who won the top 3 position, that is the Holy Dynasty's own blessing. After all, are the Holy Dynasty's own people, will not hate the first, will not look down on the last, just occasionally inevitably have regrets. Sigh. Think so-and-so this time did not get into the top 3 is really a pity cloud. There was just one thing that wouldn't change. The people and forces that captured the top 3 would definitely welcome more praise and respect from the people of the Holy Dynasty. The dark tide of the game in the courtroom is ultimately dark. If one day really spread, the people of the world is known to all. To the people of the people waving their fists and threatening to stand on which side of the time. It is estimated that the Holy Dynasty will come to the time of disintegration. Chapter 57, Third Brother. So, the 3000 courts have already prepared a response? Pavilion in the center of the lake. Gu Chuanxiu was reading a book. Warm wind whisked across the lake. Through the pavilion, blowing the brocade pouch and jade pendant on Gu Chuanxiu's waist, Li Ziji sat across from him, looking at the carp that circled back and forth around the pavilion columns, and asked curiously, "That's of course, when the 3000 courtyards strike, they will surely sweep the 8 directions. What bulls, ghosts, snakes, and gods will all back away, and the district Ninghai tide is completely out of the question." Gu Chuanxiu held the book in one hand, and the other hand gestured a few times in the air in a very imposing manner, and he spoke with a great deal of confidence, as if Ninghai Chao was just a rustic and unbearable, and could be shattered with a light touch. Li Ziji glanced at the book. There was no cover, couldn't see the title, just that Gu Chuanxiu was very engaged in reading it. He had come to the 3000 courtyard for almost an hour, and Gu Chuanxiu's eyes hadn't moved away from the book. The 100 Years Peach Bell Festival is a big deal. Even that group of not-so-diligent people in Nanlin Lane have prepared incense stands for offerings and prayers. And since that site esteems Ning Haichao so highly, I don't think it'll be that simple. The previous Li Ziji always had a very casual attitude towards the Peach Bell Festival, not placing too much importance on winning or losing. But after learning about the 100 Years Great Festival and the scenes he saw along the way to the 3,000 courts, his attitude became very serious. South Forest Lane people are not too short of money. Not short of money to treat many things will become less serious. But this time around the neighborhood are very serious. The common people are still like this. What those in the back party will be like can be imagined. So Ning Haichao definitely has to be more than what it shows. Gu Chuanxiu dipped his finger in the spittle, flipped a page of the book, and said impatiently, "If I told you that I'd sweep the 8 directions, I'll definitely sweep the 8 directions. So if you have nothing to do, go fishing and don't bother me with the book." Wait. Gu Chuanxiu suddenly thought of something, and his eyes on the book finally moved away from the book to land on Li Ziji. "You're okay with breaking the primordial realm tomorrow, right?" Li Ziji nodded. The aura that was drawn into the body for the first time has already been condensed, and it only needs to be drawn into the body one more time to be successfully condensed. Saying that, he also stretched out his right hand. A somewhat illusory seed of the original life like a candle flame wavering floated above his palm. Not yet solid enough. It looked like it indeed only needed one more time to draw chi into the body to fully step into the primordial realm. "At first, I thought that you kid had good talent, but I never thought it would be as good as this." Gu Chuanxiu looked at the natal seed and praised it with a smile, then waved his hand again. "Go fishing. Don't disturb my reading. What kind of book do you have here?" Li Ziji didn't care about his disgusted tone. He was just a little surprised at what kind of book could make Gu Chuanxiu read it so carefully. Gu Chuanxiu pulled out a pear from somewhere and said as he ate, "Second senior brother wrote it. It seems to be the 99th book already, and I heard that he'll start writing the 100th book after resting for a while." Li Ziji inquired about the second brother. "In Chang'an City is quite famous. No one has seen him, no one, and he has spoken. But the second brother wrote the book is very good. Every book written and flowed out to be able to become the city of Chang'an a burst of fever. By countless storytellers in the major teahouse restaurant as a livelihood. Very hot. It seems like second senior brother really enjoys writing novels. Has written 99 books. Rest is also ready to continue to write the 100th book. Write a novel is a very boring and bitter thing. Can insist on such a long time? Must be really love." Gu Chuanxiu bristled. "The second elder brother can't cultivate. He has nothing to do all day long. If he doesn't find himself some fun, how can he survive these hundreds of years of life? Behind the back nonsense senior brother. Tomorrow Peach Bell Festival back. You go to replace the old 5. Tending the 100 flowers garden for a month." A flat voice suddenly sounded. This voice sounds nothing special. But Gu Chuanxiu, after hearing it, even the hairs of sweat stood up. The book in his hand also did not look at it, and straightened up and jumped up. "Third senior brother. I can't be blamed for this. It's all Li Ziji's fault. He mentioned this first." Li Ziji froze, the corners of his mouth pulling. The flat voice sounded again. "As a senior brother, failing to teach the youngest senior brother, the offense is increased by 1. Tending the 100 flowers garden for 2 months. Gu Chuanxiu's face twisted up. Li Ziji looked around and finally saw the person speaking on the lake. A big red clothes, very eye-catching color, wherein this person's body but not feel the slightest bit of bright, but instead give a person an extremely cold feeling, even if it is again lively in the bright colors, as long as wherein this person will be the coldness of the pressure of no bright. This person was bundled with long hair. His appearance looked like he was in his early to mid-30s. His lips were relatively thin, especially those eyebrows, which were dark and pencil thin, adding 3 points of severity to the whole person. This is the third senior brother of the 3,000 courts, resting red cloth. Since the death of the dean, the 3,000 courtyard closed and dispersed. Only a few of the dean's former personal disciples remain. The eldest brother Yumei is responsible for major events. The third brother Shihoni will be responsible for continuing to maintain the rules of the courtyard. The third brother is a very serious person, and is concerned that every little bit is no small matter. And how can we achieve great things if we don't emphasize the smallest details? The one who made the most mistakes and was taught the most lessons naturally favored the unconventional Gu Chuanxiu. The shadows that had accumulated over the past 10 years caused Gu Chuanxiu to break out in a cold sweat whenever he heard the voice of resting red clothes. Third senior brother. The flowers and plants. What if I break them and make fourth senior sister angry? Gu Chuanxiu's last struggle was a delusional attempt to move his fourth senior sister out to help him block the disaster. Xia Hongyi walked from the lake to the pavilion, first nodding to Li Ziji before glancing at Gu Chuanxiu and saying, "There's no such thing as an eventuality. Li Ziji, meet third senior brother." Li Ziji bowed to resting red clothes in a regular manner, unable to pick out any faults. This was the first time he had met this Gu Chuanxiu's third senior brother who was scared to the bone, and it was necessary to leave a good impression. To be able to make Gu Chuanxiu shadow so much, one could imagine how strict this third senior brother was. Resting red clothes nodded slightly, more satisfied with this punctilious junior brother. No matter what time it is, rules are very important. Good rules can be used to constrain others as well as themselves. If everyone under the sky is very punctilious, then there wouldn't be so many troubles. With that, he stretched out his right hand and gently held it in front of him, as if he was holding something, but there was clearly nothing in front of him. Nothing. Resting red clothes held her hand and drew it gently toward one side, as if she were drawing a sword from its scabbard. And indeed, a sword hilt did appear in his palm. A runic formation flashed in the void, and a sword was pulled out of nowhere out of thin air. It was held in the third senior brother's hand, slowly revealing its full appearance. Chapter 58, the fourth day of the Lunar New Year. What comes out of the void? Where the eye could not see, where it did not exist, a sword was suddenly born. Li Ziji was shocked in his heart. Although he had heard Gu Chuanxiu say before that great ability holders possessed the ability to create cavernous heavens, but after all, that was just hearing about it and not seeing it with his own eyes. Eldest senior brother said that he promised to give you a meeting gift last time, so he asked me to bring it over. Shi Hongyi handed the sword in her hand to Li Ziji and spoke. This is one of the things left behind by master before. The sword is inscribed with runic formations and has its own small cave. From now on, you will be the owner of this sword. You can use it anytime, anywhere as long as you want. Saying that, he made Li Ziji raise his right hand, then gently touched his wrist to Li Ziji's. The homogeneous rune formation has been transferred to your hand, and with it, you can do the same thing that I just did. Li Ziji looked at his wrist, where there was an additional unreadable and complicated brand. Wouldn't it be convenient if the self-made small cave heaven was used to store items? Li Ziji's mind moved. His wrist runic array had a faint flash of light, and the sword that had just been held in his hand had disappeared without a trace, going nowhere. Resting red clothes thought, the small cave heaven that can be carried around is not the same as this kind of 3,000 courtyards. The formation of the cave heaven is already extremely difficult. The cost is unimaginable, and the first key to maintaining the existence of the cave heaven is stability. Similar to this kind of small cave heaven that can be carried around, it's always on the move. It's very difficult to be stable, and being able to hold a sword is already not easy. If it were even bigger and contained even more things, the carry-on small cave heaven would be at risk of collapsing at any time, easily implicating itself. So your method of massively popularizing the carry-on small cave heaven for storing items cannot be realized. So it is. Many thanks to third senior brother for his teachings. Li Ziji saluted again. Resting Hongyi nodded and said, tomorrow's Peach Bell Festival is in the spotlight, so feel free to do what you need to do. The 3,000 courts may not be as good as it was back then, but it has the backbone to keep you. After barking out a sentence, Shi Hongyi glanced faintly at Gu Chuanxiu again, who was staring straight ahead, his body standing straight. Don't think about asking the fourth senior sister to help you. I'll be bugging her. After another warning, Xia Hongyi turned around and left, treading on the surface of the lake and fading away. Li Ziji looked at the departing figure of his third senior brother. An absurd thought suddenly rose in his heart, as if the senior brothers of the 3,000 courts all enjoyed walking on water. The first time I met my eldest brother was on the lake, and now the first time I met my third brother was also on the lake. What about the next time we see second brother? If you can't cultivate, you naturally can't walk on water, so you don't have to take a boat on purpose, do you? Gu Chuanxiu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the breeze blowing around him become warm again. He re-picked up the book on the ground and lay back down again. While reading it he also said in a conspiratorial manner, I really didn't expect that your manners are so thorough. How come I didn't see it before? Li Ziji glanced at him as well, and lazily began to think about what the words third senior brother had urged before he left meant. Seeing that he didn't answer, Gu Chuanxiu put the book down and raised an eyebrow, counting up. I'm your senior. Is this the attitude you have when facing your senior? Hurry up and give me a bow as well. Li Ziji felt the noise and turned his back to him. Gu Chuanxiu directly jumped up and shouted to the surroundings. Third senior brother, come back quickly. This new junior brother we've taken in disrespects his elder brother. He doesn't respect me. There was silence all around, with only the occasional sound of carp scratching across the water ringing out. Okay, so I'm the only outsider at the end of the day, right? Gu Chuanqiu was a bit angry and stared at the back of Li Ziji's head, thinking about how to come at him hard. Li Ziji suddenly asked at this time, what was the meaning of the words third senior brother urged me to say before he left? The corners of Gu Chuanqiu's mouth rose, sketching out an arc, then headed for the bench in the pavilion to lie down, holding a book and shaking his head as he hummed. I won't tell you, I won't tell you, I won't tell you, I won't tell you. Li Ziji frowned and reminded, don't forget that you still have to take care of the 100 gardens for 2 more months. These words were like a pot of cold water pouring down from the top of Gu Chuanqiu's head, directly dousing him with coldness, and he stopped reading the book, tilting his head back to stare in disbelief with both eyes. You're a man who pokes at people's hearts and minds, and you're not polite at all. The third day of the new year was very busy, and families set up small incense stands. The fourth day of the Lunar New Year is very solemn, and from early in the morning, every household has pricked up its ears, ready to listen at any time to the sound of the bells that will be rung in connection with the Peach Bell Festival. The bell will ring many times, the only difference being that it is not the same strength. The Peach Bell Festival is a major event for the entire Holy Dynasty, and every year the bells ring out in every corner of the Holy Dynasty's boundaries, and hearing these bells means that the next year will be smooth, with favorable winds and rains, and everything will go well. It's something like a spiritual level of belief. It's just that in recent years the people of the Holy Dynasty have inevitably felt sorry for themselves on the fourth day of the Lunar New Year, because they haven't heard the bells ringing loudly enough for many years. In the past, with the 3,000 yard in place, the bells rang out every year so loudly that it was as if they had been taken directly next to the year and rung. But over the years, the sound of the sacred bell has gotten much smaller. Once in 100 years, the big festival, the competition for the national fortune is very distant for the people. What they really care about is that the big festival of 100 years means that the Holy Dynasty has once again passed through 100 years peacefully and smoothly, which is a good thing worth celebrating, and also a good thing that makes all the people of the Holy Dynasty have honor and glory. Thinking that today His Majesty's name would be inscribed on top of the holy bell for the 13th time, everyone's hearts felt solid. Your Majesty, who has lived a long life, is about to drop his name on the holy bell for the 13th time today. Come to think of it, the last time I saw Your Majesty's name floating above the firmament, I was only 9 years old. An old man with white hair lay on a bamboo chair, his cloudy eyes filled with memories of 100 years ago. The youngest heavy grandson squatted beside him to help pound his legs, and curiously inquired, Great-grandpa, can the whole world see the name engraved on the holy bell? The old man nodded. That's for sure. The little heavy grandson said, then I'm going to carve my name on it, too, so the new little girl who moved in next door can see it. The old man's face sank as he reprimanded. Nonsense, that's a holy bell, a great sacrifice once in 100 years. How can anyone else qualify to carve a name on it except for a saintly emperor like His Majesty, who is a man of civilization and military prowess? The little heavy grandson, seeing his great-grandfather's anger, spat out his tongue and flung himself into the arms, grabbing the beard with such force that the old man glared. Conversations like this one are not uncommon in all corners of the Holy Dynasty. People were looking forward to seeing the scene where the Holy Emperor's name would once again flash across the firmament, and it was also early in the morning on the fourth day of the year. Gu Chuanqiu took Li Ziji and walked into the palace. A few minutes early. Surprise? By the way, there will be one more chapter before 12, so you can read it tomorrow when you wake up. Chapter 59, Eyesight in Life and Death. This is the first time Li Ziji came to the palace, and he imagined not quite the same, not so opulent, dignified, constructed. The overall color tone of the imperial city are partial to the solemn, to the green-black color is dominant. Walking between the palace walls, you will not feel that this is how luxurious and noble, but instead give you a sense of gravity filled with the ancient heritage. On top of that, there were a few moments of majesty on top. Every blade of grass and every tree here did not half repel people, but rather a kind of inclusion, and every corner showed the inclusion that belonged uniquely to the sacred dynasty and the sacred emperor. There's also a meeting with His Majesty before the Peach Bell Festival begins, and of course, not just us, but everyone else invited to participate in the Peach Bell Festival will be present. The Centennial Festival is different from normal times, and His Majesty and the Empress usually preside over it in person. The two walked side by side behind the forbidden guards as Gu Chuanqiu and Li Ziji talked about these things. The usual Peach Bell sacrifice Saint Emperor will not personally preside over it, but will choose a high-powered minister to be in charge of it, such as the last time it was the left minister, and the last time it was the lieutenant. all the way to the Taiji Hall. This is where the ministers normally go to the court meeting. The space is big enough and there are enough people standing inside at the moment. Li Ziji didn't look around curiously, because he knew very well in his heart that basically he didn't recognize anyone present. And there wasn't really any difference between taking a look and not taking a look. No one spoke in the Great Hall. It seemed very quiet, as if it should be so quiet under the eyes of the Holy Emperor. Even if they were no longer at odds with each other, they couldn't be at odds on such an occasion. It may seem a bit much to hear a pin drop, but it's true that the presence of a sound immediately draws everyone's attention. So when Gu Chuanqiu appeared in front of the door of the Taiji Hall with Li Ziji, everyone's gazes were cast over at the same time. Invisible pressure fell on the body. Basically all those present were pivotal big shots. All these gazes gathered together. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably be very difficult to even move their legs. Scrutiny, indifference, smiles, blandness, uncountable gazes mixed with uncountable emotions. Gu Chuanqiu didn't care about any of this, and with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, he walked forward on his own. Li Ziji followed behind him, and he could feel that the vast majority of these gazes that converged over landed on his body, only that these gazes didn't have much effect on him at all. After seeing life and death with one's own eyes and experiencing life and death with one's own eyes, one realizes that there is nothing heavier than life and death in the world. Gu Chuanqiu didn't walk fast and didn't have the intention of stopping, so he just kept walking forward until he stood in front of everyone. At the very front, many eyes changed. Captain Suing Zhang, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Mrs. Ning frowned slightly. The always quiet Taiji Hall resounded with a slight clamor, as if it was unexpected that Gu Chuanqiu would stand in that position, and was oblivious to the other people in the hall, just standing there in a dignified and calm manner. Standing position determines a lot of things, especially in an occasion like today, especially in the Hall of Tai Chi. Doesn't Mr. Gu feel that he's standing a bit too far forward? In the crowd, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and spoke in an unkind tone. Gu Chuanqiu turned back to look at him and asked an expressionless rhetorical question. You think I'm standing too far forward? The middle-aged man said indifferently. If it were usual, it would be just that. With Mr. Gu's reputation, standing anywhere is not excessive. But today is the big day of the Peach Bell Festival. The two ministers and the lieutenant are here, and Mr. Gu is still standing so far forward. It's not a bit too appropriate. Gu Chuanqiu's gaze did not fluctuate in any way. Even his expression did not change in any way. There is a sentence you said correctly. Today is the big day of the Peach Bell Festival. It is not a normal day, and it is not a pilgrimage. If it were a normal day, at the court meeting, it would be no excuse for the imperial captain and the two ministers and the 6 lords of the Shangshu to stand at the front. But today is not a court meeting, and the ones standing at this Taiji Hall are not the temple eunuchs, but rather, the cultivation forces within the sacred dynasty. Since it's a cultivation power, not counting official positions, what's wrong with the 3,000 courts standing at the forefront? The 3,000 courts have participated in 12 great sacrifices and have come first every time. This has not changed before and will not change in the future. I will represent the 3,000 courts and stand at the forefront. I don't think anyone should have any opinions. His gaze looked around the room and eventually landed back on the middle-aged man who had opened his mouth to make a comment, his gaze gradually turning cold. Or do you think that you, the Jinling Zhao family, are more qualified to be at the forefront than the 3,000 courts? This is something that whoever it is would absolutely not dare to follow. The middle-aged man sank, his eyes flickering a bit. Gu Chuanqiu, however, glanced sideways at the lieutenant behind him, Suing Zhang, and asked, Does Lord Lieutenant think that the 3,000 courts have the qualifications to stand here? The lieutenant glanced at the middle-aged man without a trace and faintly said, With the seniority of 3,000 courtyards, you can stand wherever you want. The left minister also smiled and opened his mouth. Mr. Gu is right. It's not a pilgrimage. So why are we old men standing in front? The Peach Bell Festival. Naturally the 3,000 courtyards stand in front. Behind him, Cui Wenrua also smiled and spoke. The Pear Garden thought that it could only stand behind the 3,000 courts. But now it looks like the Jinling Zhao family's heritage is much deeper than the legends. At these words, the middle-aged man's face instantly became ugly, and then a little red. Looking around him again, even Lady Ning, the sword-washing sect, and other forces were all looking at him coldly, and no one had any intention of helping him out. Saying such stupid words on such an occasion. It seems that old man of the Zhao family and Jinling's search for people is really getting worse and worse. Gu Chuanqiu dusted off the non-existent dust on his shoulders and turned his back behind him, his tone slightly mocking. Stupid words like today's are the first time I've heard them in so many years. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth, eyes full of gloom, but did not dare to open his mouth again. Can only be full of unwillingness to retreat back. Forehead veins popping. Gu Chuanqiu, even if the world is full of fame, is also a junior. Was a junior so ridiculed in public? After today will certainly become a joke. The great hall was once again quiet. Li Ziji wanted to ask which one of the people present was Li Mengchang, but he also knew that now was not the time to say this, and just stood quietly behind Gu Chuanqiu, waiting. I don't know how long it took, but the two people, the Holy Emperor and the Empress, finally walked out together, and this pair of the most powerful couple in the whole world appeared together in front of Li Ziji. It's far apart. He looked up, wanting to see more clearly, but he happened to meet the Holy Emperor's gaze. There are no words to describe a pair of eyes like that. At this moment Li Ziji realized that there are some gazes in this world that are heavier than life and death. Chapter 60, White Jade Pillar. In a trance for a moment, when Li Ziji slowed down, he went to look again but found that the Holy Emperor had already sat on top of the uppermost throne, as if the two of them had never looked at each other before. He wanted to see the face of this majesty clearly, but how can not see? Or see will also instantly forget, as if before the throne is a dense fog. Also seems to have something that does not exist in the prevention of his searching eyes. Instead, the face of the queen can be seen clearly, bright yellow long skirt in the ground, skirt lined with a dark red bottom, embroidered with black and red color flame flowers, head wearing a red gold haze crown, obviously just simply sitting there. In the eyes of Li Ziji, but it seems to be bathed in flames in the eyes of the heavenly phoenix spreading its wings to build up momentum. The indescribable exquisite face. The dignified sublime and majesty is not a superficial feeling, but the honor that seeps straight from the bottom of your heart. Those bland eyes were clearly gazing at the great hall, but it was as if they were looking at the entire world, even if he knew that the Empress did not share the same position as his own. At this moment, Li Ziji's heart was still unable to restrain the rise of admiration. He did not think about anything. This admiration was like eating and breathing. It appeared naturally, seemingly sensing Li Ziji's gaze. The Empress shifted her gaze lightly and gave him a faint look. A flower with flames in full bloom appeared amongst Li Ziji's pupils, and then blossomed in his mind, as if there were countless flames flooding his body, only that he couldn't feel half of the pain. A picture flashed rapidly through his mind. Giant waves that flooded the earth. Thousands of miles of cracked earth. Flames dancing above the lotus flower. A white bone deep in the endless plains. Empty eyes gazing at the sky, seemingly harboring uncountable cries. A pair of hands wiping away cobwebs in a crumbling and collapsing Taoist temple. A book that falls off a cliff. A pear tree under the abyss. Thousands of stone statues filled with fear sat on the sea of clouds in the void. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky and the earth collapsed at the same time, and two pieces appeared out of nowhere, bouncing up and down. Ding dong! A drop of water fell into the pothole. Countless images frantically regressed. Li Ziji's eyes regained clarity. His breath caught in an instant. And when he looked up again, the Holy Emperor and Empress duo had already gotten up and left the Taiji Hall. The sacrament before the Peach Bell Festival began had ended, which meant that he had been frozen for 2/4 of an hour at the very least. And what was with those images in his own head just now? The Queen's tactics? But why did the Queen do it? And what do these images mean? Even if the two sides were on opposing sides, but he was just a small person who had yet to set foot in the situation. Did he still deserve more than a glance from the Empress? And right under the Holy Emperor's nose. Even if the Empress really wanted to do something, she would never do it. At that glance, it was as if he saw the sun, moon, mountains and rivers cycling back and forth, existing and disappearing, and the unspeakable shock suspended above his heart for a long time could not be dispersed. Get out and talk. Gu Chuanqiu had already noticed Li Ziji's abnormality long ago, but his face was calm, as if he wasn't in a hurry, and he softly reminded him as he turned to go outside. Li Ziji glanced at him and followed him outside. The other people in the Taiji Hall had also already walked out. Only a few people glanced meaningfully at Li Ziji. Just now Li Ziji's abnormality. A lot of people looked in their eyes. The palace was really big, and the group walked for about 1/4 of an hour after leaving the Taiji Hall before stopping at an open space paved entirely with lapis lazuli stones. Actually, it wasn't quite accurate to say that it was an open space, as there was also a white jade pillar standing in the very center. It was very high, looking up straight into the clouds, not being able to see the end at a glance. At the very least hundreds or thousands of feet might be possible. What a tall column. Li Ziji pupils shrink, marveled at this kind of large sums of money, but also some doubts. According to reason, such a high white jade pillars even outside the palace should be able to see at a glance, but he was in Chang'an City for such a long time, but never seen, as if he could see his doubts. Gu Chuanqiu, who was on the side, explained, the outside of the imperial city has its own prohibitions to isolate it, so it's normal that you can't see inside from the outside. Li Ziji nodded. His eyes glanced at the white jade pillar. This white jade pillar was not a smooth piece. There were also carvings on it. It looked like a circling dragon. The exquisite carvings were lifelike. What are we doing here? Li Ziji looked around and always felt that this place did not look like a place where the Peach Bell Festival was held. Gu Chuanqiu didn't explain right away, but instead raised his chin at Bai Yuzhu, signaling him to take a closer look. At some point, the white jade pillar seemed to light up with two beams of light, and immediately after that, these two beams of light actually moved, and then the white jade pillar began to vibrate, shake, and rumble. The earth beneath their feet seemed to shake with it, and everyone watching the scene didn't seem surprised by it. The exquisite patterns that had just seemed to be carved into it began to peel away a little bit. Anon, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky, bringing up a biting wind that blew the clothes of everyone present grinning, and above the earth, dust tumbled. The 1,000-foot-long dragon body broke away from the white jade pillar and rushed out toward the sky above, then tumbled out of the clouds again and hovered over the palace, its red golden dragon scales gleaming in the sunlight, carrying a powerful pressure that filled the air. Only then did Li Ziji see clearly that the two beams of light that had previously lit up on the white jade pillar were actually a pair of eyes of this dragon. He watched steadily, unable to look away. Li Ziji never thought that he could actually see the legendary true dragon one day. It was that huge and majestic. In that previous world, true dragons were often associated with emperors. But in the sacred dynasty, dragons were just dragons, the former totems of the demon race, a rare and sacred demon race, with no special meaning similar to that of representing emperors. How about it? This trip wasn't in vain, was it? Gu Chuanqiu looked up, even though he had already seen it a few times before. Every time when he saw this dragon, his heart still surged a little. In today's world, very few dragons exist anymore. Mysterious, powerful, ancient, rare. This is synonymous with the true dragon, which is no longer born since the demon kingdom became independent from the North Sea 2,000 years ago and the legendary Sacred Heart was split in two. The once sacred totems of the demon race have also been gradually outlawed and replaced since then. But there is one thing that can't be changed, and that is that the power of the true dragon will never be questioned. And even after 2,000 years have passed, even if the true dragon has never appeared in the world, in the hearts and bloodlines of most of the demon races, they still maintain their respect for the true dragon. And now, there is one in the palace of the Holy Dynasty. Chapter 61, Beginning of the Great Sacrifice. It seems the world is far more complicated than I thought. Li Ziji calmed the shock in his heart and looked at the huge dragon that was hidden between the clouds and mist above the dome of the sky inside with emotion. He couldn't describe how strong the visual impact of the scene felt, and his hands were still shaking slightly. Gu Chuanqiu laughed and scoffed. I've long told you to read more. The 3,000 Courtyards book depository records the countless mysteries of the heavens. If you had read it in advance, you wouldn't have revealed such an unseen appearance. In fact, this cannot be said that Li Ziji has not seen the world. In fact, in addition to the presence of those who have long been accustomed to, such as the lieutenant of the left Prime Minister Li Mengchang and others, similar to the other outsiders, at this moment the performance and Li Ziji compared to not much better. The true dragon hovered, then swooped down towards the ground, climbing on top of the white jade pillar, and the beams of light emanating from its eyes converged on the ground, and a door appeared where the beams converged, slowly open. This is the gate leading to the Peach Bell Festival. Just like the 3,000 courts, the place where the Peach Bell Festival is located is also a small cavern. A cavern that was created by Master and His Majesty together back in the day, with the sacred bell as the eye, and the mountains full of peach trees as the auxiliary, connecting to the national veins. So every time but the sacred bell is rung, as long as it's inside the boundaries of the sacred dynasty, no matter where, one will be able to hear the bells ringing out. Gu Chuanqiu looked at the door and explained for Li Ziji. The gate opened, and the Holy Emperor and Empress duo had already walked in, followed by the Imperial Captain as well as the two Sangha members right behind them. That man is your real father. The one next to him is your stepmother, and the one following them both is your second brother. Gu Chuanqiu took Li Ziji's shoulder and nudged towards the gate, and at this moment, Li Mengchang, Lady Ning, and Li Ruo were walking towards the gate. Seemingly hearing Gu Chuanqiu's words, the three of them turned their heads at the same time to look over. Li Ruo had a cold smile on her face, and even raised her hand to wave towards Li Ziji. Mrs. Ning withdrew her gaze after an expressionless glance and stepped through the door. Li Mengchang and Li Ziji stared at each other, as if there were an extraordinarily large number of people who stared at him today. The two people had some similar eyebrows, only the gazes in their eyes were very different. This is the first time the two have met. Li Mengchang nodded slightly, as if gesturing, but there were no half fluctuations in his gaze. No killing intent, no guilt, no emotions, as if he was looking at a piece of lapis lazuli stone on the ground. Li Ziji's gaze did not move away for a single moment until Li Mengchang's figure disappeared in the gate. This was the first time he really looked at this man clearly. Somewhat unfamiliar, talking about the level of a look at a single glance and then stormed into a rage that had to be shouted at and killed. He just remembers the look of Li Mengchang, remembers the look of Mrs. Ning, and knows that this is the murderer who killed Li Shaowan. This was someone he would kill later, and remembering that was enough. I only heard about it before, but I didn't realize that there really is a dragon in the sacred dynasty. Mu Nanshan and Cui Wenrua came together beside Li Ziji, looking up at the dragon on the white jade pillar with shock and emotion. Li Ziji glanced at him and asked, "For something like the Peach Bell Festival, Ruoshan can also participate?" Mu Nanshan shook his head. "Participation is of course impossible. I've come over this trip just to watch the fun." He looked at Li Ziji and said meaningfully, "It's not just me. Everyone in the world is eager to see this." Li Ziji said, "The people of the world have waited for many years without waiting for a few opportunities. But after I came to Chang'an there was a succession of this kind of bustle, and I don't know whether this is lucky or unfortunate." Mu Nanshan glanced at Gu Chuanxiu. "Perhaps this is your fate as well. Since the demobilization of the 3,000 courts, the whole world has begun to move, waiting for 30 years without a suitable opportunity, until the game of chess not long ago, and then now the great Centennial Festival. Indeed, Li Ziji Impartial just happened to walk into the city of Chang'an this year. Not a year early, not a year late. The word destiny can never be written, and there is nothing more complex under the sun. In that case, my life doesn't count when I say so myself." Li Ziji made a rare flirtation. Mu Nanshan looked at the door and said faintly, "It's not easy to think of your own words." Several people walked into the door together. This door was no different from the door of the 3,000 courtyard. After walking in, the surroundings became another world. Li Ziji looked around. All the people who came in earlier found a place to sit down in the surroundings. Under the feet is a huge round stone platform, floating in the air, spread in the sea of clouds, reaching out to be able to probe into the clouds. Feel the slight coolness that brushes through from the fingers. Beyond the stone platform, surrounded by endless mountains, the mountains are full of peach trees. Only these peach trees do not bloom, just like the old acacia trees in the yard, dry and withered. The hills are rolling and a succession of trees are connected to each other. In the sky above the stone platform, above the heads of all the people hovered a huge clock, covered with dark patterns. No matter how the surrounding wind blew and beat, the huge clock was motionless. This is the holy bell of the holy dynasty, which is connected to the fate of the country on top of the great Centennial Festival. The Holy Emperor and the Empress sat on the edge of the stone platform, seemingly close and seemingly far away. The entire process of the Peach Bell Festival would last for 8 hours, and during these 8 hours, the participants could try to ring the sacred bell as they pleased. And the more lines that were lit up and the louder the sound that was struck, the higher the rankings would naturally be. The Peach Mountain and the sacred bell complement each other. In the past, if you wanted to ring the sacred bell, you would first make the peach tree blossom, and then you would go ahead and light up the lines, so it would be easier. Cui Wenrua opened his mouth to explain the conditions for ringing the holy bell. It's just that later on it became more and more difficult to make the peach tree blossom, and even after all the effort, only a few dozen trees could bloom, so it would be better to just give up on Peach Mountain, and enroll in the ripples alone, and this way the speed is instead a bit quicker. Just that with the lack of the Peach Mountain to assist it, the sound of the ringing of the holy bell is going to be quite a bit weaker, and the light of the ripples is going to be a lot darker as well. He looked at the others around him, and as every minute counted, there were already quite a few people who had begun their enlightenment of the Saint Clock pattern. Although TT of the Little Jade Palace has some friendship with me, the Little Jade Palace is also an unbiased cultivation force, and it's very difficult to carve anyone's name on the holy bell. So although TT will participate in the enlightenment this time, she definitely won't go all out, and it's basically impossible to expect the Little Jade Palace to win against the swordwashing sect. Luo Xingdu didn't come. To be honest, this surprises me a bit, but since it was Yu Mei who personally spoke up, then I think there must be a backhand in place. Simply relying on my words doesn't have this certainty. Chui Wenrua looked at Ning Haichao. Ning Haichao was also looking at him, his gaze flat, looking like he didn't view Chui Wenrua as a threat. Ning Haichao has been preparing for the 100-year ritual for a very long time, and in his hands, he definitely has a backhand that we wouldn't have thought of. Chui Wenrua frowned, inclined his head towards Gu Chuanxiu, and asked, "So what exactly is the backhand that the 3,000 courts prepared?" Li Ziji was also looking at Gu Chuanxiu. He also wanted to know the answer to this. Chapter 62, Things are not what they used to be. Since it's a backhand, then of course it should be taken out at the most crucial time. Gu Chuanxiu stretched his back, not caring what place this was. He directly laid down on the ground and covered his face with his robe. "You try to slowly enlighten yourself first. I'll take a nap first. I read second senior brother's novels all night last night." Comprehending? Li Ziji raised his head to look at the holy clock suspended in the sky. A dark pattern on it showed an irregular arrangement. Completely unable to find half a law to follow. Disorganized. Chui Wenrua explained. The method of comprehending the holy bell is not difficult. As long as you gaze intently, your mind will be drawn within the holy bell. And if you think that you will be able to ring the holy bell at that time, you can walk into the middle of that green-colored halo underneath the holy bell, light up the ripples, and ring the holy bell. Li Ziji nodded and asked, "Is there a limit?" Chui Wenrua hummed. "Each person has 3 chances to ring the sacred bell. But of course, that's really no different from having no limit. If you can't get the results you want even if you use up all 3 chances, it's useless to give you more chances." Mu Nanshan was watching the show, and not far behind him there were 2 great cultivators of Ru Mountain, the 5 realms of great things, one who had followed the Qing Tsang envoy in the beginning, and one who had come from Ru Mountain to exchange with the Holy Dynasty after Mu Nanshan's defeat. At the moment, all stood not far away, watching quietly, including those surrounding cultivation forces within the sacred dynasties. Basically all of them were waiting for today's outcome, originally thinking that it would be an encounter between Luo Xingdu and Ning Haichao, but not expecting the 3,000 courts to intervene. Luo Xingdu wasn't summoned. Then who can compete with Ning Haichao? Many people's gazes were intentionally or unintentionally swept over Gu Chuanxiu's body, and in their hearts, they really couldn't figure out what other tactics the 3,000 courts could prepare in this situation. Mrs. Ning was also thinking about this matter. Luo Xingdu is indeed still in Luoyang. In that case, where does Gu Chuanxiu's backbone come from? Mrs. Ning's brows were slightly furrowed. Logically speaking, Luo Xingdu did not come, she should feel relaxed. But this matter was too abnormal, and there must be a demon when things go wrong. But instead, it made her heart hang more and more. Li Mengchang faintly said, 3,000 courts will not do unprepared things. Just be careful. There is no way to speculate on Yu Mei's mind by speculation. I just find it too strange. Lady Ning looked around, her eyes lingering on Chui Wenrua's body for a while longer. The Pear Garden's methods are already not bad, and if the 3,000 courts are behind it, then could Chui Wenrua be the backstabber? Whether it was the Pear Garden or the 3,000 Yard, either of these 2 names taken individually was enough to make people take them seriously, upholding respect and vigilance. And now that the 2 sides had come together, there was no way for either of them to pretend that they couldn't see it. Li Mengchang thought for a moment. Chui Wenrua's 3 years of storing up momentum was interrupted and suffered heavy losses. No matter what the bottom card is, in the final analysis, it all depends on the person to use it. With Chui Wenrua's current state, it's not enough to worry about. Li Rual listened to the conversation between the 2 parents, sneered and pointed at Li Ziji, who was looking up at the holy bell, and mocked. Relying on anyone is fine. It's not so bad that you have to rely on Li Ziji, right? If that's the case, the 3,000 courtyard is really living more and more back. Ning Haichao closed his eyes and said indifferently, no matter who it is, no matter what the 3,000 courts undercard is, today's result will not change. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care at all about the 3,000 courts so-called backhand. Thinking about that means sent by the divine sect. Mrs. Ning's wrinkled brows finally stretched. Indeed, even if the 3,000 courts had prepared some sort of backhanded move, it wouldn't affect Ning Haichao here. This Peach Bell Festival, they are sure to win. The stone platform was large enough to hold thousands of people, and the Holy Emperor and Empress duo were like the sun and moon above the dome of the sky, emitting light but not making people feel oppressed. The lieutenant looked around at the dead peach trees and the endless mountain of peaches, and his gaze seemed to carry some reminiscence. Ever since the 3,000 courts, no one has been able to make these peach trees blossom again. Some say it's because the difficulty of the Peach Bell Festival has secretly been raised. which has resulted in fewer people being able to make the peach tree bloom on a wide scale. Others say it's because of the death of the dean of the house, causing Momoyama to wither and wither. In the small cave, the holy bell is the main thing, implicating the national vein, and Peach Hill is the secondary thing, sheltering the holy bell. Outside, His Majesty is like the holy bell, and the Lord Dean is like Peach Hill. And now that the Lord Dean is dead, Peach Hill is withering deeper into the ground. Everyone has everyone's opinion, but it's true that peach trees have a hard time blooming anymore, and there's no changing that. Zhuoxiang stood side by side with him and raised his hand to point at the seventh part of the Great Mountain. 9 years ago Luoshandu bloomed with 1/7 of the peach blossoms, which was once cited as a good story at that time. But it's a pity that Zhou Ji and Little Sword Immortal didn't participate in that year, or else it might have been able to become the most wonderful Peach Bell Festival in these 30 years. The lieutenant also thought of that year, and with a faint smile on his face, he lamented, "It's a pity that things are different." The two people fell silent at the same time. Indeed, things were different. No one would have thought that the Holy Dynasty, where everyone was bent on using their strength towards one place back then, would have become like this now. There's never anything in this world that doesn't change, except for this statement. Looks like you guys are pretty confident this time. Zhuoxiang looked back at Ning Haichao. Since he came in, Ning Haichao had always been resting his eyes with his eyes closed, as if he wasn't worried about the outcome of this time at all. He didn't even bother to immediately participate in the holy bell. Perhaps in his eyes, this peach bell sacrifice had already ended just as soon as it had started. The lieutenant glanced at Gu Chuanqiu, who was huffing and puffing. "Your bottom line seems to be sufficient as well." Silence fell again, and neither of the two men spoke again. The wind on the stone platform was blowing their clothes hunting, and people had already begun to get up and come into the halo below the holy bell, and for the first time began to try to ring the holy bell. Li Ziji looked up to see a girl with a slender waist. Cui Wenrua introduced, "This is Cha-Cha of the Little Jade Palace." Almost everyone was watching. After all, this was the first person to attempt to ring the sacred bell today, and his status was still no less than a disciple of the sword-cleansing sect's Little Jade Palace. The holy bell descended a curtain of light, enveloping Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha sat down on her knees. Her body's aura echoed the holy bell. What exactly happened was not clear from the outside, but Li Ziji could see that the dim lines above the holy bell gradually lit up. Pale golden light filled the ripples, spreading rapidly upwards, stopping after lighting up the edge of the sacred bell. At the same time, a bell rang inside the cave. Not a big one. The thud was like the sound a normal person makes when communicating. TT's face did not change much, got up and walked out of the halo, and continued to start participating in the enlightenment. It could be seen that she was simply trying it for the first time, and she had a plan in mind. Chapter 63, Crisscrossing Inclines. After the first one, those who follow will try one after another. The Holy Dynasty forces invited to participate in the Peach Bell Festival this time added up to at least a few dozen, and it could be said that almost all of those who could sit here were first-rate cultivation forces that counted their names. It's not hard to ring the sacred bell. What's hard is how to make the bell louder and light up more ripples. Cui Wenrua looked at Ning Haichao. From the very beginning, Ning Haichao had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed. Even when Cha-Cha was the first to go up and ring the bell, he still hadn't opened his eyes to look. The look caught everyone's attention. There are only two possibilities for posing like that on an occasion like this: either you're pretending to be a god or you've got it all figured out. As he spoke, Cui Wenrua also glanced at Mu Nanshan, who was reading a chess game on the side. When he was at the Fuyao Terrace, Mu Nanshan had this look, just like the same. Mu Nanshan felt his gaze, and his hand holding the chess game was slightly hard. Li Ziji faintly said, "Compared to Ning Haichao, I instead feel that Gu Chuanqiu is a bit more confident." Li Ziji looked down at Gu Chuanqiu, who was lying on one side and snoring slightly. If we want to talk about the old god, who could compare to Gu Chuanqiu, who was having a spring dream? Cui Wenrua nodded and shifted his eyes to rest on top of the holy bell. "I will do my best. The bottom card is the most frightening if it can be used." Li Ziji also wondered what Gu Chuanqiu's bottom card was. He thought about the possibility that it could be himself, but felt that it was unlikely, and there was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Just what is the purpose of breaking the primordial realm on this day? Li Ziji's gaze twitched, a somewhat unbelievable thought suddenly arising in his heart as he looked down at Gu Chuanqiu, who was still sleeping, and then raised his head to look at the withering peach trees around him. So it is. The sound of the bell is going to ring once every now and then. Not only can it be heard clearly in the cave, it can be heard clearly throughout the entire Holy Dynasty territory. The people all carried a small bench to sit in front of the door today and listen to the sound of the holy bell while getting high on melon seeds. There are a few more judgments to be made based on the size of the voice. They have gotten used to the fact that the bells ring for 8 hours every year on the day of the Peach Bell Festival, and they don't find it noisy, but rather hope that the bells will ring louder and louder. The wind kept blowing on the rocky terrace, and it didn't seem to stop for a moment. 2 hours had passed, and more people were looking back and forth at Ning Haichao and Gu Chunshou's bodies. And even though the two of them hadn't done anything, the atmosphere, however, seemed to be getting more and more condensed along with the passage of time. Li Ziji didn't feel these gazes from the outside world, because at this moment his mind had long since entered within the holy bell. Just like the jade slip he read that day, everything around him had all changed. A white blanket, the feet clearly stepped on the ground, but cannot feel the existence of the ground, surrounded by the churning fog, as if in a fairyland. Nothing beyond that, nothing exists. A vast expanse of pale, silent as if you could hear your own heartbeat. Li Ziji looked around. This was his first time trying to comprehend the holy bell. He tried a few steps forward. 1 step, 2 steps, nothing changed. 3 steps, 4 steps. Suddenly, a black line arose out of thin air from in front of him, like a broken tree blocking the way, and just crossed there. Then the second course, the third course. Countless black lines were born out of thin air from all directions at the same time, like a thick ink drawn by waving a brush, crisscrossing and densely packed. This is, those lines on top of the holy bell? Li Ziji felt that his body was rapidly shrinking, or rather these countless crisscrossing ink lines were rapidly enlarging, and he was in the middle of it, and all he could feel was an increasingly clear insignificance. These lines, what do they represent? Knowing that these lines are the lines engraved on top of the holy bell, but how should they be lit? Trance like an illusion. The ink lines in front of his eyes seemed to be getting more and more complicated, intricately spread all around. The whole space was gradually rendered in ink color. Without a clue, he tried to touch these ink lines with his hand, but when he reached over, the ink lines moved backward to avoid them, and no matter how quickly you tried to pursue them, they were always separated by a distance that was not too far. He lowered his arm, and all around him these hovering lines of ink began to move, swirling around him in a dizzying fashion, referring to the holy bell and lighting up the lines. These lines didn't seem to be half related, but there must be something in common in them, just that he hadn't discovered it yet. What method should I use for enlightenment? Li Ziji had already contacted the cultivation path, but not formally and completely. He hadn't gone into the 3,000 courtyards collection of books, and he didn't understand some of the general knowledge that thoroughly. These lines, like thick ink, intertwined yet without pattern. Am I not seeing clearly enough? Or am I not placing my gaze high enough? Li Ziji sat down on his knees, and those eyes gently closed together. Since his eyes were closed, naturally he couldn't see the ink lines, and he emptied himself as much as he could, wrenching his thoughts away from what had just plagued him. Inside, he became calm again, just as he had been when he first came in, so calm that he could feel the sound of his heartbeat in every moment. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding ink lines that had just been constantly rotating and changing all stopped. Li Ziji surveyed on each ink line. Obviously there was still no change, but in his eyes it was as if these ink lines had become even more pitch black, and the space around them was even more snow white. Ink lines crisscrossed the snowy white, like a painting. He was a very good drawer and painted a lot of works, from the crooked at the beginning to the lifelike and out of this world. Each of his paintings was different, but there are similarities between each painting. It's like a novelist who writes many works in his life, all with different content, but always giving a familiar flavor to the style and habits of the novelist. The same goes for painting. These ink lines in front of him were also the same. Looking around again, Li Ziji's eyes were no longer simply ink lines, each dark and thick ink, all lit up with light. So it is. The corners of Li Ziji's mouth lifted slightly as he watched the crisscrossing ink lines extend outward in a hidden cloud of smoke, like threads exposed by a black cloth. He reached out his hand, and this time these inked threads didn't avoid him, but were easily held in his hand. Li Ziji smiled. Then his mind flew backwards and left within the sacred bell. The outside world remained the same, and Ning Haichao was still resting with his eyes closed. Li Ziji stood up and walked towards the bottom of the holy bell step by step. At the Peach Bell Festival, all the eyes were sweeping over him consciously or unconsciously, and now that he saw Li Ziji, who had been sitting there for more than 2 hours, suddenly make a move, he naturally attracted all the attention. Everyone's gazes converged over with a sense of wonder. Could it be that he, a fellow who hadn't even fully stepped into the primordial realm yet, was planning on ringing the sacred bell? Even Ning Haichao finally opened his eyes at this moment. Li Ziji's face was calm and he took one step at a time. The usual rules. There will be another chapter in a while. Written before 12. You can read it tomorrow. Bao. Chapter 64, The Faint Sound of Bells. Without even stepping into the primordial realm, he dares to ring the sacred bell. Good guts. Good guts. I'm really appreciating him more and more. Li Ruo clapped his hands. Looking at this scene of Li Ziji sitting under the holy bell felt very funny. After that rain in South Forest Lane, many people thought that Li Ziji had officially stepped into the cultivation path and became a primordial realm cultivator. However, after meeting with him, he could easily feel the very weak aura fluctuation in Li Ziji's body, obviously still in the steps of condensing the seed of the original life, and had not formally stepped into the initial realm. A realm similar to this should have been a quiet bystander on an occasion like the Peach Bell Festival, and now he even dared to take the initiative to come out and ring the sacred bell. Could it be that this bastard really thought that by joining the 3,000 courts he would be able to leap over the Dragon Gate? Ning Hai Chao didn't say anything, and his gaze fell on Li Ziji's body without moving away. Already by now Gu Chuanxiu was still sleeping, so was the bottom card of the 3,000 courts in the hands of this bastard? Li Ziji alone wasn't worth opening his eyes for. But with the addition of the words 3,000 courts it was a different story. Everyone's eyes didn't move away, and there was scrutiny in one pair of eyes. Cha-Cha was also looking at Li Ziji. No one was not curious about this person who had just appeared in Chang'an City in less than 2 months but was rapidly becoming famous all over the world. Except that before, he was known for his chess style, and this was the Peach Bell Festival, not a chessboard. How would someone who had never set foot in the primordial realm ring the holy bell, even if they had comprehended it? The lieutenant's gaze retracted from Peach Hill. Your bottom card. Could it be him? The left minister's mouth contained a smirk, but his gaze was very calm. Who knows? Countless people were harboring countless thoughts in their hearts. Even the two great cultivators of the fifth realm from Ru Mountain were casting their eyes over. Only Gu Chuanxiu was still snoring, his robe covering his face. The aura under the holy bell does have its own unique features. Walking inside one can feel a connection between oneself and the holy bell if there is any. Closing one's eyes, the surrounding space once again turned into the previous white blankness. Countless lines of ink crisscrossed, and the difference from last time was that this time he was able to mobilize the aura within his sea of qi, gradually spreading down his palm to the lines of ink that he had previously held. The inked lines bore a resemblance to one another, and were arranged and combined to form very strange shapes, but they did conform to a certain law of the sacred bell. Dang! A soft sound echoed inside the small cave sky, and everyone watching Li Ziji from the outside world raised an eyebrow before looking at the ripples on top of the holy bell that was only lit up on one edge. Somewhat dumbfounded, Li Ruo even directly snorted out a laugh. Ning Hai Chao's face remained unchanged, only closing his eyes again. This Peach Bell Festival was a little too boring. The sound of the bell that Li Ziji had just rung was not even as loud as the sound of a normal person coughing, and after a rough comparison, it was not much different from the sound of footsteps walking on a stone platform. Even though it's just a first simple attempt, it's rare indeed for the sound to be this low. The lieutenant lightly glanced at the left minister. The left minister did not speak. All the gazes that gazed over also moved away one after another. Only in their hearts they were still talking and slandering. After all, the sound was really too small, and the lines that were lit up were just a bit too few. Even the first knock of the inner clan's juniors that the Zhao family had brought over to see the world this time was much louder than this. It seems like the 3,000 courts undercard should have nothing to do with him this time. A young man from the Jiangnan family walked over to stand beside Cha-Cha and said softly. Cha-Cha just glanced at Gu Chuanxiu and did not say anything. In her mind this Peach Bell sacrifice would have had nothing to do with Li Ziji, not yet having stepped into the primordial realm. Even if he had participated in the sacred bell there was not enough aura to be able to spread the ink lines. Moreover, it seemed that this new disciple of the 3,000 courts did not seem to have this talent of comprehending the sacred bell. Li Ziji also reopened his eyes and looked around, realizing that many people were no longer looking at him, and there were still some who had a faint sneer when they locked eyes with him, as if they were laughing at his insouciance. He didn't care about these gazes, just now, although he had merged his mind into the holy bell. Perhaps it was because of being in the aura that allowed him to hear the sounds outside, such as the echoing sound of the bell. Very small indeed. Even he thought the sound was a little too low. He didn't care though. This first time just now was just a simple attempt. Returning to Cui Wenruo's side, Cui Wenruo's mind was still immersed in the holy bell and didn't know what had just happened. But it was Mu Nanshan who put down the chess game in his hand and asked him, "How do you feel?" Li Ziji thought back for a moment, then said, "I don't know what method the others used to enlighten the holy bell. I think my method is not bad. It's just that my realm is really too low. Even if I enlighten those lines, it's still hard to have enough aura to light them up." He had just tried. If he did his best to light up the lines in his current state, at best he could only light up 1/10 of them before his aura dried up, and even if all of them were perfected, he would not be able to ring out a bell that was too loud. Munanshan understood his meaning. In that case, you are confident in lighting up all the lines? Li Ziji was silent for a while and replied. It wasn't difficult to comprehend at first, but I have a premonition that the lines afterward won't be so simple, and that there will be another kind of connection with each other. I just don't have a way to determine it yet. He turned his head to look at the peach mountains around him, and had a feeling in his heart that if he wanted to fully comprehend and light up all the lines, the clue would be on top of this peach mountain. Only that it was basically impossible to see it now that it was withering away. Glancing at Gu Chuanxiu, who was still sleeping, Li Ziji remembered what Gu Chuanxiu had said when he had played the game on the Fuyao stage earlier, that it was either to give despair to the enemy at the very beginning or to make a heroic entrance at the very last moment, and the only way to maximize his fame was to do so. 3 hours have now passed, and there are 5 to go. With a clear understanding, Li Ziji reinvested his mind within the sacred bell and began to continue his enlightenment. Countless ink lines hung around. Li Ziji stretched out his hands to fiddle and tug back and forth. A manipulable connection was created between his 10 fingers and the thick ink, and a line of ink changed its position at his fingertips, which obviously looked as disorganized as before, but yet it gave off a sense of beauty that was all in one. The clouds were still churning underfoot, like waves of water tumbling out of the sea. Li Ziji's movements became faster and faster. All those ink lines whose positions he had changed were all interspersed with a hint of hidden snow white. The tight space around him gradually vacated. A silk thread if any connecting every ink line touched from his fingertips. He was moving faster and faster. The churning clouds grew fainter and fainter. Time, too, is slipping away. Chapter 3 is up. The more you like it, the more motivated I am. Chapter 65 Peach and Plum. Half of the time of the Peach Bell Festival had already passed, but it was clear in everyone's hearts that it was only just beginning. If there were still people gossiping with each other before, speculating about all the things that might happen and talking about the sword cleansing sect and the 3,000 courts, by now, basically no one had opened their mouths to speak anymore. The only sound left on the stone platform was the whistling wind, as well as the gradually tense atmosphere. This is very strange. Obviously still those people. Obviously nothing has happened. But everyone can clearly feel the more and more condensed atmosphere. Even the clouds above the Peach Mountains seem to be frozen. Gu Chuanxiu rolled over at this time, and in this situation, any subtle movement could draw everyone's attention, because everyone knew in their hearts that this 100 years great festival was the encounter between the sword cleansing sect and the 3,000 courts. A speck of gravel rolled aside, knocking against the stone platform with a subtle crashing sound. Gu Chuanxiu rolled over and hadn't woken up yet. His light snoring intertwined with the wind. But Cui Wenruo, who was on the side, stood up, causing those gazes that had just barely had time to retract to condense slightly. The pearly gates, finally making a move? Many people lifted their spirits. The loose sitting posture became straight. In the past years of the Peach Bell Festival are Pear Garden first, just this year is different after all, and Cui Wenruo 3 years of stored momentum once dissipated. He can win Ning Haichao? Cha Cha was also looking at Cui Wenruo who suddenly got up. Her heart was full of thoughts, but her face was motionless. Xiaoyu Palace had no position in this matter. Even if she had wanted to help her friend she was equally in no position to do so. Eunuch Cui is done with his enlightenment? Someone opened their mouth to ask. During these 4 hours, basically everyone who came to participate in the Peach Bell Festival had more or less tried to ring the sacred bell once or twice. Only 2 people, Cui Wenruo and Ning Haichao, had never made any movements. Now that Cui Wenruo had suddenly risen, no one would think that this first time was simply a simple attempt on his part, but clearly realized that this was the first and only time. The holy bell is so subtle and difficult to comprehend that I can only do my best to barely give it a try. Cui Wenruo's voice was flat, slowly walked to the bottom of the sacred bell, sitting on his knees in the middle of the halo. His body exuded a fluctuation of breath, even if he knew that Ning Haichao's chances of winning were higher. But still no one dared to underestimate the Pearly Orchard disciples. Li Ruo had a frivolous smile on his face, as if he was saying that no matter who it was there wouldn't be any chance of winning today, but there was a hint of vigilance hidden in those eyes of his. Ning Haichao was still resting with his eyes closed, indifferent to Cui Wenruo's rising. Lady Ning looked at the lines gradually lighting up above the holy bell. This Cui Wenruo is not simple. She could feel that at this moment, Cui Wenruo's state was a bit different from usual, but she couldn't say what exactly was different. If she had to say, it was that her breath was even deeper. That's right, not getting stronger, but deeper. Li Mengchang narrowed his eyes and stared at Chui Wenruo for a long time before saying, Yen Base Peach and Plum Spring Breeze. Mrs. Ning was startled. Her fingers subconsciously clenched a bit tighter. Even Li Ruo's always annoying face showed a touch of gloom. And Ning Haichao, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes and frowned when he heard the words Peach Plum Spring Breeze. Chui Wenruo is only in the Jade Void realm, not yet in the third realm. How can he use Peach and Plum Spring Wind? Mrs. Ning puzzled over this and couldn't figure it out. Peach and Plum Spring Breeze was a subtle means of enhancing one's essence, which in layman's terms meant that one could forcibly elevate one's state by a single step and become more focused. As I said before, a person has 10 points of strength, can play up to less than 70%. Perfect mastery to every trace of chi is even more difficult, and the Peach and Plum Spring Wind is to be able to help you to do all of this subtle means. A tactic originated by Yen Bei. It was just that this secret technique did not place a small load on the body, and it was claimed that it could not be used by anyone other than the third realm. But now Chui Wenruo had used it on his own. Li Mengchang didn't reply. He just glanced at the great cultivator of the fifth realm from the pear garden. Mr. Pear Garden's gaze was lowered. His face was ancient and unperturbed, letting no one see his inner thoughts. The holy bell lines became brighter and brighter, spreading at an extremely fast speed, lighting up a quarter of the area in the blink of an eye, causing the breaths of the people present to lurch, lighting up a quarter of the area so quickly. It was obvious that this wasn't even close to the limit. Chui Wenruo's face was slightly pale, and the lines above the holy bell were lit up by a third. There are already people who can't sit still, hurriedly standing up. Such an achievement, put into the Peach Bell Festival in previous years, has been enough to seize the top 3 seats. But this is not the end. The dark lines continue to light up, until half of the holy bell is lit up. Only then does the momentum stop. Dang! The dull sound echoed in the small cave sky, shocking many people to raise their hands and rub their ears. And even the rolling gravel on the stone platform on the ground was shattered into pieces under the sound of this bell. One half of the ripples, the holy bell ringing, echoed nonstop with the aftermath. Mu Nanshan raised his head in surprise, as if he didn't expect Chui Wenruo to have left such a hand. Mrs. Ning's face was a little less than pretty, with half of the tattoos lit up. She didn't expect Chui Wenruo to be able to do this. The lieutenant's expression remained calm, not caring about the scene. Many gazes were looking towards Ning Haichao, thinking that this time, the sword-washing sect was afraid that they would have to fall head over heels. After all, no one would have thought that Chui Wenruo would be able to perform to such a degree. The bell stopped, the ripples became dull again, and Chui Wenruo got up and walked back towards the original path, his back to the men, his face gradually pale, mouth and nose even has blood flow out, but his footsteps are still walking slowly and steadily, so that people simply do not see the appearance of weakness. Why bother? Mr. Pearland sighed. The backhand of the 3000 quartz was not yet used, so why did he have to force the use of the Peach and Plum Spring Wind? Chui Wenruo wiped off the blood and said softly, You can't rely on the 3000 quartz for everything. The pear garden, it's no worse than anywhere else. He could not lose the face of the pear garden. Even if he knew that the 3000 quartz had prepared a backhand, he still had to step forward and try at any cost, so as not to degrade Yen Bei's reputation. Since the pear orchard is not enough, then they will start, little by little, to create the bottom out. Li Ruo gave Chui Wenruo a somber look and asked Ning Haichao, who was on the side, how is it? Can you still be sure? Half of the sacred bells were lit, and such an achievement had to be taken seriously. Ning Haichao didn't reply to his words, only staring at Chui Wenruo for a moment before raising his head to look at the sacred bell suspended above his head and closing his eyes once again. Unlike before, this time his mind was immersed within the holy bell. Everyone saw the change in him, and the mind that had just not relaxed once again followed the tautness. They knew that when Ning Haichao opened his eyes once again, today's peach bell sacrifice would be over. Chapter 66, Just the Right Amount of Fire. Creekside. The high priest rolled up his sleeves and was cleaning the fish's entrails. Listening to the slightly deafening sound of the bells, the movements of his hands paused for a moment and then smiled. It looks like there are some good opponents for the Peach Bell Festival this time. The young man was building a fire and similarly heard the bell. It seems that the previous preparations were correct, or else Ning Haichao might not be able to win this bell by himself. He didn't know who rang this bell, but it definitely wouldn't be Ning Haichao. With the Divine Sex Traction technique as a base card, Ning Haichao must have rung the bell even louder than this one, threading the cleaned fish with a stick and placing it next to the fire. The high priestess adjusted the angle of heat and said, after working for so long, it's finally almost time to eat. He looked at the fish. again seeming to care about something. The young man smiled slightly and added 2 thin branches to the fire. The fire is just right. In the middle of the white space, Li Ziji had stopped the action of his hand. The countless ink lines around him had long ago changed their appearance. From a large range of chaotic and disorderly, turned into a regional difference that was now divided. If before it was countless strands of hair that had no connection with each other, then now Li Ziji had found the connection between these strands and divided them into 9 different areas according to their relevance. This was something he had already accomplished a long time ago. The reason why he had never left this place was because he knew very well that this was not over. It should not end here. These 9 regions should still have a deeper connection with each other. Just that he couldn't find the relationship between them no matter what. 9 areas of ink lines floating up and down. No matter how much Li Ziji tried, the results ended in failure. If one couldn't find out the key to this, then there was no way to fully illuminate the holy bell. It seems that the time has come to wake Gu Chuanxiu up. Li Ziji muttered a sentence. Then his mind moved slightly and retreated from within the sacred bell. Opening his eyes, the first thing he heard was a cough. And when he inclined his head to look, Cui Wenruo's pale face came into view. What's going on? Li Ziji inquired. The appearance looked as if he had suffered a minor injury. Mu Nanshan spoke of what had just happened. To dare to use the peach and plum spring wind at the Jade Void realm. You're still the first, Cui Wenruo. For the second realm of cultivators, the peach and plum spring wind brought too much damage. This is still only ringing the holy bell so short half incense burning time. If the time is longer, I'm afraid that in the next 5 years Cui Wenruo do not think of breaking the third realm. This is also the reason why Cui Wenruo didn't use the peach and plum spring wind in the first place at the Fuyao Terrace. A game of chess is too long, and using it is no different from committing suicide. Why bother? Li Ziji shook his head. Cui Wenruo let out a faint smile. The world is huge. You can't look at everything in 3,000 courtyards. This was true. Li Ziji didn't refute it. The reason why the Holy Dynasty was strong was because there would always be people like Cui Wenruo who made efforts worthy of respect. Mu Nanshan looked at the two of them, closed his mouth and stopped talking. Only his gaze flickered slightly, seemingly thinking about something. How long is it now until the end of the great festival? 1 hour. If it was outside. At this moment it was already nightfall. Some of those who slept early had already entered into dreamland. But in the small cave sky it was still the same as when he first came in. Without any change. Only an hour left? Mentally counting the time, Li Ziji reached out and lifted off Gu Chuanxiu's robe that covered his face. Only to see Gu Chuanxiu's open eyes before he could speak. Awake? Gu Chuanxiu sat up. Just woke up. Li Ziji asked. When do I use my backhand? Gu Chuanxiu yawned. That depends on when the opposite side starts. Several people's gazes looked towards Ning Haichao at the same time. And the vast majority of the gazes on the stone platform were also looking over there. And coincidentally, when Li Ziji and the others had just looked over, Ning Haichao also happened to open his eyes. He stood up, but his gaze did not look at the sacred bell, but rather at Gu Chuanxiu. Mr. Gu first? Those gazes kept wandering back and forth between Ning Haichao and Gu Chuanxiu, the sword cleansing sect that had closed its eyes for 4 hours, and the 3,000 courts that had been lying on the ground and sleeping for 7 hours, and those were the last 2 bells of the day. Gu Chuanxiu smiled and waved his hand. Don't be polite. I'm the kind of person who likes to make the last move. That's what makes it fun. And besides, it might not even be necessary for me to make a move. He was talking about that bell ringing from Cui Wenruo earlier. If Ning Haichao couldn't even compete with Cui Wenruo's bell, there would naturally be no need to show the 3,000 courts undercard. It's certainly fun to strike at the end, but sometimes when you wait until the end, you might not even be able to bring up the courage to strike. Ning Haichao walked towards the sacred bell and said faintly under his breath. Deng Zhuoling died at the hands of Gu Chuanxiu, which was a thorn in the hearts of everyone in the sword-washing sect. He had been preparing for 2 years in the sword-cleansing sect just to wait for this day, for this 100-year festival, so he definitely wouldn't lose. Not to mention using the divine sect's traction technique. So no matter what the bottom card prepared by the 3,000 courtyards is, that doesn't matter. Whether it's a trick or there's really a backhand, it's not a big deal. Ning Haichao walked into the halo and sat down on his knees, without a single fluctuation within his heart. This peach bell sacrifice had already ended after the moment he had rung the sacred bell. No one can beat themselves. Perhaps the 3,000 house has prepared nothing. The lieutenant looked at the left minister. There was only 1 hour left now. What other cards could Gu Chuanxiu pull out? Not to mention that even the most powerful undercard needed someone to use it. Cui Wenruo was already badly injured, and Gu Chuanxiu himself was even more unlikely. So who else could be counted on? Counting on that bastard son of the state duke's house who hadn't even reached the primary realm and whose bell ringing wasn't even as loud as his coughing. He was even a bit skeptical now as to whether His Majesty had given up on summoning Luo Xingdu, or whether Luo Xingdu simply didn't want to come over. What's the rush? The Peach Bell Festival isn't over yet, is it? The left minister smiled faintly, his gaze resting on Gu Chuanqiu's body, and there was no look of worry in his eyes, even if he wasn't clear on what the bottom card the 3,000 courts had prepared was. But since the 3,000 courts had opened their mouths, this Peach Bell Festival would not be lost today. Unlike the others in the room, the left minister never doubted this. Lieutenant. The lieutenant looked at the left minister. The left face picked up and said, the gradual recovery of paganism, the internal tipping of the divine religion, some things, some people, mixing too deep, but will lead to fire. Suingzhang looked at the left minister, his gaze growing cold. What do you mean by that? Zhuo Xiang looked at the gradually brightening edge of the holy bell and laughed. Nothing interesting, just idle talk. Chapter 67, A Flower Blooms. Pale golden lines lit up, filling in the darkened grooves and following the edges of the holy bell all the way up, spreading out at a speed faster than Shui Wenruo's. In just one breath, a third of the lines were lit up. The speed was fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. Many people's faces changed, even if they had known that Ning Haichao's chances of winning were a bit higher. It wasn't as if the difference in their performance was so great to begin with. One had lit up a quarter in a breath, and one had lit up a third in a breath, and the disparity there was able to be seen at a glance. And the reason for this gap was simple. Ning Haichao had participated in more sane clock patterns than Shui Wenruo. It's the only way to show such a gap at the beginning. Looks like we can only rely on you guys. Shui Wenruo smiled helplessly. Even though he had long guessed that this would be the outcome, he was still a little less than willing. Gu Chuanqiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Ning Haichao isn't considered to be much of a person. He shouldn't have behaved like this, not to mention that you used peachy spring breeze. Li Ziji frowned. What do you mean? Gu Chuanqiu smiled faintly. It seems that things like undercards are not just for us, but, the more this happens, the more interesting it is. Everyone else on the stone platform was also looking different. Although the bell hadn't yet rung, the result seemed to be clear. Ning Haichao had won, which meant that today's sacred bell would be engraved with the Empress's name. In the past, it was just a matter of dark tides, but today, once the Empress's name is engraved on the sacred bell, I'm afraid that it will become an open dispute in the future. Some people secretly raised their eyes and glanced at the two holy emperors and empresses, who were like the sun and moon above the sky, causing people to be in awe. The holy emperor did not speak. The empress's face was also devoid of any expression, and during these 7 hours, the duo didn't even move, as if they weren't there at all. Everyone's hearts were flooded with mutterings. Even forces like the little Jade Palace that claimed to have no position were secretly frowning. Only that in the future, the little Jade Palace was bound to pick a position out. Before life and death there are only two choices, either to live or to die. There is no third way between life and death. The lines continued to be illuminated. The darkened grooves burned brightly. The sacred bells were already half lit, but it didn't stop there. Though the momentum slowed down more and more, but it did. Some people had already stood up out of awe. Ever since the 3,000 courts had closed its doors, in the past 30 years, apart from Luo Xindu, there hadn't been a second person who had lit up more than one half of the sacred bell. And now, a second one has appeared. Thud. A bell that was 3 times louder than the one from Shui Wenruo rang out with it, and the sacred bell pattern stopped at 2/3 of the whole. The bell ringing was like a heavy hammer that struck at the hearts of those forces that supported the sacred emperor. It made their eyes tremble. A Ning Haichao was nothing, although the talent was marvelous, but growing up that was all for later. But now that Ning Haichao had won the Peach Bell Festival, the sacred bell was about to be inscribed with the Empress's name, and that was the priority right now. In a panic, these people placed their gazes on Gu Chuanqiu's body as if they were grasping for the last straw. That's right, the 3,000 homes are still there. Then there's still hope. Underneath the sacred bell, Ning Haichao got up and walked out. Nothing changed on his face, as if he already knew the outcome of this time. He just said lightly to Gu Chuanqiu, I'm quite curious about the 3,000 courtyards undercard, and I don't know if I'll have the chance to see it. This is provocative. But no one thought Ning Haichao was rude, because the bell he rang was too loud. Gu Chuanqiu smiled. Since you're so curious, what method do I have other than satisfying you? The backhand. Finally, the moment these words came out, everyone around who was still immersed in the matter of the upcoming upheaval that was about to take place next, all of them once again took a deep breath, and at the same time, They were also very curious as to what the bottom card of this 3000 courtyard that had been dangling in their appetites up to this point in time actually was. Everyone is watching. The two ministers on the left and right. The ministers of the 6 ministries. The lieutenant and the state government. Including Mr. Pearland and the 2 great practitioners of Ru Mountain. Gu Chuanxiu stretched hard. Li Ziji stepped out from beside him and said with a sideways glance, "Can we start?" Gu Chuanxiu smiled happily. "I knew you could guess. So let's get started and finish early. I have to go back to tending the 100 gardens." Nodding his head, Li Ziji took one step towards the holy bell, then sat under the holy bell's aura under everyone's astonished, puzzled, and doubtful gazes. What's that supposed to mean? Could this be the bottom card of the 3000 courts? Ning Haichao also frowned in a rare moment. The undercard that Mr. Gu is talking about. Is he? Gu Chuanxiu shrugged. Why not him? The crows were silent. Everyone on the stone platform was at a loss as to what to say. Why was it him? A kid who hadn't stepped into the primordial realm, and whose first time ringing a bell even only produced a mute fart, would be the bottom card of the 3000 courts? Is there anything funnier in the whole world? Waste of time. Ning Haichao turned around and walked away, not even willing to look at Li Ziji. Countless people's murmurs rang out one after another, harsher than this whistling wind, but Li Ziji ignored it, pinched his hands to draw in his qi, and closed his eyes. This is intending to break the primordial realm? Some people watched his movements and let out a cry of surprise, then shook their heads. Even if your cultivation talent is superb and you can step into the primary realm in just a few days, what waves can you turn over when you are only at the primary realm? If this was the bottom card of the 3000 courts, it was really disappointing. Lead Chi skill pinch. The surrounding aura is getting clearer and clearer. I do not know who is alarmed, shouted Fog. Look down to find that the stone platform at some point has been covered with dense fog, flooded to the feet of the crowd. Tick! Another drop of rain fell on the stone platform, making a crashing sound, so small that no one noticed yet, until it rained throughout the entirety of the small cavernous sky, getting bigger and bigger, gradually pouring down. The rain was unusual, emitting a light blue light. Gu Chuanxiu pulled out a pear from his arms, washed it in the rain, then stuffed it into his mouth and took a bite, threw back his head and laughed out loud. That's it, ha 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 ha. Everyone became nonplussed. Is this that rain on Southwood Lane? They looked at Gu Chuanxiu, who was laughing madly, and then glanced at Li Ziji, who was in the process of breaking through the realm, and it was hard to imagine what kind of talent would be able to induce such a vision to come out while pinching the chi drawing technique. Shock, unspeakable shock swept deeply through everyone present. Even Ning Haichao's eyes were heavy, but his face remained unchanged. Even if you show your supreme talent to the entire world, what can you do? This peach bell sacrifice today will still be won by me, and the outcome will not change in any way. It's raining heavily. A person from the Jiangnan family who was looking around suddenly had a huge change in color, pointing at the peach mountain below the stone platform and shouting out of breath, "Peach! The peach blossoms are in bloom!" In an instant, everyone just felt their heads explode as they simultaneously turned to look toward Peach Hill. A small flower bloomed on the faded peach tree on the mountain. I was going to sleep, but closed my eyes and could not sleep. The thought that there are a group of readers waiting to feed the readers look forward to, my conscience cannot pass. This third chapter must be sent up. Chapter 68, Stepping into the Beginning Realm. The ink on the white paper was solid. The flames were solid in the darkness. A peach blossom suddenly bloomed on a mountain full of withered peach trees, which was equally eye-catching, so much so that it caused everyone's eyes to freeze up, unable to move away at all. Peach trees, they're blooming? Many people's gazes were in a trance, wondering if it was the rain that caused them to see wrongly. Otherwise, how could a person who hadn't even stepped into the primordial realm yet, who wasn't even considered a cultivator, make the peach tree blossom? It's just that peach trees do blossom, but eyes don't blossom, and they indeed weren't wrong. Even if this rain inside the small cave sky was heavy and slapped on that lone piece of peach blossom, it didn't knock it down. Stubbornly hanging on the branch, tenaciously growing, Li Ruo's face was no longer half as frivolous, and it was hard to see and scary. Mrs. Ning was looking at Li Ziji. Although she was trying her best to control her demeanor to remain calm, she still couldn't restrain a trace of agitation from flashing through her eyes. It's this illegitimate son again. How could it be him again? I should have known that water should have been bigger, and I should have sent more people there that night. Don't worry about it yet. Luo Shendu similarly blossomed with peach blossoms that year, but the lines that eventually lit up weren't any more than mine. Ning Haichao stared at the holy bell in midair and opened his mouth. Only perhaps even he himself didn't realize that his tone was no longer as flat and confident as before. The fingers hidden in his sleeves unconsciously rubbed slightly, and in his heart, there was some uneasiness. This rain didn't stop because Li Ziji's movements didn't stop. He was condensing the origin seed, and was only this last time of drawing chi into his body before stepping into the primordial realm. Lead the chi into the body, incorporate the aura into the sea of chi, and then begin to consume the incorporated aura to condense the native seed. Consuming the incorporated aura for this step would take some time. Li Ziji didn't know how long other people had used it, and he had used it for only one day on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Now that half of the essence seed had been condensed, the progress was undoubtedly going to be greatly improved, and a rough estimate was that at most 2/4 of an hour would be enough. It rained for just 2/4 of an hour, but everyone didn't feel tormented by the wait, nor did they try to rush Li Ziji, or even look at him, because the peach mountains around them were still blooming. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. When this rain stopped, the endless peach mountain was filled with endless peach blossoms, reflected in bright colors by the rain, and many people looked at this scene with green faces and jumping eyelids. Peach blossoms all over the mountain, all in bloom, blown by the wind. It made a faint sound, but in the ears of the crowd, it sounded like thunder. Since the death of the dean, 3,000 courtyards closed their doors. No one has been able to make this mountain full of peach blossoms bloom as much as possible. Even if today is 100 years of the great festival, no one's heart has ever risen to such a thought. But now, a mountain full of peach blossoms just bloomed, and you could even smell the faint sweet scent flavor on the stone platform. Everyone fell silent. Unlike the previous silence, this time the silence was more deafening than any sound. The Minister of Rites remembered the scenery of the 3,000 courtyards back then, and grinned. A bitter smile surfaced. Only those who had experienced those years in the 3,000 courts could realize just how much meaning those 3 words represented. This is the bottom card of the 3,000 courts. Is the Lord Lieutenant still satisfied? The left minister smiled and raised his hand to point at the surrounding peach mountains. It's been decades since I've seen such a scenery. Now that I think about it, it's really nostalgic. The lieutenant's face was expressionless, only turning back to give Li Ziji a faint glance before turning his head back to look at this piece of peach hill. What an eyesore. The left minister laughed. After all, Li Ziji has just stepped into the primordial realm, and the bell has not yet rung, so perhaps Ning Hai Chao may not lose. The lieutenant didn't say anything. The peach blossoms were blooming in the mountains. How weak could the bell sound be? Cui Wenrua stared at these peach blossoms and suddenly smiled. I think your curiosity can stop being so exuberant. These words were naturally said to Mu Nanshan. Mu Nanshan withdrew his gaze that was gazing at Peach Mountain, and looked down at the foot of the stone platform. The fog had already dispersed, and this rain had stopped. There were crystals of raindrops on the peach blossoms, but there was not a single trace of rain left on the stone platform. No one would have remembered that it had only just rained here if the shirt on his body hadn't been soaking wet on his skin. He did not reply to Cui Wenrua's words, but merely placed his gaze on Li Ziji's body again, and the man on the stone platform craned his gradually stiffening neck, and also redirected his gaze back under the sacred bell, where Li Ziji had already condensed his original seed in its entirety, and formally stepped into the primordial realm, truly becoming a cultivator. There were people who knew the inside story, and understood that Li Ziji had only just started contacting cultivation from the first day of the new year, and now on the 4th day of the new year, he had stepped into the primary realm, and people with outstanding talents such as Cui Wenrua Ning Hai Chao had all spent at least half a year. Instead, it only took him 3 or 4 days. How horrible a thing is that? The eyes of the Jiangnan clan's people flickered as if they were considering something, and the little Jade Palace's 5th realm elder frowned lightly as he exchanged glances with Cha-Cha. There's still half an hour left. Can you hurry up? Gu Chuanxiu shouted at Li Ziji, who was still fuming. This if he went back late today. By the 3rd senior brother knowing that he might have to take care of the 100 gardens for 1 more month. It was simply not a human life. Li Ziji looked down at his fingertips. The origin seed was suspended above his fingertips, like a ball of flame pulsating. He couldn't describe the exact feeling. He just felt that it was a very good feeling. The brain seemed to have become much clearer at this moment, and the sense of treating the surrounding natural things was also much stronger. This is the acolyte. Li Ziji reached across the room and picked up a grain of gravel, and pinched it with 2 fingers. The gravel was crushed into pieces. This force is a bit different. It seems that people are indeed different from each other, and the gap between the same primordial realm cultivators is not normally large. He had just briefly tested his force. He had only used roughly 3 points of force, yet it was already stronger than the middle-aged man's power that night. He recalled the feeling of the collision that night, and roughly made a judgment in his mind that if he were to fight that middle-aged man again now, it would be very simple to think of the necessity to kill the other party. No wonder Gu Chuanxiu killed Deng Zhuoling so easily. Murmuring a sigh of emotion, Li Ziji closed his eyes again and merged his mind within the sacred bell. Only unlike the first time he tried it, at this moment, a peach forest appeared in his eyes. Outside, it was not known whether it was an illusion or not. Many people had a feeling that the moment Li Ziji closed his eyes, the surrounding Peach Mountain seemed to move, but when you look up, Peach Hill is still Peach Hill. Nothing has changed. Chapter 69, Let the Bells Ring for a While. Gu Chuanxiu was thinking about how to beg her fourth senior sister to help her take care of the 100 Flowers garden when she got back. And Cui Wenruo was thinking about when the pear garden's underpinnings would be able to catch up to the 3,000 quarts. The lieutenant found the peach blossoms blooming all around him an eyesore. Mrs. Ning's face was icy cold and somewhat stiff. Everyone on the stone platform reacted differently, and to put it bluntly, there were really only two kinds, the happy ones, and the annoyed ones. There are still 2 chances left, and there might still be enough time as well. Senior brother Ning can still try again. There might not be no chance. Cui Wenruo's pale face had recovered a bit as he looked at Ning Haichao, whose gaze was becoming ugly, and said with a smile, "It's like a suggestion between good friends." It was only these words that caused Ning Haichao's heartbeat to quicken by a beat, and his tone to become even colder. The sacred bell has yet to be rung, and it's still too early to conclude whether I'll be using these 2 chances or he will, even if the mountain is full of peach blossoms. So what? After all, it was only the initial realm cultivation. He didn't believe that the aura in Li Ziji's body could help him light up 2/3 of the lines, knowing that even for him, a second realm cultivator, lighting up 2/3 of the lines had already consumed 80% of the Qi-Si's aura. Li Ziji, after all, was only the initial realm that had just stepped on the ground, and his aura was definitely not comparable to his. If the divine religion traction technique was used and still failed, the Empress place aside, even the divine religion side of the relationship would be affected, which the sword-washing sect was unwilling to see no matter what. The corner of Li Ziji's shirt moved gently with the wind, and the long hair tied up behind him rose backward as he looked at the peach forest in front of him, in which a wind had arisen out of thin air and swept up the peach blossoms to fall down piece by piece. This was the scene after the peach hill in full bloom, and the final step needed to light up the sacred bell pattern must have something to do with this peach forest. Li Ziji could be sure of this, and after thinking for a moment, he stepped inside. The peach forest was just a peach forest. There wouldn't be any special feeling when walking in, and Li Ziji didn't make any extra movements, just walking in it, aimlessly. A single peach tree grew, in irregularly staggered rows, like the line of ink that had been divided into 9 separate areas. This is not outside. In the holy clock, any irregularity has a rule. The peach forest won't just be a peach forest, and the holy clock won't just be a holy clock. Since the peach mountain and the holy clock complement each other, then this peach forest and these ink lines must have a connection as well, and this connection is the key to lighting up all the lines. Li Ziji paused in his footsteps, then turned around and walked straight out of the peach forest, stood outside and looked at it for a long time, then walked in again. This time he was no longer walking aimlessly, but followed his gaze and gazed at the trunks of the trees, walking through them one after another. It's a stupid method, but there are often times when the dumber the method, the more useful it is. The footprints of each step stayed in his heart, and in the depths of his heart a footprint gradually formed a thread, and when the last step stopped, the footprints in Li Ziji's heart were also connected. The wind is still blowing down a peach blossom. He stretched out his fingers to take hold of this peach blossom. So it is. Li Ziji's gaze was bright, and also the moment he pinched this piece of peach blossom, his entire perspective began to soar toward higher and higher above the sky. The peach forest on the ground, on the other hand, is getting smaller and smaller. Countless peach blossoms had withered, and even the stray branches seemed to have been snapped by some unknown force, revealing the straight trunks of the trees. If you go from the ground, the trunks look like stumps and nothing can be seen, but now when you look down from high above, a trunk becomes a drop of black. One black dot follows another, forming a line. All the trunks are connected and arranged, which is a big bell, the bells of the sacred bells. Li Ziji watched for a moment. Then his eyes retracted from the peach forest and looked at the ink lines that were divided into 9 areas. Before his mind was trapped in it, how could he not see it thoroughly? But now that he jumped out and got hints from the peach forest, he finally understood that these so-called 9 areas were in fact the 9 strokes of the word, zhong. No wonder it looks so strange to be able to realize that the 9 regions are connected but not be able to find out what they are. Only after spelling them into a bell character was it considered a complete enlightenment to illuminate all the lines. Who would have thought that those countless dark and unruly lines that kept arranging and combining in the end would have yielded such a result? It seems that His Majesty and Lord Dean, too, are very interesting. With emotion in his heart, Li Ziji raised his hand and began to maneuver these 9 regions together. A character, Zhong, made up of inked lines, jumped out at me. It was also at the moment when this bell character was formed that a powerful thrust with a golden light pushed Li Ziji's mind out from inside the holy bell. The people outside were still waiting. A quarter of an hour had already passed, but the holy bell didn't even seem to have the slightest intention of being lit up, just because Bloomful of Mountain Peach Blossom brought the shock. At this moment also cleared a lot. Look at Li Ziji's gaze with some suspicion. Can Bloomful of Mountain Peach Blossom, not to a little bit of grain cannot light up it? There must be some special reason. No one would doubt that Li Ziji could ring it now, and everyone was wondering what special reason could it be that caused the sacred bell pattern to not be lit up by now. While discussing and speculating, Li Ziji suddenly opened his eyes and stepped out from under the holy bell. Ripple. Not lit. The bells didn't ring either. What's going on here? Li Mengchao narrowed his eyes. And Mrs. Ning's tense gaze slowly relaxed quite a bit at this moment, although he didn't know what had happened. The holy bell hadn't rung, which meant that it was Ning Haichao who had one. Ning Haichao looked at Li Ziji. Everyone was looking at Li Ziji. Trevor frowned slightly and asked softly, "You didn't ring the bell?" Everyone's emotions were flipping back and forth at the moment, losing just when everyone thought Li Ziji had one. A faint smile had already appeared on the face of the sword-washing sect's 5th realm elder. As long as he succeeded this time, not only would he be able to elevate the status of his back party, but he would also be able to draw a deeper relationship with the divine religion there, and the reputation of the 3,000 courts will lose a great deal of ground. There were already fine murmurs on the stone platform, while forces such as the Little Jade Palace and the Jinling Zhao family were beginning to calculate their future arrangements. Cui Wenruo was looking at Li Ziji. Li Ziji walked back one step at a time, his expression calm, his clothes gently moving with the wind. Knocked. Then why didn't it ring? Li Ziji stopped and turned his back to the holy bell, spreading his hands slightly. Before the bell rings, I suggest that everyone cover their ears. The crowd looked at him in amazement, not understanding what this meant. Only the wind on the stone platform grew stronger, whipping over everyone and surging into Peach Hill. A peach blossom is swept up by the wind. Then there are countless peach blossoms have rolled in the sky, converging into a sea of pink flowers, such as dragons like swimming, fluttering the sound of petals colliding. Around the stone platform like a sea of dragons rolled flowers, covering the sky. It finally crashed on top of the holy bell. Countless peach blossoms shattered one after another, and a rich fragrance came to his nose. Along with it, there was also the eye-catching golden light that lit up all the sacred bell patterns. Dang! As well as a deafening bell sound that stirred heaven and earth and echoed non-stop. Holy bells, ring! Into the top 10 of the new fantasy book list. Thank you all. Downstairs for a good meal to celebrate. Chapter 70, Winning. The peach blossoms hit the holy bell and turned into countless crumbs sprinkled throughout the small cave sky. Unusual sound is no power, but the sound of the holy bell seems to carry an invisible force. You can even see the fluctuations like water ripples spreading among the sprinkled petals. It filled the entire small cave sky at an extremely fast speed. Li Ziji turned to look at Ning Haichao. Countless crumbs but none of them fell on his body. It seemed that the peach blossoms were consciously avoiding. His gaze was calm. He didn't say anything. Just at this moment anyone could see and understand what he wanted to express. You lost. Since the closing of the 3,000 courts, the Peach Bell Festival had never rung such a loud bell. And there had never been a scene of flowers blooming all over the sky, and it was natural that no one spoke at such a time, not because they didn't want to, but because the emotions in their hearts were so shocking and complex that they were unable to open their mouths to speak. A young man who had just joined the 3,000 courts for less than a month. A bastard who had only started cultivating at the age of 19. No one would pay much attention to such a person at the Peach Bell Festival, but it was just such a person who became the bottom card of the 3,000 courts. Just by pinching the chi drawing skill he was able to induce a vision to be born. The body of the primordial realm blooming full of peach blossoms in the mountains, and ringing the perfection's sacred bell. Could Li Ziji be the next Gu Chuanxiu? Some people's eyes kept changing, their hearts calculating deeper. The smile that had just flared up on the 5 realm elders of the sword-washing sect froze on their faces all of a sudden, and Li Rua's face even became a little twisted, having trouble accepting this result. Mrs. Ning's chest rose and fell. And in the moment when the bell rang, her breathing was sharply disordered, and although she quickly regained her composure, The greenish-white face that couldn't be hidden in any way, pretending to be calm, was seen by many people. Some watching the fun is not too big and the heart secretly ridicule. Think this statehouse is really interesting, obviously their own son, but the result is 3 times on the opposite side of the destruction of their own plans. The family said 2 families. I'm sure that after closing the door, Li Mengchang and Mrs. Ning's husband and wife, they didn't know what kind of remorse they must feel in their hearts. There's still a bit of time left. There's still 2 more chances left. Why don't you give it another try? Seen your brother Ning? Trebaro sat behind him with a not-so-hidden smirk in his voice. Everyone else's eyes also looked towards the silent Ning Haichao. At a time like this, it seemed that saying anything would not be of any use, and saying too much would in turn make them look annoyed. But saying nothing is just as much of a joke. Thinking back to the grandiose words of not breaking the realm just to wait for the 100-year festival, as long as Luo Xingdu didn't show up, then no one would be able to win against Ning Haichao. Ning Haichao even practiced calligraphy for half a month just to write prettier when the holy bell engraved his name. These were all voices circulating within the sword cleansing sect, and they wanted to build up momentum for Ning Haichao. As long as the peach bell sacrifice became the ultimate winner, the status of the sword washing sect would be elevated once again. And on top of that, there were many other benefits that could not be brought to the table. For insurance purposes, the sword-washing sect even secretly had cooperation with the divine sect. No one thought that Ning Haichao would lose. So even when they saw Ning Haichao resting his eyes for 4 hours with his eyes closed, no one thought that he was being generous. But now, he had lost. Losing at the hands of someone no one expected. Perhaps the 3,000 courts had never been the 3,000 courts, and even 31 years behind closed doors had not changed that. The crowd bowed their heads in thought, their hearts immensely complex. Ning Haichao's face was slightly unsightly, standing there with his legs as if they were very heavy. There was indeed some time left now. He did still have 2 chances left unused, but was that still meaningful? Even if we did it 20 more times, the results would not change. 3,000 courts. Li Ziji. He stared at Li Ziji. This Peach Bell Festival should have been his own stage, but now it had been reduced to a talking point. As if all the previous compliments had been turned into a laughingstock at this moment. What made him lose? Even with the use of the divine religion's traction technique, it was still a complete defeat. What if it was by itself? He didn't continue to think deeper. He just felt as if the wind on the stone platform had gotten a little colder. Li Mengchang was also looking at Li Ziji, and hadn't taken his eyes off of him since the bell rang until now. The 3,000 courts has taken in a good disciple. He spoke suddenly. These were the first words spoken on the stone platform after the bell rang, and they were also the first words spoken by Li Mengchang and Li Ziji. Gu Chuanxiu shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Li Ziji blooming a mountain full of peach blossoms and ringing a perfect holy bell at the Centennial Festival. Isn't this something to be happy about? Why is it that I see the face of the Duke of State? It seems that he is not too happy? Gu Chuanxiu's mouth had always been unreliable, and it could also be said that it was not very decent. He dared to say anything, and it seemed that there was nothing in the world that he was afraid of. This sentence out. Jinling Zhao family that in the Taiji Palace outspoken people full of grievances are dissipated half. See? People even Jinbei General's face are not given. In front of all the direct mockery. Their own little Jinling snakes and count what? Li Mengchang didn't answer Gu Chuanxiu's words or look at Gu Chuanxiu. His gaze stayed on Li Ziji's face. Go home and visit sometime. It was impossible to hear whether this was sincere or not. But many people's pupils were slightly shrunken. These words, some of them were heartbreaking. It is implying to everyone that Li Ziji is the bloodline of his state duke's house. Even if he fights to the death now, who can so surely guarantee that he won't be reconciled in the future? Li Ziji didn't look at him either. It was as if Li Mengchang was not speaking to him, but rather looking at the somber-faced Ning Haichao. And all prideful complacency is surprisingly fragile when it is shattered. Ning Haichao was like a big wet rooster at the moment. Yesterday you left a sword mark on my store sign. That was a meet and greet gift for the first time. And today I returned a meet and greet gift. I just don't know if you like it or not. The sound of the bell had stopped, but the patterns of the holy bell still shone brightly, looking so blinding at this moment. Ning Haichao's gaze was cold. Your gift is too heavy. I will return it when I have the chance in the future. Li Ziji said lightly. There will definitely be this opportunity. I heard that the 5 sword monuments in Liao Mountain have a unique scenery, so maybe one day I will go and see it. The corner of Ning Haichao's mouth lifted up in a dangerous arc. I'll be sure to welcome you properly when the time comes. Peach blossoms still smile in spring. The fluttering petal fragments fell to the ground and then were swept by the wind to fly back up to the sky, like a cycle that never ends. except that the peach trees all over the mountain withered down once again, and not a single peach blossom could be seen on the thin branches anymore. There were still the last 2/4 of an hour left, and everyone was quietly waiting for the end of the time. When it was time for the final holy bell to carve the name of the 100 Years' Great Sacrifice. Chapter 71, Baked. The sacred bell inscription was personally presided over by the 2 sacred emperors and empresses. And this was the first time that the 2 suns and moons had made a move to get involved after entering the small cave heaven. The holy emperor's face remained unreadable and unmemorable. The empress's face was expressionless and graceful, seemingly unconcerned about the outcome of this peach bell festival. The disciples of the 3,000 courts are never bad. The holy emperor looked at Li Ziji and opened his mouth to praise him. As he just stood there, it was as if he had suppressed all the light, and all the holiness in the world seemed to converge on this emperor. Your eyes cannot look behind him, for the holy emperor himself is a mountain that cannot be climbed. Li Ziji saluted to show his respect, and the bodies of the others on the stone platform became straight with it. This was the holy emperor. When he didn't want to be noticed, then no one could notice him, and when he needed to step out, likewise no one could ignore him. 100 years of great sacrifice. The holy bell is connected to the national fortune. In the next 100 years you will have the national fortune with you on your cultivation path, and your walk will be a little smoother than others. The holy emperor glanced at the holy bell, and a golden decree appeared on the holy bell: carve any name you wish, and this 100 years great sacrifice will be over. Any name? I said any name. The people around looked at each other in dismay, including the 2 great cultivators from Ru Mountain who were frowning lightly. If the holy emperor hadn't said anything it would have been just fine, but what was the meaning of this purposefully bringing up any name? Li Ziji looked up at the golden imperial decree with 12 names written on it, 12 identical names. Yu Feng. This was the name of the holy emperor, and this was the first time Li Ziji knew the holy emperor's name. However, he did not immediately move the pen, but was thinking about the words of the holy emperor just started to say. The next 100 years of his own cultivation will be accompanied by national luck. If he remembered correctly, before, Renyu had said that only those whose names were inscribed on top of the sacred bell and their forces could enjoy the company of the national fortune. Time waits for no one. In such a matter, even though there are countless bold guesses in his heart, Li Ziji will not impulsively put into action. He raised the pen, still wrote down the 2 words "Yu" situation. The holy dynasty had been established for 300 years, and from the first year of the great sacrifice to the present, the holy emperor's name had been written on top of the holy bell 13 times. It has never changed, which represents the trusting attitude of the holy dynasty towards this emperor. When these 2 words surfaced on the purpose, the look deep in the eyes of everyone on the stone platform was different. The people who could come here represented the most outstanding cultivation forces within the holy dynasty, and the existence of these people established a pillar that supported the holy dynasty. Perhaps it is still best for the holy emperor to rule the world. Neutral cultivation forces such as the little jade palace had this thought flashing through their minds. The world was large, but there were not many choices. Watching from the sidelines time and time again would only lead to ashes. Only by entering as soon as possible could they possibly preserve themselves. Time and time again, the holy emperor had always had the upper hand in the exchanges, and there were even those whose minds were sharp enough to realize that this majesty never seemed to have taken the initiative to make a half-hearted response. Li Ziji's hand holding the pen gradually lowered. Since the names had already been written, this Peach Bell Festival was considered to be completely over. Only just as his hand was halfway down, another hand took hold of his wrist and pulled his palm back up. When he inclined his head to look, the holy emperor was also looking at him. This was the first time that Li Ziji had really gotten a good look at the holy emperor. As the 8 hours of the Peach Bell Festival were coming to an end, the time had come to 3 minutes past midnight. The woods in the wilderness were frighteningly quiet, and the broken temple in the middle of the woods was even more frighteningly quiet. If there was a wind whistling in, coupled with cobwebbed idols glowing in the dead of night, it would be a scary scene. But unfortunately, there was no wind tonight, and the broken temple had no glowing idols other than broken walls. There was only a fire that had risen, and 2 men sitting by the flames. This is the bell sound of the Ninghai tide. Listening to the sound should have used the traction technique. The young man held a palm-sized naan bread in his hand, placing it on the flame to sizzle, and smiled as he listened to the sound of the Peach Bell Festival's bells in his ears. Traction is not a powerful technique, but it is indeed a means unique to the divine religion. It is not offensive or lethal. It is just suitable for finding the right path through the clutter, hence the name called traction. The high priestess said indifferently, Chui Wenrua's bell was a bit louder than we thought, and if we didn't use the traction technique, Ning Haichao might not be able to win this time. But luckily, it's over. I'm sure the faces of the people of the Holy Dynasty will be wonderful after a while. The Holy Bell engraved name represents the sacred and untouchable majestic status. And if the name changes from Holy Emperor to Empress this time, the folk will surely boil over. The firewood crackled with a sound. And the young man's naan bread was already a bit warm. The Peach Bell Festival is won. And when we go to the Jisha Temple again after the new year, this trip may be complete. The high priest reminded. The influence of the Jisha Temple has been increasing over the past few decades. And you should know that all the temples under the sky are inseparable from the Buddhist sect. So if you want to win, so do the people of the Buddhist sect. The young man flipped the naan bread on its side and said lightly, "We'll have to see who's better at this." Flames burned in the broken temple, illuminating the dark surroundings. It seemed to feel a little uncomfortable sitting for too long. The young man briefly changed his position, but at this time, another bell rang. It was even louder than the previous one, many times louder, even a bit ear-shattering. The smile on the young man's face faded and he looked up. The high priest also frowned, wondering what was happening. Who is this who rang the bell? Chui Wenrua has already lost, and the bell has just rung for Ninghai Tide. So who will this be? Didn't Luo Xingdu not go to the Peach Bell Festival? Inquiries were destined to go unanswered, and the young man's gaze grew cold, still looking up at the sky, the roof of the broken temple, with several large holes in it. After about 3/4 of an hour, a golden imperial decree appeared above the firmament, slowly spreading like a scroll, and even the stars and moon in the night sky were hidden under the light of this imperial decree. Above the holy decree, 2 big words flashed in the sky. Yu Fong. Both the young man and the high priest knew what those 2 words represented. Crucially, they saw 6 other words below those 2. 3,000 yard. Li Ziji. This time, the holy bell was inscribed with 2 names, which was the first time this had happened in 300 years. So this is the bottom card of the 3,000 courts. The young man withdrew his gaze as he looked at the naan bread in his hand and half-heartedly threw it into the fire. One more chapter before 12. Chapter 72, There's no turning back. Rules are meant to be broken. In the past, the 100 Years' Great Sacrifice could only carve 1 name on the holy bell each time. But this time, 2 were carved, and Li Ziji's name was still written on it by the holy emperor himself. At that moment, everyone on the stone platform turned pale. Even the flames on the queen's skirts seemed to tumble for a moment. What this move of the holy emperor meant, and how much it represented. Even those who were more foolish and brainless would be able to feel it. Countless people within the boundaries of the sacred dynasty are also frozen looking at the night sky dome on the big words. Tonight will be how no one knows, but tomorrow after dawn, Li Ziji, this name, will be real, profoundly branded in the world in the bottom of the heart of every person. To be able to be engraved on top of the holy bell along with the holy emperor's name, just this honor alone was enough to make countless people covet it. You didn't tell me before you came that His Majesty would do this. In the small courtyard, Li Ziji helped Gu Guogua, who was already asleep, cover up the quilt and walked outside to say to Gu Chuanxiu. Princess Rinyu also stood in the courtyard. She likewise heard the bell ringing and saw the 2 names on the dome of the sky, and at that moment the shock in her heart was likewise incomparable, and also deeply surged a sense of powerlessness, not for himself, but for the kingdom of Qingtsong. First, it was the rotary terrace, then the falling phoenix gorge to save himself, and now the Peach Bell sacrifice. And the successive attempts of those great men under the sky to test the holy dynasty were all snuffed out alive when they looked like they were about to succeed. And all because of the 3,000 courts. Because of this young man who had just come to Chang'an from Suining in less than 2 months. Ren didn't know what it meant to be fated, but after getting to know Li Ziji, she seemed to understand what that meant, especially after just hearing that Li Ziji's name wasn't engraved by himself, but by the holy emperor himself. Looking at the entire world, how many people were worthy of the holy emperor's extra glance? Before even if many people know that the Qingtsang country tribute matter and the empress secretly related to such a critical moment. The holy emperor, but even the face did not show. No one knows the emperor's heart in the end what to think. Gu Chuanxiu was full of innocence. His Majesty's mind is not something we can guess. To be honest, my heart is even stranger than yours right now. No one had ever thought or dared to think that the sacred emperor would make such an amazing move. Li Ziji also didn't think that Gu Chuanxiu would know about this. Maybe it was just the holy emperor's impromptu intention. When I cultivate in the future, it won't rain every time, right? At first, 2 births of visions would still feel remarkable, but if there were more times, it would become troublesome instead. Gu Chuanxiu shook his head and explained, the reason why you gave birth to the vision is because of the birth of the original seed. You should be clear that cultivators are also known as cultivators. The so-called Tao is the law that all existences in the world exist and depend on. It is a transcendent, infinite and absolute existence. For the Tao, everyone has their own comprehension and concept in their heart. There's no way to describe it specifically. It's more like a thought. And the seed of nativity is the figurative mention of the Tao, and because of this, it's only after condensing the seed of nativity that one can be considered to have truly set foot on the road of cultivation, and only then can one be considered a cultivator. And the process of condensing the essence seed is the process of materializing the Tao, and during this process, you will have an inductive connection with the world origin, and that's why the visions are born. Now that you have stepped into the primordial realm, the origin seed is the derivation of the world origin, and when you cultivate again, naturally, you won't cause so much commotion. After a few words of relief, Gu Chuanqiu circled around Li Ziji again and surveyed him. TSK, but to be honest, I can't really figure out what's so special about you that you're able to invoke a vision, knowing that even I didn't make such a big commotion when I first started my cultivation. Li Ziji didn't know why, and I don't think anyone knew why, so maybe it was indeed a gift. That's the way the world is. What works with hard work must not be a big deal. Talent is important. What's more important is to find your talent and make the most out of it. There are just very few people who do that. After all, not everyone is free to decide everything for themselves. The good thing is that Li Ziji does get to decide what he wants to do. What is the role of the state's luck? Li Ziji felt his body as if it wasn't different from before. Gu Chuanqiu sneered. Don't look. When your realm is higher you will naturally be able to feel the difference. In layman's terms, national luck is equivalent to an all-round increase. Your speed of cultivation will increase. Your physical fitness will increase. Your strength will increase. And if the destiny of the underworld really exists, then your luck will change for the better as well. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the sacred dynasty's national fortunes are flourishing. If the sacred dynasty's national fortunes decline tomorrow, then although the national fortunes won't be counterproductive to your aid, the benefits will be minimal. Li Ziji nodded. He had quite a few questions he wanted to ask. The one he wanted to ask the most was the glance he gave to the Empress in the Taiji Hall. In that glance he saw many thousand strange images, so he asked Gu Chuanqiu about it. Gu Chuanqiu had sensed the abnormality when he was in the Taiji Hall, and now his face didn't appear surprised after hearing Li Ziji's description. There are many things I can't explain too clearly to you. It's not that there are any scruples here. It's just that you know too little about things in cultivation. Tomorrow at dawn you'll go to the 3,000 courts. And for the next 2 months you'll be in the book depository to read books. Other than that, don't think about anything. The Empress's realm is already above the 5th realm. To that extent itself is infinitely close to the Tao. She didn't mean to do anything to you, but the Tao she was in unconsciously influenced you. I'm not sure what those images you saw represent, but it really doesn't do any harm to your body. Above the 5th realm? Li Ziji was stunned. What realm is that? Gu Chuanqiu shook his head. Unspeakable. The yard was cleaned up, and there was a small snowman piled up on the side of the stone mill, and it was obvious that Run Yu should have piled it up together with Guagua. Gu Chuanqiu got up with the intention of leaving, only to suddenly stop after taking 2 steps, turning to look sideways at Li Ziji, and said seriously, after that game of chess perhaps the world will only hear about you, but after His Majesty raises your hand, everyone in the world will be staring at you, and the great power of this world will be so great that there will never be a path of retreat again if you step into it. Ran Yu stood aside like a transparent person, not speaking or participating. Li Ziji raised his head and locked eyes with Gu Chuanqiu for a long time, then suddenly laughed. I've already stepped in long ago, haven't I? Donkey of the production team. Chapter 73, The Undefined Seal. Living in this world, the choice is always not by people. You may just start out stepping on the edge peering around the corner, but when the day and night flow, unknowingly you have stood in the highest place. The torrents of great power roll on moment by moment, and everyone is silent. It seems like I made the right choice. Looking at Gu Chuanqiu leaving, Princess Renyu placed her hands in front of her body. An opportunity like the 100 Years Grand Festival. The one who laughed last was still the 3,000 courts, which was enough to prove a lot of things. It's not easy to change the world. Li Ziji got up and walked into the clear-wind elegant house, pausing for a split second as he entered, his flat voice reaching Princess Renyu's ears. I chose you. The door was closed. The moonlight reflected into the courtyard. Princess Renyu's gaze was slightly condensed, staring at the closed door for a long time without speaking. A trace of coolness quietly grew in her heart. From this moment Renyu realized that Li Ziji was gradually becoming the chess-playing hand from a person who was forced into the game. So also true. eyes regaining their calmness, Renyu returned to her room to rest. After today, that arm that had been raised by the Holy Emperor's own hand was something that could never be put down. Li Ziji didn't feel tired. After breaking the boundary, a comfort that he had never felt before came from every corner of his body. He didn't go back to his room but came to the Qingfeng elegant house. Firstly, to see if there were any of these word posters that needed to be restocked. And secondly, he wanted to see what was the gift that Sacred Bell had given to him. In the small cave heaven, the moment his mind was pushed out of the holy bell, there was a golden light that surged into his body. At first he didn't pay much attention to it, and only realized it after he came back. Lighting the candles, the spacious store was illuminated, the candlelight eroding the moonlight and making the surroundings clear. Qingfeng Yasha's business has been much better compared to the beginning. He probably took a look at it. The third and fourth day of the first 2 days should have sold more than 24 words. Very good sales. It's just that when tomorrow dawns and the Peach Bell Festival is completely publicized, the remaining word posters in these houses may not be enough. We'll have to write some more tonight. It was only necessary to see what the gift from the Holy Bell was first. He had never known that the Holy Bell also gave gifts to participants before this. Sitting cross-legged and looking internally into the Qi Sea, next to the benthic seed hovered a small clock that looked almost exactly like the sacred clock. The only difference being that this small clock didn't have those lines on it that were dim and needed to be lit up. I don't know what this thing is good for. Li Ziji tried to touch with the seed of life, but it seems that the small clock does not exist at all. You can only see, but cannot touch. The mind call also has no effect. It hangs there, like a decoration. But since it was a gift from the Holy Bell, it was always going to be of some use. Li Ziji thought about it, closed his eyes to abandon all distractions. All visible things are abandoned. The only thing in his eyes, only this small clock. Gradually, the small clock in his eyes is getting bigger and bigger, as if in a trance to return to the sacred clock within the boundless vast space. His figure grew smaller and smaller as he looked up at the giant bell, swaying slightly as if it were a wind chime. Only it didn't make as much of a crisp sound as a wind chime. The giant clock could not speak, nor was it alive, but at the moment it seemed to be watching him. Li Ziji stayed calm, as if he was staring at the giant bell. Unconsciously, his body once again became larger, but the giant clock was slowly becoming smaller, until the two were flush, only an arm's length away from each other. He suddenly reached out and placed his hand on top of the giant clock, gently touching it. This time it didn't pass through like air, but the touch was real and the presence of the giant bell was felt. The space around him began to rotate at an extremely high speed. A strong sense of weightlessness swept over Li Ziji's entire body. The giant bell trembled slightly. The scene that happened inside the Peach Bell Festival before was repeated once again. His body was pushed out. Along with it was still that golden light. Opening his eyes, Li Ziji's face was slightly pale. Only his gaze was very bright. The undecided seal. Feeling a divine ability means that appeared in his mind. This was the gift of that small bell. A hand-sealed divine ability that could be used to confine the surrounding space based on the user's strength. This kind of transmission method was amazing, and it almost didn't require Li Ziji to deliberately learn it to already know how it should be used. His hands pinched his seals, and an invisible force jumped around his fingertips, like a gust of wind encircling his fingertips, up and down, and then converging in the center of his palm. Pop! Both palms came together, and the power that had just converged instantly spread in all directions, filling the entire store. The burning candle flame was framed like a painting, and you could even see the subtle fluctuations above the candle flame, hanging there in unbelievable wonder. The aura in the sea of Qi dissipated rapidly, and the original seed also appeared to have dimmed a bit. Li Ziji's face grew paler and paler. With his strength at the primary realm, to use the undetermined seal to fix such a large space was obviously an incomparably difficult thing to do. This was still because there wasn't a single person in the store. Otherwise the aura in his sea of Qi would have been depleted even faster. The idea controlled the range to narrow down, and eventually it was only the size of the desktop around the candlestick, and the consumption of aura was no longer so drastic, and belonged to a controllable range. After staring at the candle flame for a while, Li Ziji dispersed the undetermined seal, and in his heart, he had a preliminary knowledge of this divine ability. The size of the range can be controlled at will, but the use of the undetermined seal requires one's own strength to rely on, and it is not easy to confine a dead thing. If a big living person is standing there, wanting to confine him or her to be unable to move is estimated to be a difficult task, let alone a cultivator. Now the realm is too low. If it enters the second realm, I think it will be able to play a better effect, and it can be used as a bottom card when fighting with others, and the effect may be unexpected. With a plan in mind, Li Ziji didn't start cultivating immediately. but started writing up his calligraphy. After all, he had only just stepped into the beginner's realm. He didn't intend to hoof it up. Just like Gu Chuanxiu said, it would be best to go to the 3000 Courtyards book collection for the next 2 months. His calligraphy is very good. And someone who is a very good calligrapher must be someone who really enjoys reading, especially all this knowledge that he or she has never been exposed to. To him, the contents of those books were more like a glimpse into a new world. Practice is important, and so is socializing. He is not a person who likes to waste time on socializing, both so that we have to write a few more words. You come to buy words, I sell words, each other have an account in mind, is to mix a familiar face. Otherwise, people come to see you, you avoid them, they want to buy the characters, and there are no character sheets. That would seem a bit rude as well. Writing in one breath for half the night. When Li Ziji put down his pen, it was already dawn. He looked up with the intention of hanging up the word post, but realized that at some point the door of the Clear Wind Elegant House had been opened. Li Mengchang stood outside. Chapter 74, A Conversation Between Father and Son Enemies. Uninvited is a bad guest. Li Ziji's movements paused for a split second, then continued to hang the word posters in order, even adding 2 shelves on purpose because of the lack of space. As if he did not know that he was an evil customer, Li Mengchan walked through the door and looked around the store. Every word here is a rare good word. The whole Chang'an city cannot find a few calligraphy masters who can write even better than this. The key is that every word has a poem written by Li Ziji, 1,000 shapes, or a small family like lingering, or as magnificent as the sky and the earth. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be hard to even imagine that all these verses were written by the same person. When did you start hiding yourself? Li Mengchang put his hands behind his back and looked up at the wordings with a faint appreciation in his eyes. Li Ziji's hand was stained with some ink, and he gently wiped it away while answering. From the day I learned about the State Duke's mansion, Li Mengchang said, to be able to hide so perfectly under my eyes is a remarkable thing. No wonder you were looked upon by the 3000 courts. Li Ziji was non-committal and didn't say anything. The ink was hard to clean, but he only needed to use his aura to gently scrape it, and even the hard-to-clean ink would obediently come off. There's something I don't know if you've thought about. Li Mengchang spoke in a flat tone and turned his head to look at him. Li Ziji still didn't say anything, only that his gaze was similarly directed at him. Li Mengchang said indifferently, if you didn't hide your own talent, perhaps it's possible that you would have grown up in the State Duke's mansion since you were a child. The next thing he didn't say was that your mother, Li Xiaowan, wouldn't die either. Li Ziji couldn't explain the reason for this, but he also didn't care to waste his words to explain it. He just sneered. Most of the things in the world only look at the benefits. This I know. It's just that very few people would be so blunt to bring such a faceless thing to the table. If you have the talent and are available, you can stay. If you have no talent and are not available, you must be killed. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation to hold back in the face of his own woman and bloodline. You didn't come here today just to say these words with me, did you? Li Ziji inquired in a light voice. He just felt a little ridiculous, not salty to say a few words, and then express some of the closeness of the State Duke's house. Not too light and not too heavy to explain the Suwaning that the cause of the flood. So you can meet each other a smile to end the enmity? Anything can be changed, but Li Xiaowan is not going to live. So this feud can't be changed. That's an interesting statement you made. Li Mengchang did not answer Li Ziji's question, but instead withdrew his eyes and placed them on the piece of writing in front of him. Compare your life with heaven and earth, and be as bright as the sun and moon. The tone of these words is very big. The color of appreciation in Li Mengchang's eyes is a little more intense. The person who can write this sentence, but in Suwaning Stoic 19 years, as a 19 years not up and down ordinary people, and it was not seen to be half-assed. In the original plan, after the Peach Bell Festival is over, this night's sacred dynasty will surely be abuzz with excitement. My hand can reach into the Capital Guard's forbidden army. The cultivation forces within the sacred dynasty will be sitting on their hands, and all the world will be off to a good start. Li Mengchang took off the piece of writing and placed it on the counter. From the Fugue Terrace, to the Falling Phoenix Gorge, and then to the Peach Bell Sacrifice. Once these 3 steps are taken, the curtain will be completely drawn. He looked at Li Ziji with an indescribable meaning in his gaze. You thought that killing Princess Rinyu was an impromptu countermeasure thought up by Mo Ying's side after the failure of the Fuyao Terrace, but in reality, from the very beginning, we didn't intend to let her live. That's the way it is in the world. As long as a result can be reached, then anyone can be a pawn. Such as you, such as me. It doesn't make any difference. So if you want to be a good chess player, then put away your resentment and hatred, anger. Always. is the most useless emotion. The 3 steps are interlocked. Fuyao Terrace and Lok Fung Gorge are the very beginning of the padding. Fuyao Terrace to win the chess so that the Holy Emperor to lose prestige. Lok Fung Gorge to kill Princess Rinyu so that the Holy Emperor to lose morality. And ultimately the 100 years of great sacrifice and grave names so that the Holy Emperor to let the Holy Emperor disappointment. This is excellent planning. Perfect to the core. It was a pity that the 3,000 courts, which had been closed for 31 years, had suddenly come back to the forefront, and it was a pity that a bastard son, whom no one had taken to heart, possessed the chess power to compete with Munanshan. The operation in the Falling Phoenix Gorge was not known to have been leaked by anyone. The 100 Years Great Festival even used the divine religion's traction technique still lost to Li Ziji's mountain full of peach blossoms, and the curtain, which had been raised high, was pressed down hard by a hand. Getting involved involves being prepared to face everything, and you have no idea what you're really up against. Li Ziji calmly said, "It's true that I don't know, but I will know one day." Li Mengchang was silent for a moment. "That's right, but only if you can live to see that day." Li Ziji looked at him. "I will definitely live a long life." The calligraphy was still on the counter, and the 6 big words were right under the eyes of the 2 men. "How much does this piece of writing cost?" Li Mengchang asked. Li Ziji didn't think about it. "It's for you." When he was in the State Duke's mansion, the old housekeeper Han Shan gave Li Ziji a packet of gold and silver, and now Li Ziji is returning him a piece of calligraphy, so the favor is clear. Without saying anything, Li Mengchang put the word post away and turned around with the intention of leaving, only to pause in his stance after a few steps and reminded, "The curtain never collapses. It is not successfully lifted up. Then what greets this world will be an even more reckless and bloody tearing apart. There are only 2 ways to open the curtain. Either pull it apart slowly or tear it apart. The latter is much more bloody and violent, and there's not a lot of sense to be made of it." Li Ziji didn't care. He just thought about Li Xiaowan's appearance before she died and wanted to ask a question on behalf of this woman. "Did you know about that big flood in Suining before it flooded the city?" It didn't matter if it was at the behest of Li Mengchang or Mrs. Ning, because the 2 were one and the same. But this answer was important to Li Xiaowan. Li Mengchang gave him a faint look. "I know." Li Ziji was silent and stopped talking. A sparse snow fell on the street. Li Mengchang walked out of the Qingfeng elegant house with the word post. After stepping out of the threshold he looked up to the corner across the long street. There was still a string of lanterns hanging there, naturally unlit in the early morning, swaying incessantly in the bitter winter wind, which struck the brick walls with occasional noises. At this moment, a person dressed in a large red garment was standing under the lantern, his gaze coldly looking at Li Mengchang, who had just walked out of the Qingfeng elegant house. Li Mengchang nodded slightly and turned to leave. Li Ziji also walked out at this time, looked up and also saw the big red clothes. In the snow-covered, red is always so conspicuous. Its third brother. Chapter 75, everyone looks at things differently. Some people talk about rules and naturally some people don't. In this Chang'an city it's nothing. If you're out of Chang'an, the kind of thing that just happened better not happen. The third senior brother walked into the clear-wind elegant house, his eyes similarly surveying the word posters around him. Li Ziji made a bow and responded softly. "I know, getting too close to an enemy was always a stupid thing to do, especially with a great cultivator like the 5 realms. If the other party had murderous intentions towards you, they were able to take your life very easily, even if it would incur the wrath of the 3,000 courts after the fact. But that was after all. Even if the vault of heaven was hanging upside down, it no longer had anything to do with a dead man." Princess Rinyu brewed the tea and sent it over. Only the look on her face appeared a bit stiff. Earlier when Li Mengchang came to Qingfeng Yasha, she stood outside the back door, so she heard the conversation between the 2 very clearly. Or perhaps Li Mengchang didn't actually mean to avoid her, and didn't even care if these words would be heard in her ears. Once thought it was cooperation bundled together in the interests of the result of the turn of the moment to find that he in fact has long been doomed to be discarded pawns. Even if the heart early premonition, but when this matter is really in front of the eyes of the time, Mercy Moon is still not able to control their own emotions. Li Ziji glanced at her and did not say anything to comfort her. He and Princess Rinyu were not considered friends. It was just that the words Li Mengchang had just said rang in his mind. In this world, anyone could be a pawn. Walking up to the Fuyutai and ringing the peach bell sacrifice only unveils the tip of this world. It was already half a morning after dawn. The cacophony of voices ringing around Nanlin Lane was getting louder and louder, and even the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. Li Ziji knew that this was the people of the Holy Dynasty celebrating yesterday's Peach Bell Festival. Every year, on the day following the end of the Peach Bell Festival, the people would spontaneously take to the streets to celebrate, and the court would even set up small stalls on every street, filled with trinkets that the Ministry of Ceremonies had already prepared, and give them out for free to everyone, making it seem extraordinarily atmospheric. On this day, there are no rules too heavy in Chang'an City. Actually, there's something I can't figure out. Li Ziji helped his third senior brother pour the tea and asked the question that had always been in his mind. Why didn't His Majesty step in to stop these things? It's a simple question to ask, but not so simple to answer. Resting Red Clothes were silent for a moment, seemingly thinking about how they should answer, until the neighbors beat gongs and drums and cheered in pairs, and rushed to Li Ziji and cheered loudly when they passed by the door. The people of the Holy Dynasty have always been very measured. Even these neighbors who knew Li Ziji didn't come in and say anything more on the basis of their familiarity. They just cheered from afar to show their gratitude and respect. Third senior brother replied, "The fact that the Empress realm is not weak is only one aspect, and it's an aspect that doesn't really matter. The most important thing is that His Majesty stands tall." He reached out and pointed to the door and asked rhetorically, "What do you see?" Li Ziji answered without hesitation, "The people of the Holy Dynasty." Resting Hongi reached out again and pointed to the word post hanging on the wall, once again inquiring, "What do you see this time?" "I wrote the words." Shi Hongi put his hand on Li Ziji's shoulder, and with a flash of his body, he brought him to stand above the mid-air, looking down at Chang'an City from high up. "What did you see this time?" Li Ziji looked down at the ground. The huge Chang'an City, countless pieces of prosperity. Chang'an City. Within Chang'an City it was forbidden to step in the air, no matter where you were a great cultivator. As long as you entered Chang'an City, then you could only walk on the ground. So when the third senior brother stood above the sky, instantly attracted the attention of the Capital Guard's Forbidden Army. Just looking at the big red clothes, the Capital Guard's Forbidden Army hesitated. Fortunately, Shi Hongi didn't stand in the sky for too long, and after receiving Li Ziji's answer, she put him down and re-entered the clear wind elegant house. The tea is still hot. Naturally, the third senior brother's gaze continued to look at the surrounding word posts and said in a faint voice, "When you stand in front of the door, you can only see outside the door. When you stand in the sky, you can see your feet. And there is no one else under the sky who stands higher than His Majesty. Neither the Fuyutai nor the Peach Bell Festival is considered a big deal in His Majesty's eyes." Li Ziji understood what third senior brother was saying, but even if it's a small matter, if it's left unchecked, sooner or later it will turn into a big matter one day. Resting Red Clothes gave him a glance. So the 3,000 courts came to the front of the stage. Li Ziji realized and asked no more questions. Second senior brother guards the book depository the whole day. If you go over to read the books, it's inevitable that you'll run into them. This piece of writing can be used as a meet and greet gift. Resting Redcoat reached out and pointed to a piece of writing in front of him. The stroke of a pen startles the wind and rain. The poem becomes a sob. The second elder brother was not a reader, but after writing this novel for many years, he naturally became a reader, and any reader faced with such a compliment could not refuse it. Gu Chuanxiu didn't have a problem with Li Ziji's arrangement. Even if he had excellent talent, he still had to take care of other things. It wasn't good to be bored with cultivation, and going to the book depository to read books for 2 months would be beneficial to Li Ziji without any harm. Li Ziji responded and reached out to remove the word. This was just written last night, and the ink on it was still a little wet, but it took on the sharpness of Li Ziji's great victory over the Peach Bell sacrifice, making the whole piece of writing look even sharper and more compelling. Great words, great poem, great vibe. In the words of the third senior brother, this piece of writing was completely tailor-made for the second senior brother. How much? Resting Red Clothes watched Li Ziji's framing movements and opened her mouth to inquire. Li Ziji was stunned. Since it's a meeting gift for second senior brother, naturally he can't ask for money. If you were to deliver it yourself, there would be no harm in not paying for it, but this is me reminding you to deliver it, so naturally you should pay for it. The third senior brother is a person who extremely valued the rules. This time it was his own opening to propose. If Li Ziji did not accept the money, then there is the suspicion of using the status of senior brother to suppress the small. Li Ziji was also clear about this, so he didn't insist anymore. 200 taels. Gu Chuanxiu said that he buys word posters for 300 taels, so you don't have to give me a discount. Li Ziji grinned and gave a truthful account. Gu Chuanxiu has more money. I sell his calligraphy posters by adding 100 taels to the original price. Slightly thin lips pursed, Xia Hongyi's slanted and straight eyebrows also seemed to pick. His gaze sank. As a senior brother, teasing and fooling your senior brother. You have to accompany Gu Chuanxiu to take care of the 100 Flowers garden for half a month. After saying that, third senior brother took out 2 gold leaves from his arms and placed them on the counter, took another sip of tea, and turned to leave while reminding, "Come to the 3000 courtyard before noon today, and if you're a quarter of an hour late, you'll be tending to the 100 Flowers garden for one more day." Chapter 76 Liang Inan. At the very beginning when he heard about the 100 Flowers garden, Li Ziji couldn't understand why this place that sounded filled with the scent of summer flowers could make Gu Chuanxiu, who had always been unconventional, depressed like that, until he had been tending the 100 gardens himself for half a month. You move more gently. It is said that the sunflower will automatically face the sun during the day, and at night it will bury its head down. Its flowers are big and fragile. In the evening before the sun goes down you have to specially come to take a look, so as not to accidentally bump into the sunflowers among each other, and in case if you break one or two of them, the fourth senior sister will not be able to say anything about it. The little hope orchid can't touch water. Whether it's snowing or raining you'll have to get something to cover it with, or if it gets wet tonight it will dare to wilt tomorrow. The Fei orange is a specialty of your Nanling. Don't you know that it has to trim its leaves every day? You can't let there be too many leaves or they'll suck the nutrients out of the branches. And you can't let there be too few leaves or the Fei orange won't look good. Gu Chuanxiu paced back and forth in place, said a sentence but also sighed 3 times. The tone of vicious and impatient lecture Li Ziji. A full 10 hate iron not steel appearance. 100 flowers in the garden of each kind of flowers and plants are very special. Care up must be personally, and care carefully. Any one step out of order. When you wake up tomorrow after opening your eyes to see is already withered and faded flowers and plants, so it's physically and mentally exhausting to take care of 100 gardens and do it well. In the past half a month even with Li Ziji's patience, he had several times had the thought of burning this place clean with a single fire. Don't nag me. If you haven't tried it yourself, when I leave tomorrow, beware of raising these flowers and plants to death with your hands raw. Li Ziji has obviously been immune to Gu Chuanxiu's broken mouth. Let him there how to mutter his face did not fluctuate a bit, but instead, he was still in a good word of advice. Sure enough, as soon as he heard the bad news, Gu Chuanxiu's face immediately drooped, and just now also a landlord look of bossy instantly disappeared into thin air. He had to take care of the 100 gardens for a total of 2 months. Li Ziji came to help share the pressure for half a month, and the remaining month and a half would be completely on his own. At the thought of that bitter taste, Gu Chuanxiu turned pale. And looking at these incredibly beautiful flowers and plants was like seeing a bunch of devils. This half month has happened a lot of things. First of all, the first major event is naturally that there are details about the Peach Bell Festival circulated to every corner of the Holy Dynasty. All the people of the people know that the 3000 courtyard of the new entrance to the disciple Li Ziji in the 100 years of the festival bloom full of peach blossoms on the mountain, ringing the perfect holy bell. He was also given the honor by the Holy Emperor of having his name inscribed on the holy bell with His Majesty's name. The Peach Bell Festival was a spiritual belief that belonged uniquely to the sacred dynasty, and with this kind of performance on such a day, as well as the added weight of the previous Fuyo platform matter, Li Ziji had become a hot presence in the hearts of the people of the sacred dynasty. The reputation was instantaneous, and the people could feel that enthusiasm from a long distance away. Even the owner of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion specially had someone send 2 pots of heavenly immortal drunkenness, and patted his chest to ensure that on the first day of every month in the future, he would have someone send 2 pots of heavenly immortal drunkenness to the Qingfeng elegant house on time. The value wasn't high, but the intention was enough. Then there was the fact that all the major forces that had gathered to Chang'an City had already left one after another. Places such as the Sword Washing Sect, the Little Jade Palace, and the Floating Ping Mountain. Mu Nanshan and Chui Wenruo also left Chang'an City, and the night before they left a few people ate a hot pot together, talked some words, and then left separately when it was dawn. There was no agreement as to when we would next meet, and there was no need for an agreement, after all. No one knew whether they would be friend or foe the next time they met again. Russian is Russian. A holy dynasty is a holy dynasty. In addition there is a small thing worth mentioning, that is, the court to Li Ziji assigned residence has been selected. Is indeed in the Xingning Square, but the specific location is still under consideration. Your county uncle, residence naturally with guards and attendants. According to the rules of Li Ziji every year at least 1 month to live in the residence to be able to. Most of the titles are just honors, no real power, but Li Ziji's Suining county uncle has real power. His Majesty bestowed a waistplate, which carries the ability of the Son of Heaven's jade speech, and as long as it is Suining's military and political affairs, he can take over the control by virtue of the waistplate. The usefulness is still great. The rest is not a big deal. but the situation of the Jinling Zhao family is somewhat bad. I heard that the end of the Peach Bell Festival the next day hastily rushed back to the Jinling. The specific reasons Gu Chuanqiu did not go into detail, just mentioning the sentence of the Jade Palace and the Jinling Zhao family has an old account to be liquidated. Li Ziji had understood. Smiling slightly, he continued tending to the 100 gardens. 7th senior brother. Junior brother. Hard work. In the evening, just as the sky darkened, Liang Anan came to the 100 Flowers garden with her own handmade snacks, and greeted the two of them with a coquettish smile. Gu Chuanqiu immediately bent down and grabbed a handful of mud on the ground, making his hands dirty and black, then pretended to shake a handful of sweat from his forehead and gasped, 4th senior sister, you're finally here. I'm dying of thirst here. Li Ziji glanced at him, then got up and saluted the 4th senior sister. Liang Anan covered her mouth and laughed gently, her pretty eyes slightly curved. 7th senior brother. You've already been stealing laziness for half a month. If 3rd senior brother sees you, I'm afraid you'll be punished for tending to it for another month. Gu Chuanqiu raised her chin. It's not like I'm afraid of him, but after saying this, he subconsciously shrunk his head, looked around vigilantly, and found that there was indeed no movement before he once again regained his just bottomed outlook. Liang Anan was the 4th senior sister of the 3000 courtyard. Very pretty, with gentle movements, always with a smile on her face, and she spoke softly and gently. Snow-white skin, wearing a long white dress, like a fairy that came out of a painting, with nice eyes that looked as if they could speak, making people willing to offer her whatever was best in the world. In Li Ziji's opinion, this 4th senior sister was the one with the best temper and the gentlest treatment among the 3000 courtyards. According to reason, such a 4th senior sister would not get angry, and in fact the 4th senior sister indeed would not get angry, no matter what wrong they had done, or even at the beginning due to unfamiliarity with raising some flowers and plants to death. The 4th senior sister had never opened her mouth to reprimand half a sentence. Only the 4th elder sister's nature is too soft, always can't see the flowers and plants dying. Every time once a flower or plant dies, the 4th elder sister will half squat in front of the flower or plant and gently hold up the dead flower with her slender fingers, with compassionate sorrow on her face. Those talking eyes seemed to be filled with sadness as well. No one could bear to see Liang Anan in this state. It was even more upsetting than 3rd senior brother's chastisement. Gu Chuanqiu and Li Ziji were naturally unable to see it. One more chapter. The usual. Chapter 77, Guests of the House of 3000. I made Little Master's favorite, emerald roast. Opening the food box, Liang Anan took out a small dish of pastries, square and square. The appearance looks turquoise color, smells more like the fresh smell of grass. Only Liang Anan always likes to call this emerald roast. It was an original craft, and the 4th senior sister's favorite thing to do all day long, besides fiddling with these flowers and plants, was that she liked to study all kinds of exquisite pastries. The name may be wrong, but the flavor is truly extraordinary. Ever since he tasted it on the first day, Li Ziji had to eat 2 pieces every day for the past half a month. Just like the scoop of cool water that he used to look forward to after practicing his sword every day at the Taoist temple, the emerald burnt had also become the thing that he wanted to take a bite of the most after tending to the flowers and plants every day. You leave me a piece. Gu Chuanqiu wiped her dirty hands on her clothes from and was about to snatch a piece of emerald burnt from Li Ziji's hands. Li Ziji turned to avoid it. There's more in the box. I've just looked at it. There are only 4 pieces in total, and yours is still the biggest. Li Ziji, believe it or not, I'll go to the 3rd senior brother and sue you for disrespecting your senior brother. Then don't blame me for being ruthless and telling the truth about you slacking off for the past half month. Gu Chuanqiu was shocked. You're even ruthless to this extent? The 2 senior brothers fought as the sun gradually and completely set. There was always a breeze in the 100 Flowers garden. The evening breeze blew the countless flowers and plants, and the different but equally enjoyable scents would always reach their noses. If you don't consider the pain and trouble of taking care of it, then just sitting in the 100 gardens and watching the scenery is also a very good thing. In addition to that, there was also Liang Anan, who was sitting under the non-orange and was looking at her non-stop bickering senior brother, always smiling warmly. The evening wind blew through the flowers and plants slightly bent as non-orange branches and leaves, dotted behind Liang Anan. A corner of the white dress gently rolled. In this alternation of day and night, as if the world can no longer find more beautiful picture than this. After half a month of tending to the 100 gardens, Li Ziji was considered to have truly gone to the book depository, with a total of 16 floors above and below, and each floor was large enough to accommodate dozens of Qingfeng Yasha. 3000 courtyards of the library has always been the envy of the world, where you can find all the books you want, even if the Confucian cultivators such as forests of Ru Mountain, on the number of books, but also some are not as good as the 3,000 courtyards. This was also the first time Li Ziji had met his second senior brother. The stroke of a pen startles the wind and rain. The poem becomes a sob. Great words, great poem. The second elder brother looked older. From his appearance alone he looked like an ordinary person in his 40s, wearing very ordinary clothes, obviously a blue Confucian shirt, but it was washed a little white. Perhaps because of the many years of writing books, the whole man looks gentle and elegant, like a teacher in a small-town private school. To be able to write such words, to be able to write such poems, it's no wonder that the recent Chang'an city is filled with rumors about junior-senior brother. Lovingly hung the word in the center of the position, so that as long as people walked in from the door of the book depository at a glance can be seen clearly. Above Li Ziji also deliberately added a line of small words. Gift of Yen Ruyu. The second senior brother is called Yen Ruyu. Li Ziji smiled. Only a poem like this is worthy of second senior brother. Yen Ruyu shook her head and laughed in the same way. Writing a novel is a very cerebral thing. No one dares to say that it can go on forever wonderfully. Just like the waves will always fall. After the ups and downs it is inevitable that it will be calm for a period of time, and the pen falls to frighten the wind and the rain. It's a bit exaggerated. He brought a green leather book to the tabletop, the skin looking slightly wrinkled, and it was obvious that there must have been a pair of hands that always took the book out and fondled it from time to time. I've written 99 books, and I remember each one clearly, but I've forgotten how many years I've been writing. The second elder brother turned the green book over, and there was not a single word on the empty strips of white paper inside. It's a very boring thing to do. From the love of it in the beginning, to the blandness, the boredom, and now it's become a love again. Writing a book is like being a human being. No matter how much you've been through, the most important thing is to never forget who you are. The second elder brother's voice is very light, like in nostalgia for something, and then shook his head and laughed. Now it is about to write the 100th book, but I thought about a book title for 2 months. The name has always been my vulnerability. Both do not want to be too common and straightforward, but also cannot think of a good name that has the connotation of the depth of meaning to make people shaken all over the body, and can only be delayed all the way down. Li Ziji, who had never written a book before, asked curiously, couldn't you write the content first and think of the name at the end? Yen Ruyu thought for a moment. That's fine, but that's not my style. The style of every book writer is different. And Yen Ruyu believes that the title of a book is the tone of the book, and that only if the title is good will the content rise with it. Li Ziji didn't have any experience in this area and couldn't give any good advice. He just put the pastries made by fourth senior sister on the table. Last night, when fourth senior sister knew that I was going to come to the book collection pavilion to read a book today, she asked me to bring a snack for second senior brother. Yen Ruyu's eyes lit up as she reached out and opened the food box, sniffing it with a face full of enjoyment, and quipped, the 3,000 courts without your fourth senior sister would be like the sun being missing from this sky. Picking up the dim sum and taking a bite, the second elder brother looked at all the books around. I can't instruct you on cultivation, but I can about the book depository. From the first floor to the 16th floor, what kind of books are on each floor, and where each kind of book is located. I know all of them, so come and ask me if you want to see anything. Li Ziji did have a book he wanted to read. The history of the Holy Dynasty should be recorded. I want to read it first. Yen Ruyu nodded approvingly, then pointed to the bookshelf on the left side of the third floor staircase and said, there is a record of the big and small things that have happened in the Holy Dynasty over the past 300 years, and next to the bookshelf there are also the origins and development of the other big cultivation forces in the world. There are too many books in this bookstore for you to see them all in 2 months, so pick some of the important ones first, and then slowly read them in the future. Li Ziji nodded, saluted and then went up to the third floor and began to carefully flip through it. From early morning to sunset, from today to tomorrow, so after a month and a half, Li Ziji has been repeating this bland and fulfilling life, and occasionally will specially bring fruit to 3,000 courtyard walk. Winter suddenly see the summer scenery. The little girl happy laughter giggle non-stop. The fourth elder sister loves Guogui very much, and makes small snacks in different ways to bring Guogui to play. Li Ziji was always reading, and would occasionally go to the 100 Gardens to meet Gu Chuanxiu. The uneventful days were full and beautiful, but the days would not go on like this forever. And just a month and a half later at midday, Li Ziji, who was reading a book, was called out by Gu Chuanxiu. A guest has arrived at the 3,000th house, and with an invitation, the third chapter is delivered. I see a lot of readers greatly in my book rating called, Think Too Low. In fact, this is normal. After all, Just start. The word count is still relatively small, and so on the future word count more people will naturally rise. How to estimate that there is also 9.5. After all, I wrote a very good bow 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 bow. Chapter 78, The Great Monk. It's rare for a 3000th house to get a visitor, or rare for a visitor to dare to come to the house. Since the doors closed 32 years ago, only 4 people had walked through the doors of the 3000th house in the past few decades. Gu Chuanxiu, Li Ziji, Guagua, and the old man shopkeeper across the street who always complained about the breakfast store. The 32nd year of the new calendar, April 14th. On this day the first rain of spring fell on Chang'an City, and the 3000 courtyard welcomed its 5th guest, a great monk with kind brows and slightly great eyebrows. This was also the first time in such a long time that Li Ziji had seen someone from the Buddhist sect. A peaceful atmosphere. Just sitting across from each other makes people feel calm from the bottom of their hearts. The lakeside lotus gently swaying with the wind, and usually compared to what seems to be more rhythmic. In a trance, even the lake seems to be wide. The 3000 courts seem to be a lot different than they were back then. Sitting in the small pavilion in the center of the lake, the great monk looked around. Chang'an City is still raining, but the 3000 courtyard is warm and warm. I do not know from which year. The environment of the 3000 courtyard is no longer the same as the outside world. Unless by chance you are excited, you might get a snowfall and see a silver white. Gu Chuanxiu rare etiquette full, and even made a special pot of tea. Good tea. Not yet drink into the mouth can smell that stock of clear and strong tea fragrance. Clear and thick, 2 words seem to be very conflict, but this tea flavor is so very light, very clear, like the end of the street far away from the girl on the wind floating in the hidden flavor of powder. As shallow as it was, but once it got into your nose, it was so thick you couldn't forget it. I came to the 3000 courts less than 11 years ago, and I don't really know what the 3000 courts used to be like, but after decades pass, no matter what the place is, there will be changes. Gu Chuanxiu helped the great monk pour a cup of unique light green tea color, like 2 drops of green grass juice dropped into white water. It's the green tea of the Weimar? With a smile on his face, the great monk picked up his teacup and gently sipped it, his face full of reminiscence. Good tea. This Weishui's green tea, and the sight of the tea is different. Must be if the latest harvested not more than a month out of the bubble in order to have such a flavor. More than a month will fall inferior. The vast majority of Buddhist monks are fond of tea. Known as the only tea is to seek to be able to drink a cup of good tea. The feeling of pleasure is second only to the propagation of the Buddhist teachings more than a new believer. Gu Chuanxiu smiled. It seems that master knows a lot about tea. The big monk looked down at the cup of tea in his hand, with memories in his eyes. I drank it once before, and at that time I felt that the flavor was average, and not as good as it sounded. And then I realized that the original green tea had to be drank within a month of the tea leaves being plucked in order to be considered the top tea. This is the case with the green tea of Weishui. Within a month and after a month are 2 completely different flavors. Even if it is more than an hour, a quarter of an hour, a breath, are 2 very different flavors. It seems the master must have had an unusual experience. Gu Chuanxiu to Li Ziji also poured a cup. In such an occasion, Li Ziji naturally will not arbitrarily interject. He just sat on the sidelines quietly listening. In fact, many times, listening is often also much more important than talking. Like right now, Li Ziji had been reading for a month and a half. Whether it was the history of the sacred dynasty or the history of the world, he understood everything clearly and in detail. So naturally, he also knew the deeper meaning behind Gu Chuanxiu's words. Green tea is not ordinary tea, only Weishui under the sky, and all the green tea in Weishui is to be specially supplied to the palace. The palace will be rewarded to those big shots in the court, or some outstanding performance of cultivation forces. 1 tael of green tea is more expensive than 10 gold leaves. For some practitioners who love tea like a life with a twisted heart, 1 or 2 green teas could make him want a person's life. That's why it's unusual to be able to drink green tea that's been in circulation, even if it's been more than a month. The smile on the big monk's face didn't change, and a look of remembrance seemed to appear on his face again. Everyone always likes to be unconventional when they're young. Gu Chuanxiu nodded. That's true, and from time to time, I would also like to go to the heavenly fragrance pavilion to get drunk. I do not know when the lake flew a group of cranes around the pavilion swimming back and forth. Usually like to float on the surface of the carp all dive down. As long as the group of cranes do not leave, they are absolutely not come back to the surface. The great monk turned his gaze to Li Ziji and slowly said, Mr. Li has shocked the world twice. Now his reputation is as high as the sky. Before we met I had always wondered what kind of person Mr. Li would be, and now that I have been able to see him, he is indeed remarkable. Li Ziji didn't feel happy and forgetful at being praised a few times. His gaze was calm as he said, I just heard that the people of the sect of Tao are proficient in the art of divining and pinching, but I never imagined that the sect of Buddha is also good at some of it. He just sat here, not saying a word, and no matter how he looked at it, and from what angle he looked at it, it didn't seem to have anything to do with the word marvelous. Monks do not deceive. The great monk folded his hands, his kind gaze flickering with a light gold color, like a golden lotus blooming in his pupils. Even though Mr. Li didn't say a word, I saw a lot of different things. He has not seen the previous Li Ziji. Naturally, he does not know what Li Ziji was like before. Just today's meeting he can see that Li Ziji does not look like an ordinary young man, with a unique temperament, like 1,000 sails after the return to the calm precipitation. It was as if it wasn't himself who had made such a big splash and had been honored by so many people, but someone else. Young people always like to be in the limelight. More or less in the heart will feel a little complacent, but he cannot see this feeling in Li Ziji's body. People like that are naturally amazing people. I've heard that the divine sect seems to be making some small moves recently. What does Grandmaster think of this rumor? Gu Chuanqiu looked at the great monk and suddenly asked. The aroma of the tea seemed to take shape, circling around the kiosk without stopping. Unable to disperse, the great monk was silent for a while, then said, rumors are always not very believable, not to mention that Buddhists preach non-contention, so even if the divine religion really wants to do something, just let it go. Drinking a cup of tea, the great monk did not have the intention to continue to stay longer. Hands joined together and chanted a Buddha's name, got up and took his leave. The two followed him all the way back to the pavilion in the center of the lake when Li Ziji looked down at the invitation on the table. It's a bit strange that the people from the Jaisha temple would personally come to deliver the invitation. Gu Chuanqiu's face was expressionless as he faintly said, there are even stranger things. What? He is not a monk of the Jaisha temple, but a Buddhist monk. Chapter 79, Enough is enough. For many people, there is no difference between the Jaisha temple and the Buddhist sect, and even for those who know the inside story, the Jaisha temple is also a branch of the Buddhist sect. The two are supposed to be one and the same. The existence of the Jaisha temple was to open the doorway among the holy dynasty, to transmit the sublime Buddhist teachings into the people of the holy dynasty, and to increase the influence of the Buddhist teachings in the world, so as to harvest more faith aspirations. But in Gu Chuanqiu's eyes, the Jaisha temple was the Jaisha temple, and the Buddhist sect was the Buddhist sect, and the meanings represented between the two were different. The Jaisha temple discusses Buddhism once every 3 years, and the popularity of the last few times has been growing, and many forces want to receive invitations to participate in it, so that on one hand, they can listen to Master Bitter Duo speak about Mahayana Buddhism, and on the other hand, this is also an opportunity to improve their reputation and draw in connections. But the reason why these forces will participate is because the Jaisha temple is, after all, under the name of the sacred dynasty, and if someone from the Buddhist sect suddenly shows up to intervene, then this will become an unusual matter. Li Ziji of course knew who Master Bitter Duo was. It was the current abbot of Jaisha temple, who had a compassionate heart to help the world, and was very well respected. Using Gu Chuanqiu's previous words, Master Bitter Duo was the true monk. Buddhist sermons are subtle and unusual. Not that only Buddhist monks can understand and gain something, it is more like a spiritual washing. Any monks can have such an opportunity to listen to the Mahayana Buddhism will not miss it. There were even those with damaged Taoist hearts who would take such an opportunity to break through the heart barrier. A monk from the Buddhist sect personally sent over an invitation. So there must be something else we don't know about you besides the fact that he wants to meet you. A man who has recently risen to fame. Li Ziji frowned. Are you saying that he came to Chang'an City for another purpose? Gu Chuanqiu sneered. I'm only afraid that not only in Chang'an City, even this event may not be so innocent. If we were to talk about the hottest figure in the holy dynasty recently, then the first thing that came to the people's mind was Li Ziji. And if Li Ziji had participated in the Jaisha temple's discussion on Buddhism, then the attention this time would have been greatly increased. The Buddhist sect used Li Ziji as a stepping stone, wanting to use this opportunity to make a big splash. As for the deeper layers behind it, there's no way to guess it simply by guessing. Only in time will we know. The Buddhist sect claims to be non-contentious, yet they want everything. There aren't many people like Master Bitterdew after all. Any power will have two different deeds. The Buddhist sect may not be all compassionate. Just like the holy dynasty is not ironclad internally, it is very arbitrary and irresponsible to look at different individuals with a unified gaze. Li Ziji took the invitation in his hand and looked over the date on it. June 15th. Today is the 14th of April, which means there are still 2 months to go before the Jaisha Temple discourse on Buddhism begins. It would be better not to go. Why go to this Hongmen banquet when you know that the other side will have some tricks up their sleeves? Might as well not go. Even if the Buddha's fists had stored up more strength, they would only hit empty space. Gu Chuanxiu also nodded approvingly. Then why don't we just not go? Pissed off at that big monk. Doesn't know the slightest bit of etiquette. First time on the doorstep, and doesn't even bring a decent gift. When one thought of the other party waiting for the arrival of the 3,000 courts in an old-fashioned manner, only to find out that the disciples of the 3,000 courts hadn't even come. That scene and face. Just thinking about it made one feel very interesting. Only Gu Chuanxiu sighed again after laughing. Li Ziji also understands. Do not go is impossible. 3,000 hospitals cannot give the face of the Buddha's door, but other people cannot not give. If we do not go, Jisha Temple top more or less colorful. After this discussion of Buddha, I'm afraid that there will be a lot more believers. The key is that if we do not go, if the Buddha's door is really have any deeper intentions, we are also no way to stop in time. Jisha Temple in the Jinling city outside 130 miles of the colorful clouds on the mountain. The past few decades to promote Buddhism is quite effective. In the Jinling city around the harvest of many believers, the temple every day is a steady flow of incense. And even the officials of the Jinling every now and then will go to the Jisha Temple to sit down. Promote Buddhism. This thing and killing is not the same. Killing the court can step in to stop. But promote Buddhism, the court is no way to stop. Buddhism tends to people to good. How to see is a good thing. It is nothing to have more believers. And the Holy Dynasty does not prohibit the people's subjects from believing in these things. Not to mention that the people of the Holy Dynasty are very measured, and they hold the weight of their hearts very well. The Holy Dynasty will always come first, and the rest, whether it is the teachings of the theocracy or the Buddhism of the Buddhist sect, will have to take a back seat. For example, in the days before and after the Peach Bell Festival, even many of the people who believed in Buddhism around the city of Jinling abandoned the Buddha statues and bodhisattvas, and instead set up miniature small bells, praying for good winds and rain and good fortune in the new year. Gu Chuanxiu gave him an appreciative glance and complimented. It seems that you really haven't read the books for more than a month in vain, and you're already able to make judgments very accurately. The first element of being able to make accurate judgments is not really whether you are smart enough, but whether you have been exposed to enough information to be correct. Without a way to get the right information, even if the smartest person in the world came, there would be no way to analyze anything. What Li Ziji had to do during this time was to grasp information about this world, which he did well. Tucking the invitation into his arms, Gu Chuanxiu counted the time. If you can find 4 top-notch demonic horses, the fastest you can get from Chang'an City to Jinling would only take 6 days, which means you still have 1 month and 20 days left. He poured himself a cup of tea, a pot of fine green tea. Since it had been brewed, then it must be drunk before it was finished. Otherwise it would be considered a waste and would break his life. Is there any problem in breaking the second realm in 50 days? He drank glass after glass, his face full of enjoyment. Li Ziji is already a beginner cultivator, but also within a few days to step into the beginner's realm. Such talent is only under Gu Chuanxiu. Who in the world will not be envious and jealous in their hearts when they hear it? But talent is just talent after all, and until it turns into strength, even the best talent is really just that. To go to the Jaisha Temple, the primordial realm cultivation is not quite enough. Li Ziji didn't drink the tea. He just looked at the flock of white cranes that were traveling away on the lake. I still have some books left to read. How much is left? Second senior brother said that I need to read the rest of those books for 20 days at the very least. Gu Chuanxiu raised an eyebrow. Then when the 20 days have passed, that's only a month. The white cranes had already flown, lined up in a row not knowing where they were going to fly to. Li Ziji withdrew his gaze and took a sip from his own teacup. Just in time. Chapter 80, The Second Invitation. For many people, spring smells, especially when it has just rained. The grass is laced with dirt, the rain runs down the walls, and all of this comes together into a smell that makes you close your eyes and take a big deep breath. Just open your eyes and look around, still some nostalgia. The eyes will always go to the dark corners to see, until to determine the real traces of snow are not seen after the original winter will be lamented that has passed. Spring is the season when everything revives, and after a light rain the whole city of Chang'an wakes up and becomes more alive than in winter. Decades have not heard so loud bells. All the people of the Holy Dynasty for this year's year has a full longing. I do not know whether the mood is good to produce an illusion. Many business owners feel that after the start of spring their own business seems to be getting better and better. Even walking down the street and bumping into strangers would put on a smile. The great monk walked all the way in Chang'an City from the bottom of his heart, feel that this is a place full of warmth and tolerance. In the passing of the Fushang Terrace, when he also deliberately stopped to stop. Standing here looking at the Vermilion Bird Avenue on the back and forth of the flow of people. No place under the sky can be found more prosperous than Chang'an City. Here was the representation of the most flourishing of the human world. The eyes of the great monk always carried a faint compassion, and the peaceful aura emanating from his body made the people passing by subconsciously look at him a few more times. The capital guards and forbidden soldiers also noticed the presence of the great monk, and their patrol stopped and stared from afar. Apart from the people of the divine sect, Chang'an City did not prohibit the disciples of other sects from entering or leaving. It was just that the Buddhist sect was after all outside of the holy dynasty, and the vigilance that should be there would still be there, especially since the aura of this big monk was strange, as if he didn't realize that he had been targeted by the Du-Wei Forbidden Army. The great monk stood under the Fuyao stage for half an hour before finally withdrawing his gaze and turning to leave. Unfortunately, people always die. He wore a sad face and regretted in his heart that when the day came when all the people died out, then the place that was now so prosperous would eventually fall away. Chang'an City is very big. It takes about 2 hours to walk from Vermilion Bird Avenue to Xingning Square. The great monk spent 4 hours until it was dark before he came to Xingning Square and stood in front of the gate of the Handong County Duke's mansion. He walked really slowly, stopping to look at whatever new thing he happened to see in Chang'an City for a while. Xingningfang had never had a monk walk in before, and the State Duke's mansion was even more so. So the guards were full of alarm as they looked at the large monk that had suddenly appeared, and quickly went in to inform them. The butler, Han Shan, walked out and narrowed his eyes at the first sight of the great monk. He couldn't see through, only felt that the other party's cultivation was like a deep, bottomless sea, and he stood in front of him as if he were a small boat drifting on the surface of the sea, and at any time there was the possibility of being submerged. This is the Buddhist practice of the Mahayana realm, that is, the great practitioners of the 5 realms. Uninvited? Han Shan looked at the great monk. His insight was not bad, but he had never heard when the Buddhist sect had such a great cultivator. The great monk clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddha's name. The Jisha Temple Buddhist discourse is about to begin, and the poor monk has come to the State Duke's residence to deliver an invitation. Han Shan's heart moved, more and more feel unable to see through this monk. Jisha Temple on Buddha, although it is an event, but that is also divided into people. For the Jisha Temple itself, as well as such as the Jinling Zhao family and other first-class cultivation forces, is indeed a good opportunity to communicate with each other to discuss the interests of the good. Even the Pearly Garden would personally send people to participate in the event, with the aim of minimizing the influence on the people of the sacred dynasty after the Jisha Temple's discussion on Buddhism, so that the event would only be an event for the cultivation community, and would not allow the reputation of the Buddhist sect to be too loud in the folklore of the sacred dynasty. But none of this has anything to do with the State House. The State Duke's office, or the back party, almost never participated in the Jisha Temple's discussion of Buddhism. After all, winning is not beneficial to oneself, losing is equally not beneficial. But now, the monk of the Jisha Temple has taken the initiative to send an invitation to the door. Han Shan's gaze flickered slightly, knowing that this matter was not something he could decide, so he sidestepped and reached out to guide him into the courtyard. Master, please come in. The hospitality of the State Duke's house is very good. Especially the preparation of tea is also very good. The same as less than a month of green tea. As long as there is this pot of tea in, no matter how long to wait for the great monks will not have half a complaint. But he didn't have to wait too long before Mrs. Ning came to the front of the hall. Li Mengchang did not appear. Although he was a 5-realm Buddhist cultivator of the Mahayana realm, he was not worthy of the Duke of State's presence to receive him along with the Duke's wife, Mrs. Ning. The great monk knew how to be polite and took the initiative to get up and salute with folded hands. Mrs. Ning looked at him and then at the green tea that was already halfway through the pot. It seems that master is indeed a tea lover. The big monk smiled and seemed a bit ashamed. I've made you laugh, ma'am. The two sides met. After a simple exchange of courtesies, they sat down. Mrs. Ning opened the door. The State Duke's office never participates in the Jisha Temple's discussion of Buddhism, which your temple should be very clear about. Very clear indeed. I'm curious. Mrs. Ning looked at him, wanting to hear his reasoning. If it's clear, then why did you come today? The weight of this reason must be sufficient. The great monk didn't have any intention of hiding or selling secrets, and likewise spoke out his reason very directly. Because after the conclusion of this discourse on Buddha, regardless of the winner or loser, The participants will all be able to bathe in the golden lotus of the sacred Buddha. The old butler Han Shan, who was standing below, changed his face. Even Mrs. Ning's pupils snapped to a point, clearly caught off guard by the news. Han Shan opened his mouth in a deep voice and directly inquired, "Master should be clear about what the sacred Buddha's golden lotus represents. And why did the Jisha temple make such a big commotion this time? 200 years ago, 36 golden lotuses bloomed in the holy land of Buddha. Mt. Putuwa. The golden lotuses are tainted with the breath of Buddha and take on great karma, which is known as the most precious treasure of Buddha. And it is said that even simply standing beside the holy Buddha's golden lotuses and doing nothing can give an ordinary person who cannot cultivate the gift of becoming a cultivator. 130 years ago, the Jisha temple was established on Color Cloud Mountain, and the Buddhist elder, Master Bitter Duo, carried 3 golden lotuses as the foundation of the temple. But this was only a legend, and to this day, no one has ever actually seen these 3 golden lotuses. But now, this great monk went so far as to say that Master Bitter Fairy was prepared to let those who participated in the Buddha discourse bathe in the golden lotus Buddha light. How big a deal is this? And why would you do that? There was little change in the expression on the face of the great monk, who didn't seem to feel how appalling the news he was saying was, but just folded his hands together and said softly, "Because among the people who came to participate in the discourse on Buddha this time, there is a very special person." What man? Buddha's son. Chapter 81, Building Momentum? Among the great cultivation forces, every generation would have one of the most outstanding people to bear the glory of the clan, and the one with the highest expectations, such as Mu Xiaoning of the Pear Garden, the inked shadows of the current generation of Russian, that son of God of the Church of God who was said to have been born by uniting the light of the whole world, as well as the Buddha's son who had just been mentioned in the mouth of the great monk. Buddha's son is just a title, just like the Qingtsong country's royal son, the princess like the title that represents the honor. Reasonably speaking, Buddha's son will not easily walk down the Putuwa mountain. The Buddha's son's Buddhist destiny is very good, having already comprehended 27 golden lotuses, and now he has come to the Jisha temple to propagate the Dharma while also being able to comprehend the 3 golden lotuses here in the meantime. The big monk explained softly, only this reason was not completely convincing. If the Buddha's son came down from the mountain, if he said that it didn't have the slightest relationship with the holy dynasty, then I'm afraid no one would believe it. Your ladyship should know very well what benefits bathing in the sacred Buddha's golden lotus has for cultivators. There was no need to say too many good words. A few points would suffice. And the great monk poured himself another cup of tea, quietly waiting for Lady Ning's response. The temptation to bathe in the golden lotus of the sacred Buddha was sufficient, and few people could resist such a temptation. Mrs. Ning pondered in her heart. Li Ruo had already stepped into the 3rd realm for 5 years. And there was still a distance from the 4th realm. If she was able to bathe in the sacred Buddha's golden lotus, then this distance would certainly be shortened by a great extent. There is also the sword-washing sect of Ning Hai Chao, would have been able to enter the 3rd realm, but because of the 100 years to win the festival delayed to break the realm, but ultimately ended up with a crushing defeat. The heart is not happy, and even the realm of cultivation is also affected by some of the return to the 3rd realm in a short period of time cannot be broken. If one is able to participate in this Jai Shakti discourse on Buddhism, then breaking the 3 realms is within reach. As the sword-washing sect was one of the most steadfast backers of the State Duke's office, Lady Ning naturally had to consider the benefits for it. She looked at the great monk and asked in a faint voice, "Even if it is the Buddha's son coming down from the mountain, there is no need to specially come to invite the State Duke's palace." The great monk smiled faintly. The Buddha's son has descended from the mountain. So naturally the scale of this Jisha temple's Buddha discourse will be the bigger and better, so that it can be considered a true event. In the words of the old people Kardashian, that is, the Buddhist sect hopes to want to face Buddha's son down the mountain to participate in the Jisha temple on Buddha. The scale is bound to be as grand as possible. When you come to the State Duke's mansion, you also want to save face. The more people involved, the higher the status of those involved, the greater the face will naturally be. If it's just the Buddha's son descending the mountain, it shouldn't be worth a Mahayana realm master coming to personally deliver the invitation, right? Lady Ning's gaze scrutinized as she looked at the great monk. She felt that there was nothing simple about this. The great monk's smile remained unchanged, only his gaze deepened a bit, because the divine son is also coming to Jisha temple. The news was surprising and shocking, but Mrs. Ning didn't change her face, as if she wasn't shocked by the news, as if he had guessed that Lady Ning would react this way. A hint of inexplicable flavor flashed across his face. and he got up and pulled out an invitation from his pocket and placed it on the table, chanting Buddha's name under his breath. Lady, think for yourself. The poor monk will have to go and deliver another invitation, so I won't bother you too much. Han Shan sent the great monk away, and Mrs. Ning stared at the invitation for a long time without making any movements. Ma'am, should we go and form the sword-washing sect? Han Shan came back and asked softly. Mrs. Ning sniffed the aroma of the green tea and suddenly asked, such a large sum of money, just to create momentum for the Buddha's son to come down from the mountain. It seems that the Buddhist sect is already a bit unable to sit still. Han Shan lowered his head. The Buddha son has descended the mountain several times, but has not come to the holy dynasty even once. This is the first time he has come to the holy dynasty. Naturally, the momentum can never be weak. Jisha Temple has to create momentum. To put it mildly, he still had one more thing left to say, not to mention that this time there was also the participation of the Son of God, a Son of God and a Son of Buddha, breaking the rule of the king not seeing the king, meeting in private for the first time, or in an arena like the Buddha meeting where there was a rivalry between them. Whichever side wins represents something different. It seems that this time, the Buddha sect has plenty of stamina. Mrs. Ning picked up the invitation and read it over. Nothing special, going to the trouble of inviting so many people. It seems that the Buddha sect's trust in the Buddha's son is sufficient. Indeed, when it came to cultivation realms and the ability to kill, it was hard to say who was higher or lower between the Son of God and the Son of Buddha. But when it came to Buddhist teachings, the Son of God naturally couldn't be compared to the Son of Buddha, and no one should question that. Only, Lady Ning put the invitation down and said faintly, the Buddhist sect, this time, has also released a signal. The Buddha's son descended from the mountain, came to the holy dynasty, and made such a big scene when he first arrived. It seems that after the seedlings here in the back party were snuffed out one after another, the group of monks from the Buddhist sect also began to have ideas. This is good. If the world is going to change, we all have to change together, always hiding behind and watching. What does that look like? Lady Ning looked out the door, handed the invitation to Han Shan, and instructed, send it to the sword-washing sect, and tell Ning Haichao to go to the Jisha temple and take the opportunity to enter the third realm. Han Shan nodded slightly and put the invitation away, just about to turn to leave. Suddenly remembered something and inquired in a low voice. Zhao family side. Jinling Zhao family these 2 months is not very good. Since the end of the Peach Bell Festival, the attitude of the little Jade Palace has undergone a subtle change, and the Zhao family suddenly counted old scores, cutting off the Zhao family's business in Luoyang, Chair, Nanling. The loss cannot be said to be not big. Mrs. Ning also frowned with a bored look in her eyes, clearly annoyed about this matter as well. The strength of the Jinling Zhao family was indeed very good, belonging to a first-class cultivation family, but it still appeared to be insufficient in the face of the little Jade Palace, and could only barely fight under the sudden attack. If this goes on for a long time, the damage will be incalculable. Naturally, the Zhao family begged to the doorstep of the State Duke's office, and they were both already in the camp of the later party. It seems like the little Jade Palace has already started to take sides, only their choices are really not smart. Mrs. Ning had frost on her face. It wasn't as if they hadn't pulled in the little Jade Palace before, but the other party had maintained a resolute attitude of neutrality, and they didn't expect that after just one Peach Bell Festival, they would suddenly make a drastic turnaround. Caught them directly off guard. Qi Xiaoyu Palace's reasoning was good enough. After all, the Zhao family did cause a great deal of trouble back then. What did the general say there? Mrs. Ning asked after some thought. Han Shan weighed his words. Nanling is good to say. That would have been our territory. To stop the hands of the little Jade Palace is very simple. Luoyang also, although some difficulty, but the Lord Lieutenant will have a way. Just Chaogua. Han Shan was silent for a split second inside. Chaoga has that little sword immortal around, and he's never looked down on the Zhao family, so I'm just afraid he won't sell our face either. Shame, shame, shame. A few minutes late. Readers. Chapter 82, I don't understand Buddhism. The little sword immortal was a person who loved to get together, but this time, the attitude given was cold, and there was no seat for the Jinling Zhao family in Chaogua. In Luoyang, Nanling County, and Chaogua City, the Zhao family's most reluctant to give up is the Chaogua Black Cloud Mine industry. The loss of the Black Cloud Mine, equal to the Zhao family, lost half of the family business. In past years, although the little sword immortal also disdained the Zhao family, but at most he just ignored it, and this time it just happened to be an opportunity to take advantage of the little Jade Palace's difficulties. Han Shan felt that this matter was tricky to resolve and not easy. Chowga was the little sword immortal's one word. If it wasn't for him pushing in the dark, the little Jade Palace couldn't have done such a thunderous job of snuffing out the lifeblood of the Zhao family. This is well known to all. But wanting to make little sword immortal sell his face was not an easy thing, especially when it was still selling face to the state duke's office. Lady Ning's frown deepened. It seems that the little Jade Palace has completely made its choice. Otherwise, even though the little sword immortal couldn't see past the Zhao family, he wouldn't have intervened in the shadows. The little sword immortal was a member of the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family was one of the oldest families in the sacred dynasty. The family had been officials in the imperial court for generations and was deeply trusted by the sacred emperor. So it could be said that it was the heart of 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 the heart. For more than 1,000 years, the position of the assassin of Chowga has not sat on a foreigner. All from the Ouyang family, such a grand favor. Rare in the Holy Dynasty. In the Holy Dynasty, there are 3 of the most prosperous and oldest cities. In first place is naturally Chang'an City. As the capital city of the Holy Dynasty, there is no need to talk about it. Next is Luoyang, and then there's Chaucer. Ouyang family can live here for generations. Control the power, the depth of its heritage, the degree of trust. With the country with the rest to describe it in the slightest is not too much. As the successor of the current Ouyang family and the most outstanding son, the weight of little sword immortal's words was, well, heavy. If he said he wouldn't give face, then the Ouyang family would definitely not give that face. Now that the little Jade Palace had also taken sides, the first thing they wanted to do was to take the Zhao family. Could there be a meaning behind this from the Holy Emperor? Mrs. Ning's frown was just thinking about this matter. If it was personally authorized by the Holy Emperor, with the might of the Peach Bell Festival's great victory, this half of the Zhao family's family business was definitely going to be given out. The Ouyang family intervened. The Black Cloud mine has to be given away. We don't have enough reasons to forcefully stop it. Besides, that's Chowga's city after all. The flavor of the green tea hadn't dissipated yet. And Mrs. Ning thought about the Buddha's son's descent from the mountain. This trip to the Jaisha temple might be a good opportunity for us. These words were of course not referring to the 3 golden lotuses. Old butler Han Shan understood what Lady Ning meant, but was only a little hesitant. Rumor has it that the Buddha's son is a true monk. Since he was a true monk, he naturally refused to play those unseemly tricks in the dark, and he absolutely refused to get involved in these matters of the Holy Dynasty. Mrs. Ning sniffed and laughed coldly. Since he's a true monk, why would he still come down from the mountain? Do you really think he's simply doing it for those 3 golden lotuses? It's plain to see that the Buddhists can't sit still enough to move their thoughts. Then the Buddha's son, whatever kind of person he is, since he has come down from the mountain and walked into the Holy Dynasty, the thoughts have all moved. Han Shan didn't speak again and turned to leave after making a bow. Mrs. Ning looked outside, her heart flooded with thoughts. We might not be considered friends, but the attitude of wanting to make a change in the world's pattern was the same, so we could definitely cooperate. Neither she nor Han Shan mentioned the Zhao family again. Like a wild dog with no more value. No one would care anymore if the wild dog could live or not. May 13th. Li Ziji closed the last book in his hand that had a record of Buddhism and the divine religion. There was a faint weariness between his brows. From that day when the great monk came to his door to send an invitation to now, he had already read another full month's worth of books. 10 days later than expected, the second elder brother was making tea. Ever since he couldn't think of a good title for his book, he had taken to making tea and enjoyed the process with all his heart. Li Ziji sighed, worried that I didn't understand enough. I went through the previous books that had information about the divine religion and the Buddhist sect that I had missed. Jisha Temple on Buddha. This year's topic is very high. Just a month down the streets and alleys talk about this matter, especially the Buddha's son down the mountain. This 4 words. In the world do not know how big waves. It's no exaggeration to say that the momentum created by the Buddhists was sufficient and successful this time around. Simply this level of discussion alone had already achieved the effect that the Buddhist sect wanted to publicize. And if the Buddha's son was able to overwhelm the crowded Jisha temple in the end, it would be the perfect start. I've heard that the godson will also be involved. What do you think? The second elder brother poured a cup of tea for Li Ziji and smiled as he inquired. Compared to the Buddha's son, that divine son of the divine sect was undoubtedly much more mysterious. So mysterious that almost no one had ever seen what he looked like. Empty holes don't come. Rumors don't rise for no reason. Since they are spread out, there must be a reason for them. Regardless of whether or not the divine son would go to the Jaishakti temple, the divine son has definitely left the divine sect. The news was first spread by the people from the state duke's office. The Buddha Son and the Divine Son are participating in the Jisha Temple's Buddha discussion together. Coupled with the reputation of the Holy Buddha's Golden Lotus, it will be difficult not to be lively on next month's trip to the Jisha Temple. The second elder brother also poured himself a cup. While talking to Li Ziji about the reason why the Buddhist sect has been making a big splash this month, the State Duke's office is helping to build momentum for the Buddhist sect, and for what reason it can be seen at a glance. The Buddhist sect's hand cannot reach into the sacred dynasty. The State Duke's office is just planning for the future. Li Ziji took a sip of tea and wasn't too worried. The Buddhist sect could come to the Holy Dynasty to promote Buddhism, and could even go to the State Duke's palace to sit and discuss. But the Buddhist sect definitely did not dare to intervene in the middle of the strife between cultivation forces similar to the Little Jade Palace and the Zhao family of Jinling. If the forces outside the Holy Dynasty dared to reach out and affect the survival of the forces inside the Holy Dynasty, they must have been tired of their lives. The second elder brother looked at him. All the attention of the world is focused on the Son of God and the Son of Buddha. If the person who ultimately wins the Buddha discourse in Jisha Temple at this time is a third person other than them, then I'm sure it will be very interesting. Li Ziji thought about that scene, then nodded approvingly. That would indeed be interesting. Are you confident? The second elder brother suddenly asked. Li Ziji shook his head. I don't understand Buddhism. Man is not omnipotent. He can write. He can play chess. He can use a sword. But it is true that he does not know Buddhism. Even after reading all the books related to Buddhism. But not understanding is still not understanding. If one can become a Buddha by reading a book, then the Buddhist sect will not try to make a change in the pattern of this world. Putting down his teacup and bidding farewell to his second senior brother, Li Ziji turned around and walked out of the book depository. The second elder brother looked at his back, smiled slightly and continued to make tea by himself. He knew what Li Ziji was going to do. Now that the book is finished, it's only natural that the time has come when the realm should be broken. Chapter 83, Killing is easier than playing the piano. For those bigwigs in the imperial court, the Jisha Temple's discussion of Buddhism used to be just a means by which the Buddhist sect wanted to gain a firm foothold in the Holy Dynasty and promote Buddhism, including always before this year. But this time, because of the Buddha's son's descent from the mountain and the inexplicable appearance of the god's son, it led to the fact that this time's discussion on Buddha in Jisha Temple was no longer just that simple. It gets more attention and is discussed by more people. Even many people who did not receive an invitation spontaneously wanted to go to colorful Cloud Mountain to have a look. Even if it was just a few glances from afar, it would be considered a worthwhile trip. The Buddha's door to create momentum is right, but it will not be just for the sake of creating momentum. Behind the scenes there must be any deeper reasons. Just for the moment, no one can see. The Buddha sect has used such a great deal of effort, even going so far as to imply that the State Duke's office is helping to build momentum together, simply because the Buddha's son has come down from the mountain? Ouyang Rui looked at the invitation in his hand with a meaningful look in his eyes. It is not that the descent of the Buddha's son is not worth such a great deal of noise, but if it is to be so great, there must be a greater benefit hidden behind it. But how great a benefit can there be in discussing the Buddha at the temple of Jaishakti? This whole thing is perverse in every way. Little Sword Immortal whistled, hands resting on the back of his head, and didn't answer. Not that he wasn't interested in the matter, but he just didn't feel the need to think about it too much. And since he couldn't figure it out anyhow, why bother wasting his time? What did you think of that Buddhist monk just now? Ouyang Rui put down the invitation, thinking about the big monk who just sent the invitation. He couldn't see through the other party. This was a very strange thing. The number of people who could make the Chauga assassin, the contemporary head of the Ouyang family, unable to see through was really not much. Very handsome, although he seems to be older, but if he grows out his hair and goes out on a blind date, he will be very popular. Little Sword Fairy peeled the grapes and praised from the bottom of her heart. You don't think he's important? The Little Sword Immortal got up and wiped his hands on his chest. It doesn't matter what purpose this thing is hiding. My stomach is the most important thing. If I don't eat now, I'll be too hungry to lift my sword. Ouyang Rui looked at him. You're not going to go to Jisha Temple? Little Sword Immortal sighed. I am indeed a person who likes to gather a lot of fun, but even Little Cute can all see that this time the hilarity is not that good. Second uncle, do you think that nephew I am even Little Cute? I'm not even as good as Little Cute. Ouyang Rui frowned. In that case, you do think there is something wrong with that big monk? Little Sword Immortal smiled. Not only me. The 3,000 courts must also feel that this great monk has a problem. But exactly where the problem lies, this is something that no one knows. I don't want to come to the time when the hustle and bustle didn't come to fruition, but also to put out a great deal of effort. The force thing is fine if someone puts it out, and so far it looks like the 3,000th house should be more than willing to put out that force. Ouyang Rui said helplessly. Sooner or later, you're going to have to exert yourself. Little Sword Immortal raised an eyebrow. Better late than early. He looked at Ouyang Rui and said meaningfully, not to mention that as of now, it's not appropriate for the Ouyang family to step in. As His Majesty's most trusted family, ruling the Chaoga for over 1,000 years and resting with the country, the Ouyang family's weight was too heavy, and if they stepped in, they were afraid that it would only lead to a slight change in the whole body. After all, unlike the 3,000 courts, the Ouyang family could almost represent the will of the Holy Emperor himself. Rubbing his stomach as he walked out the door, the little sword fairy stretched out a big slouch into the sunlight. It's not that you're not moving, the time hasn't come yet. The great monk left the city of Chaoga and walked out for 7,000 miles, eventually stopping in front of a bamboo forest. According to the rules of the Jianghu, this time in the bamboo forest should come out of a very pleasant sound of the piano, so that people here will not be able to help stop and stay, and then follow the sound of the piano to go over to find out. As a matter of fact, there was indeed the sound of a zither coming out of the bamboo forest at this time, only it wasn't good, and could be completely described as very unpleasant. But the great monk did not change his face, and followed the sound of the zither over to a greenstone platform and stood down. On the greenstone platform sits a girl, green silk such as waterfall, face absolutely beautiful. The most attention is a drop of tears under the corner of her eye mole, a green skirt tight waist, long fingers on the strings of the piano gently moving. The bamboo forest swaying, bamboo leaves with the wind rolled up and fell back to the ground. This should have been an absolutely beautiful picture. Anyone who saw it would never forget the scene, but the girl's brows were furrowed, because the sound of the zither was really hard on the ears. It seems I'm really not cut out to play the piano after all. The girl smoothed out the strings with both hands, thinking that playing the zither was really a particularly difficult thing to do. She had obviously seen other people learn it very easily, so why did it become so difficult for her? The big monk smiled. A lot of things depend on talent. Maybe you really don't have the talent to play the zither. Maybe. The girl looked at her fingers. Long and white, nimble enough to kill dozens of people in an instant. But why couldn't she play the zither well? It can only be explained by the word talent. What's little sword fairy's attitude? The big monk shook his head. He won't be going to the Jaisha temple. Regret flashed in the green-skirted girl's eyes. It's a pity. The great monk echoed. It is indeed a pity. If the three dukes of the Holy Dynasty could have gone to the Jisha temple, then the sound would have been even greater. No matter where one went, no matter where one went to do something, as long as one of the three dukes of the sacred dynasty was involved, the matter would be noticed by countless people in an instant, especially the little sword immortal of the Ouyang family who was the head of the three dukes. The green-skirted girl shook her head. I'm in pity that I can't kill him this time, but that's fine. If the titular little sword immortal died like that, it would be too meaningless. You've met Li Ziji? She asked again. She was equally interested in this new disciple of the 3,000 courts who had been the most discussed recently. The great monk said, "See, it's an outstanding person." Although he had only met him once and said only 2 words, he had a high opinion of Li Ziji. How does it compare to me? The great monk answered truthfully, outstandingly better than you. The green-skirted girl's eyes stared slightly. Where's Gu Chuanqiu? The big monk's face didn't change. Even better. If you can't kill little sword immortal, you can try to kill Gu Chuanqiu. The green-skirted girl continued to lower her head and play the zither, the clumsy sound of the zither somewhat piercingly resounding once again. The people of the 3,000 courts aren't that easy to kill, especially if it's still Gu Chuanqiu. The wind in the bamboo forest seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, kicking up a sound that gradually covered the sound of the zither, making the big monk's ears feel slightly better. If you like something, you have to persistently stick to it. And the girl in the green dress obviously agrees very much with this sentence. But there are some things that are hard to see results even if you like them and stick to them. And this is the problem of talent. She sighed, resignation in her gaze. Killing is easier than playing the piano. Chapter 84, Scaring Children. Guigui is not too happy lately, because Li Ziji accompanied her time is less and less. Often in the morning to eat a meal together after the whole day cannot see people. Until the evening darkness cannot see the fingers to come back. Come back to the little girl has been sleepy, cannot say a few words to sleep over. Then open your eyes and repeat the same process the next day. Many people feel that cultivation is a good thing. To be able to become a cultivator, that is simply the blessing of the ancestors. Standing on the roof of the house to the back of the mountain, ancestral graves on a distant glance, out of all the 7-colored spiral smoke, put in a small city such as Suwaning, such places. If any family can appear a cultivator, the neighborhood congratulations from the beginning to the end of the year will not be cut off. If the family appeared in this cultivator to join the 3,000 courtyard, Suwaning governor will take the initiative to come to the door to toast 2 cups of tea. The family child walking in the street crotch pants flung flying, no one will reprimand half a sentence. But for Guagua, becoming an acolyte wasn't a good thing. She preferred to let her big brother accompany her out to fly kites. The back alley Lu damsel's family had gone out to fly kites outside of the city a few days ago, and she had heard that they could fly very high in the sky. How long will it take for big brother to wake up? In the 3,000 courtyard, Guagua had his hands propped up on his little face, looking at Li Ziji, who was opening his veins, waiting with bated breath. She woke up this morning and didn't see Li Ziji, so she ran all the way to the 3,000 courtyard, lying on the doorway and shouting several times for Brother Gu, her voice soft and taking. Gu Chuanxiu naturally couldn't stand it, and directly brought the little girl in and flew on a big white crane for an hour, which made the deflated little mouth looking like it was going to cry out loud. Guagua happy over. Well, at the latest, I can wake up at night, or else I'll take you to the 100 Gardens to find a pretty sister to play with. How about it? Gu Chuanxiu rolled his eyes and proposed. He found out that he was actually not good at taking care of small children. The little girl who stood outside the gate of the 3,000 courts of Hyun was indeed very cute, especially after coming to Chang'an until now almost half a year. Guagua had already changed from the skinny ribs at the beginning to the powdered little girl with baby fat on her face now, and her big eyes were watery and looked at you with even more adorable eyes. But Mo is one thing, pinching the little face with his hand for a quarter of an hour is fun, but after a long time, Gu Chuanxiu finds it troublesome, and can only keep a smile on his face while secretly admiring Li Ziji in his heart for how he managed to survive for such a long time. Is that Sister N? Gogo's eyes lit up, thinking about the last white dress fairy sister, who spoke softly, smelled good, and smiled like a fairy, many times better than the cold sister at home. The smile on Gu Chuanxiu's face was about to be unstoppable. Being able to swindle this little girl into playing with the 4th senior sister, he would be able to be all alone. That's right, it's none other than your sister Anne, and I heard she's even made something delicious just waiting for you to go over and give it to you, because he had never had enough to eat before. Gogo had a great passion for good food, and at that moment, he just propped up the tabletop with both hands and stood up from the bench. But immediately afterward, his eyes dimmed and he sat back down again. I'm going to wait for Big Brother to wake up and come with me. Gogo looked at Li Ziji, her little mouth pouting while she kept poking the orange peel on the tabletop with her little finger. Gu Chuanxiu's head tilted back. Finished, the little ancestor refused to go. Then he couldn't do anything but stay here with him. It was just too exhausting. Granted. It seems like you don't usually have anything serious to do. Gu Chuanxiu touched his chin, glanced at the little girl out of the corner of his eye. Evil from the guts. Thought to myself, or else simply tie this little girl to the back of a white crane and fly in the sky for a day. Sin, how can you treat a little kid like that? Gu Chuanxiu was ashamed in his heart and took the initiative to help Gogo peel another orange, then grinned and squinted. Gogo, it'll be a while before your big brother wakes up, or else I'll tell you a ghost story first, okay? A ghost story? Gogo was startled, remembering the fear that dominated her that night. Sleeping and closing her eyes to the cloaked female ghost, her little face turned white with fear, and she cried out with a wow. Gu Chuanxiu suddenly had his hands full, almost throwing the orange off the ground. What happened outside Li Ziji did not know. When the inner vision breakthrough, the cultivator's sense of the outside world is almost zero, unless you actively retain a trace of mind to pay attention to the outside, but then it will add a few more risks to the breakthrough. This was the 3,000 courtyard. So of course Li Ziji didn't need to split his mind to pay attention to the outside, so he wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivation. These days, he had already opened 11 meridians, only the last one was missing. As long as he opened it he would be able to completely step into the second realm of martial cultivation, the opening of the veins. After opening the veins, when fighting, the speed of aura operation is faster. It can be said that the idea of the arrival, as if the arm, and absorb aura from the 12 meridians to replenish the sea of qi. The use of a continuous flow, unless it is the kind of extremely consuming aura means of divine power, or else after stepping into the second realm will seldom appear to be depleted of power. If at the first realm, a cultivator's body and abilities were like a tea bowl, then after reaching the second realm the tea bowl would turn into a barrel. Opening a vein was a very painful thing, especially when opening the first meridian. Even if Li Ziji thought that his ability to endure pain was outstanding, he still broke out in a cold sweat and slumped on the table for a while to slow down. It felt more painful than being stabbed a dozen times with a sword. Spiritual chi flowed through the body. The last meridian was opened up little by little. It had already reached the final step. Naturally, there was no difficulty to talk about. The origin seed emitted light, and everything seemed to be falling into place. It was as if the small clock within the chi sea had moved, and as if it hadn't changed at all. The babbling brook had turned into a wide little river, and the aura was churning into waves within the chi sea, and with each flow, one could feel a sense of power that was far superior to that of the previous one. If he were to fight that middle-aged assassin from before again, Li Ziji didn't even feel like he needed to move his feet to easily kill the other party. It could be seen that apart from the beginning realm, which was the very beginning of cultivation and the most basic realm, the changes that occurred every time one realm was raised upwards were enormous. And that kind of thing where one crossed the realm to kill an enemy was hard to exist. Li Ziji could judge that his current self could beat his beginner realm self many times with just a little feeling. However, it is also true that if the gap between realms is really so easy to cross, then why is there still a need to have a realm? That is, when you're just starting out like the primary realm, it might be somewhat possible. Stepping into the vein opening realm, Li Ziji didn't immediately end his cultivation, but continued to maintain his meditation, keeping his inner peace, sensing the essence seed, giving birth to a connection if nothing else. His brow burned slightly as if something was being born. Originally wanted to 8 o'clock on time 3 chapters are posted up, but woke up in the afternoon to hear that the mother adults eat fish splinters stuck in the throat. Let go to the hospital is still not willing to go. After I struggled hard finally went to the hospital. Busy afternoon results because there is a child in front of the plucking 3 hours, resulting in queuing up to the present is still not pulled out. Come back to eat a chapter of hastily. Of course, to say so much is not to want to renege on the debt. Just want to say that the 2 chapters are still there. Just a little later. Chapter 85, Doing a Trick. Gu Chuanxiu used a month's time to set foot in the second realm. Not a single path, but the Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and martial arts, all 4 paths have reached the second realm. Because of this the world will be shocked at his talent, and even in how high-minded and proud people, but also pinch their nose to recognize the name of the world's first supreme genius. What is the realm above the 5th realm is rarely known. Countless geniuses have emerged throughout the ages, and no one dares to pat their chests and say that they have steadily stepped into the 5th realm, let alone above the 5th realm. But if Gu Chuanxiu said that he could take a look above the 5 realms, then absolutely no one would question it. Li Ziji did not have the intention of practicing the 4 paths together. As he said before, he did not understand Buddhism and was not too interested in the system of Confucianism. He only intended to practice 2 paths. Tao, Wu. The seed of this life is suspended in the sea of qi, meditating on the spirit and the seed of this life to create a connection, until this connection is getting thicker and clearer, and then in the center of the eyebrow to produce purple qi, so that it is considered to have stepped into the second realm of Taoist cultivation, the Jade Void. For the past half a month, Li Ziji had not only been trying to open his veins, but while opening his veins, he had also been constantly attempting to step into the second realm of Taoist cultivation, which was not nearly the same level of progress as opening his veins, and he intended to step into the second realm at the same time today. If this action was seen by outsiders, they would be shocked and angrily denounce Li Ziji for not knowing how to live. Breaking the realm is a matter that requires a high degree of concentration. The slightest carelessness can be a mistake. Not only is he not fully committed, but also a twofold intention, intending to step into the second realm together with the 2 paths of Taoism and martial arts. That's pretty bold behavior. Li Ziji didn't feel bold because he had asked Gu Chuanxiu if he could do this, and the answer he got was yes. Gu Chuanxiu didn't feel any danger in that year when the 4 paths went together in unison. Since it's not dangerous, it's naturally safe. Li Ziji could feel the center of his brow getting hotter and hotter, like something was about to appear, but it was a hair's breadth away, like a drop of water about to soak through white paper, but it never came through from the back. It's obviously so close. He was still trying. When the essence seed began to emit a slight tremor, the churning sea of qi suddenly became calm. The aura flowed along the 12 meridians into the limbs and bones, and an indescribable feeling of relaxation covered his entire body, as if it was like suddenly raining when walking in the desert and being sunburned to the point of having dry and cracked skin. I can't tell you how soothing and relaxing it was. At the time of breaking the boundary, a cultivator's physical strength would be drastically improved, including mental clarity and transparency. And just as this feeling was born in less than a moment, Li Ziji felt as if his body had become much lighter. The sensation certainly wasn't real, and the body wouldn't become lighter. It was mentally uplifted, and it was as if a bright purple light appeared in front of his eyes when he clearly had his eyes closed. He did not look into his chi internally, but he could clearly see the benevolent seed as if it had sprouted, connecting with the center of his eyebrow to form a thread. The violet chi and the benevolent seed connected with each other, and his mind became clearer and clearer. And even if there were a myriad of messes in front of him, he would surely be able to be seen through at this moment. This was the second realm of Tao cultivation, the Jade Void realm. Big Brother is awake. The moment Li Ziji opened his eyes, Guogua directly pounced over, hugging Li Ziji's neck and burying his little head. The big pretty eyes seemed to still have a teardrop in them. Li Ziji was a bit surprised, not expecting Guogua to be here, raised his hand and patted her back, smiled and said, "You're already 7 years old. Why are you still moving around and crying?" Gogo's little face turned red, and she seemed to think it was a bit embarrassing, so she wiped the corners of her eyes herself, then pressed her head towards Li Ziji's chest. "It's all Gu Chunxio's fault. He tells ghost stories to scare people." The corner of Gu Chunxio's mouth tugged, thinking that this little girl was really a human child, before obviously still outside the 3,000 yards with a mouthful of the Gu brother, shouting affectionately and softly. As a result, they're starting to call people by their first names now, greeting Li Ziji's helpless gaze. Gu Chunxio seemed to know that he was a bit unreasonable. After all, it was a bit unreasonable for such a big person to tell ghost stories to scare children. At that moment, he laughed dryly. "I don't want to exercise her. After my speculation, more scaring will help the divine soul to grow and complete. Her divine soul will be perfected earlier, and she will be able to cultivate earlier." "No, I don't want to cultivate. I want to accompany Big Brother to fly kites," Gogo cried out stubbornly. "Fly a kite?" Li Ziji was stunned. A smile appeared on his face, and in his heart, he understood why Guogua had come here to look for him. Indeed, this period of time with the little girl is indeed a little too short. The whole day is busy. Even the Qingfeng Yashua House of Calligraphy did not take the time to write a few. He himself didn't feel anything when he had been reading and practicing, but for the little girl, it was only a little difficult. "How about I do a trick for you?" After all, Guogua was young at this moment, and Li Ziji in a piece of just happy, where will continue to sulk, sniffing immediately eyes bright. "Good-ah." Li Ziji placed her on the table and sat down, then spread out his hands and flipped them back and forth a bit. "Look, there's nothing on my hands, is there?" The palms of the hands were empty, as were the backs of the hands. Nothing indeed. Guogua also checked carefully as if he were in the same position, and only after confirming that there was really nothing did he seriously nodded his little head. "No. Then do you believe that I can conjure up a kite for?" Gogo shook her head. "I'm not 6 years old anymore. I don't believe it." She has also seen some people do magic tricks, although not many people in the South Forest Lane, and occasionally see a few Jianghu play tricks. People empty-handed to change a flower is already very impressive. The kite is so big, how can it become out? Big Brother only lies to children. Shy. The little girl poked her face with her finger and spat out her little tongue. Li Ziji didn't say anything either. He just smiled faintly, and then he saw a thread of aura transformed into a silk thread being born out of his palm. Then a second, and a third. More and more threads of aura intertwined and converged on the fingers of his hands, slowly but clearly weaving a kite in the shape of a flying bird. It gleamed in the night, lit up with a pale blue light. Although the 3,000 courtyards had different seasons from the outside, the day and night were the same. Of course, the day and night could be different. It still depended on how the person controlling the cave was manipulated. It's nighttime now, and the frogs on the lotus blossoms are making calls that sound very much like childhood to my ears. The kite in the shape of a flying bird was glittering, and its wings were still fluttering up and down, alive and well. Gu Chunxio's face carried admiration, appreciating that Li Ziji could have such a delicate means of aura manipulation when he had just stepped into the second realm. Gogo's little face turned red with excitement, and with a cry of joy he reached out his little hand to cautiously try to touch the kite, his eyes, likewise, sparkling. Chapter 86, Dabbing at the Golden Lotus Buddha's Light. "I'm so impressed with how you coaxed the kids. Why couldn't I have thought of that one?" In the school building, the fruit has been lying on the bed asleep. The arms are still tightly held. Only the kite has long been slowly dispersed. Gu Chunxio stared at the little girl, lamented a sentence. It was obvious that the little girl did have a good time. Even when she fell asleep she had a smile on her face. Li Ziji said softly, "My life as a child was very uneventful, so I wanted to make sure that Guogui could live a happier life, and I was willing to find a way to do whatever she wanted. It's just that Guogui has never been obedient, even if it was just to eat a few meat-filled buns that would have been satisfying." He gently pinched Guoguo's little face with a little baby fat, thinking about those years he used to own when he was in the Taoist temple. Although the four masters were very good to him, but ultimately there was not a single person of his age from childhood to adulthood. And that kind of childhood was naturally incomplete. TSK, why don't we take this little girl with us this time when we go to the Jixia temple? Consider it going out for a long time. Gu Chuanqiu wrapped his arms around himself and made a suggestion. Gui is very understanding, not particularly pestering. As long as Li Ziji can take the time to play with her a few days in a month will be very satisfied. Weekdays follow the South Forest Lane. Those of the same age of the small friends also play very happy. No, I always felt it wasn't that simple this time. Li Ziji shook his head. The Buddhist sect came to the door to imply the state duke's office to help publicize the momentum. I heard that they even went to Chaogai to give an invitation to that little sword fairy. Just the Buddha's son down the mountain. Or just a simple Buddhist meeting. Why is it such a big momentum? Gu Chuanqiu thought for a moment, then asked, what arrangements do you have for Guoguo's future? It is ideal to let small children develop as they wish, do whatever they want to do. As an elder brother, you always have to make a plan for the future. And no matter how Gogo goes in the future, your planning is a must. The acolyte, Li Ziji replied, this is the most appropriate path. The world is still, frankly speaking, to look at their own strength. Why everyone wants the world to change, but no one dares to stand up and yell loudly and say let me go? It's not because the Holy Emperor is now the biggest punching bag in the whole world. So these people could only move a little below the surface of the water, never daring to step too far above it. So no matter what they were going to do, it was a no-brainer to become an acolyte in the first place. On top of that, the longevity issue is critical. Just because someone looks down on life and death doesn't mean that they can really be ancient and care nothing in the face of life and death. And between cultivators and ordinary people, longevity is a big issue. Gu Chuanqiu looked at the little girl. That's why this time you must take her to the Jixia temple. Unlike you, she doesn't have a high talent in cultivation. Even if her divine soul grows to be complete in the future, at best she will be slightly stronger than the middle-aged assassin from that night, and will only be able to go up to the third realm at the highest in this life. You mean, the golden lotus of the Holy Buddha? That's right. Gu Chuanqiu nodded slightly. The Holy Buddha golden lotus is indeed a first-class divine artifact under the sky, the supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect. Even if it is not the complete 36, it still has the efficacy of being able to help a person set foot on the path of cultivation. And if Guogui is able to obtain the Holy Buddha golden lotus to bathe in it, then only then will she be able to break through the shackles of her own talent. Li Ziji had read all the books that had about Buddhism. Of course he knew the efficacy of the sacred Buddha golden lotus. It could help an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate to set foot on the path of cultivation. And naturally, it could also raise the upper limit of a little girl who wasn't too strong in cultivation talent. Of course, there was a limit. There was a limit to how much a person could improve. It wasn't as if you kept standing underneath the sacred Buddha's golden lotus and didn't move, stood there for a year or two, and when you came out, your talent was stronger than Gu Chuanqiu's. That was obviously not possible. Li Ziji looked at Guogui. The sacred Buddha golden lotus is a supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect, and to bathe in it is not as simple as talking about it. Even if it was a disciple of the 3,000 courts, it was impossible to say that it would be possible to walk directly to someone and strut around and come up with a sentence about the golden lotus lending me to use it. And that was likewise impossible. Gu Chuanqiu said, this Buddha meeting is an opportunity. You get involved and bring a little girl with you. No one will say much. Li Ziji was silent for a while and re-emphasized, I don't understand Buddhism. He actually had no intention of participating in this Buddha meeting from the very beginning, and took the invitation just with the idea of going to have a look. After all, this was an event. Going to have a look would be beneficial for himself, and in case something goes wrong then, it's good to be there in the first place to deal with it. As for getting involved in it and competing with the Buddha's son and God's son for first place, that kind of thing, he really hadn't thought about it. It's like a chess player going to a dragon boat racing arena to watch the fun. The fun can be watched. The next paddle is definitely not thought of. The profession does not match. The corners of Gu Chuanqiu's mouth lifted up a smile, raised his hand on Li Ziji's shoulder, raised his eyebrows. Just let you participate in it, but not really let you win the Buddha's son. Did not listen to the outsider saying, well, do not need to win. As long as you participate in it, you can bathe in the Holy Buddha golden lotus. You go in to mix up the face, and then wait for the end of the Buddha will take this little girl to rub the golden lotus Buddha light on the line. Li Ziji's gaze twitched slightly. This move, it didn't seem too authentic, but it is indeed a good law. So much the better. Gu Chuanqiu laughed, seemed to be very satisfied with his own wisdom, but halfway through the laugh suddenly stopped, looking at Li Ziji seriously admonished. But in advance, when the time comes, you are responsible for taking care of the little girl. Don't count on me to help. In my life, I don't even intend to become a relative, let alone taking care of a child. For some, matrimony is water under the bridge, but for others, matrimony is a distant and unfamiliar thing. When loneliness becomes a habit, it doesn't seem that appealing to live with two people. Li Ziji smiled, then asked, then when are we going to leave for colorful Cloud Mountain? Earlier, Gu Chuanqiu had said that it would take 6 days to find 4 of the best demonic horses to get from Chang'an City to Kaiyun Mountain, and today was the 7th day of the 10th month, with 8 days left before the Buddha's meeting began. When do you plan to leave? Gu Chuanqiu asked rhetorically. Li Ziji counted the days. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow day I'm going to set aside a day. I'm going to go to the book depository to learn a secret art aptitude. Gu Chuanqiu nodded. When you enter the second realm, you should indeed learn a few divine secret arts. Otherwise you won't be able to use all your abilities well in a fight with someone. But are you sure that one day is enough? Cultivation is a very simple thing for me, Li Ziji said. This sentence sounded like it made people want to roll their eyes. But when he thought about it, from the time he stepped into the primordial realm until now, cultivation was indeed considered a very simple thing for him. But Gu Chuanqiu still rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, it's simpler for me. 3 more to go. Late, bow down to you all. And by the way, see that yellow button in the back? That's the evil pagan devil. So hit him hard. Chapter 87, Waiting for the rain to stop and for darkness to come. Jinling is an excellent place. Perhaps not as prosperous as Chang'an, nor as ancient as Chaogai. But Jinling is a place full of fireworks. Li Ziji likes fireworks. It would make the world look more real and feel more clear. June 14th. A line of 3 people have come to the city of Jinling, slightly faster than expected. At this moment just noon, Gu Chuanqiu held an umbrella. The rain sprinkles hit the surface of the Qinhuai River. A circle of water waves spread and intersect. He looked at the front not far away from a small boat slowly traveling. Boatman wearing a straw raincoat hat. Every boat will be sung on the local music. The cabin curtains will occasionally be lifted, which reveals the girl's delicate hands, looking at both sides of the river with curiosity. It's not like the books. Gu Chuanqiu felt a little disappointed that there were no colorful river lanterns, no literati drinking, and even the one who stood on the boat and sang songs was not a pretty girl, but a boatman whose face could not even be seen. There was nothing to regret about not being able to see the face. After all, the boatman was a man, and no man would be too curious about another man's face, much less give birth to the very regrettable emotion of regret. It is evident that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles in the end. Li Ziji was not disappointed. We didn't come at the right time. Qinhuai River at night is the most memorable. Midday of course. Cannot see those colorful river lamps and countless flower boats? Not to mention that it is still raining. Can see a boat has been considered lucky? Not to mention that the boat is sitting on a standard Jiangnan woman. Slender and supple, with a clear brow. It looks like we won't get to see the Qinhuai River this time. Gu Chuanqiu had some regrets in his heart. Had he known that when he was in Chang'an, he would have gone to the Kantian division to ask about the weather in Jinling, and if he had known that it was raining today, then he would not have agreed to Li Ziji delaying 1 more day in the 3,000 courts to learn the secret arts anyway. Obviously the weather was so good yesterday. Waiting for darkness can be, but waiting for the rain to stop is hard. Li Ziji thought about the situation along the way from the beginning of his entry into the city until now, and said in relief, if it makes you feel better in your heart, you're actually not the only one who doesn't have the chance to enjoy the elegance of the Qinhuai. Buddha will be the event. Especially this time the momentum is especially great. Ordinary people may not have the qualification to go to the colorful Cloud Mountain, but Jinling has become crowded. But all the larger streets, you can see many vendors set up a small business there. Many people come to Jinling around June 15th to make a fuss, and the business of the inns and restaurants is booming every day. Many of them had just arrived in the city of Jinling today, just like them, and were likewise going to have a look at the Qinhuai River. Treat the same thing, have a different mood will see different results. For example, at the moment, the same face of this rain, Gu Chuanqiu will feel very unlucky, while the river boat in the south of the river and the girl but feel that the rainy days also have a different flavor. Why don't you attend the Buddhist meeting yourself? Li Ziji suddenly asked. The Jisha Temple Buddha discourse did not have a rule like the Peach Bell Festival that one had to be below the second realm. As long as one was below the age of 30, one could participate in it. Gu Chuanxiu is only 26 years old, and the New Year's Day has just passed, so he can be counted as 27, but his birthday has not yet arrived. Note, Li Ziji himself was ignorant of Buddhism, but Gu Chuanxiu was in the fourth realm of Buddhism, and was even flirted with in the beginning that if he was willing to go to the divine religion or the Buddhist sect, then whether it was the divine son or the Buddhist son, the position was bound to be given up for him. Why do you want to participate? Gu Chuanxiu raised an eyebrow and raised his hand to point at his nose. I, Gu Chuanxiu, the number one person under the five realms, an unparalleled genius who has never been seen before and will never be seen after, to come to participate in such a small Buddhist meeting and fight with you bunch of upstarts over the length of your life. Is it a disgrace? Do I still want to lose face? It was a stiff reason, but to Gu Chuanxiu, it was the biggest reason of all. Indeed, if Gu Chuanxiu had really walked up to Mount Kaiyun and stood in front of Master Bitter Duo, yelling that he wanted to participate in this Buddhist meeting, then I'm sure that even with Master Bitter Duo's congeniality, he would have felt helpless and pushed him gently to the side, signaling that he shouldn't bully the small with the big. The fine rain gradually grew heavier, pounding on the paper umbrellas making a gradually dull sound. There was little smile on Guogua's face. Her small hands hugged Li Ziji's thighs, gently hiding half of her face behind him. The Qinhuai River was very similar to the Nanling River, at least for the distance in front of her, and the fact that it was now the same rainy day reminded the little girl, who had forgotten most of it, of the fear she had felt at that time. Her little face was slightly pale, but she didn't make any noise to leave. For her, this time she was able to accompany her big brother to come out for a walk. That would be very satisfying. Li Ziji touched her head. He would not purposely go to let Guogua see a big water to ease the fear, nor would he purposely avoid the river to escape the fear. Just like this normal face and leave. Not tough or weak. Let's go. To the colorful cloud mountain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Even the very poetic boat on the river had turned around and slowly docked. The rain might stop tonight, but they couldn't wait for that. Li Ziji nodded. The Qinhuai River could be seen another time, and if Kaiyun Mountain were to go back tomorrow, it would seem that the 3,000 courts were very ignorant of etiquette. The three of them left the riverbank and returned to the place where the demon horses were sent. These 4 demon horses of course cannot be compared to the Pearly Gardens green cloud carriage, although it is not a world of difference. It is not far from it. This place is called Yunwang House, specializing in the people who come and go to look after the mounts and carriages and other things, and is the kind of charge is not cheap, can be willing to put in the Yunwang House, a rare good horse. As Li Ziji and the others traveled to the Qinhuai River, there were already quite a few people here who had mailed their release, but at this moment when they returned, only their 4 demonic horses were left in the Cloudwatch shelter. Gu Chuanxiu's gaze narrowed slightly. Looks like someone wants to talk to us. Li Ziji pulled Gogo and looked up at the half-hidden front door of the Cloudwatch house. Since you're already here, don't hide your head and pretend to be something you're not. Gu Chuanxiu flicked his fingers, and a drop of rainwater crashed from his fingertips, instantly shattering the wooden door of the Yunwang shelter and revealing a gray-robed old man standing behind it. It's just a meeting. Why is Mr. Gu making such a big deal out of it? The gray-robed old man looked down at the wood shavings at his feet and shook his head. Gu Chuanxiu sneered. A meeting? I don't know when I agreed to meet with you. Friends who meet each other naturally don't badmouth each other so much, and those who can badmouth each other so much naturally aren't friends. Family Master Zhao. There's still some distance to cover on this trip to the colorful Cloud Mountain, so I won't stay to accompany you. Solution, I have a hard time accepting the age thing. My side of the family counts the false age. For example, I was born in December. The birth is counted as 1 year old, and then in January it went up by 1 year, somehow became 2 years old, but I have obviously just turned 1 month old. Helplessly show their hands. Chapter 88. The gray-robed old man looked at him and said indifferently, since you're already here, why rush? Gu Chuanxiu spread the hand that he didn't have an umbrella, pretending to be helpless. There's no way. Everyone in the world knows that I'm famous for my good reputation. If I say I'll arrive at Kaiyun Mountain in the afternoon, then I must arrive in the afternoon. And if I drag it into the evening, it's all because I'm incapable of doing anything about it. Family Master Zhao, you don't want me to become an incompetent either, do you? Gu Chuanxiu grinned, then pulled Li Ziji and Guogui into the carriage and drove away. The gray-robed old man stared at the carriage and spoke. Mr. Gu, you have to be clear. Rabbits will bite when they're anxious. The carriage drove out of Yunwangshi. Gu Chuanxiu looked back at him, the corner of her mouth smacking a touch of mockery. Anyone who can be bitten by a rabbit must be wasteful to a degree. Does the Zhao family master think that I'm a wasteful person? When the words fell out, he didn't bother to take a ride and directly drove away, heading out of the city in the direction of colorful Cloud Mountain. The gray-robed old man stared fixedly at Gu Chuanqiu's carriage for a long time before leaving. Car, Li Ziji asked. The Zhao family is looking for us. Is it hard to believe that they want to regain their footing? Of course he knew what that gray-robed old man was, and in Jinling City, the only ones who could create such a covert conversation without a word were the Zhao family, in addition to the imperial court. And why did the Zhao family suddenly come to them? What the purpose is naturally self-evident. Gu Chuanqiu laughed coldly, thinking of beauty. Your body is almost rained out before you remember to hold an umbrella. What did you do earlier? Seeing the small jade palace pressing tighter and tighter, Chaoga's side of the black cloud mine directly off the hand. Zhao family now and the ants on the hot pot is not too different. This time even the head of the family have personally come out. The degree of anxiety can be seen. It seems that on the side of the latter party, they didn't care about him. This is natural. This time the little jade palace's reason is justified can't be justified again. Anyone can't pick half a fault. Plus the little sword immortal in Chaoga secretly pushes and pushes. No matter whether it's the lieutenant or the state government wanting to help the Zhao family to keep the black cloud mine is impossible. This lost the Zhao family a for sure. Gu Chuanqiu's voice was slightly cold, and again seemed to be mocking. After the Rotary stage and the Peach Bell Festival, it turned out that the rear party had to take a step back, and the little Jade Palace took the initiative to make this step back on the Zhao family. And for the rear party this is something that can be accepted. And even though the Zhao family doesn't have the black cloud mines any longer, as long as they keep a low profile for so many 10 years and decades, it's guaranteed that there will be the next opportunity to resurrect their fortunes. So the back party thought, well, letting the Zhao family swallow this dumb loss and turn this over. But it looks like the Zhao family seems to be unwilling to give up the black cloud mine. Indeed, we all put in our efforts together. Why should I take the blame? What's more, it's still giving up half of the family business at once. What will it be like in the future can only be known later. At least for now. The Zhao family's loss. Tragic. Since the rear party refuses to tear their faces off and force their hand to bail them out, the Zhao family wants to survive intact, and their eyes are naturally on us. Delusional. Hungry for a restaurant. Sleepy for a kiln. What good is he? Gu Chuanqiu was full of disdain. Things like standing in line. Either don't choose it in the first place. As long as you do, then you can never change. As for things like accepting the Zhao family as a means to disgust the back party, Gu Chuanqiu felt that if he really sided with the Zhao family, then he would definitely be the first one to be disgusted. Li Ziji nodded. It seems that the Zhao family is already sick and desperate, not to mention whether we are willing or not. And let's just say that the little Jade Palace is standing in the middle. We absolutely can't give the Zhao family a good face. People's little Jade Palace took the Zhao family as a pitch, but as a result, you here directly opened your arms to include the Zhao family in your own camp. How can you explain to the little Jade Palace? Gu Chuanqiu said. That's right, that's the truth. It's not that the Zhao family can't figure it out. It's just that they still want to give it a try. Giving away half the family business for nothing is unacceptable to anyone. Since it was doomed to be impossible to talk about it from the beginning, it would be better not to talk about it, and it would be a waste of time to talk about it one more time. Gu Chuanqiu's time to wait for the Qinhuai River in the evening is still too late, and where is the time to pull back and forth with a bad old man? Colorful Cloud Mountain is only 130 miles away from Jinling City. For these 4 demonic horses it is really already too close to be true. Even if they walk leisurely and the rain on the ground is slippery, it only took a quarter of an hour. Kaiyun Mountain is also raining, just not as big as Jinling City's hairy rain. Poured in the mountain forest leaves above appear more turquoise. There were many cars parked at the foot of the mountain, and at a glance there was the red sword fragrant car of the sword-washing sect, the double-headed cloud-chasing lion of the floating Ping Mountain, and even the red flame horse bearing the mark of the State Duke's office. The number was even more than the forces that appeared at the Peach Bell Festival. But of course, although the number was large, the quality was uneven, and there weren't really many that could be named at a glance. These various forces that came to color Cloud Mountain were only a few that were actually invited to participate in the Buddha's meeting and bathe in the Holy Buddha's golden lotus, and most of the others came to see the fun and rub the event's light. And by the way, if they were fortunate enough, they were able to listen to Master Bitter Duo's sutra sermon. For those who are not invited, of course, Jaisha Temple has and will not turn away. Want to come? And will even arrange a place for you to live. To do with courtesy. After all, although these forces are not comparable to the sword-washing sect, floating Ping Mountain, such a top level, can come to make a statement or not too much of a problem. In addition to these cultivation forces, at the foot of the mountain there are groups of ordinary people, set up a variety of stalls, yelling. Cultivators do not mean that the high and mighty, from the crowd, in the end, or to go to the crowd. Some of the young disciples saw that now on the mountain nothing to do. Simply at the foot of the mountain of the long line of stalls strolling up and down the mountain. See some of the gadgets that have not seen before will also be very generous to pay for the purchase of a bit of price without bargaining. The price is not a good idea. A little price does not bring to speak. This is also the reason why many vendors traveled hundreds of miles to come here to set up stalls. After all, the monks are indeed generous. Good luck to set up a day than the usual month to earn more. The arrival of Li Ziji's few people did not attract any attention. People came and went at the foot of the mountain. No one would be in a position to notice when there was one more person. Looks like we weren't the slowest to get here. Gu Chuanqiu walked down the stone steps towards the mountain, while feeling slightly emotional. From the foot of the mountain to the mountain all the way, he hadn't heard anyone talk about the news about the Buddha sun and the God sun, with the fame of these two. But wherever they appeared they were bound to be the center of the conversation. And now since no one was mentioning it, it was obvious that both of them hadn't come yet. Gu Chuanqiu was not very satisfied with this. Even he had already come. What made these two people so arrogant that they had to wait until the last moment to make their appearance? Chapter 89 Roads and Landscapes. I should have known that I should have waited until I had seen the Qinhuai River at night before going up the mountain. Gu Chuanqiu stood on the top of the mountain, still feeling very sorry about this, and chattering away. Kaiyun Mountain is very high. Standing at the top of the mountain looking at 130 miles away from the city of Jinling as if it were close to his feet, Gu Chuanqiu walks easily. Li Ziji walks slightly more difficult. He now suddenly misses the cable car. Want to go up the mountain is very simple. There is no need to climb in person. If only there was something to hold us up on the mountain. Li Ziji will be fruit put down. Lamented a sentence. The mountain rolling. To go this trip can be really not easy. At the same time he vaguely understand why those rushed over to the old people did not set up stalls in the mountains. Mountaineering is indeed a troublesome thing. Gogo kept fanning him with his little hands and saying lots of nice things, but his little body wouldn't come down. The undulating height, coupled with the difficult stone steps of the mountain road, ordinary people up the mountain at least 4 or 5 hours to walk, may not be able to climb up, and in the middle of the process, but also non-stop rest. Ordinary people will be given a lotus platform to climb the mountain without having to exert themselves so much. But of course, there will be a part of the people who want to experience the fun of climbing the mountain and believe that the only way to appear sincere is to climb up personally. Gu Chuanqiu reached out and pointed to a huge square at the foot of the mountain, on which there were 9 huge lotus platforms rotating non-stop, and with a cursory glance one could tell that each of them was able to hold at least 100 people at a time. One up and one down is very convenient. Li Ziji looked at this scene and was silent for a moment, then asked, "Since there is a lotus platform to sit on, why did you take me up the mountain?" Gu Chuanqiu laughed, raised his hand to pat his shoulder, and said in a loud voice, "Walking is scenery. Mountain climbing is scenery, but sitting on the lotus platform is not. You still have something to learn." The words sounded subtle and profound, and seemed to have the meaning of Mahayana Buddhism, but Li Ziji always felt that this was just Gu Chuanqiu forgetting about it earlier. And now he was pretending to be profound to find a way to make up for it. Mr. Gu understands Zen well. The young monk admires him. The abbot ordered me to wait here and take the 2 gentlemen to the meditation room. As he spoke, a young monk stepped out from the side and bowed to the 2 of them. Speaking softly, the young monk is very young. His cultivation level is not high, just the beginning realm. It looks like he should have just set foot on the road of cultivation. Earlier when he went up the mountain Li Ziji had already seen him, and did not care much about it. After all, seeing a monk on this colorful cloud mountain is really a normal thing. It would be surprising to see someone from the Taoist sect. I just didn't realize that the other party was specifically waiting for them here. How did Master Bitterdew learn that we would be hiking here? Gu Chuanqiu looked at the young monk and inquired curiously. There were a total of 2 paths to climb the mountain. Master Bitterdew couldn't have arranged for a young monk to wait on each path. Could he? That would be too much of a loss of status as a senior monk. The young monk's face was calm as he replied, "The abbot said that the foot is the way, the eye is the way, climbing the stone steps is the way, and sitting on the lotus platform is not the way." And with the depth of Duke Gu's Buddhist teachings, he would surely have climbed up the mountain from the stone steps, and would never have ridden on the lotus platform. Gu Chuanqiu laughed and pointed a finger at the young monk. "The one who knows me is Master Bitterdew." Saying that, he also proudly raised an eyebrow at Li Ziji. with a provocative flavor that your kid is not even close. Li Ziji is naturally not angry. Buddhism is not something he is good at. There is nothing to be ashamed of when you are not as skilled as someone else. You just appreciate Gu Chuanxiu's talent more clearly. A true genius is just like that. It is not obvious, but every step of the way is unusual. If Gu Chuanxiu were to participate in this Buddhist meeting, then I'm sure that both the divine son and the Buddhist son would have to lean back a bit. By the way, it's already afternoon. Why aren't those two here yet? Following the young monk towards the temple, Gu Chuanxiu asked again. Those two are those two. No need to mention the name, the little monk knows who it is. The Buddha's son came early. At this moment is listening to the sutra by the abbot's side. The god's son came a little later. Now is at the bottom of the mountain. The little monk walked up the stone bridge, reaching out and pointing to the 9 lotus platforms. Just Li Ziji, look at the time, there is nothing special. And now look at it again, but completely changed the appearance. The lotus platform was surrounded by people, looking black from afar, as if they were clustering around something. The abbot said, the Son of God is different. Behavior, do not talk about Maverick, but also absolutely refuse to be the same as the next person. It is said that I know its flowers bloom, smell its flowers bloom. Partial closed eyes do not see the flowers bloom. So the Son of God will certainly sit on the lotus platform, will not walk the stone steps. Li Ziji had never seen Master Bitter Duo. He had only heard Gu Chuanxiu mention it a few times, and had read in a book that there was a record of this master. And the book said that Master Bitter Duo was originally the head of the Buddhist sect, and had a strangely high status. The so-called first seat, basically is equal to the abbot's successor. In other words, is the future helmsman of the Buddha's door? Such a status is simply high to frightening. As for why will come to the holy dynasty, this is not accurately documented. Just rumors that as the Bitter Duo masters take the initiative to ask for help, to find a road for the Buddha's door. Li Ziji actually didn't have any particular respect or disrespect for this master, and only took it as a rather prestigious monk. But now that he heard the young monk say these 2 words, he knew that this Master Bitter Du was indeed a person who deserved a lot of respect. He will not resist Buddhism because he is from the Taoist sect. It is like practicing the 4 paths, different paths, the pursuit of a higher realm, and also the same as what Gu Chuanxiu said. The Buddhist sect has false masters, but there is also true compassion. This godson is average looking. Those eyes are good. Gu Chuanxiu looked down and found it interesting. The divine son of the divine religion, who had covered up and created a momentum for 18 years, had thought that it would be a magnificent generation, that even the sun's rays would be sucked in as soon as he appeared on the scene. But now that he took his eyes to look at it, it seemed that there was nothing special, except for that pair of eyes. Brother Gu, I want to see it too. Guogui jumped. Although she didn't quite understand what this godson was, but seeing as both Big Brother and Gu Chuanxiu were interested, the nature of a child made her want to see it as well. The distance was so far that even Li Ziji couldn't see clearly. Gu Chuanxiu smiled faintly. Then I will satisfy you. He reached out and crossed his hand in front of him, and it was as if a water ripple pattern appeared in his palm, like a mirror, making the Son of God, who was far away at the foot of the mountain, appear in the mirror. Li Ziji looked over. Just as Gu Chuanxiu had said, the godson did look ordinary, except for those eyes, which one would never forget once they had seen them once. The Son of God was currently standing on the lotus platform, calmly listening to the sound of praises resounding non-stop around him, when suddenly, as if he sensed something, he raised his head and looked towards the mountain, presented on the mirror. It was as if he was staring at Li Ziji. Chapter 90. The sound of a piano is different from the sound of a piano. The Son of God gazed at the top of the mountain as if he had already seen Li Ziji and the others, a smile on his calm face as he nodded slightly, then withdrew his gaze. Gu Chuanxiu lowered his palm and the mirror disappeared. Somewhat surprised. It seems that the divine sex avatar does have some tricks up his sleeve. He was able to find out that I was spying on him, knowing that in the past, I was never found out when I was peeking at those poor women on the 9th floor of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion in the 3000 courtyard. The Son of God was certainly different from a woman. Li Ziji thought about the old man who had just appeared in the mirror with this Son of God and asked, who is that old man beside him? Those who could accompany the divine son must be great cultivators in the divine sect. The casualness on Gu Chuanxiu's face faded quite a bit, and his tone subconsciously became much more grave. High priest of the divine religion. In the Church of God, the most feared is naturally the Pope, followed by the high priest in front of him. In terms of strength may not be ranked in the top 3 of the Church of God, but in terms of prestige, it is definitely second only to the existence of the Pope. The high priest personally followed the divine son down the mountain, so it seemed that the divine sect did indeed attach great importance to this divine son. Not bad for a miracle born from the light. Jisha Temple was huge, a cluster of temples, and by the time Li Ziji followed the young monk to the front of the temple, the place was already crowded with people. Even when compared to a dragon stall at the foot of the mountain, these were all practitioners within the holy dynasty, taking the opportunity of the Buddha's meeting to develop more contacts for themselves. So after coming to the Jisha temple, they would not be like the sword-washing sect, the floating Ping mountain, such as the top forces to find a clean place to hide. Only when one's own strength is high to a certain degree can one be qualified to remain untainted. Interesting. Gu Chuanxiu swept his gaze through the crowd and spotted several notorious evil cultivators, all of whom were wanted by the holy dynasty, and now they dared to show up at the Jisha temple in an open and honorable manner. The holy dynasty is very large. A pot of porridge will always have a rat turd. Unusual fights and killings between the monks, the court will rarely step in to manage. Only those monks who put a killer on ordinary people will be called evil cultivators and be wanted by the court, and also by the other monks are not good. Not to say that everyone shouting street rat, at least after meeting, is sure to subdue, or be headed on the spot, or to interact with the government. That's why anyone who was wanted would basically try to escape the sacred dynasty and head to the demon kingdom or places such as Qingdong or the endless plains, such as the one in front of him who dared to come to Kaiyun Mountain with a big grin. Gu Chuanxiu was still seeing it for the first time. Those few people obviously also noticed Gu Chuanxiu's gaze, and their faces changed slightly as they hurriedly hid into the crowd and retreated far away, quickly disappearing. Gu Chuanxiu also did not want to make a move. Jinling assassin was not a waste. These evil cultivators dared to go up the mountain today. Tomorrow the imperial court would be waiting at the bottom of the mountain. Not one of them could escape. It's the 3,000 courts. The 3,000 courts actually came to participate in the Buddha meeting. This time, after all, it's different from the past. Even the son of Buddha and the son of God appeared together. Where would the 3,000 courts miss it? The crowd had already spotted Li Ziji and Gu Chuanxiu walking over, and all the topics of discussion were shifted to them, with others greeting them from afar. As long as they could be looked at by Gu Chuanxiu one more time, they would feel that their faces were glowing. Decades ago, the 3,000 courts was like this. If there was a big foreign cultivation force such as the Divine Sect in Rushan, the one who would always respond was the 3,000 courts. Now decades have passed, and after seeing this scene again many old people are in a trance, feeling that this day is not like that year. Mr. Gu shouldn't be involved, so that would be Mr. Li. What's wrong with Mr. Li? Don't forget that at this year's Peach Bell Festival, Mr. Li was the one who drove a mountain full of peach blossoms and struck the sacred bell, and even had his name engraved on the bell by His Majesty himself. So which one in the world can compare to that? You've misunderstood. I'm not questioning Mr. Li's natural strength. It's just that this is a Buddhist meeting. I don't think I've heard of Mr. Li knowing Buddhism before. These words were the truth, and the faces of the people around all showed hesitation. Indeed, it seemed as if they had never heard of Li Ziji being proficient in Buddhism. The Buddha's meeting is all about participation. It's not about winning first place, and since Buddha is a formless being, how can there be a real first place? This brother has good insights. Uninitiated? Dai Mountain. Zhang Culling. As he watched Li Ziji and the others walk into the door of the South Courtyard Temple, the crowd was briefly quiet for a moment, and then suddenly a clamor resounded again. And I don't know who cried out for God's son. And then all of them turned their heads in unison to look over. One had a shocked look on his face. Over the years, the Son of God has always been known only by his name but not by his person. And now it is the first time that the Son of God has formally appeared in front of the entire world. So to say that he is not curious and does not want to take a look with his own eyes would be a lie. The crowd subconsciously separated from left to right to make way for the middle road. Their eyes all converged on the young man dressed in white, with an ordinary appearance. Perhaps even they themselves did not realize that it was not because of politeness and respect that they made way, but rather the self-shame that they themselves did not even notice. This Son of God clearly looked like there was nothing special about him, but it was just like the daylight above his head, and as long as one hitched an eye to it, one could not help but bow his head. The Son of God did not walk fast, and was not concerned about the reactions of the people on either side of him, as he walked straight into the door of the southern temple. Anyone could enter the temple gate, but the southern temple gate only qualified those who were invited to enter. And naturally, the Divine Son was not invited because no one knew exactly where this Divine Son was before today. In fact, many people wondered how on earth the Buddhist monks knew the whereabouts of the Son of God. There is a gap between people. The sane did not get the invitation. The Son of God can naturally enter the South Courtyard, and can also participate in tomorrow's Buddhist meeting, guarding the south courtyard temple door on both sides of the protection of the monks will not raise their hands to stop, and even outside of these to come to the hilarity of it will not be out of the question. It's like holding an umbrella in the rain, which is perfectly normal. It wasn't until the divine sun's figure had disappeared for quite a while that these people outside came to their senses. Then the cacophony of chatter resumed. It's really getting lively. Under the green pine tree, the green-skirted woman was holding her xylophone in her arms, looking from afar as the people from the 3,000 courts and the divine religion walked into the south courtyard one after another, her red lips lifting into a faint smile. A bald man stood behind her and laughed. The arrival of the Son of God is indeed a joyous event. It's just that the high priestess can't handle it very well. A self-proclaimed wise old man. There's nothing that can't be dealt with. And when things go wrong in the Buddhist sect, the sect of God is happy to see it. The green-skirted woman's gaze brightened as she sat down on her knees wanting to play a song to release her excitement, only to have the bald man raise his hand and press down on the strings, helplessly saying, "If you play the piano, we'll be exposed." The woman in the green dress frowned. "There are many people playing the zither at the Buddhist meeting. Who would notice us?" The bald man sighed. "But it's hard to keep people's attention when you play as hard as you do. Chapter 2 is an hour late. So out of guilt, I'm updating 3 chapters tomorrow to make it up to you all." Chapter 91 The Southern Courtyard. Not having hair on one's head may not necessarily be a monk. And naturally the one standing behind the girl in the green dress was not the great monk who had delivered the invitations that day. The great monk was now standing behind Master Bitter Duo, bending his head to listen to the sutras. No one would be surprised by this. Even for great cultivators of the same 5 realms, there was a difference between high and low. To be able to listen to the preaching of the former head of the Buddhist sect, Master Kudo, was an opportunity that could not have been sought. We came late. Now listen carefully. We'll only be able to listen to a half understanding. And this sutra is the bitter fairy master specifically for the Buddha's son has a person to speak. If you want to listen to wait until tomorrow morning before the Buddha will start. The bitter fairy master will also once again talk about the Mahayana Dharma. Gu Chuanxiu paused in her steps, her eyes glancing around the southern courtyard for a moment before she walked towards the bottom of one of the cloisters. There were many people sitting or standing around the corridor, and when Li Ziji looked around, there were a few familiar faces, such as Li Ruo from the State Duke's mansion, and Ning Hai Chao from the sword cleansing sect. When enemies met, it could not be said that there was a difference between them, but the atmosphere could definitely not be talked about much, and the glance at each other was filled with coldness and severity. Li Ziji is oblivious. A faint glance back to the eyes, put on the bitter do master who is preaching, the so-called preaching, that is, by the Buddhist profound person, mouth lotus, spread the mystery, let the people who listen to the speech into a kind of metaphysical and mysterious state, so that they can understand the deep meaning of the Buddha's teachings. Don't have to worry about not understanding the problem of the Buddha's scriptures. It was of little use in raising cultivation, but it was of no small help in calming the mind and sublimating it. Many practitioners who have entered the demonic barrier and gone astray are enlightened after listening to a sermon, and the path of cultivation that was originally strewn with mists and fog suddenly appears as a beam of light. So to be able to listen to a real Mahayana Dharma session, and to have it taught by a master of bitter world's caliber, is an extremely rare opportunity, and this is the main reason why the Jai Shakti Temple's discourse on Buddhism has been able to become so prestigious in just a few decades. This was the first time he had seen the appearance of Master Bitterdew. Not too different from the rumors, kind eyebrows, dry and thin, like an old man on the verge of dying, and that face still had a faint old man spot. Master Bitterwaters had already lived for many years, and even going by the lifespan of a great practitioner of the 5 realms, he was nearing the age of passing away. Buddhists talk about past lives, this life, and the next, and death is not really the end for them. They plant the cause in this life and receive the fruit in the next. So Master Bitterdale never shied away from his own life and death, and never felt anxious or uneasy about it. Under the wall of the south courtyard gave birth to a lot of golden spots of light. Very small. Look at the past as if the fireflies fell on the dandelions. Gently blown by the wind will be floating all over the corners of the places. Each point of light would blossom into a lotus flower after landing on the ground, blooming briefly for a few breaths before turning into dust and merging into the ground. The weeks go round and round. Li Ziji is only halfway into the south courtyard, much less understand Buddhism. Not into the subtleties of the sermon. Just feel the mood of calm. Look at all things in the eyes become calm. Look at the bricks and think. Look at the lotus and think. Look at the flowers falling and think. Gu Chuanxiu stood on the sidelines with his eyes closed listening with great interest and nodding his head in agreement from time to time. The golden lotus flowers blooming in the diffuse field were like the attraction of a vortex and drifted towards him. In less than a moment half of the yard's lotus flowers surrounded Gu Chuanxiu's body. It drew frequent sideways glances from bystanders. The Son of God just happened to come in from outside at this moment, and when he saw this scene, his eyes flashed, and then he stood quietly in the courtyard, not knowing what he was thinking. The monks of Jisha Temple also couldn't help but cast their gazes over. It was really too much of a commotion. It was difficult not to draw attention to it. Li Ziji raised his hand and gently patted Gu Chuanxiu's shoulder, coughing lightly. Gu Chuanxiu opened his eyes and looked over, then was slightly stunned, then looked at the small half of the lotus flower left beside Buddha Zi, smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and controlled himself to stop listening to the sutra. Those floating lotus flowers lost their target and returned to all parts of the south courtyard as well as around the Buddha's son. The monks of Jisha Temple, including the major cultivation forces such as the Sword Cleansing Sect, the Floating Ping Mountain, and the Pear Garden, all had complicated gazes, as if no matter what place it was, as long as Gu Chuanxiu appeared, he was bound to be the one who stood out the most. Luckily, he's too talented. This absurd thought suddenly arose in someone's mind, precisely because Gu Chuanxiu's talent was too good, crossing over into the fourth realm in just a few years. So many of the great events were not able to participate in them, or else there would really be no need for these events to be held. Li Ziji looked at Buddha Zi. He had already seen God Zi. Buddha Zi was the first time. Very young monks, the age will not exceed 20 years old. For the outside world does not care about everything. Even if it has just been Gu Chuanxiu grabbed the limelight, face is not half uncomfortable. Just sitting there quietly. His face is ancient, obviously a young monk, but it seems to have already seen through the vicissitudes of the world. A palm-sized golden lotus flower was suspended above his head, which was slowly rotating without stopping, emitting a faint Buddhist light, making it look like a Buddha statue draped in light. Li Ziji knew that this was a fruitful image that could only be cultivated after the third realm of Buddhist cultivation, which meant that this Buddhist son was currently a cultivator of the Lohan realm. If Cui Wenruo's momentum was not cut off, he would surely step into the third realm within this year and next year. Bitter Duo Master's voice has been non-stop. Obviously there is still a distance, but it sounds as if it is in the ear. Seems to be far away, seems to be close. Like a flatboat in the sea of Buddha. Seems to be up and down. Seems to be floating, seems to be sinking. Dang! The sound of the temple bells rang out melodiously, resonating throughout the entire colorful cloud mountain. And Master Bitter Duo's voice came to an abrupt end as the points of light transformed into golden lotuses, which sank into the ground and turned into dust. At this moment, when the sermon was over, all the golden lotuses that had disappeared and hidden earlier blossomed out of the dust again, and one after another, like bamboo shoots after the rain, rocketed upward toward the sky. Master Bitterdale clasped his hands together and recited the Buddha's name. The great monk behind him was filled with intoxication and saluted to show his respect for the great monk. Buddha Zi also stood up from the stone platform. The fruit image golden lotus above his head was reincorporated into his body. The countless lotuses that floated up surged towards his body, and then once again turned into points of light and drifted away the moment they came into contact with his body. There was no longer a single lotus flower to be seen in the south courtyard, but a rich and exotic fragrance filled the air and traveled into everyone's mouth and nose. Amit Ba. The Buddhist son bowed to Master Bitterdale, showing his gratitude with respect on his face. Master Bitter Duo looked at Buddha Zi, his pale eyes filled with wisdom and calmness, and opened his mouth to consider. Have you come to your senses? The Buddha's son gentle replied. All dharmas are born and all dharmas are extinguished by karma. I, the Buddha, the great Sasana, have always said so. The aroma of the southern courtyard seems to be a little stronger, not pungent, like the unique lotus sandalwood fragrance of Buddhism, which makes people meditate and concentrate. Goodness! Master Bitter Duo wore a smile on his face and lowered his eyes in praise.